Chapter 1. Strumming the Strings of Destiny. In the primordial chaos, Pangu, the creator, opened the heavens and the earth. And in the beginning, the world was desolate. It was only after countless eons of reproduction that splendor began to emerge. Wherever there is life, there is strife. For many years, the myriad clans of the primordial world battled fiercely, ultimately leading to the emergence of the Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin clans, each possessing the potential to dominate the primordial realm. Boom! Gold and purple lightning and crimson flames occupied the heavens, and beneath the vast sky, countless beings trembled in fear. The ancestor dragon and the primordial phoenix were once again locked in combat. The sky was torn asunder, and the two colossal figures plunged into the rift, granting a momentary respite to the myriad beings below. Amidst the dark chasm of space, the two continued their fierce battle. But this time, both faced dire misfortune as they soon encountered a terrifying spatial storm. Ouch, it hurts so much. In a haze, Long Tian felt as if he were being subjected to 1,000 cuts. Didn't I die? Why do I still have consciousness? Could it be that ghosts and the underworld truly exist in this world? However, I died while saving someone. Even if the underworld exists, I shouldn't have to endure such torment. Suddenly, he felt an intense fire consuming him, as if it sought to melt him away, causing his blood to boil within. Deep within his soul, a fragment of a once accompanying jade radiated a soft purple glow, intermittently flooding his mind with unfamiliar memories. The ancestor dragon and the primordial phoenix. Long Tian vaguely understood his predicament. He had traversed realms and arrived in the primordial world, where he had become the ancestor dragon. From ahead, a crimson flame surged forth, intent on devouring him. I cannot allow this to continue, otherwise I will perish before I can even settle in. Long Tian had not yet fully assimilated the ancestor dragon's memories, and he was unable to wield many of the dragon's formidable abilities, making him no match for the primordial phoenix. With a roar, he charged recklessly toward the encroaching flames, the essence of the primordial phoenix enveloped within. As the flames consumed him, he let out a muffled groan and pressed onward. Then, he spread his arms wide and embraced the primordial phoenix tightly. Primordial Phoenix. The primordial phoenix clearly did not anticipate that the ancestor dragon possessed such a tactic, and in a moment of unpreparedness, Long Tian seized the opportunity. Previously, in order to withstand the spatial storm, both had relinquished their colossal forms and taken on human shapes. At this moment, the beings of the primordial realm referred to this as the innate Dao body. The ancestor dragon's physical strength far surpassed that of the primordial phoenix, and in this instance, despite her best efforts, she could not break free from his grasp. "Release me," the primordial phoenix demanded angrily. Not a chance. There was no possibility of release. Long Tian gazed at the primordial phoenix, and at that moment, he felt his blood surge, as if something within him was stirring. Their garments, already torn by the spatial storm, caused their bodies to press closely together. "Ancestor dragon, I will surely kill you. Is that so?" Upon hearing this, Long Tian felt a flicker of anger arise within him. Just because you are beautiful does not mean you can act as you please. Just as he was about to retort, he suddenly sensed the primordial phoenix's body becoming scalding hot, like molten lava. To be precise, it was many times hotter than lava, and Long Tian realized that if he did not let go, he would not be able to endure much longer. "No, I cannot die like this. It would be too much of a loss. You are forcing my hand." Long Tian flipped over and pinned the primordial phoenix beneath him. Soon, the sounds of dragon roars and phoenix cries echoed through the void. Yin and yang intertwined, and various auspicious signs surrounded the two. Had it been the outside world, it would surely have been regarded as an omen of the birth of an innate spiritual treasure. In the void, the concept of time became exceedingly vague, and it was unclear how long passed before the two sounds gradually faded away. "Ancestor dragon, I will definitely kill you." The primordial phoenix glared at Long Tian, her eyes ablaze with fury. She was truly breathing fire. "Do you still have strength left?" Long Tian smirked with a devilish grin. Primordial Phoenix. At this moment, Long Tian had already integrated most of the ancestor dragon's memories and understood the origin of the fragment within his soul. It was a shard of the creation jade dish, which recorded a complete path of destiny. The primordial phoenix fell silent for a moment before speaking. "Why don't you kill me while I am weak?" "Why should I kill you?" the ancestor dragon replied. "Killing me would greatly diminish the strength of the Phoenix clan, rendering them no match for your dragon clan." The Phoenix clan was never a match for the dragon clan to begin with. Primordial Phoenix. The reason the ancestor dragon had previously fought to a standstill with the primordial phoenix was primarily due to having already battled the Chilean ancestor, sustaining injuries in the process. After a brief silence, the primordial phoenix scoffed, "Even if the Phoenix clan is not a match for the dragon clan, we can ally with the Chilean clan and surely defeat you. Even if you miraculously manage to defeat the dragon clan, then what? How would the Phoenix and Chilean clans coexist afterward?" Suddenly, Long Tion's heart stirred. "Primordial Phoenix, have you ever considered why the dragon, Phoenix, and Chilean clans are locked in such relentless conflict? Of course, it is to vie for supremacy in the primordial realm and become its sovereign," the primordial Phoenix answered. "Alas, it is likely that none of us will ever become the sovereign of heaven, only to suffer mutual destruction." "Impossible. Since you do not believe me, I shall strum the strings of fate, allowing you to see the truth clearly." Within Long Tion's soul, the shard of the creation jade dish suddenly emitted a brilliant purple light, which coalesced in his eyes. In that instant, his gaze became profound and enigmatic. The primordial phoenix locked eyes with Long Tion, and in an instant, their minds were drawn into one another. A moment felt like an eternity. The primordial phoenix witnessed the escalating conflict among the three clans, with countless lives lost in battle, culminating in a catastrophic calamity that left her kin in ruins. When the calamity subsided, her clan was nearly exterminated, their bloodlines diluted, burdened with immense karma, surviving only by suppressing the undying volcano. Then they were reduced to steeds and food for other races, and she saw celestial beings feasting on phoenix liver and marrow. "No!" the primordial phoenix roared, breaking free from the vision. "Did you see? This is the future of the three clans." "Impossible! This must be some illusion you have cast upon me," the primordial phoenix retorted. "Stop deceiving yourself. Can you not discern whether it is an illusion? This is indeed the future of the three clans." Long Tion's complexion had grown pale. The strings of fate could only be comprehended at a profound level of the path of destiny. This was an exceedingly esoteric ability, allowing one to see the future. Long Tion was able to perform it because he was already aware of the future of the dragon, phoenix, and Chilean clans. Moreover, Long Tion discovered that this time, strumming the strings of fate allowed him to grasp the principles of destiny directly. It is well known that comprehending the laws of the Great Path is extraordinarily challenging, especially for the elusive laws of destiny. "Why is this happening?" the primordial phoenix murmured, her breath unsteady. "The future can actually be altered," Long Tion stated. "After all, who decreed that the three clans must suffer mutual destruction?" Upon hearing this, the primordial phoenix trembled, and her gaze turned towards Long Tion, filled with murderous intent. With such a formidable power at his disposal, how could the Phoenix clan possibly compete, even with the Chilean clan's assistance? "Clearly, I have yet to make you submit." A flicker of anger flashed in the ancestor dragon's eyes. Why was the primordial phoenix so stubborn? "Then let us continue." With that, he once again pinned the primordial phoenix beneath him. The sounds of dragon roars and phoenix cries resounded endlessly. P.S. Here I explain that the cultivation realms, from lowest to highest, are as follows: human immortal, earth immortal, heaven immortal, true immortal, mysterious immortal, golden immortal, Tai golden immortal, great Luo golden immortal, Hunyuan golden immortal quasi-saint, Hunyuan great Luo golden immortal saint, Hunyuan Wujin golden immortal. The titles of quasi-saint and saint were established only after Hongjun attained sainthood. Prior to that, they were referred to as Hunyuan Golden Immortal and Hunyuan Great Luo Golden Immortal. Beneath the Great Path, there are 36 heavens. Thus, each of the Great Luo Golden Immortal, Hunyuan Golden Immortal, Hunyuan Great Luo Golden Immortal, and Hunyuan Wujing Golden Immortal possesses 9 heavens each. Author's note. P.S. Here I explain that the cultivation realms, from lowest to highest, are as follows: Human Immortal, Earth Immortal, Heaven Immortal, True Immortal, Mysterious Immortal, Golden Immortal, Tai Golden Immortal, Great Luo Golden Immortal, Hunyuan Golden Immortal Quasi-Saint, Hunyuan Great Luo Golden Immortal Saint, Hunyuan Wujing Golden Immortal. The titles of Quasi-Saint and Saint were established only after Hongjun attained sainthood. Prior to that, they were referred to as Hunyuan Golden Immortal and Hunyuan Great Luo Golden Immortal. Beneath the Great Path, there are 36 heavens. Thus, each of the Great Luo Golden Immortal, Hunyuan Golden Immortal, Hunyuan Great Luo Golden Immortal, and Hunyuan Wujing Golden Immortal possesses 9 heavens each. Chapter 2. The Earthworm in the Mountains. The comfortable environment gradually calmed the Earthworm. Where is this place? The Earthworm pondered, as if waiting for him to ask. The video surged into his consciousness. It was not a product of technology, but rather a lingering obsession from a previous Earth vein, akin to the resentment that lingers when a person has met with untimely demise. The previous Earth vein bore a profound fixation on the Great War of the 3 clans, thus leaving behind this memory. In the recollection, when the 3 clans first appeared, the Earthworm felt a surge of excitement. Massive figures loomed in the sky, their presence exuding an oppressive aura that could be felt even through the veil of memory. They were imposing and powerful. Leading the charge were the dragon, the phoenix, and the qilin, followed closely by a myriad of avian and terrestrial creatures, as well as beings with scales and shells. In this era, few beings could transform into innate Dao bodies. They mostly manifested in their original forms unless they were quietly traversing the terrain. Although colossal in size, they fit seamlessly within the vast expanse of the primordial world. Yet, now the 3 clans stood as the overlords of the primordial realm, oblivious to the notion of humility. Rather than engaging in immediate conflict, they opted for negotiation through the discourse of the beings from above. The Earthworm discerned the nature of this place. Only in the primordial realm could one gather the ancestral dragon, the primordial phoenix, and the initial qilin, during a time when the 3 clans reigned supreme. The outcome of the negotiations had long been predetermined. The talks were merely a formality. What if they succeeded? As the ancestral dragon, primordial phoenix, and initial qilin initiated their actions, they sent forth a signal to the entire battlefield, prompting the onset of conflict. Consequently, the Earthworm's countenance fell, though he possessed no face, merely a figment of imagination. The residual energies of divine powers and spells cascaded over the undulating mountain range, although merely a memory. He could distinctly feel that these lands were now his territory. The scope of the great battle extended far beyond the Earthworm's domain, yet this was the epicenter of the conflict. Above him loomed 3 primordial beings and more than 20 Great Luo, whose mere residual energies could plow through the mountains. Moreover, the previous Earth vein was the smallest among those in the vicinity, a deliberate choice by the 3 clans, as the impending war would inevitably ravage the primordial realm, generating karmic repercussions. Thus, they opted for the path of least resistance, for this locale was the most affordable. In response to the actions of the 3 clans, the Earthworm erupted in a torrent of invective. Even though he seemingly lacked a mouth, imagine it. The curses were undeniably foul, and he appeared to possess little decorum. But I am a civilized being. The first great war of the 3 clans raged on for over 10,000 epochs. Yet the process of digesting the memories did not take nearly as long. It concluded within a few short years. The 3 clans had caused the demise of 7 Great Luo Golden Immortals and dozens of Tai. Reflecting on this, the Earthworm grew even angrier. The entire mountain range lay in ruins, shattered beyond recognition, literally. They departed, leaving behind the corpses of the Great Luo and Tai. Was no venue fee required? More infuriating still was the fact that the bodies at the periphery of the battlefield remained uncollected. If he could assimilate the remains of the Great Luo and Tai, his realm and essence could experience substantial enhancement, potentially surpassing his predecessor and aiming for Tai, with hopes of reaching Great Luo. However, it was evident that the remains of the Great Luo and Tai were not only valuable to him, but also regarded as rare treasures by the 3 clans. The cost of his venue was exorbitant, leading them to simply abscond without further ado. The peripheral venue fees were minimal, comprised of mere cannon fodder corpses, some even below the golden immortal level, which they could afford to discard, having little desire to collect. After digesting the memories, the earthworm began to survey his domain. He was mentally prepared, and his emotions did not waver significantly. The entire region contained only a singular mountain range. The original main vein, now resembling an earthworm again and again. Surrounding the mountain were either flattened plains or massive craters, with countless divine powers and laws swirling, eroding the earth. The phrase mountains shattered, winds carried no fluff was a poignant truth. With mountains gone and rivers severed, the entire land lay ravaged, plowed through with not a single tree standing. No fluff could drift in such desolation. Born under the red banner, the soul possessed an admirable disposition, for there was no alternative. Regardless, he had been granted the opportunity to live again, leaping from the mundane realm of mortals to that of immortals, even if the lowest tier of cannon fodder immortals. After this contemplation, the earthworm collected his thoughts and prepared to work. His ravaged domain awaited his tidying up. The remnants of countless divine powers still eroded the land. As the embodiment of the earth vein, it was his duty to quell these invasive and destructive forces upon the primordial earth. A gift of his innate abilities. With such abundant residual energies, he could extract a measure of vitality from it. Of course, the effort would not be proportionate to the yield. You may wonder why he did not cultivate first. Firstly, he lacked cultivation methods. The only way to grow stronger was to continuously expand his essence and mature. Much like the three pure ones and Xinyuanzi, whose powerful essences allowed them to manifest as great Luo. This required a prolonged period. Figures like the ancestral dragon are partially the true spirits of chaotic demons, possessing inherent sentience. Thus their transformation is expedited. The three pure ones are manifestations of various aspects of Pangu, and even they require considerable time to nurture new true spirits, as the whereabouts of Pangu's true spirit remain unknown. Secondly, this was the duty of the earth vein. Neglecting it would be a dereliction of responsibility. While the earth vein lacks sentience, it operates instinctively. However, the earthworm had developed sentience before transforming into the earth vein. Thus his intelligence remained intact. If he failed to exert himself, he would be unworthy of his position, leading to a loss of fortune in the primordial realm. Without fortune, one could meet an untimely demise for no discernible reason. Moreover, this was the early stage of a great calamity. There lay a long road ahead. And without fortune, he could not safely develop amidst the catastrophe, possibly even perishing in unforeseen misfortunes. As for how to cleanse the land, it was quite simple. For the earth vein, the earth was its body. By drawing upon the earth, it could channel these foreign energies into the vein, digest them, and exhale spiritual energy. This was the innate ability of an earthworm, to gradually improve the land, due to the high levels of residual energies on the ground. The earthworm could only consume them incrementally, with each assimilation slightly enhancing his essence. The sun and moon rose and set in the primordial realm, following the cycle of time. In the blink of an eye. 9 epochs passed. The earthworm in the cavern had nearly solidified into a tangible form. Though the external land was composed of yellow earth, it was no longer subject to the erosion of foreign powers. Only the spiritual energy remained thin. The earthworm's growth had reached a bottleneck, with his essence ceasing to expand. The innate spiritual energy of the primordial realm was not boundless. Once the earth vein fractured, the original spiritual energy dissipated. Just as the western earth vein exploded, no other regions experienced a surge in spiritual energy. The energy here was not conserved, rendering it quite unscientific. Without the earth vein, the west could not naturally recover. The primordial earth vein lacked the legendary ability to convert chaotic energy into innate spiritual energy. At least, it did not possess such a capability at present. The earth vein's abilities were limited to purifying spiritual energy, gathering, storing, and stabilizing it. Each time the earth vein fractured, the primordial realm would lose a fraction of its spiritual energy, weakening its essence. The earthworm, whose growth had stagnated, no longer actively purified the spiritual energy. He merely instinctively ingested and exhaled it. The great war of the 3 clans had persisted for 10 epochs, now entering the late stage of the Dragon Han calamity, prompting the earthworm to begin planning for the future. Firstly, once the calamity concluded, he must depart from this place, for it could no longer facilitate his growth. However, as the sole earth vein of this region, he could not leave carelessly. Hence, he needed to nurture another earth vein to guard this locale in his stead. This was not a difficult task. As an earthworm, splitting himself was a fundamental operation. After all, The spiritual energy here did not require a particularly strong earth vein, nor did it need to develop sentience. It merely needed the essence of the earth vein to operate instinctively. Chapter 3. The Yellow Dragon. Secondly, he needed to acquire the skills to establish a foothold in the primordial realm. Ideally, he would develop the ability to earn merit and fortune within it. In this new age, possessing a skill was crucial, as long as he garnered sufficient merit and fortune, his cultivation could ascend rapidly. The earthworm had a rough idea of this plan that he intended to use himself as a reference to comprehend the methods of repairing the earth vein and even nurturing a new earth vein. If successful, he might have the opportunity to partake in the bounty of the West. Although the spiritual energy had dissipated following the fracturing of the earth vein, even if the earth vein were restored, it would not be able to gather substantial spiritual energy in the short term. Nevertheless, the primordial realm held CIs, with the southern region housing an eternal volcano that perpetually spewed forth violent spiritual energy. While this energy could not be directly absorbed or refined, the earth vein could purify it. This was one of the reasons the Dragon and Phoenix clans were formidable, even without knowing whether the spiritual energy within was infinite. As long as it existed, these repaired and newly birthed earth veins would have the opportunity to recover and grow. This could essentially prolong the lifespan of the primordial realm, a significant act of merit. Of course, it would require saving enough beings to make an impact on the primordial world that in truth. Once one reached the golden immortal realm, spiritual energy itself held little bearing on cultivation. Battles above the golden immortal level were not lost due to a lack of spiritual energy. The competition lay in the strength of one's own path. However, spiritual energy serves as a vessel for the Dao to In regions where spiritual energy is abundant. The richness of the Dao is enhanced. Facilitating enlightenment. The reason the earthworm could consume those destructive forces to grow was that they were tethered to the innate spiritual energy. The earth vein stabilizing the spiritual energy effectively preserves the Dao's richness. As long as the spiritual energy remains concentrated, the Dao will naturally flourish. With the goals clearly defined, the earthworm once again entered a period of seclusion, as the cataclysm of the Dragon Han era approached its later stages. Time was not on his side. With a focused mind, the worm's visage twisted in ferocity, resolutely tearing a fragment from its own essence. Well, it did not hurt. After all, it was merely a piece of essence, not flesh and blood, and thus did not encroach upon the soul. The newly split earth vein did not manifest in the form of a worm's avatar, but rather as a complete and independent nascent being. Majestic mountain ranges do not consist of a singular earth vein. They are composed of a principal vein and countless tributaries. Typically, tributaries are birthed through the division of the main vein, which governs all tributaries and their subordinate branches. The previous earth vein had indeed given rise to several tributaries, yet ultimately, it was left with none, succumbing to its fate. The newly born earth vein did not take on the shape of a worm. It appeared as an orb of earthy yellow light, imbued with a nascent spirit, albeit lacking intelligence, reminiscent of cellular division. Although freshly born, it instinctively began to inhale and exhale spiritual energy. Once the worm confirmed that the new earth vein could fulfill its duties, it enveloped it within its own being, gradually transferring the innate spiritual energy it had stored to the newly formed earth vein. As the new vein absorbed more energy, it steadily grew stronger. Witnessing this orderly progression, the worm commenced its secluded cultivation. The emergence of a new earth vein held significant value for its creative endeavors. Time flew by, and a millennium passed, when the worm emerged from its retreat. Over 10,000 years had elapsed. The rewards of this period of seclusion were substantial. The envisioned method for earth vein restoration had taken on a rudimentary form, merely requiring further refinement through future practice. The nascent earth vein had essentially taken over its responsibilities, leaving the worm to instinctively manage the flow of spiritual energy. Moreover, the presence of an additional earth vein had accelerated the recovery of spiritual energy in the surrounding mountains. This phenomenon could be described as a case where 1 + 1 yields less than 2, yet greater than 1. Now, the worm awaited the conclusion of the three-clan war to undergo transformation. Its hesitation to transform stemmed from the absence of a cultivation method, an earth vein. Its essence could still grow, albeit slowly. That a stronger essence would lead to greater power and enhanced innate talent upon transformation. With its current essence, it would not even reach the level of a golden immortal after transformation. On that day, accompanied by a resounding declaration that echoed across the heavens, the three clans came to an end. A golden light surged towards the mountain range where the worm resided, crashing into it. The sudden turn of events caught the worm off guard. Before it could react, the radiant orb began to merge with its essence. The immense energy not only reformed the worm's essence, but also reshaped its very soul. As the worm underwent profound changes, the surrounding clouds of yellow earth dissipated at an astonishing pace. From the inside out, the mountain range where the worm dwelled began to expand, rising and gradually extending tributaries. Simultaneously, numerous earth and water veins seemed to sprout from the ground, as if conjured from thin air. The earth veins were birthed within the tributaries of the mountain range, becoming subordinate to the worm, while the water veins started to converge towards it. In the blink of an eye, a millennium passed, and the external mountain range ceased its transformation. The once omnipresent yellow earth had vanished, replaced by an endless forest. The once diminutive worm mountain had grown several times in size, and it no longer resembled a worm, but rather a colossal dragon sprawling upon the ground. Reflecting its essence, the core earth vein had undergone tremendous changes as well, first in size, now enlarged several-fold, and crucially, its form had transformed. It was no longer a worm but a magnificent earthy yellow divine dragon, adorned with intertwining blue water patterns reminiscent of rivers flowing through mountains, majestic and profound, yet exuding an inviting warmth. Not only its form, but even its soul mirrored that of a miniature yellow divine dragon. As the transformation ceased, the divine dragon opened its eyes as if recalling something. Its five-clawed dragon talons reached deep into the cave, emitting a resounding dragon roar. The cavern trembled violently, and soon after, a torrent of water surged forth from the depths, swiftly overwhelming the divine dragon. Sensing the moment was ripe, the divine dragon performed a somersault in the water before charging outward, causing mud and rock to part in its wake. The colossal flow of water clung to the divine dragon. Surging forth, the earth vein moved through the land as if traversing level ground. Within mere breaths, it emerged into the outside world. The divine dragon accelerated, unleashing a thunderous roar that pierced the heavens. As if sensing something, it gazed skyward and proclaimed, "My name is Yellow Dragon." The declaration resonated throughout the entire mountain range, and simultaneously, the divine dragon's form radiated with golden light, an aura of immortality emanating from its being. At that moment, the yellow dragon truly transformed, and upon its metamorphosis, it attained the status of a golden immortal and enduring, sharing its lifespan with the heavens. As the transformation concluded, the yellow dragon comprehended its essence. The golden light that had collided with it and merged was a fragment of the ancestral dragon's essence, notably a substantial piece. Furthermore, it bore the fate of the yellow dragon among the 12 golden immortals of the Chan school. Originally, the yellow dragon should have emerged after the ancestral dragon's essence restored this mountain range, with the remaining essence merging with the mountain and water veins to take form. However, it had absorbed the ancestral dragon's essence and utilized a significant portion to nurture a multitude of earth and water veins. One was a special earth vein transformation akin to a tributary, while the other was a main vein transformation, with different fates entwined. The benefits bestowed upon the yellow dragon were not limited to this. The essence also carried the ancestral dragon's legacy, continuously accessible as its realm elevated. The path cultivated by the ancestral dragon was the most precious, directly leading to the realm of primordial chaos. Even without cultivation, merely referencing it was of immense value to the primordial age. The term path did not merely refer to the 3,000 paths of the chaotic period. The paths of the primordial age often blended various doctrines into one, or even entirely defined a new path, with those at the forefront referred to as path ancestors, like Hong Jun, the ancestor of the immortal path, and Luo Ho, the ancestor of the demonic path. The path lacks a singular master. Within the same path, each has its own understanding. For instance, the solar divine fire and the southern bright fire differ, yet both belong to the path of fire. N01 in the primordial era defined the path of dragons. The ancestral dragon practiced an overpowering path, complemented by the path of water, embodying a harmonious balance of strength and gentleness. This legacy belonged solely to the ancestral dragon, a means to repay the debts of heaven and earth. Devoid of any ties to the dragon clan. One of the reasons the ancestral dragon's essence descended here was to settle the karma from the first three-clan war. Chapter 4. The opening of the Great River. The Yellow River. After the brief joy of transformation, the yellow dragon turned its attention to the swirling waters surrounding it. These waters did not dissipate upon its transformation. Rather, they grew ever more abundant. These were not mere waters. They were a series of water veins, even interspersed with partially digested ancestral dragon essence. They encircled the yellow dragon because these water veins were also birthed by it, with the yellow dragon being their nominal sovereign. Upon transformation, the yellow dragon understood the mission of these water veins. They were merely awaiting commands from their nominal ruler. The ancestral dragon's essence was potent. Even a fraction would not yield merely a golden immortal level earth vein and countless smaller veins. The essence of water overflows, and the waters spilling from this mountain range would form a great river. Flowing from this mountainous region located in the eastern-western part of the primordial realm to the eastern sea, traversing various renowned mountains and rivers, transporting their bountiful innate spiritual energy to the battlefields ravaged by the three-clan war, to restore vitality across the lands. This should be the handiwork of the heavenly path, which compensates for deficiencies by diminishing excesses. Observing the ever-growing ranks of water veins, the yellow dragon did not hasten to release them. Yet, it also dared not retain them. The formation of this great river, stretching from east to west, was an inevitable trend that its small form could not withstand. However, precisely because this was an overwhelming trend, it was reluctant to let go. As the saying goes, even a pig can fly in the right winds. This trend was indeed a favorable wind. If it released the water veins, the lengthy waterway would gradually forge a new main vein from the residual ancestral dragon essence. Breaking free from its control, with the accumulation of water pressure growing ever greater, the yellow dragon appeared to make a decisive choice. It exhaled a small dragon, the first earth vein it had nurtured, which, having absorbed a trace of the ancestral dragon's essence, also transformed into dragon form, becoming a genuine dragon vein. The yellow dragon stationed it here to safeguard its interests. The dragon vein's rank was sufficiently high to maintain order and prevent the emergence of a new main vein, while this dragon vein remained a tributary under its command, ensuring that this mountain range would forever belong to it, without the risk of venturing out and returning to find its home lost. Meanwhile, the yellow dragon prepared to journey eastward with the surging waters, taking a significant gamble. This river, propelled by the grand trend of the heavenly path, was one river. If it opened it in accordance with that trend, it would also be another river. The yellow dragon, having acquired the ancestral dragon's essence, became a confluence of earth and water veins, while simultaneously being the nominal main vein of these water veins. If it initiated the opening of this lengthy river alongside these tributaries, it would still retain its status as the main vein. Even in a practical sense, this river would span east and west, wielding great influence and likely accompanied by immense merit and fortune that if successful in its scheme, it would no longer need to serve as one of the 12 golden immortals of the Chan school. Even if it failed as a water vein, it would still be the strongest among them, allowing it to choose a prime location along this future river to settle down. Why not engage in a venture where winning yields great rewards? Yet losing incurs no loss. Upon the descent of the little dragon vein into the mountains, the aura of the yellow dragon underwent a profound transformation. The azure water patterns upon its draconic form began to swirl, vapor rising as it assumed the mantle of the sovereign of water veins. With a resounding roar, the yellow dragon, now embodying the essence of water veins, descended to the ground, followed closely by the torrents it commanded, which instantaneously surged with an overwhelming force, unstoppable in its might. As this momentum solidified, the yellow dragon felt as though a divine blessing had graced its spirit, revealing the path of the water's advance bit by bit. Elated, the yellow dragon recognized this as a sign of celestial approval for its fortuitous journey. The vast expanse of the primordial east was not merely a straight passage from east to west. The rivers meandered and twisted, spanning nearly 4 to 5 lengths in that direction. The inexorable flow of the river, under the dominion of the yellow dragon, gradually augmented its strength amidst the immense water currents. The establishment of this river not only fortified the yellow dragon's water vein origin, but also continuously absorbed the essence of the ancestral dragon. Additionally, within the river, the yellow dragon's comprehension of the earth's veins and the spiritual pathways deepened, fostering a more profound understanding of dragons themselves. It is essential to note that a golden immortal must perpetually seek enlightenment to discover a path suitable for transcending into the Tai golden immortal realm. The yellow dragon sensed that with each incremental advancement, its comprehension of the golden immortal state was elevating. The colossal waters scoured every inch of land along the river's path, Yet it was fortunate that this was the primordial age, where even the weakest beings were immortals. Although the river was wide, it was still feasible to escape beforehand. Otherwise, even the mightiest of golden immortals might struggle against such formidable waters. This was no longer merely a matter of ancestral dragon origins. The water's force was akin to boulders rolling down a mountain, destined to grow ever more powerful as time elapsed. A full epoch passed. The yellow dragon traversed through the 3 mountains and 5 peaks, from Kunlun in the east to the distant site of Buzhou Mountain. Upon reaching the shores of the East Sea, the river had long since lost its initial clarity, now churning with an abundance of silt. Murky and tumultuous, the yellow dragon had also transformed. The aura of water veins intertwined with that of the earth, his presence now resonating with the pinnacle of the golden immortal realm, poised to step into the Tai golden immortal stage at any moment. Clearly, during this epoch, the yellow dragon had not paused in its cultivation. The heritage of the ancestral dragon and its insights into water and earth deepened with the river's flow before the expansive East Sea. The yellow dragon's momentum surged ever higher. With a mighty roar, the yellow dragon merged with the murky, heavy waters, plunging into the East As the dragon returned to the ocean. Its power continuously escalated. Attaining the Tai golden immortal realm, the aura of Tai emanated forth, causing countless aquatic beings to tremble in fear, bowing low in reverence. This was not solely due to the pressure of the Tai realm, but also from the dread of the yellow dragon's formidable presence. The yellow dragon's breakthrough signified the successful culmination of its journey into the sea, and an imposing aura descended upon the East Sea. Infinitely stronger than the yellow dragon itself, the celestial order had come to collect its due. A monumental accumulation of merit surged towards the mouth of the East Sea, with 90% dispersing to nourish this newly birthed river, stretching from the mountains of the yellow dragon's origin to the estuary of the East Sea. Along the entire river, both the main and tributary water veins received equal blessings, swiftly stabilizing and calming the waters. Even those displaced along the riverbanks received compensation for their relocations. The remaining 10% of merit was directed solely at the yellow dragon. As the yellow dragon absorbed this merit, it immediately felt revitalized. Aches in its back vanished, and its claws no longer pained it, leaving it invigorated. It sensed that should it utilize this merit to enhance its cultivation, it could instantly crystallize its path and ascend to the realm of the great Luo golden immortal. However, it was evident that traversers typically did not rely on merit for their advancement. The yellow dragon, lacking any obsession with being a traverser, understood that the path fruit born from merit would be shaped by its current understanding of the way. Yet, having only just entered the Tai realm, its understanding was still akin to a seed. Hastily transforming that seed into fruit would be a squander of its potential. The yellow dragon had seized the right to establish this river from the celestial order. Although the celestial order acquiesced, as a testament to its impartiality and adherence to the natural order, it had also forged a karmic bond with the celestial order. Unless one could transcend and attain the Dao of the great Luo golden immortal, one would inevitably have to repay this debt. In the primordial realm, achieving the Dao of the great Luo golden immortal would necessitate resolving one's karmic ties with the primordial world, excluding saints. Through a series of deductions akin to the Pythagorean theorem, failure to repay debts would lead to dire consequences. The yellow dragon surmised that it would likely be treated as a mere stumbling block and crushed during the impending war between the Wu and the Yao. Yet, that was merely a concern for the future. Repaying debts was a matter of principle, unlike the 2 figures from the West who borrowed freely without the means to repay. Importantly, the yellow dragon felt that the celestial order's remuneration had yet to be fully dispensed. It was not merely a base salary, but included bonuses as well. After the merit had been cast upon the waters, it would gradually coalesce, requiring some time to materialize. The yellow dragon believed that with this boon, the path to the Tai golden immortal would not be long. Thus, it transformed into human form, concealing itself at the estuary, awaiting patiently. Primarily, after receiving the merit, the yellow dragon sensed countless gazes sweeping over it, akin to a monkey being scrutinized. However, these gazes merely passed over. None dared to employ divine senses. To do so would be seen as provocation, and the yellow dragon, being naturally low-key, chose to remain hidden. As time flowed on, the murky river water incessantly tainted the East Sea. A millennium passed. On one fateful day, The yellow dragon finally sensed a stir within the river that a streak of light surged towards it at great speed. And the yellow dragon, elated, transformed into its colossal dragon form to seize the light. The streak of light revealed its true form upon the yellow dragon's claws, a stone seal. Above the stone seal, a map appeared, detailing the journey from the mountains of the yellow dragon's birth to the estuary, including all the tributaries that branched from the river. Intricate Dao inscriptions adorned the underside of the seal. Rich in Dao essence. It was inscribed, Yellow River. Indeed, this river had been named the Yellow River by the Celestial Order. Chapter 5. Sovereign of the Yellow River. The stone seal was absorbed into the yellow dragon's being, and it immediately comprehended its origin, leading to a look of astonishment upon its visage. This seal, known as the Yellow River Divine Seal, was not a congenital spiritual treasure, nor even a spiritual treasure. It was a manifestation of the authority of the Yellow River, encapsulating its fortune. The Yellow River Divine Seal was to become the river god of the Yellow River, the sovereign of the Yellow River. Within the confines of the Yellow River, as long as one was not beset by a throng of great Luo golden immortals, even 2 or 3 could be faced without fear for the yellow dragon. This was worth more than any premium congenital spiritual treasure. Among the finest congenital spiritual entities, only the Earth Book and the ginseng fruit tree piqued the yellow dragon's interest, as these treasures aligned harmoniously with its essence and would greatly aid its future path to enlightenment. Regrettably, both were in the possession of a single individual, and the yellow dragon could only dream of acquiring them. Other congenital spiritual treasures paled in comparison to the Yellow River Divine Seal, especially considering that the original yellow dragon had been devoid of treasures. Thus, it was likely that the present yellow dragon was not in a much better position. Hence, the yellow dragon had never contemplated scouring the primordial realm for treasures. Moreover, this was merely the current yellow dragon. Once it transcended to the great Luo golden immortal stage, as long as it lacked the power of the primordial quasi-saint level, holding the Yellow River Divine Seal would render it invincible within the Yellow River's domain. While it would refrain from venturing beyond its borders, the most precious aspect remained the fortune of the Yellow River. Such immense fortune would be the yellow dragon's assurance for a swift descent to the great Luo golden immortal realm. The Dragon Han calamity had concluded, yet the battle between the Dao and the demonic forces inexplicably persisted, though it was anticipated to come to a head soon. Luo Ho instigated a war among the 3 tribes, nurturing the 4 swords of extermination with the boundless malevolence accumulated during the calamity. Given that a full epoch had elapsed since the calamity's end, a clash was surely imminent. The yellow dragon aspired to reach the late stage of the great Luo golden immortal realm before Hong Jun attained sainthood. Though the legacy of the ancestral dragon undoubtedly contained methods for transcending to the primordial level, the dragon clan had only 2 individuals, Ancestral Dragon and Candle Dragon, who had achieved such a feat, while the Feng and Qilin clans had only 1 each, who could fathom the difficulty of those methods. Thus, the yellow dragon yearned to hear the saints expound their teachings. If a path were illuminated, why not tread upon it? With the yellow dragon's current fortune, mingling among the 3,000 guests of the Zixiao Palace would pose no challenge. It was merely a matter of wondering which unfortunate soul would be displaced. The yellow dragon thought, what concern is that of mine? Ultimately, it was the 2 false baldies from the west who arrived last. This bore no relation to the yellow dragon whatsoever, having comprehended the significance of the Yellow River Divine Seal. The yellow dragon prepared to depart the East Sea. Just as it was about to set forth, a voice called out, "Friend, please hold." Upon hearing this, the yellow dragon felt a jolt. Those words echoed like thunder in its ears. However, it was improbable for anyone capable of uttering such a phrase to appear here. Thus, the yellow dragon resisted the impulse to flee, turning its draconic head. It gazed into the distance. A golden dragon silhouette soared swiftly across the sea's surface, rapidly enlarging in its sight. The newcomer was the current 3rd elder of the East Sea Dragon Palace. When the yellow dragon had received its merit, the golden immortal stationed in this region had conveyed the news to the East Sea Dragon Palace. Although the dragon clan had suffered defeat, the candle dragon still remained, albeit severely injured, yet its residual power lingered. The 4 seas remained under the dragon clan's control, and the East Sea Dragon Palace was not situated deep within the East Sea, but rather close to its shores. This was due to the ancestral dragon's intention for the eastern continent, as even the shores of the East Sea once belonged to the dragon clan, now that the dragon clan had retreated to the 4 seas. The Dragon Palace remained as it always had. In just a few breaths, the third elder of the East Sea arrived before the yellow dragon. The yellow dragon scrutinized the golden dragon before it, for claws. Pure gold in hue. At the late stage of the Tai Golden Immortal Realm, among the four seas, the East Sea was home to the Golden Dragon, the West Sea to the White Dragon, the South Sea to the Azure Dragon, and the North Sea to the Black Dragon. These four dragon breeds constituted the mainstream of the Dragon Clan. In truth, the yellow dragon had long noticed him. Yet at that moment, it had already concealed itself, awaiting the emergence of the Yellow River Divine Seal, and had paid him no mind as the sovereign of the Yellow River, hidden within its depths. Only a Tai Golden Immortal could detect its presence. The third elder of the East Sea also appraised the yellow dragon, sensing its pure dragon might. With 5 claws, it had just broken through to the early stage of the Tai Golden Immortal Realm. Appearing youthful, dragons, much like humans, could discern each other's approximate ages. The third elder had indeed been present for several centuries, searching nearby for the yellow dragon, but to no avail. Nevertheless, he had not departed. According to the report concerning the individual known as Huanglong, who represents humanity, it has come to light that a dragon has attained merit at the banks of the East Sea. The descent of merit from the heavens can be observed within the Dragon Palace of the East Sea. Upon discovering the recipient of this merit, particularly a dragon, the Dragon King of the East Sea was naturally filled with excitement. It is important to note that the dragon clans, as well as the Phoenix and Qilin clans, are currently burdened by overwhelming karma. Thus, the knowledge that a dragon can acquire merit is akin to witnessing a beacon of light. Consequently, he was dispatched on this mission. Although he did not locate the yellow dragon upon his arrival, he chose to remain. Through the words of a Water Clan Golden Immortal stationed there, he learned that the descent of merit was linked to the Yellow River, with 90% of it flowing into the river. He then turned his gaze towards the river, realizing that it ultimately leads to the sea, thus implicating the East Sea and the substantial merit involved as an elder of the Dragon Palace. It was only natural for him to seek clarity on the matter. He had previously entered the Yellow River, but had not discerned anything particularly unusual. The river is extensive, and he had not delved into the significance of its source. Hence, he was unaware of the river's full length, though he had an inkling that it bore some connection to the ancestral dragon. Finding no revelations, he returned to the East Sea, reasoning that with the vast amounts of river water flowing into it, he ought to ascertain whether there were any impacts on the East Sea. Prior to the emergence of the Yellow River Divine Seal, he had been patrolling the vicinity. Upon learning of the seal's appearance and the emergence of the yellow dragon, he rushed to the scene. "Senior, may I inquire?" he began, his curiosity evident. "Friend, you jest," the yellow dragon replied. "That I do not deserve such reverence. I am Ao Han, merely a few years your senior, and I hold the esteemed position of the third elder of the East Sea Dragon Palace," he said with a warm smile. Third elder. The yellow dragon's face was a canvas of confusion. The third elder of the East Sea, sensing the yellow dragon's bewilderment, elucidated, "Since the dragon clans withdrew from the primordial chaos, our great Luo have entered seclusion. Currently, only the dragon kings of the four seas and the great elders are great Luo golden immortals." Of course, he refrained from mentioning the Zhulong, as no one would divulge their secrets so readily. The yellow dragon understood, feeling a tinge of embarrassment, and responded, "I beg your pardon. I was unaware of the elder's intentions." Ao Han wasted no time in getting to the point, asking directly, "My friend, what is the origin of this river? Why has such immense merit descended upon it?" "This river is known as the Yellow River, formed from a fragment of the ancestral dragon's essence that originates deep within the primordial inland, connecting countless battlefields of the 3 clans with renowned mountains and rivers, nurturing and repairing the damaged veins of the earth." The yellow dragon provided a brief explanation of the Yellow River's origins without delving too deeply. In truth, if the river were merely the product of the ancestral dragon's essence, there would be no merit descending from the heavens. Such merit would quietly trickle into the water veins, and those displaced, because there was no guiding force, merit would scatter without direction. However, with the yellow dragon leading the establishment of the Yellow River, he became its guiding force, akin to a contractor, allowing the merit to coalesce around him before dispersing. This process not only involved the gathering of merit, but also the accumulation of fortune, which is one reason why the Yellow River Divine Seal would emerge after a millennium. Upon hearing this, Ao Han felt a pang of disappointment. Such merit was not replicable, setting aside the ancestral dragon's essence. The battlefields of the three clans had already been largely connected by the Yellow River. As for revisiting the conflicts of the three clans, Ao Han paid it no mind. One cannot dwell in the past forever. After all, life as a dragon is long indeed. He remarked, "Would you consider joining the East Sea?" Ao Han proposed. The East Sea is the foremost among the four dragon clans, rich in rare treasures and dragon lineage that leads directly to the primordial chaos. Unable to acquire merit, he thought that securing an individual of merit would suffice, especially considering the yellow dragon status as a true five-clawed dragon. The number of claws among dragon clans signifies the purity of their bloodline. 3 claws denote a Huanglong. Typically of mixed blood, for claws are predominantly true dragons born from dragons. Yet the highest is 5 claws, akin to a first-generation bloodline, as even the ancestral dragon bears 5 claws. Although the yellow dragon was transformed from the essence of the ancestral dragon, he was the first dragon formed from the spiritual veins of water and earth, making him the first dragon vein of the primordial chaos, and thus he was born with 5 claws. The yellow dragon was taken aback by Ao Han's invitation, thinking to himself, "This old man is quite cunning. Does he not realize the current state of the dragon clans? Forgive me, elder, I am accustomed to my freedom and dislike constraints." The yellow dragon replied without hesitation, invoking a common phrase of refusal that in truth. The yellow dragon was not particularly surprised by Ao Han's overtures. Though somewhat shameless, dragons possess a pride that is directed towards outsiders. While the yellow dragon is of pure lineage, even in the aftermath of the three clans' great war, despite their prideful standing, the 4 dragon clans boast 8 great Luo golden immortals, making them a formidable force in the primordial chaos. Yet, strength aside, everything remains non-negotiable. While his merit would not alleviate the karmic burdens of the dragon clans, the fortune he possessed would inevitably flow towards them. The current fortune of the dragon clans resembles a bottomless pit, rendering his own modest fortune inconsequential. The yellow dragon's resolute refusal did not surprise Ao Han, but one cannot forego the process simply because of the outcome. One never knows if the result might differ. "My friend, if you wish to join the East Sea, you need not undertake any obligations," Ao Han persisted. The yellow dragon, internally fragmented, maintained his exterior composure, responding, "I appreciate the elder's kindness, but I believe that one should not receive blessings without merit. I am grateful for your concern." Seeing that he could not sway the yellow dragon, Ao Han conceded, "Very well, I shall not press the matter further. May I inquire where you practice your cultivation?" With Ao Han no longer pursuing him, the yellow dragon sighed in relief. Not from fear, as he stood atop the yellow river, impervious even to the dragon king of the East. It was merely that when the waters of the yellow river flowed into the East Sea, he gained profound insights regarding dragons and discovered his own path, which led to his ascension as a Tai golden immortal. He might still wish to strategize within the dragon clan, and it was best to avoid any animosity for now. The yellow dragon politely replied, "I have attained some fortuitous insights within the yellow river and currently hold the position of river god. I shall be returning to the yellow river for further cultivation." The position of river god was not surprising, as many mountains and rivers in the primordial chaos have deities assigned to them, all of which are powers bestowed by the heavenly way, predominantly arising from the inherent nature of the mountains and rivers themselves. Ao Han expressed a hint of envy, replying, "You are indeed fortunate, my friend. In that case, I shall not disturb your cultivation. However, as the yellow river flows close to the East Sea, I hope you will visit the East Sea Dragon Palace when you have the opportunity." With enthusiasm, Ao Han extended his invitation, and the yellow dragon did not decline, merely stating, "Rest assured, elder, I shall certainly pay a visit when time permits. I hope you will not find my presence bothersome." "Haha, not at all. I shall await your arrival eagerly. I shall take my leave now," Ao Han concluded, bowing respectfully before turning and soaring back towards the Dragon Palace. As the yellow dragon observed Ao Han's departure, he chose not to linger and instead flew towards the yellow river. There were many matters awaiting him. He had ascended to the Tai golden immortal level, and the cultivation of a Tai golden immortal requires one to carve their own path. Once their path is perfected, they can solidify their Dao fruit and ascend to the great Luo golden immortal realm. The yellow dragon's goal was to achieve the cultivation level of a late-stage great Luo golden immortal by the time Hongjun begins his teachings, thus enabling him to keep pace with the unfolding era. This endeavor to establish the Yellow River has given shape to his own path. Hence, he yearned to return swiftly to the Yellow River, firstly to find a suitable location to establish a cave dwelling. As the master of the Yellow River, it is only natural that his residence would be within its waters as for the mountain range where the Yellow Dragon was born, with the establishment of the Yellow River. The mountain range has been nourished and expanded severalfold, even covering the surrounding mountains, transforming them into tributaries of this range. The main vein towers into the clouds, indeed, as the origin of the Yellow River. It is significant. This mountain range, stemming from the dragon vein associated with the Yellow Dragon, has been named Huanglong Mountain. Yes, this range is also under the dominion of the Yellow River Divine Seal. Granting the Yellow Dragon the authority to name it, he even has the power to name other tributaries of the Yellow River. However, there are so many that he has no desire to manage them all. Over time, the beings residing nearby will give them names, and as more individuals become aware, the river's name will gain recognition among humanity. The three paths of heaven, earth, and humanity have existed since the primordial chaos was established. Though the primordial chaos leans more towards the cultivation of the heavenly path, the heavenly path carries rules. The so-called Dao is a form of rule, with rules constituting the order formed by the intertwining of countless Daos. The earthly path supports all things, while the human path carries all living beings. Few cultivate the latter. Consequently, there are very few who can perceive the earthly or human paths. The Yellow Dragon did not return to Huanglong Mountain, as it is guarded by the dragon vein, making his presence unnecessary. One mountain cannot harbor two tigers. Moreover, with two dragons both being dragon veins, the Yellow Dragon would need to vacate the main vein's territory upon his return. The Yellow Dragon preferred to establish his cave dwelling in the vicinity of the Yellow River, close to the majestic Mount Buzhou as the Pillar of Heaven. Mount Buzhou would greatly aid the Yellow Dragon in understanding the earthly path, and he could occasionally climb the mountain to contemplate the greatness of Pengyu as the master of the Yellow River and its river god. The Yellow Dragon could manifest anywhere within the Yellow River's expanse. Thus, as he submerged into the waters of the Yellow River, he emerged moments later, with Mount Buzhou now clearly in his sight. Mount Buzhou looms magnificently, soaring into the heavens. The unlettered Yellow Dragon struggled to find words to describe it, resorting only to high praise for its grandeur. The last time he beheld Mount Buzhou was during his previous passage while opening the Yellow River, merely catching a fleeting glimpse. This fleeting glimpse took millennia to complete. One can only imagine the vastness of Mount Buzhou, of which this is merely the outermost periphery. The Yellow Dragon, having no intention of lingering long at Mount Buzhou, turned back to the Yellow River after contemplating the essence of its qualities. Although Mount Buzhou lay before him, traversing to it would require at least several thousand, if not tens of thousands, of years. The Yellow Dragon planned to embark on a journey to Mount Buzhou only after ascending to the status of a great Luo Golden Immortal or reaching the pinnacle of a Tai Golden Immortal. For now, he sought a suitable abode to diligently cultivate the deity of the Yellow River. The Yellow Dragon could harness the river's power to establish a cave abode, facilitating his practice, while selecting a site for his cave abode. The Yellow Dragon, shaped by the primal essence of the earth's veins, sensed a wave of desolation. Suddenly, a violent tremor emanated from the western wilderness, stirring countless earth veins in a tumultuous uproar. A resounding oath echoed from the west. Heaven's decree. Today there exists Rahu. Should I fail to attain the Dao, I vow to transform into a demon and merge into the demonic path. From this day forth, the Dao rises a foot, while the demon ascends a mile. As the Dao flourishes, the demon wanes. May it endure for eternity. Following this grand oath, the will of heaven descended, and the figure of the demon ancestor Rahu gradually dissipated, merging into the primordial world. With Rahu's defeat, the entire wilderness entered a state of recuperation. Yet the explosion of spiritual energy in the west left the earth veins nearly depleted, a recovery not easily achieved through mere rest. With the conclusion of the Dao Demon War, the Yellow Dragon identified the site for his cave abode, the deepest part of this river. Just moments ago, as the earth's veins surged, the Yellow Dragon sensed the essence of a cave abode. He discovered that this abode was still in gestation, its essence having been released during the tumult of the earth's veins. Since the Yellow River had only recently been opened, it had merely given rise to a nascent form, with a singular spring at its heart. Chapter 7. The water abode of the Yellow River. The Yellow Dragon commenced the gathering of the Yellow River's authority to accelerate the formation of his cave abode. In the blink of an eye, a millennium passed. Before the yellow dragon stood a newly erected stone tablet, intricately adorned with complex patterns radiating the essence of the Dao. These elaborate designs expressed the significance of the water abode of the Yellow River. Enveloped by the surrounding Dao essence, emanating the spirit of the Yellow River, as for the meaning of the Yellow River. The Dao cannot be articulated, and the Buddha states it cannot be spoken. It relies solely on one's own comprehension. The stone tablet serves as the entrance to the water abode, the newly birthed cave. Passing through the stone tablet, the yellow dragon stepped into the interior of the water abode. The main feature of the cave was a vast lake, or perhaps a sea. Its expanse comparable to that of an entire planet. At the center of the lake stood an island, or rather, a continent, dotted with numerous small islands, scattered like stars upon the water's surface. This was but a hasty creation of the yellow dragon over the past millennium, and once the cave stabilized, it would continue to expand. The central continent occupied roughly 1/10 of the cave's size. Within the core of the cave, two veins of spiritual energy ran parallel, one a cerulean water vein, the other a sandy yellow earth vein. These spiritual veins were the lifeblood of the cave, serving as the source of its innate spiritual energy. Caves typically form in conjunction with renowned mountains and rivers when the innate spiritual energy is abundant. It is stored in the form of a cave, thriving in harmony with its surroundings. The spiritual veins of the cave naturally correspond to the tributaries of the land it is tethered to, facilitating the flow of external spiritual energy into the cave. Furthermore, the formation of a cave possesses the ability to condense and suppress the fortunes of the land. At the heart of the continent lay a mountain range, home to a towering peak, atop which rested a small pool. Though modest in size, the pool's central spring was unfathomably deep, while the surrounding waters could not submerge even the yellow dragon's true form. Presently, the innate spiritual energy within the cave surged forth from this very source, with the water composed of liquefied innate spiritual essence. In the pool, a jet-black turtle basked lazily upon an irregular stone. Soaking in the sun's rays, which were but a projection of the sun from the primordial world, the turtle's leisurely demeanor evoked a mischievous impulse in the yellow dragon to drag it into the waters for tilling. Among the 9 offspring of the dragon, the bishi is indeed a turtle, and who knows what potential it might possess. The yellow dragon mused darkly. Within the pool swam 2 koi, their shimmering scales displaying a riot of colors that shifted under the sunlight, creating an enchanting spectacle. The scales sparkled as if manipulated by a master light weaver, casting ethereal reflections upon the waters, rendering the pool even more extraordinary. The turtle turned its back to the koi, squinting its eyes as though bothered by the dazzling display. The yellow dragon scooped up the 2 koi for examination, only to quip, "Isn't it said that such paired species should consist of 1 yin and 1 yang? How is it that both are males?" In truth, the yellow dragon could have easily assessed them with his divine sense. His decision to physically grasp them stemmed purely from a whimsical sense of mischief. Finding the outcome divergent from his expectations, the yellow dragon even lifted the turtle for inspection, only to feel a wave of despair wash over him as he recited the essence of quality. This turtle was female, a lazy, jet-black creature. After tossing the turtle back, the yellow dragon's gaze shifted to the third entity in the pool, uncertain if it was the nature of the primordial waters. 3 lotus flowers surrounded the spring. The lotus leaves covered much of the pool, yet only 3 flowers blossomed, ordinary spiritual entities lacking in rank. The petals appeared to be wilting, yet the flowers themselves bore no signs of having withered, resembling fresh blooms. Though the lotus did not possess innate qualities, it was still a spirit entity, suppressing the surging innate spiritual energy and aiding in its liquefaction while also providing a calming effect. Gazing at the spiritual pool before him, the yellow dragon seemed to have an epiphany and thus summoned the authority of the water abode. An irregular stone tablet emerged from the ground, inscribed with Dao characters. Transformation pool. The Dao essence of the words transformation pool paled in comparison to the Dao inscriptions of the yellow river that the yellow dragon had encountered. This is a characteristic of Dao characters. One must possess sufficient understanding of the Dao to inscribe corresponding characters. Even differing interpretations yield varied expressions. The spring bubbled continuously, causing the pool to overflow as waters cascaded down the mountain in 4 directions. The gentle streams descended the peak, rapidly expanding as if liberated from some constraint, transforming into a torrent that surged downward. Within the rushing waters, abundant spiritual energy vaporized, dispersing into the atmosphere. Thus, rivers crisscrossed the land, their spiritual essence permeating the continent, ultimately flowing into the ocean of the cave. The farther one ventured from the peak, the scarcer the remaining innate spiritual energy became. However, the cave was nourished by the surplus innate spiritual energy of the Yellow River, ensuring that every corner within the cave remained saturated with this essence, achieving a state of communal abundance devoid of deficiency. Moreover, as the foundational strength of the Yellow River increased, the cave would continue to expand. Given the potential of the Yellow River, this cave abode harbored aspirations of evolving into a complete world that a complete world, even a minor one, would equate to the fruit of a great Luo golden immortal. Much like the primordial world is a manifestation of Panga's entire Dao fruit, the method of creating a world as a means to attain the Dao is indeed a viable approach, albeit a challenging one that the Dao of a world necessitates balance. A misstep could lead to its fragmentation. Point 1 should not be misled by the notion that a world of the 5 elements and yin-yang can achieve equilibrium. Even the primordial world is not flawless and is subject to boundless calamities. That it is easy to envision the challenges inherent in crafting a perfect world. Yet, despite the difficulty of attaining the Dao through world creation, it serves as an excellent avenue for insight and validation of the Dao by establishing a world through one's own Dao. Any flaws nearly always manifest within that world. However, a world equates to a Dao fruit. To validate one's Dao upon that world requires a world of the same caliber, which is no simple feat. Panga himself met his demise in this manner. The Yellow Dragon held no excessive aspirations regarding whether the water abode of the Yellow River could ascend to the status of a world. His foundation lay within the entirety of the Yellow River. Even if this water abode were to vanish, he could simply create another, allowing everything to unfold naturally. He was not bound by the constraints of property ownership. Nevertheless, as his current residence, the water abode of the Yellow River provided ample living space. To the east of the spiritual pool, directly facing the entrance of the water abode, stood several grand palaces, their soaring eaves and exquisite corners appearing to vanish into the clouds, embodying the essence of a celestial dwelling. The palace walls were constructed from enormous stones, each intricately carved with exquisite patterns, exuding a clear essence of the Dao. Inside, the palaces were resplendent and opulent, leaving one in awe. Among the several palaces, a main hall stood out, exuding an air of superiority. That a massive plaque adorned the entrance, its Dao inscriptions bearing a striking resemblance to those of the water abode stone tablet, inscribed with the words, Hall of the Yellow River. The potency of the Dao inscriptions accurately conveyed the essence of the entire Yellow River. The Hall of the Yellow River served as a sanctuary for comprehending the Dao and engaging in secluded cultivation. The essence of the Dao was profound, perfectly aligned with the Yellow Dragon's nature. Here, cultivation promised a smooth and prosperous journey, barring any unforeseen circumstances. As for the other halls, their specific purposes were left to the Yellow Dragon's whims. He had no intention of meticulously planning their uses. They would be utilized as needed, and with so few rooms, expansion might even be necessary in the future. The mountaintop housed only the transformation pool and the palaces, while the mountainside was a dense thicket of trees. This area lay closest to the transformation pool, where the innate spiritual energy coalesced into swirling mists among the foliage. Within the woods thrived spiritual herbs like ginseng babies and other botanical spirits. Alongside gentle spiritual beasts such as the colorful deer, the beings here seemed oblivious to danger, displaying no wariness towards anything, their newly awakened intelligence filled with curiosity. The Yellow Dragon concealed his aura, transforming into human form, and appeared before a ginseng baby. The ginseng baby was plump and fair, resembling a toddler of about 2 years, his expression brimming with bewilderment. "Who are you?" the ginseng baby inquired, tilting his head, his voice sweet and innocent. The Yellow Dragon felt his heart melting at the sight. Grasping the ginseng doll tightly, he began to rub its face vigorously. Although the little creature found itself at the heart of a celestial realm, it had only just awakened its intelligence, merely taking its first steps into the world of immortals. This marked the nadir for beings in the primordial age. Any lower, and they could not attain consciousness. Even the offspring of 2 immortals would remain devoid of awareness without a celestial realm. This phenomenon persisted until the emergence of humanity, heralding the dawn of a new era for earthly beings. Chapter 8. Beware of scams. With fervent enthusiasm, Huanglong continued to knead the ginseng doll, which put up a valiant struggle that it would indeed be absurd if a Tai golden immortal allowed even the weakest immortal to escape. Realizing that its resistance was futile, the ginseng doll, in a plaintive voice, implored, "Let go of me, let go of me." Huanglong's excitement only intensified as he cradled the diminutive ginseng doll, barely half a meter in height, in his arms, burying his face against it and indulging in a fervent nuzzle. The softness and the refreshing scent of herbs were utterly intoxicating. Only after Huanglong had thoroughly satisfied his whimsy did he release the ginseng doll, which was left trembling in fear from the playful assault. Rather than fleeing immediately, the ginseng doll plopped down onto the ground and began to weep profusely. It seemed to lament the unfairness of fate, while simultaneously feeling grateful for its rebirth. Witnessing the ginseng doll's tears, Huanglong found himself momentarily at a loss, resembling a bewildered uncle who had inadvertently upset a child but lacked the means to console them. He quickly adopted a beaming smile and said to the ginseng doll, "Little one, please don't cry. Would you like some candy?" Having never encountered such a thing as candy, the ginseng doll, driven by the curiosity of its newfound existence, tilted its head and asked, "What is candy?" Seeing that the ginseng doll had ceased its crying, Huanglong felt a wave of relief wash over him. Unaware of how anxious he had been just moments before, he gently replied, "Candy is something sweet and delicious. Would you like to try it?" The ginseng doll blinked its big eyes, tears still glistening within them. It seemed to ponder just how sweet candy could be before nodding eagerly and saying, "Yes, I want some." Delighted by its agreement, Huanglong swiftly located the sweetest fruit tree in the forest atop the mountain, plucking its fruits. With great magical prowess, he refined the essence from the fruit, shaping it into a small candy and even inserting a stick into it in the blink of an eye. He returned to the ginseng doll's side. The ginseng doll, initially bewildered by Huanglong's sudden disappearance, felt reassured upon his return. Huanglong extended his hand, presenting the primordial version of a lollipop as he exclaimed, "Look, this is a lollipop. It could be considered the first candy of the primordial world." As for the lack of merit and fortune accompanying it, that was simply because its sole purpose was to amuse a child, having little significance in the grand scheme of the primordial realm. Moreover, Huanglong had no ambitions concerning the path of alchemy. He had already charted his course when ascending to the Tai golden immortal status. For him, dabbling in trivial pursuits offered no benefit. A Deluo golden immortal must unify the insights gained from the Tai realm. Too much variety would not enhance their Dao fruit, but could instead become a burden. The ginseng doll accepted the lollipop, inhaling its aroma, and felt a rush of saliva. Without hesitation, it stuffed the treat into its mouth. Observing the ginseng doll's eagerness, Huanglong thought to himself, "This child is surely easy to deceive." This sudden notion sparked a mischievous intent within him that he resolved to entice the ginseng doll to return with him, intending to make it his disciple. With such perilous dangers outside, what if it were to fall prey to human traffickers? How tragic it would be if such a charming creature were captured to receive spankings. If anyone were to administer punishment, it ought to be him. He chuckled to himself. He had not considered that this was his own domain, where no outsiders could intrude. Here, he alone possessed the potential to traffic individuals. With this thought in mind, Huanglong's demeanor softened even further, addressing the ginseng doll that had just finished the candy. "Little one, was the candy delicious?" In truth, the ginseng doll was quite familiar with the scent of this candy, though it had recently been born and had not ventured to the mountain's peak. It had explored nearly every corner of the forest on the mountainside, and had seen the trees bearing such fruits. However, as a fellow plant, it had never consumed them. Nevertheless, the candy was truly delightful, not only sweet, but also infused with the essence of herbs, making it a pleasing experience. Thus, it nodded in agreement, saying, "Yes, it's delicious." Huanglong, pleased by the ginseng doll's response, continued, "Would you like to eat candy every day?" Hearing such a tempting prospect, the ginseng doll nodded enthusiastically, its little head bobbing like a chick pecking at grains, eagerly exclaiming, "Yes, yes, yes. Then come with me, and you can have candy every day," Huanglong proposed, akin to a wolf in sheep's clothing, luring Little Red Riding Hood. However, upon hearing the suggestion to accompany Huanglong, the ginseng doll appeared conflicted. Huanglong, taken aback, mused to himself, "Even children of the primordial era possess some awareness of scams. Yet, Why then did it consume candy offered by a stranger? Is it true that if I don't go with you, I won't get any more candy? The ginseng doll inquired, gazing at Huanglong with a hint of reluctance. Huanglong, still smiling, asked, "Why do you hesitate to come with me? I have many friends here." With a tone of distress, the ginseng doll replied, "I feel sad." Tears once again welled in its eyes. Huanglong erupted into laughter. Fully aware that the friends it referred to were the other sentient plants and creatures in the forest, totaling 9 in all, that he reassured the ginseng doll, "I reside in the palace atop the mountain. If you miss your friends, you can always come down to visit." He gestured towards the mountain's peak. The celestial realm had been established for less than a millennium, and only they 9 had attained consciousness. Even the tortoise and fish in the spiritual pool seemed to lack awareness due to their deeper origins. Others failed to reach the celestial realm, thus unable to awaken their intelligence. Instantly, the ginseng doll's spirits lifted. The allure of candy was immense. It eagerly inquired, "Really? Of course. When you come, I'll even teach you how to make candy, so you can prepare it for your friends. How does that sound?" Huanglong continued to tempt in a bid to take the easy route. He planned to have the ginseng doll make its candy in the future. Yes, I want to learn to make candy." The ginseng doll chimed in, excitedly eager to showcase its skills before its companions. "Then let us be off," Huanglong declared, wrapping his arms around the ginseng doll, unsure whether he was more concerned about the ginseng doll escaping or about being caught as a trafficker himself. With a swift motion, Huanglong appeared at the entrance of the palace, still holding the ginseng doll. Upon reaching the threshold of the Yellow River Palace, he set the ginseng doll down and, with a serious expression, said, "Little one, this is where I practice, known as the Yellow River Palace. You shall refer to me as master from now on, and you will serve as my disciple. Do you understand?" His demeanor resembled that of a trafficker who had successfully ensnared a child. Utterly despicable. The ginseng doll, sensing Huanglong's sudden seriousness, felt a twinge of fear and timidly responded, "I understand." Seeing the ginseng doll acquiesce, Huanglong relaxed, pondering aloud, "Let me give you a name. Since you love candy and are a transformed ginseng, you shall be called Tang Shun." After uttering the name, Huanglong couldn't help but chuckled. He vowed that he had been quite earnest when naming. It was merely the outcome that had taken an unexpected turn. The ginseng doll, overjoyed by its new name, replied, "Thank you, master. I shall be called Tang Shun from now on." Huanglong felt a surge of delight upon hearing the title of master, thinking to himself, after a lifetime of toil, this time he could at least enjoy the title of master. Who is to say that one cannot play the part of a noble? With joy radiating from within, Huanglong maintained a calm facade, waving his hand dismissively. "Very well. Work hard and be a good disciple. Soon, I will teach you how to make candy." What a capitalist, making others work, with the wages to be earned by themselves, oblivious to the underlying humor. Tang Shin cheerfully agreed. Seeing Tang Shin's exuberance, Huanglong led him to the rear of the palace. The palace, situated on the eastern side of the mountaintop, occupied less than 1/10 of the available space. Behind the palace lay a vast expanse of land, leading to the dragon transformation pool. Huanglong brought Tang Shun to this location. Chapter 9. The Way of Dragons. With a wave of his hand, Huanglong summoned trees to rise from the earth, each yielding an array of fruits. As the fruit trees flourished, other plants emerged, nearly covering the entire area behind the palace. Virtually every terrestrial plant found within the celestial realm could be discovered here. This was no miraculous power. Rather, as the master of the celestial realm, Huanglong had gathered seeds from all the plants within and planted them here, channeling primordial spiritual energy to nurture their growth. Without the need for innate spiritual roots, it was a simple endeavor. Tang Shun gazed in awe as a forest sprang to life before his eyes sparkling with wonder. With the materials prepared, Huanglong commenced teaching Tang Shun how to refine candy. "Little Tang Shun, pay close attention. I shall teach you how to make candy," Huanglong instructed earnestly. Upon hearing the prospect of learning to make candy, Tang Shun's expression turned grave with determination, an adorably earnest sight. With a flick of his wrist, Huanglong summoned a selection of spiritual fruits before him, with his magical energy flowing. In no time at all, a candy was crafted. This time, Huanglong omitted the stick, allowing the candy to float directly into Tang Shun's hands. Tang Shun hastily caught it, fearful of dropping it. Huanglong inquired, "Have you learned?" Tang Shun nodded vigorously, replying, Yes, master, I have learned. But, will they not feel pain? As fellow plant beings, Tang Shun felt a pang of empathy, akin to having its own roots pulled. Noticing Tang Shun's compassionate demeanor, Huanglong felt his heart melt. He patiently elaborated, these plants can be categorized into two types. Those without spiritual awareness and those with. The former won't feel pain, much like stones. The latter can be divided into two categories. Some lack consciousness, and you may take a portion from them. Once you have refined the candy, you can compensate them to help them recover. They alone have the opportunity to awaken consciousness akin to yours. There exists another type, akin to you, capable of engaging in coherent dialogue. You may exchange what you require for what they need. The little encyclopedia of the Yellow Dragon. The notion that all things possess spirit is a broad concept. To possess spirit signifies the birth of spiritual illumination and the possession of instinct. Only those with spirit can attain wisdom. However, not all spiritual illuminations can unlock spiritual intelligence. Some are hindered by weak origins, while others are constrained by overly potent ones. Tang Shun, in a state of naive comprehension, replied, I understand. Observing his acquiescence, the Yellow Dragon continued, next, I shall impart the key to sugar refining. You must pay close attention and diligently study. Do you comprehend? Tang Xin responded affirmatively. In this world, every entity possesses its unique attributes. Sugar refining involves the amalgamation of diverse elements to forge something new. These creations may not only be sweet, but can also embody other flavors, or even lack taste entirely, each potentially serving distinct purposes. The Yellow Dragon glanced at Tang Xin, noting his earnestness and listening, and elaborated. Sugar refining necessitates the extraction of surplus to forge something useful, ensuring the roots remain intact and unbroken. The principle of utilizing the abundant to supplement the insufficient applies not only to oneself, but also to others. Dou grasped this. Upon concluding his explanation, the Yellow Dragon observed Tang Shun nodding in understanding. The Yellow Dragon felt a sense of relief, having instilled the concept of alchemy in Tang Shun's mind in a rather unrefined manner. Cultivating interest, he would now observe how Tang Shun would evolve. Primarily, the Yellow Dragon needed to enter seclusion, yet he felt a twinge of pity at the thought of leaving Tang Shun waiting. For he was still under 1,000 years of age, and his seclusion could last 1 or 2 epochs. Thus, he decided to assign Tang Shun some tasks. Alchemy was particularly suitable for Tang Shun. Being a spirit of flora and fauna, should he indeed manage to organize the principles of alchemy, he too could aspire to the realm of great Luo in the primordial world. Those below the golden immortal rank are considered to be in the foundational stage, necessitating continuous reinforcement of their origins until they can perceive the existence of the Dao, at which point they may ascend to the golden immortal rank. The golden immortal seeks the Dao. Upon reaching this level, they can perceive the Dao, and their practice consists of discovering their suitable path and continually comprehending it, thus ascending to the Tai golden immortal. The Tai stage involves the construction of the Dao. While the golden immortal seeks the foundational aspects, the Tai encompasses the edifice, refining and perfecting one's Dao to yield fruition and ascend to the great Luo golden immortal. The Tai golden immortal realm is of paramount importance. Despite having the same foundation, a thatched cottage and a villa differ vastly. To aspire to a grand mansion necessitates an extensive foundation. Should little Tang Shun heed these teachings, he could utilize alchemy to address his deficiencies. However, ascending to the golden immortal rank is no simple feat. The Yellow Dragon planned to convey the Dao to him upon completing his seclusion. The Yellow Dragon sighed inwardly. Ah, this is the burden of fatherhood. Gazing at the exuberant little Tang Shun, he momentarily lost his thoughts before calling out, Little Tang Shun, I must enter seclusion now and shall not emerge for a lengthy period. You may remain here and create sugar. Should you feel lonely for friends, venture out to play. Is that agreeable? Tang Xin seemed preoccupied solely with his sugar-making, absent-mindedly responding. Understood, master. After imparting his instructions, the Yellow Dragon waved his hand, and a beam of light descended upon Tang Shun. This was a key to the palace, facilitating his comings and goings. Aside from the Yellow Dragon's seclusion in the Yellow River Hall, he was free to roam elsewhere. The Yellow Dragon did not provide Tang Shun with any cauldron or similar apparatus for alchemical practice, as he believed it unwise to intervene excessively. Having completed these arrangements, the Yellow Dragon returned to the Yellow River Hall, coiling his dragon form in the center of the Grand Hall, with his dragon might exuding. The yellow dragon closed his eyes. Having already attained the Tai Golden Immortal rank, he had naturally selected his path, and as he opened the yellow river, his Dao gradually crystallized, the Dao of the dragon. In past legends, it was said that a flood dragon could transform into a dragon while traversing water. The yellow dragon's establishment of the yellow river equated to the most significant flood to have ever transpired in the primordial realm. The only greater event would be the collapse of Mount Buzhou, causing the waters of the heavenly river to cascade forth. The return of the dragon to the sea provided the yellow dragon with profound insights into the essence of dragons, allowing him to step into the Tai Golden Immortal realm through the Dao of the dragon. Dragons exist in the primordial realm, yet they are merely living beings, devoid of the Dao of the dragon. The yellow dragon aimed to center his teachings on the Dao of the dragon, integrating it with the Dao of Earth to redefine the very nature of dragons. He aspired to create the method of transformation into dragons, promoting the notion that all beings may embody the essence of dragons. That a dragon, the chief among scaled creatures, possesses antlers resembling those of a deer, a head akin to that of a camel, eyes like those of a rabbit, a neck like that of a snake, a belly akin to that of a sea monster, scales resembling fish, claws like those of an eagle, paws akin to those of a tiger, and ears resembling those of an ox, capable of stealth or brilliance. They can be diminutive or immense, brief or lengthy. They ascend to the heavens at the vernal equinox and plunge into the abyss at the autumnal equinox. Yet, this merely represents the form of a dragon. Dragons possess 9 offspring, each differing yet all true dragons of pure lineage. Therefore, the yellow dragon's definition of the Dao of the dragon does not rest upon its form. True dragons of the dragon clan are often ensnared by karmic burdens. Thus mere strength ultimately leads to decline. Wielding a sharp blade, the heart of killing arises. Hence, the yellow dragon places greater emphasis on the constraints of virtue. This is the rationale behind his integration of the Dao of Earth, as it embodies the essence of spiritual veins manifesting as forms, whether they be water veins or earth veins, representing the nurturing essence of the earth that sustains all life. The earth is abundant, and the noble man employs profound virtue to bear the weight of all. This is also why the yellow dragon intentionally advised Tang Shun to draw from abundance to supplement insufficiency. To only know how to take, without consideration for reciprocity, ultimately renders the treasures of heaven and earth not so easily acquired. The core principle of the yellow dragon's Dao of the dragon advocates for mutual benefit with heaven and earth. A complete Dao necessitates both ideology and a core methodology. In pursuit of this, the yellow dragon prepared to combine the principles of spiritual veins to create the method of dragon transformation. In the primordial realm, numerous beings below the golden immortal rank may find themselves confined to this level for their entire lives. The creation of this method of dragon transformation serves as a pathway for these beings. True dragons, upon breaking free from their shells, are at least golden immortals. This is not solely because the Dao of the dragon requires validation from a larger community, but also for the fortuitous fate of these lower-tier beings, granting everyone an opportunity to leap over the dragon gate. However, it is certain that the future will belong to the realm of immortals. Thus, the Dao of the dragon he imparts must possess considerable inclusivity, preventing it from being marginalized in the future. In fact, by providing the realm of immortals with a supply of high-quality seeds, he may even enjoy a portion of the fortunes of the immortal realm. The most significant characteristic of the Dao of the dragon is its continuous transformation, enhancing the potential of living beings, while simultaneously encompassing nearly all paths. It shall serve as a lifeline for countless beings with limited or exhausted potential. The yellow dragon felt this approach bore a resemblance to the teachings of the Jiejiao. Yet, he imposed numerous constraints on the Dao of the dragon, necessitating alignment with the heavenly principles, which bears a striking similarity to the teachings of the Chan Jiao. The yellow dragon entered seclusion. Time swiftly passed. An epoch elapsed. Another epoch passed. The yellow dragon, who had been coiled in the Yellow River Hall, had now transformed into a human form, standing in the center of the Grand Hall, gazing outwards. After 2 epochs, the yellow dragon had laid the foundational framework for the Dao of the dragon, further refining its core principles and combining his insights into spiritual veins to create the method of dragon transformation. Chapter 10. The method of dragon transformation. Dragons possess dragon pearls, dragon might, dragon souls, and dragon bodies. The dragon pearl serves as the core of the method of dragon transformation, continuously nurturing and enhancing with a wisp of dragon essence at its center. Throughout this process, Additional dragon essence may be incorporated until the dragon pearl takes shape. Dragon essence is not a rare commodity. It emanates from true dragons through their might, or can be the residual essence left behind after a true dragon's demise. Such essence is abundant in the primordial realm, as the battle of the three clans has only recently concluded, and traces of dragon clan essence linger in many locales, even if it dissipates. One can effortlessly find ancestral dragon essence within the Yellow River, an inexhaustible resource. Cultivating the dragon pearl does not require an abundance of dragon essence. Even a semblance of it suffices. Some beings need not seek it specifically. As numerous races in the primordial realm possess a hint of dragon blood, referred to as dragonkind, allowing them to directly access dragon essence from their lineage, the cultivation of the dragon pearl is critical for the subsequent training of dragon might and dragon soul. Yet it is not a difficult endeavor. Although the dragon pearl is central to dragon transformation, its absence does not lead to the death of the individual undergoing transformation. However, should the individual perish, the dragon pearl becomes a treasure. In the dragon transformation stage, the essence of the dragon pearl serves as a spiritual treasure, assisting in subsequent phases of transformation. Once the dragon pearl is successfully cultivated, one may utilize it to train dragon might, which is also a manifestation of the Dao's might. This is the strength of the Dao of the dragon. Ordinary beings must attain the golden immortal rank to genuinely perceive the Dao. Yet the method of dragon transformation enables one to engage with the existence of the Dao through the power of the dragon pearl. The Dao encountered via the dragon pearl does not grant the cultivator direct comprehension. The cultivation of dragon might involves utilizing the dragon pearl to receive the essence of the Dao, imprinting it upon the pearl. During the process of cultivating dragon might, the Dao essence carried by the dragon pearl will reciprocate, fostering the growth of the being. However, the Dao contained within the dragon pearl ultimately remains distinct from the Dao the being comprehends independently, even after the cultivation of dragon might is complete. Those with inferior talents remain unable to grasp the existence of the Dao, despite being merely a step away from the golden immortal rank. Once dragon might takes form, the next phase involves the cultivation of the dragon soul, which necessitates reliance on external substances. The spiritual veins serve as the external resources sought by the yellow dragon for dragon soul cultivation. Beings who have cultivated dragon might must locate a spiritual vein suitable for their essence. Terrestrial beings seek earth veins, while aquatic beings seek water veins. It suffices if the vein aligns with their nature. However, beings below the golden immortal rank lack the strength to access high-tier spiritual veins and must settle for weaker or fragmented veins. This method of dragon soul metamorphosis was conceived by the yellow dragon, based on his own spiritual transformations during his incarnation as a spiritual vein and during his dragon transformation. Those practicing the method of dragon transformation must find a spiritual vein that corresponds to their strength. This is not a challenging task in the primordial realm, while there are few principal veins below the golden immortal level. Countless tributaries abound. Moreover, there are even fragmented veins available, specifically crafted by the yellow dragon for restoration in the West. To cultivate the dragon soul, one must transfer their own essence into the dragon pearl and then place the dragon pearl within the core of the spiritual vein. But what of the physical body? The corporeal form returns to the world, entrusted to the spiritual veins for dissolution. To fortify the essence of these veins, living beings embody the spiritual veins, undergoing a metamorphosis of the soul within them. As the soul becomes infused with the might of the dragon pearl, it gradually transforms towards the essence of the dragon spirit. At this juncture, the spiritual veins, embodying the souls of living beings, also undergo a transformation alongside the soul, influenced by the dragon's might. During this process, the corporeal form of the living being is slowly refined by the spiritual veins, which in turn grow stronger. As time progresses, the soul evolves into a dragon soul, and the spiritual veins metamorphose into dragon veins. The formation of the soul does not adhere to a fixed dragon shape. It generally retains the original characteristics of the living being, with certain aspects exhibiting draconic traits. Naturally, as the dragon soul evolves, the spiritual veins will align with the form of the dragon soul. When spiritual veins transform into dragon veins, if they are tributaries, the dragon veins will gradually grow stronger, potentially even usurping the primary vein or branching off from the original primary vein to become a new primary vein. However, if a primary vein possesses a sufficient number of tributaries evolving into dragon veins, They will nourish the primary vein, transforming it into a dragon vein as well. This exemplifies the dominance of dragons. Only a dragon can be superior to another dragon, for if not, one is transformed into a dragon themselves. Once the dragon soul is fully formed, it can genuinely undergo the transformation into a dragon. This step is the simplest and swiftest, yet also the most challenging. It serves as a threshold set by the yellow dragon to prevent beings practicing the dragon's path from tarnishing his fortune. Indeed, the path resembles a blade, wielded differently by various individuals. Yet, the yellow dragon is reluctant to entrust the dragon's path to those who might corrupt his fortune. The final criterion established for the dragon's path is virtue. Indeed, the ultimate dragon form necessitates virtue, not an excessive amount, for the means to accrue virtue are largely found within the dragon's path, and the strengthening of the earth veins during the transformation into a dragon soul also yields considerable virtue. As long as one diligently practices the dragon's path during the period of the dragon pearl and dragon's might, the ultimate transformation into a dragon will pose no issues. Once the dragon soul completes its metamorphosis from the spiritual veins, it must then depart from the dragon veins, at which point the role of the dragon pearl reemerges. The simultaneous transformation of the soul and corporeal form signifies a union between them. When the soul extricates itself from the corporeal form, it equates to a soul leaving the body, profoundly impacting both the soul and the corporeal form. However, the transformation of the dragon soul has always been completed within the dragon pearl, with the dragon soul and dragon veins connected through the pearl, lacking a direct relationship. Though the soul may appear somewhat specialized in the primordial world, it remains a complete entity, much like a future ghost cultivator. Even if merely a soul body, it is an independent and whole being. Upon the departure of the dragon soul, the essence of the dragon vein manifests. With the dragon vein intact, it grows stronger and may even ascend. The emerging dragon soul must then employ its own virtue to construct a dragon gate using secret arts. The design of the dragon gate is arbitrary, but its size is determined by the amount of virtue. If too small, one cannot pass through. Once the dragon gate is established, the dragon soul, clutching the dragon pearl, traverses the gate, successfully passing through presents no resistance. Upon entering the dragon gate, the dragon pearl shatters, and the principles contained within the pearl begin to envelop the dragon soul. These principles, having been refined during the transformation into a dragon soul, dictate future potential. Strong and refined principles herald a promising future, while weak and chaotic ones lead to stagnation at the level of a golden immortal. These principles will solidify upon the transformation into a dragon. Chaotic principles naturally lack a promising future. However, strong principles equate to an early entry into the path of the Tai golden immortal. The dragon gate serves not merely as a passage. The virtue upon it will meld with the dragon chi within the pearl and the principles it carries, forming a corporeal body for the dragon soul. At this point, foundational strength becomes pivotal. The more dragon chi nurtured within the pearl, the stronger the principles it carries, and the greater the virtue upon the dragon gate. The mightier the resultant strength and realm after transformation, potentially reaching the pinnacle of the golden immortal. If there is sufficient virtue, one might even ascend directly to the Tai golden immortal. However, this is exceedingly difficult for beings below the golden immortal. If one possesses such resources, they need not employ the dragon transformation technique, as they would not remain below the golden immortal. Without virtue, a being below the golden immortal can only reach the Tai golden immortal realm at most once using the dragon transformation technique, and that requires profound opportunities. Yet, who says the dragon transformation technique can only be employed once? The most notable characteristic of the dragon's path is its continuous metamorphosis, perpetually surpassing oneself. However, beings below the golden immortal require approximately 9 yuan meetings for their transformations, while those at or above the golden immortal require even more time. Nevertheless, the yellow dragon possesses solutions. The yellow dragon devised a grand formation for dragon transformation, initially created for arrangements in the West. The West is vast and possesses thin spiritual energy, rendering it impossible for ordinary immortals to independently restore the spiritual veins there. Hence, he established a formation to connect the spiritual veins, designating one as the primary vein, employing a comprehensive method of dragon transformation, which, after completion, nourishes the tributaries. Though the formation lacks any offensive capability, It rapidly gathers spiritual energy, aiding the restoration and metamorphosis of the spiritual veins. Likewise, the speed of metamorphosis for beings within the spiritual veins accelerates. Chapter 11. A lesson. The dragon transformation formation can accelerate the metamorphosis speed by 3 to 5 times. The shattered dragon pearl will recondense, and at this juncture, the dragon pearl becomes something entwined with one's very life. Akin to a second life. When the dragon form shatters, the dragon soul will be reborn within the dragon pearl. Should the pearl escape danger, the dragon form will be reborn once more, akin to the initial transformation into a dragon. This subsequent rebirth of the dragon form does not require virtue, as the dragon pearl serves as a backup for all that the dragon form possesses. A depleted dragon pearl must be renurtured. The dragon's metamorphosis, also known as dragon change, diverges from the initial transformation into a dragon. During dragon change, there is no need to reforge the dragon pearl. It directly begins with the remolding of the dragon soul. When initially shaping the dragon soul, the principles it carries represent its potential. Dragon change is generally chosen when there is no future path in the dragon's way. The metamorphosis aims to sever the obstructive principles. This process occurs during the remolding of the dragon soul, not only to eliminate the principles within the dragon pearl, but also to use the newly severed principles to reshape a new dragon soul. Aligning it more closely with the new principles, the danger of transformation into a dragon is minimal, primarily concerning future potential. However, dragon change carries the possibility of failure. Without sufficient foundational strength, the dragon pearl may shatter during the severing of principles. Leaving the dragon soul exposed within the spiritual veins, the principles absorbed from the shattered pearl will be taken in by the spiritual veins, binding the dragon soul within the dragon veins. It cannot die, but neither can it escape. The dragon veins absorb the essence of the dragon, growing ever stronger. The yellow dragon has significantly advanced in his realm during 2 yuan meetings of seclusion. Yet he remains at the initial stage of the Tai Golden Immortal. This is because the yellow dragon's path is a newly defined path, lacking any predecessors for reference. Merely relying on seclusion and contemplation is insufficient. One must also impart teachings for validation. The act of teaching not only verifies the correctness of the dragon's path, but also uncovers its deficiencies. Moreover, the yellow dragon requires fortune, condensing the fortune of the dragon's path to facilitate smoother comprehension. Now, just over 2 yuan meetings have passed since the conclusion of the Dao Magic War, and most of the 3,000 guests at the Zixiao Palace are deeply engrossed in their cultivation, with those possessing profound foundational strength yet to take form. These individuals are the inheritors of future celestial fortune, and prior to the dissemination of the celestial path, the dragon's path holds little benefit for them. Thus, for the foreseeable future, the yellow dragon will encounter minimal resistance in teaching, as all are still in the exploratory phase, allowing for a synthesis of diverse strengths. However, it remains uncertain whether the yellow dragon's teachings in the West will impact its fortune. Nevertheless, it matters little. Prior to the establishment of their teachings, those two had little control over the fortune of the West. Upon departing from the Yellow River Hall, the yellow dragon directly manifests in the forest at the mountainside. The Yellow River Water Mansion, having matured over 2 yuan meetings, now encompasses far more than the initial 9 living beings. Throughout the mansion, figures of transformed beings can be seen in every corner. The 2 spiritual veins within the mansion have also given rise to numerous tributaries, spewing forth innate spiritual energy throughout the water mansion. As for the yellow dragon's little attendant, Tangshen, he now holds the highest realm within the water mansion. Although he still falls short of the golden immortal, below him are Tangshen's 8 companions, all having taken form within the millennium since the mansion's establishment, having consumed numerous pills refined by Tangshan. They are notably stronger than other beings that only recently developed intelligence. Most of the beings that have attained intelligence at the mountainside are spirits of grass and wood. Tangshan specifically cultivates these, not only due to his own nature as a spirit of grass and wood, but also because he discovered that the herbal essence provided by these spirits yields superior results when refined into elixirs. The yellow dragon suddenly appears before Tangshan, startling the 9 individuals, including Tangshan, at his unexpected arrival. Tangshan is currently discussing alchemy with his companions. He has shared the methods of alchemy, having taught them throughout the water mansion. Yet, others seem to lack his level of understanding, producing inferior elixirs compared to his. The yellow dragon holds no particular opinion on Tang Shen disseminating the alchemical methods. Cultivating the Dao naturally benefits from having fellow practitioners, making the journey easier. After all, the yellow dragon's purpose for emerging from seclusion is to impart teachings. The group is taken aback by the sudden appearance of the yellow dragon. Upon recognizing him, Tang Shen immediately rushes forward, joyfully exclaiming, "Master, you have emerged." Over the course of 2 yuan meetings, Tang Shen has continuously nourished himself, even growing a bit taller. Once resembling a 1-year-old infant, he now appears akin to a 4-year-old child. The attire has transformed. What was once a simple belly band has now become a green garment. The surrounding companions, upon hearing Tang Shen refer to the dragon as Lord, have come to understand who Huanglong is. Tang Shen often speaks of Huanglong, acknowledging him as the master of the mountain, residing in the palace atop its summit. Tang Shen has also taken them to play at the mountain's peak. Yet the aura of the palace felt unwelcoming, and after one visit, they did not return. For them, who have yet to attain the golden immortal status, this mountain is quite vast and falls within their usual realm of activity. Upon encountering the mountain master, they respectfully call out, "Lord." Huanglong responds. He embraces Tang Shen and casts his gaze upon the 8 individuals. All appear as children, likely between the ages of 3 and 12. 4 of them have transformed from animals. 2 deer, 1 male and 1 female, both appearing to be around 11 or 12 years old. A plump golden turtle, resembling an 8-year-old child. And lastly, a green-feathered waterbird of an unknown species, appearing as a 6-year-old girl. The remaining 4 are spirits of plants, including a massive tai sui, a fire jujube tree, a banyan tree, and a pink flower tree. Among the plant spirits, only the flower tree has taken on a female form. The others are boys. After surveying the group, Huanglong turns back to Tang Shen and inquires, "How's the sugar you are refining?" Upon hearing Huanglong's question about the sugar, Tang Shen jumps down from Huanglong's embrace and earnestly replies, "Lord, we no longer call it sugar. We now refer to it as Dan Dao." Huanglong exclaims. Somewhat astonished, he has never mentioned Dan before. Why has it suddenly been renamed? He asks, "Why is it called Dan?" Tang Shen explains, "Because sugar is sweet, yet much of what we are refining now is not sweet, hence it cannot be called sugar." Huanglong continues to inquire, "Then why is it called Dan?" Tang Shen, a bit perplexed, responds, "I do not know. It just seems that it should be called Dan." Huanglong is both amused and bemused, but he does not dwell on it. Perhaps it is a nascent manifestation of the path of Dan, a name bestowed by the heavenly Dao. Noticing that Tang Shen seems to be pondering why it was named Dan, Huanglong reassures him, "Let it be Dan. It is of little consequence that I have emerged from seclusion to impart teachings within the water palace. Soon, you shall all accompany me to the hall of the Yellow River." "Understood, Lord," Tang Shen replies, no longer preoccupied with the matter. "Thank you, Lord." The others express their gratitude, clearly excited by Huanglong's previous statement of bringing them along. "Let us proceed." With a grand gesture, Huanglong sweeps the 9 of them back to the hall of the Yellow River. As Huanglong passes by the dragon transformation pool, it remains unchanged. The turtle, koi, and lotus appear to show no signs of awakening their intelligence. It seems that their original essence is significantly stronger than that of the other beings within the water palace. Huanglong speculates that their transformation may correspond to the realm of the golden immortal. As for why Huanglong does not directly enlighten them and help them awaken their intelligence, one might wonder if he is akin to Hongjun. Enlightened children can reach the threshold of quasi-sainthood, yet Huanglong is merely a golden immortal. There is no need for him to enlighten them, for they not only lack the golden immortal realm in their transformed state, but also their potential is not particularly high. Upon entering the hall of the Yellow River, Huanglong transforms back into his true form. He intends to impart the way of the dragon, and by assuming his true form, he can deepen his understanding of this path, while simultaneously facilitating the comprehension of the 9 young ones. Moreover, within the entire cave realm, Huanglong is the sole dragon. He must radiate his dragon might throughout the water palace to aid its beings in gathering dragon energy. Once prepared, an intense aura of dragon might emanates from his body, rapidly spreading throughout the water palace. This dragon might is not harmful. It is merely to allow the beings to experience in truth. It is somewhat arduous for Huanglong, at the golden immortal level, to disseminate the essence of his Dao throughout the water palace. However, As the master of the Water Palace, he harnesses its authority to assist in transmitting his dragon might and the teachings he intends to impart. Chapter 12. The lesson is over. The teaching of Huanglong begins. During his lecture, Huanglong does not exhibit any miraculous phenomena or speak in golden lotus blossoms that he is, after all, merely a golden immortal. Still a seeker of the Dao. Such extraordinary manifestations would only arise after the Dao of the dragon reaches perfection. However, for beings who have yet to reach the golden immortal level, this is sufficiently profound. As they would not comprehend higher levels, the entire Water Palace becomes immersed in the sound of Huanglong's teachings. As the dragon might spreads, some begin to practice the dragon transformation art. Naturally, the first to cultivate are the 9 young ones closest to Huanglong, as they can perceive the dragon might most clearly and enjoy the most distinct essence of the Dao. They are also the most profound beings within the Water Palace, aside from those in the dragon transformation pool. As the discourse unfolds, time seems to fly, and the experience of listening to the teachings is even more so. In the blink of an eye, a millennium has passed. Huanglong's first lecture does not last long. After all, he is only at the golden immortal level, and it was only through compressing and reiterating the essence of ordinary immortal realms that he managed to extend the duration of the lecture. Otherwise, he would have felt that the content discussed lacked substance. Over the course of a millennium, numerous beings within the Water Palace awaken their intelligence and transform, with nearly all gathering dragon pearls. While only a small portion has just gained intelligence, but has also begun to collect dragon energy, preparing to condense their dragon pearls. Indeed, the 9 young ones have already formed complete dragon pearls, upon which they can imprint the essence of the Dao. The most rapid among them is Tang Shun, whose dragon pearl now bears the semblance of the path of Dan. The current path of Dan is not yet perfected. It is still a confluence of various paths that have yet to take shape. However, the fact that Tang Shun can carry the Dao upon the dragon pearl in the absence of these essences indicates that he is already capable of sensing the Dao independently, signifying that he has touched the threshold of the golden immortal. Normally, the condensation of dragon pearls is not swift. It requires the essence of dragon energy as a foundation and the nurturing of one's own spiritual energy, transforming it into dragon energy until the dragon pearl takes form. However, there are shortcuts by gathering more dragon energy. The formation of the dragon pearl can be accelerated. The 9 young ones, being closest to Huanglong, experience a rich concentration of dragon might, and their understanding of the way of the dragon is the deepest. While Huanglong's teachings resonate throughout the Water Palace, he remains physically present in the hall of the Yellow River. The essence of his Dao emanates from within him, further enhanced by the hall of the Yellow River's own amplification of the Dao's essence. The difference between a specialized student with a textbook and an auditing student without one is significant. As for the dragon pearls not nurtured by their own essence, one might wonder if relying solely on shortcuts poses risks. Huanglong's little encyclopedia informs us it does not. The dragon pearls prior to transformation are essentially external objects. Their role is merely to imprint and carry the Dao, while also serving to nourish oneself. Once formed, the dragon pearl will continuously enhance its capacity to carry the Dao, thereby increasing the foundational strength during transformation. The dragon energy and Dao contained within the dragon pearl during transformation are crucial. The role of merit is primarily to regulate the balance of the dragon energy, Dao, and dragon soul, thereby eliminating potential risks. Thus, while a greater quantity of merit is preferable, it is not strictly necessary. Noticing that the 9 young ones have successfully condensed their dragon pearls, Huanglong encounters a new dilemma. Aside from Tang Shun, the others lack a Dao to imprint upon their pearls. Although the dragon transformation pool is rich in innate spiritual energy and possesses strong Dao essence, it cannot all follow a singular path. Moreover, the Dao essence present in the dragon transformation pool is primarily for nurturing the cave realm. Aside from the legendary Dao of creation, it is not particularly formidable. The complexity and profundity of the Dao of creation is something Huanglong has only begun to grasp. It cannot be imprinted or carried merely by a broken dragon pearl, at most forming the branches of its essence. However, these branches are not powerful, and it is unrealistic to expect them to be reversed in the future. This extends beyond them. Other beings within the Water Palace practicing the dragon transformation art will similarly require a Dao to carry. How will this be resolved? This is merely the stage of cultivating dragon might. How will they address the subsequent shaping of the dragon soul? While the Water Palace currently has numerous spiritual veins, as the population increases, there will not be enough for each to share. Importantly, the shaping of the dragon soul is the primary source of merit. The Water Palace is formed from the abundant, innate spiritual energy of the Yellow River, and while there is merit to be gained from shaping the dragon soul within the Water Palace, it is certainly limited. The embellishment of a flower is never as valuable as timely assistance. After Huanglong concludes his teachings, he departs the hall of the Yellow River, but not truly that he merely conceals his form within the hall. Although his lecture has ended, the 9 young ones remain in a meditative state, and he does not urge them to leave, as the hall of the Yellow River greatly aids their understanding of the Dao. Huanglong, hidden within the void of the hall of the Yellow River, observes the 9 young ones. Suddenly, he ponders whether Hongjun, after delivering his teachings, departed in a similar fashion to observe from afar. After all, he had not heard of any other chambers within the Purple Cloud Palace. Upon this realization, Huanglong's spirits lift. By considering this from another perspective, if the Dao ancestor behaves in such a manner, then Huanglong can also claim a measure of equivalence to the Dao ancestor. After amusing himself for a moment, Huanglong calms his thoughts. Those below the golden immortal level cannot perceive the existence of the Dao. While dragon pearls can carry the Dao, they resemble spiritual tools at the golden immortal level. They do not facilitate enlightenment, but merely allow one to sense the presence of the Dao and subsequently imprint its essence. The so-called places rich in innate spiritual energy naturally give rise to the essence of the Dao. One can place a dragon pearl in a space abundant with innate spiritual energy to absorb the Dao essence. Alternatively, one might seek locations abundant in the power of principles to absorb the force of the laws. The power of principles is fundamentally the Dao. Principles are the rules of the Dao. The definition during cultivation is the Dao. In conflict, the definition is rules. When my Dao is strong, my rules are absolute. The power of the established rules manifests as the force of the laws. The principal distinction between the force of the laws and the essence of the Dao lies in the former's pronounced aggressiveness, whereas the latter typically embodies tranquility. Certain Dao derived from exceptionally aggressive paths carry significant risks in their comprehension. The force of the laws not only leaves its mark during combat. In some regions of the primordial world, it has existed since the dawn of creation, possibly a remnant from the cataclysmic battle during Panga's separation of heaven and earth. However, beyond seeking the essence of the Dao and the force of the laws, there exists a third method. This involves personally perceiving the existence of the Dao and then imprinting it onto the dragon pearl. Akin to the process of refining medicinal elixirs, this necessitates considerable innate talent to transcend to the golden immortal realm. One must comprehend the existence of the Dao. The transformation of a dragon serves as a shortcut, allowing one to temporarily store the Dao. When it comes time to shape the dragon's soul, allowing the Dao to influence the soul and achieve a harmonious union enables one to naturally grasp the existence of the Dao. Thus, the transformation into a dragon equates to attaining the golden immortal status. However, this approach has its drawbacks. The Dao absorbed by the dragon pearl is not under one's control, rendering it incomplete, and in some cases, it may lead one astray. During the shaping of the dragon's soul, one can refine these embedded Dao to prepare for the transformation. Yet, without a coherent understanding, one cannot form a continuous sequence if one fails to sense the existence of the Dao before the reshaping of the dragon's soul. There will be no opportunity to discard superfluous Dao. The cultivation of the golden immortal relies on quantity, while the cultivation of the supreme golden immortal hinges on unity. By the time of transformation into a dragon, the quantity has already been fixed. If one cannot unify these disparate elements, there will be no path to ascend to the supreme golden immortal. Carrying a multitude of fragmented Dao into the dragon transformation yields little potential. The Dao comprehended through personal insight, however, differs significantly. One can consolidate them into a coherent whole or craft explosive power, thereby forming that unity. You claim to perceive the existence of the Dao. Why then employ the method of dragon transformation? The method of dragon transformation allows for the absorption of Dao that need not be utilized, yet it accelerates growth below the golden immortal level. In later stages, those with greater talent can independently comprehend the Dao. Furthermore, the fundamental purpose of the dragon transformation method is not merely to facilitate breakthroughs into the golden immortal realm. The principal reason for the creation of this method by Huanglong lies in enhancing the essence, reshaping one's foundation, and elevating potential. Each instance of transformation into a dragon equates to a new birth. Consider the disparity between being born as a golden immortal versus an ordinary celestial being. Moreover, many beings in the primordial world are born without consciousness, not even reaching the status of ordinary immortals. Their foundations are even weaker, devoid of opportunities, rendering them hopeless in their pursuit of the golden immortal realm. Currently, among the nine, only Tankin has touched upon his own understanding of the Dao of elixirs. Although personal comprehension of the Dao does not always necessitate the establishment of a new path, it remains a formidable endeavor that in the primordial world, there are many naturally born golden immortals, and those who ascend later typically possess some form of opportunity. The path to ascension in the primordial realm is not clearly defined. Had Huanglong not acquired the ancestral dragon's legacy, he too might have wandered in darkness. This phenomenon only began to improve after Hanjun attained sainthood and the teachings spread through the Purple Cloud Palace. Coinciding with the dissemination of the celestial path throughout the primordial realm, time is of the essence for Huanglong. Chapter 13. Midstage Supreme Golden Immortal. The immediate concern is the cultivation of the dragon, might of the nine. The essence of the Dao is not difficult to find in the current primordial world. However, the ubiquitous presence of such essence tends to lack strength. As Huanglong's chosen acolytes, the nine cannot afford to merely condense a trivial form of Dao essence. Huanglong's expectations for them are to reach the level of the great Luo Golden Immortal, or at the very least, the pinnacle of the Supreme Golden Immortal. Huanglong also aspires to cultivate 12 Golden Immortals. The other three will be the turtle and koi from the dragon transformation pool. As for the three lotus flowers, their origins are arguably stronger than those of the turtle and koi, and they suppress the innate spiritual energy within the water palace, leaving uncertainty as to whether they can attain consciousness. Huanglong's requirements for the 12 Golden Immortals are, they need not be particularly formidable, but they must possess an appealing appearance and carry a certain stature. This is a matter of prestige. To traverse the primordial realm without a semblance of face or dignity would render the journey futile. Thus, their Dao need not be combat-oriented, but it must possess potential. Among the nine, only Tankin has independently explored the yet-to-be-formed Dao of elixirs, relying on his insight to entrust the Dao to the Dragon Pearl. The other 8 have also dabbled in alchemy, yet they remain merely practitioners of the craft. It seems that the heavenly Dao has allocated the fortune of elixir cultivation solely to the founder, Tankin, leaving the others devoid of any affinity for the Dao of elixirs. This is, however, understandable. The Dao of elixirs is still in its infancy, and its scant fortune naturally gravitates toward its originator and proponent. Tankin. Huanglong's gaze shifts to the other 8. He does not envision them all following the path of elixirs. His intention is for the 9 to embody 9 distinct paths, thus reflecting the inclusivity of his Dragon Dao. In moments of leisure, Huanglong begins to assess the 9 still engaged in their cultivation, planning their paths while simultaneously bestowing them names. The golden turtle is named Jinggu, following the path of gold. The verdant water bird is named Bai, following the path of water. The earth spirit, named Taisu, follows the path of earth. The fire-attributed jujube spirit is named Zazhuang, following the path of fire. The banyan tree, having taken form, is named Ronghua, following the path of wood. The 2 fawns are named Luyin and Luyang, following the paths of yin and yang, respectively. The flowering tree is named Huahuan, following the path of illusion and enchantment. Huanglong contemplates these names. Their foundations are weak, indicating a lack of specific talents, thus permitting a more casual arrangement. The paths he has assigned are all common yet promising. Even the yin and yang paths are manageable, provided one does not attempt to cultivate both simultaneously. These are merely Huanglong's conjectures. Who knows what fortuitous opportunities might arise for them in the future? Perhaps they might stumble upon the Dao of elixirs like Tankin did. Tongsan's success in comprehending the Dao stems from his own alchemical practice, bolstered by a modicum of fortune and personal insight, allowing him to grasp the Dao in the present. Opportunity is a matter of fate. In the primordial realm, time flows differently. A few years pass in the blink of an eye. After concluding their training in the Yellow River Palace, the 9 begin to look around, seemingly searching for Huanglong. Resembling students without a supervising teacher during self-study. Upon noticing their awakening, Huanglong materializes directly in the Yellow River Palace. The 9, upon seeing Huanglong, respectfully bow and simultaneously exclaim, My lord. Huanglong responds coolly to He then inquires, do any of you possess names, aside from Tankin? Although Huanglong has prepared names for them, he is uncertain whether they already have names. If they do, he intends to convert those names into Dao titles. For the effort invested must not go to waste. They look at one another, then shake their heads, replying, my lord, we have no names. Their usual address is merely their physical forms, lacking formal titles like Tankin. Huanglong nods and states, then I shall bestow upon each of you a name. He proceeds to assign the names he had previously contemplated. With each name spoken, the essence of the Dao is cultivated and reverberates throughout the Yellow River Palace, etching the true meaning of each name into their minds. Huanglong's small encyclopedia has commenced its lesson. The Huanglong, at the mid-stage of the supreme golden immortal realm, possesses no ability to assign Dao names. The so-called Dao essence is drawn from his authority over the Yellow River Palace and the Yellow River Water Palace, merely for show. Dao names are intrinsically linked to an individual's fate, requiring the great Luo golden immortal realm to engage with the currents of destiny. Each Dao name carries its own fortune, and Huanglong's Dao name is a gift from the heavenly Dao, thus replacing the original Huanglong. Yet fate is not fixed. The previous Huanglong seemed devoid of treasures, leaving uncertainty regarding his fate. Once Huanglong has assigned names to everyone, they express their gratitude, remarking, thank you, my lord. For the names, Huanglong has merely provided names. He has not conferred upon them Dao. After all, they still have some distance to traverse before they can comprehend the Dao. Moreover, the singular laws and Dao essences remain elusive. Next, you shall cultivate beside the dragon transformation pool at the rear of the palace. Huanglong states coolly, what they require now is to imprint the Dao essence they carry within the Yellow River Water Palace. Aside from the Yellow River Palace, the dragon transformation pool atop the mountain is where the Dao essence is most abundant. The Yellow River Palace is suffused with the unique essence of the Yellow River, suitable for Huanglong but not for them. Most importantly, their presence would compel Huanglong to withdraw, hence he has directed them away. The dragon transformation pool is a liquefaction of innate spiritual energy, where Dao essences intertwine. The function of these Dao essences is to nourish and stabilize this cave realm. While not overwhelmingly potent, they possess a strong inclusivity, almost entirely free from rejection of other Dao. Can be said to serve as a solid foundation. Engaging with these highly inclusive Dao will yield strong future plasticity, and during the Dragon Pearl's reciprocal nourishment, it will be more beneficial to oneself if one wishes to personally comprehend the Dao. It is best to avoid directly engaging with overly extreme Dao essences. Otherwise, one will be confined to understanding only those extreme paths. As their inclusivity is perilously loaded, of course, it is not impossible. It merely narrows the path ahead. If the rewards are substantial, taking a gamble can indeed be worthwhile. As for the extreme paths that may lead to bodily imbalance, there will be a physical form suitable for this particular path during the transformation into a dragon. After assimilating the essence of the path, if one still cannot comprehend the existence of the path, then one must resort to these transformations into dragons. However, there is no need for concern regarding the 9 little ones, since Huanglong is determined to cultivate them into great Luo Jingxian. He will ensure they do not stagnate here. At worst, Huanglong can frequently impart teachings to them. Such occurrences in the ordinary celestial realms of the primordial era have a pleasing name: opportunities. For these 9 little ones, it is akin to receiving special attention. After the departure of the 9 little ones, Huanglong resumed his seclusion. This time, the period of retreat would not be overly lengthy. After delivering his teachings, Huanglong felt on the verge of breaking through to the initial stage of Tai Jingxian. The insights gained over 2 Yuan Hui, coupled with this teaching session, constituted a summary of the dragon path. Thus, his cultivation pace was not slow. Importantly, during his teachings, he sensed the fortune of the dragon path converging. He also acquired a modicum of merit, albeit not much, which quietly descended upon him. This was to be expected. He was merely at the initial stage of Tai Jingxian, soon to reach the mid-stage, and his dragon path was not yet perfected, without anyone transforming into a dragon to validate the correctness of his dragon path. It was natural that he would not accrue substantial merit. Nevertheless, Huanglong remained quite pleased, for the saying goes, "You reap what you sow." This signified that Huanglong had made a promising start. The beginning is often the most challenging part, and as merit and fortune increase in the future, he would find things increasingly smooth that in a buoyant mood. Huanglong gradually centered his mind, propelling himself toward the mid-stage of Tai Jingxian. Surrounding him was an overwhelming aura of dragon might, the essence of the dragon path intertwined with the earthly essence of the spiritual veins, circulating around him. The Yellow River Hall quietly resonated with the essence of the Yellow River, aiding Huanglong in his ascent toward the threshold of the mid-stage of Tai Jingxian. Time flowed on, and 100 years passed. The essence of the path upon Huanglong's dragon form intertwined. Appearing almost as a unified entity, the entire dragon now bore a semblance of the Dao. Suddenly, a tremendous surge of dragon essence erupted from Huanglong, echoing within the Yellow River Hall. Chapter 14. A journey abroad. Huanglong transformed into human form. Seated at the center of the Yellow River Hall, ascending to the mid-stage of Tai Jingxian brought Huanglong immense joy, his smile broader than a crescent moon. This was a normal reaction. As sentient beings, it is natural to experience a spectrum of emotions: joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness. Huanglong believed that cultivation is pursued for strength and freedom, not for the perpetual restraint of oneself. After a lifetime of cultivation, is it not to indulge in the pleasures of existence? While the pursuit of the Dao is indeed enjoyable, the core of being should revolve around oneself, rather than the Dao. Or perhaps, one could say that the self is intrinsically the Dao. Thus, Huanglong has never constrained his emotions, even if he outwardly feigned an aloof demeanor. It was merely a means to satisfy his inner whims. After relishing the moment, Huanglong rose from the Yellow River Hall. Now that he had ascended to the mid-stage of Tai Jingxian, he had completed the necessary seclusion and imparted his teachings. To advance to the later stage of Tai Jingxian, it appeared he needed to venture forth. Huanglong's dragon path was a new path he had defined for himself. To lock himself away in isolation would be nearly impossible. He could only traverse the vast expanse of the primordial world. As for where to go, Huanglong had a few ideas. First, he considered the East Sea. The reason? Proximity. The Yellow River flows directly to the East Sea. A simple right turn would suffice. The East Sea is also home to the East Sea Dragon clan, allowing him to observe the disparities between the primordial dragons and his dragon path. Thus far, Huanglong had only encountered Ao Han, the third elder of the East Sea Dragon Palace, who had even invited him to visit. However, Huanglong dismissed this plan. His journey was not merely for leisure, but also to impart teachings. The dragon path is deeply intertwined with the dragon clan, and Huanglong was uncertain of the East Sea Dragon Palaces, or even the entire dragon clan's attitude towards his dragon path. In summary, dismissed. Second, he considered traveling to Buzhou Mountain. The rationale? Buzhou Mountain should provide significant insights into his dragon path. It is said that Buzhou Mountain is the transformed spine of Pangu, supporting heaven and earth. The spine is to the human body what the dragon is to Huanglong. He wished to behold the dragon of Pangu. Again, this plan was dismissed. The closer one is to Buzhou Mountain. The greater the innate talents of the beings there. While the number of Jingxian may not be overwhelming, many beings possess the potential for Jingxian. The opportunities are not suitable for imparting teachings. Moreover, being near Buzhou Mountain means encountering more powerful beings. The dragon path Huanglong cultivated currently lacked formidable combat strength. It is said that the Wu clan originated beneath Buzhou Mountain. What if they were to capture him? Who knows their attitude towards the dragon clan? In summary, dismissed. Third, the West. The reason? It is conducive for imparting teachings. Very well. Huanglong was purely motivated by the desire to teach, which is why he dismissed the other two options. The West is favorable for imparting teachings, and it lacks an abundance of powerful beings. Even if he were to encounter someone formidable, Huanglong, as the embodiment of the spiritual veins, could utilize earth and water evasion techniques at an exceptional level. Most importantly, there is the matter of intent. From the moment Huanglong transformed into the earth veins, he had been determined to venture to the west to accumulate merit and fortune. In summary, this plan is approved. However, Huanglong did not intend to embark on this journey alone. That would be rather dull. Thus, after leaving the Yellow River Hall, he appeared beside the dragon transformation pool. The 9 little ones surrounded the pool, utilizing dragon pearls to imprint the essence of the Dao that emerged from the spiritual spring. However, progress was minimal. Only a few hundred years had passed, even with this innate spiritual energy spring. It would take 1 or 2 yuan hui to imprint sufficient essence of the Dao. It was not due to the numbers that in fact, even when the 9 of them worked together, they were merely scraping the outer essence of the Dao during each surge of innate spiritual energy, hardly affecting the outpouring of innate spiritual energy. Only Tang Shun, being able to sense a hint of the Dao's presence, managed to imprint somewhat more. They were simply too weak. Not only were they weak themselves, but the dragon pearls were also lacking. When Huanglong created the dragon transformation technique, the normal arrangement was as follows: 2 yuan hui to condense the dragon pearls, 3 yuan hui to imprint and carry the essence of the Dao, cultivating the might of the dragon, and 4 yuan hui to transform into dragon veins, reshaping the dragon's soul. The final transformation into a dragon would then require minimal time. While this may sound lengthy, it is indeed not short. This is also one of the reasons Huanglong intends to travel to the west. He fears that time may not suffice for his dragon path to grow and spread there. However, this duration is not too long for other beings in an era rich in innate spiritual energy. Even ordinary celestial realms rarely face lifespan issues, unless gravely injured. Thus, they can afford to take their time. The 9 little ones showed no significant changes, but the turtle and koi in the spiritual pool exhibited transformations. Both the turtle and koi were surrounded by dragon chi, although they had yet to awaken their spiritual intelligence. They seemed to be influenced by the dragon path. It is possible that upon the birth of their spiritual intelligence, they might transform into dragons. The 3 lotus flowers also bore dragon chi, albeit at their roots. It remains uncertain whether they will take shape. When Huanglong appeared beside the dragon transformation pool, he remained silent, but released a hint of dragon might. It was akin to his quiet arrival going unnoticed until he coughed lightly to draw attention. Clearly, the effect was remarkable. Upon sensing Huanglong's dragon might, the 9 little ones immediately awakened. "Master," they chorused in unison. Came the standard aloof reply. He continued, "I will be away for a while. Tang Shun will accompany me. You all should cultivate diligently." "Understood, Master," they responded in unison once more. "All right, Tang Shun, come with me." Huanglong beckoned to Tang Shun, and they departed. In the next moment, Huanglong, with Tang Shun in tow, appeared at the exit of the Yellow River Water Mansion. Tang Shun, realizing they could venture out, could hardly contain his excitement. Though he had roamed within the water mansion, he had never exited the Yellow River Water Mansion. Seeing Tang Shun's joy, Huanglong smiled as well. With a wave of his hand, a curtain of water appeared, and then Huanglong led Tang Shun through the water curtain, emerging above the Yellow River. In truth, he could have teleported directly from the water mansion to the river above. But life should possess a touch of ceremonial significance, should it not? Time was not a pressing concern. At this moment, Tang Shun's earlier joy had dissipated. Gazing down at the surging river, he felt his heart quiver, tightly clutching Huanglong in fear of plummeting. Tang Shun's apprehension was not unfounded. Should he fall, he would be instantly ground to pulp. While the Yellow River nurtures both banks, it is perilous in its depths. Even a Jinxian, if caught in the river's undercurrents, could meet their demise. Thus far, the Yellow River, which has existed for 2 yuan hui, has seen almost no beings born within it. Huanglong planned to address this matter later. His current strength was slightly insufficient, and resolving this issue would undoubtedly yield significant merit, necessitating careful planning to maximize benefits. "Do not worry. You won't fall," Huanglong reassured Tang Shun, who was exceedingly terrified. Hearing Huanglong's comfort, Tang Shun felt somewhat better, but still harbored doubts and asked, "Really?" Noticing his concern, Huanglong elaborated, "Rest assured, this is my domain. Even if you were to fall, nothing would happen. Just look at as Huanglong spoke. Seemingly fearing Tang Shun's disbelief, he waved his hand, and the Yellow River's waters instantly calmed, nearly ceasing to flow. "How about that?" he said, turning to Tang Shun, who was now utterly astonished. He could sense the aura emanating from Huanglong as the river ceased its movement. Hearing Huanglong's inquiry, he turned to face him, his eyes sparkling with admiration. "Master is so impressive." Tang Shun's praise and adoration filled Huanglong with satisfaction, nearly causing him to break into a grin as he responded. "This is merely a trivial matter." In truth, Huanglong had not directly led Tang Shun away, but had merely intended to give him a fright. There is no particular reason. It is simply amusing to frighten children. To this end, he even summoned a bit of the Yellow River's power to press upon Tang Shun. Now that Tang Shun had relaxed, he no longer paid attention to the Yellow River. His gaze shifting instead to the distant Mount Buzhou. My lord, what is that place? Tang Shun inquired, pointing at Mount Buzhou. Chapter 15. The Yellow Dragon is still on the way. The Yellow Dragon glanced towards Mount Buzhou and replied, "That is Mount Buzhou, the legendary mountain that supports the Primordial World, formed from the spine of the great deity Pangu." "Wow, how impressive! Will we go to that mountain, my lord?" Tang Xin expressed his admiration for the creator deity Pangu and eagerly wished to visit Mount Buzhou. "We shall not," the Yellow Dragon firmly rejected. He continued, "This time we are heading westward into the Primordial Wasteland. We will visit Mount Buzhou another time. Along the way, you may observe but not inquire. Understand what you can, and what you cannot will be comprehensible in due time. Do you understand?" Evidently, the child's overwhelming curiosity prompted the Yellow Dragon to take preventative measures. Tang Xin nodded in response, saying, "Yes, I understand, my lord." The Yellow Dragon was pleased with Tang Xun's obedience and said, "Very well, we shall be on our way." With that, he lifted Tang Xun and plunged into the Yellow River, emerging at Huanglong Mountain. Currently, the Huanglong Mountain Range stood as the largest mountain range in the vicinity, its energy levels having reached the pinnacle of the Tai realm, with only a narrow stream separating it from the Daoist realm. Just a step away, yet insurmountable, there were many renowned mountains and rivers at the Daoist level in the Primordial Wasteland, but they were not as common as one might think, although Huanglong Mountain was the origin of the Yellow River. As the river carved its path through various famous mountains and rivers, it would create new water veins nearby to transport the surplus innate spiritual energy to the downstream areas in need. For the time being, the dragon vein guarding Huanglong Mountain still fell somewhat short. Huanglong Mountain could only advance to a higher level once it caught up. Not only was Huanglong Mountain lagging, but as the main vein of the Yellow River, the Yellow Dragon also had not fully aligned with the energy levels of the river. Each spirit vein along the Yellow River guarded its own segment of the waterway. The Yellow Dragon was effectively a hands-off guardian. However, wielding the divine seal of the Yellow River, he could entirely command the flow of the river. At a brief introduction to the Yellow Dragon, the so-called Tai level of a mountain primarily refers to its inner spiritual veins, capable of supporting one or two beings of the same level and withstanding attacks at that level. The Yellow Dragon did not conceal his aura. Upon descending into Huanglong Mountain, he sensed the entire mountain range celebrating his return. With the substitute dragon veins even emitting roars of jubilation, Dio not assumed that the Yellow Dragon's absence had weakened the land. This was not merely because the dragon veins could not birth spiritual intelligence, but also because this particular dragon vein was but a branch, not only of Huanglong Mountain, but of the entire Yellow River. Feeling the cheers of Huanglong Mountain, the Yellow Dragon was elated but intended to leave shortly. So he did not plan to individually pacify the spirits. Instead, retracting his aura and concealing himself, the Yellow Dragon introduced to Tang Xun. "Tang Xun, this is the place of my birth, Huanglong Mountain, the source of the Yellow River. Soon, we shall depart from Huanglong Mountain and head westward. Do you understand?" Tang Xun responded, "Yes, I understand, my lord." He then gazed east and west, curious to see what differences existed in the place where the Yellow Dragon was born. Due to the Yellow Dragon's admonition to observe but not ask questions, he refrained from voicing any inquiries. The Yellow Dragon was quite pleased with Tang Xun's behavior, recognizing that mischievous children are seldom endearing. Then the Yellow Dragon instructed, "As a transformed spirit of Flora, you must pay close attention during our journey to see if there are any other spirit beings of vegetation, but if you find any, use your sugar beans to exchange for some essence of the plants. Do you understand? That is elixir, my lord." Tang Xun corrected the Yellow Dragon without responding directly. "Very well, elixir it is. Not only must you exchange for the essence of plants, but also various seeds and branches of spiritual roots. Bring them back to cultivate more spiritual roots." The Yellow Dragon continued to instruct. The primary reason the Yellow Dragon brought Tang Xun along was to find a companion, essentially a travel buddy. More importantly, he sought to assist Tang Xun in swiftly grasping the path of alchemy. The old master likely had already taken shape, and even if he had not, spiritual intelligence surely had manifested. Such a being was a harbinger of great fortune, and any attempt to glean from him must be swift. In truth, the principles of alchemy held by the old master differed from those of Tang Xun. The foundational philosophy of Tang Xun's alchemy was established during the Yellow Dragon's initial teachings, which emphasized to take from abundance to fill the void, although the old master might not know the core tenet of his alchemical philosophy. It was evident that the sage's eternal existence and the persistent thievery of great bandits suggested a divergence between the paths of the old master and Tang Shun. While their paths differed, the fortune associated with alchemy was the same. It was prudent to seize as much as possible in advance. The primordial realm held abundant opportunities. Tang Shun's alchemical philosophy was to take from excess, rather than to diminish what is surplus. Hence, he relied on exchanges rather than theft, aiming to replenish not only his own resources, but also those of all within his reach. Thus, for Tang Shun at this moment, the best approach was to refine more elixirs, and then exchange for more materials to create additional elixirs. This was the swiftest way for him to practice his alchemical path. The practical exercises prepared by the Yellow Dragon for Tang Shun were not limited to this. The alchemy practiced here was not merely for honing skills, but also to prepare resources for the West at present. The most significant deficiency in the primordial world lay in the western regions. The Yellow Dragon directed Tang Shun to continuously gather elixirs, and even some seeds and branches of spiritual roots for the improvement of the West. The Yellow Dragon did not concern himself with the notion of innate spiritual roots. Even ordinary ones would suffice. Any spirit of flora that reached the level of immortality was termed a spiritual root. The low-grade, innate spiritual roots corresponded to the golden immortal level, while medium and high grades naturally aligned with Tai and Daoist, respectively, with the finest corresponding to the level of Hunyuan. Aside from the rare highest grade spiritual roots, other ordinary roots could be upgraded from low grade to medium and medium to high. However, high grade roots could not ascend to the finest level, as the finest corresponded to Hunyuan. Yet Hunyuan was not synonymous with the finest. Moreover, once other roots had taken shape, their ascension also proved challenging. The foundational essence of the roots almost bound the beings to their current level. To ascend, one must first enhance their foundational essence. If an ordinary root were to take shape and ascend to the golden immortal level, its foundational essence would first need to elevate to the low-grade innate spiritual root. And so forth. Therefore, for a spiritual root to ascend to Hunyuan, apart from the slim chance afforded by the heavenly path, no other means were available. This was particularly true during a time of abundant innate spiritual energy. In the future, as innate spiritual energy dwindled and postnatal energy emerged, the only way to counteract the innate would be through the Qian Kuanding. The capabilities of the Qian Kuanding to reverse the innate were merely a fraction of its potential. The essence of the innate lay in the innate spiritual energy, which was directly transformed from chaotic energy during the primordial creation, and its supply was limited. Postnatal energy emerged after the dissipation of innate energy, undergoing unknown transformations to become postnatal energy. Although the Qian Kuanding's ability to reverse the innate was formidable, it held little relevance in the era of the innate. Innate spiritual roots possessed the power to suppress fortune. And since innate spiritual roots themselves also bore fortune, if one were to slay the beings bound to the foundational essence of the innate spiritual roots, they could acquire a root that suppresses fortune. However, the Yellow Dragon was not concerned about this. As Tang Shun and the others practiced the art of dragon transformation, once they achieved their transformation, the shackles of the foundational essence would be lifted. The Yellow Dragon set forth with Tang Shun from Huanglong Mountain, traveling at a measured pace. Moving too swiftly would obscure Tang Shun's perception of the spirit of flora, although Huanglong Mountain was close to the west. Considerable distance remained. Even at the Yellow Dragon's fastest speed, it would take nearly 10,000 years at his current pace. He anticipated reaching the west within a yuan meeting. Along the journey, the Yellow Dragon frequently paused to impart the path of the dragon to local beings. Even without transforming into a dragon, the path of the dragon greatly benefits ordinary cultivation in the immortal realm, thus facilitating the dissemination of the dragon's teachings. When the Yellow Dragon departed, he would leave behind the texts of the dragon's teachings to aid their practice. Even if they could not comprehend it fully, the principles contained would still benefit their dragon transformation endeavors. Not only was the Yellow Dragon spreading his teachings, but Tang Shun was also sharing his alchemical methods. Without the Tai level, one could not even grasp the rudiments of the path. Hence, it did not count as true alchemy. Only through the dissemination of his methods could he deepen his understanding of alchemy. During their journey, the Yellow Dragon encountered numerous golden immortals and even some Tai golden immortals. When meeting golden immortals, he merely exchanged a few items, all in return for the texts of the dragon's teachings. They were approached individually, as addressing each one separately would consume too much time. Thus, the teachings were shared and items were obtained. In any case, golden immortals could already comprehend the texts, to varying extents depending on their fortune. However, when encountering Tai golden immortals, the yellow dragon would still pause for discourse, for the sea embraces all rivers, and true greatness lies in inclusivity. Tai golden immortals were already determined to follow the path. Whether they could reach the end remained to be seen. Chapter 16. Well, we have arrived at Mount Wansho. Throughout his journey, the yellow dragon did not encounter any Daoist golden immortals, and it remained unclear whether he simply did not meet them or if they were present but unnoticed. After all, the celestial mountains capable of supporting the cultivation of Daoist golden immortals could give rise to cave heavens, marking the minimum threshold for their emergence. Such cave heavens are governed, and the divine mountains remain hidden. As a dragon vein, the yellow dragon could not discern them. He is certainly not the master of the spiritual veins of the primordial world that in the east. The ancestral vein is Kunlun Mountain. In the west, it is Mount Sumeru. However, the role of Mount Buzhou remains uncertain. Mount Buzhou supports the heavens, and it is said that after its fracture, the innate spiritual energy of the primordial realm gradually devolved into acquired spiritual energy. These Huanglong will further explore this matter, as the current Huanglong is nearing the west. From Huanglong Mountain to the junction of the east and west, the two Huanglongs took nearly a whole yuan meeting. During this period of travel, they made considerable gains. Huanglong expounded the Dao 23 times and engaged in discussions 11 times. As for why these particular numbers, who can say? Under the heavens, there are no absolute constants. The very existence of Huanglong serves as evidence. During this time, two Tai golden immortals with mid-grade innate spiritual roots, alongside several golden immortals with innate spiritual roots, exchanged some of their original branches for the way of the dragon. These were nurtured within Huanglong's dragon pearl. For these innate spiritual roots, the transformation into dragons is the simplest method. Furthermore, each time he imparts teachings, he accumulates merit. Even Tongshan's dissemination of alchemical methods garnered considerable merit. This merit is not of the kind that strikes one abruptly, but rather grows slowly and quietly upon one's being at the junction of the east and west lies Mount Wansho. It remains unclear whether Mount Wansho is a necessary path to the west or if its sheer size fortuitously led them here. Indeed, Mount Wansho is immense, dwarfing Huanglong Mountain. Standing before Mount Wansho, Huanglong found himself in a quandary that he pondered whether to pass by directly or to pay a visit to Xinyuanzai within. After some consideration, he chose to fly towards the heart of Mount Wansho with Tongshan in tow. Intending to seek an audience with Xinyuanzai, Xinyuanzai is a paragon among the great powers of the primordial realm, and Huanglong wished to ascertain the current strength of the first echelon of the primordial world. Moreover, if the opportunity arose, he sought to inquire about the Dao of the earth from Xinyuanzai, as both the earth veins and water veins embody the nurturing and sustaining essence of the primordial land. The vastness of Mount Wansho prevented Huanglong from reaching its core position immediately. Through communication with the spiritual veins within Mount Wansho, he learned that its magnitude obstructed the flow of innate spiritual energy from the east to the west. It sounded rather sinister, akin to monopolistic behavior. In truth, the western spiritual veins have been nearly destroyed, unable to retain any innate spiritual energy. Thus, the current west resembles a vast void. Until it is repaired, it will leak as much as it is filled. Without Mount Wansho, the west would serve as a gaping hole in the primordial world, posing a threat no less significant than the fracture of Mount Buzhou. After flying for over a century, Huanglong finally arrived at the center of Mount Wansho. He descended with Tongshan, releasing the aura of the spiritual veins, which slightly overshadowed his dragon aura and manifested a hint of merit upon his surface. Presenting the appearance of a person of the Dao, Huanglong knew that Xinyuanzai was likely situated at the core of Mount Wansho, yet his exact location eluded him. To seek an audience, one must be welcomed by the host. The identity of the dragon clan is not particularly endearing. Thus he suppressed his dragon aura, not entirely concealing it, for it would be ill-advised to shroud himself in secrecy, which could lead to misunderstandings. Hence, he revealed his identity as a spiritual vein, fostering a sense of familiarity with the Dao of the earth. The merit he displayed was a subtle indication. I am a good person. Yet, despite Huanglong's display of merit, There was no response from Mount Wanshou. Thus, he called out to the mountains and forests. I, Huanglong, accompanied by my disciple Tangshan, seek an audience at the immortal mountain. Is there a host within? His voice echoed through the forest. Huanglong was well aware that there were inhabitants within. However, to know of their presence without cause, and even to discern their identities, would surely arouse suspicion at this moment. Within a formation in the mountains, there stood a Daoist temple inscribed with the words, Wuzhuangwen. Beneath a fragrant tree within the temple, 30 children dangled, emanating a sweet fragrance not of flesh, but of fruity wood. Enticing the palate, the suspended children were not terrifying. Each bore a smile. Beneath the tree lay a mound of yellowish earth, already taking on a humanoid shape, its origins unknown. This earthen figure had developed spiritual intelligence. Possessing the strength of a late-stage Tai golden immortal, with its Dao essence nearing completion, poised to condense into a Dao fruit and ascend to the level of a Deluo golden immortal. Before the humanoid yellow earth lay a piece of paper, fixated on Huanglong and Tangshan outside the Wuzhuangwen formation. The fruit tree was a ginseng fruit tree, and the humanoid yellow earth represented Xinyuanzai, a powerful embodiment of Earth's essence. On the verge of manifesting as an innate Dao body, the piece of paper before him was the Earth Book. The Earth Book and the ginseng fruit tree served as the formation's focal points. Xinyuanzai wielded the Earth Book, presiding over the formation, rendering him invulnerable at the Deluo golden immortal level. Much like Huanglong by the Yellow River, Xinyuanzai awoke due to Huanglong's call. However, for one such as him, who had yet to manifest, his cultivation was a continuous enhancement of his own essence. His Dao essence would naturally coalesce, allowing him to directly manifest and ascend to the Deluo golden immortal level. Thus, there was no disturbance to his secluded meditation caused by Huanglong. Xinyuanzai observed Huanglong for a while. Although Huanglong belonged to the Dragon clan, there was an affinity in his aura, and he bore a significant amount of merit. Hence, Xinyuanzai deemed it appropriate to grant him entry, considering it was his territory, and a mid-stage Tai golden immortal posed little threat. Xinyuanzai, feeling somewhat lonely, longed for a conversation. Consequently, he manipulated the Earth Book to open the formation of Wuzhuangwen. After a brief wait, the forest before Huanglong transformed, eliciting no reaction from him, while Tangshan instinctively shrank back behind Huanglong. As the formation opened, the illusory forest dissipated, revealing a Daoist temple. Huanglong led Tangshan towards the temple, where the plaque inscribed with the words, Wuzhuangwen greeted them. Just as they reached the entrance, the door swung open. Inside, there was no one present, indicating that the clear winds and bright moon had yet to arrive. Upon entering Wuzhuangwen, Huanglong followed the direction of his senses towards the rear courtyard. It was not a matter of rudeness on Huanglong's part. Rather, Xinyuanzai had intentionally released his aura to guide Huanglong to the courtyard. Upon arriving, Huanglong's gaze fell upon the ginseng fruit tree, and his emotions were beyond description. However, Tangshan behind him was wide-eyed, nearly drooling. Observing Tangshan's expression, Huanglong felt a tinge of embarrassment and playfully swatted Tangshan's little head. Admonishing, "Control yourself." Tangshan appeared aggrieved, refraining from speaking to that moment. Xinyuanzai, standing beneath the ginseng fruit tree, spoke. "Friend, I am Xinyuanzai. This is my companion's spiritual root, the ginseng fruit tree." As he spoke, he plucked 2 fruits from the tree and offered them to Huanglong and Tangshan. Huanglong promptly accepted the ginseng fruits, thinking to himself, "If this is poverty, then I must be a beggar." Tangshan's eyes gleamed with golden light, and Huanglong, ignoring him, responded to Xinyuanzai, "I am Huanglong. And this is my disciple, Tangshan." "Thank you, esteemed friend." Xinyuanzai chuckled. "You are too polite. My friend. It is but 2 fruits. If they are insufficient, there are more on the tree." Subsequently, Xinyuanzai waved his hand, manifesting 2 cushions on the ground, and beckoned Huanglong, "Please, take a seat." Chapter 17. Wuzhuangwen. The 2 Huanglongs settled onto the cushions. Xinyuanzai seemed to notice Tangshan's unwavering gaze fixed upon the ginseng fruit, torn between desire and restraint, which struck him as quite adorable. That he addressed Huanglong, "Friend, do sample this ginseng fruit. It is the first fruit borne by the ginseng fruit tree, and there are few left. The fruits hanging on the tree were both original and newly formed." Huanglong, being a receptive individual, replied, "Thank you for your hospitality." He took a hearty bite, and juice burst forth, Upon seeing Huanglong indulge, Tangshan eagerly bit into his own ginseng fruit. The ginseng fruit, named for its resemblance to ginseng, bore no direct relation to Tangshan's identity as a ginseng doll. It was merely a humanoid treasure sharing the name. The ginseng fruit, also known as Huangqiao Dan, was the appellation bestowed by the Heavenly Dao. There was no error in the naming by the Heavenly Dao. Clearly, this ginseng fruit held immense benefits for Tangshan, who, unlike Huanglong, lacked any morbid sense of humor, devouring a fruit larger than his own head in one swift gulp. Unleashing its power within him, the gentle strength of the ginseng fruit surged through Tangshan's body, propelling him into a state of enlightenment. The effects of the ginseng fruit on an ordinary immortal would be sufficient to elevate them to the golden immortal level. Furthermore, Xinyuanzai showed no distinction in treatment, offering Tangshan the very first batch of ginseng fruits. The efficacy was comparable to several inferior innate spiritual roots. For Huanglong, a Tai golden immortal, the distinctions between the two fruits were apparent. And for Tangshan, the disparity was even more pronounced. Tangshan might very well ascend to the golden immortal level right here. Huanglong observed Tangshan for a moment, about to turn to Xinyuanzai to say something. When Xinyuanzai preemptively inquired, "Where did you find this disciple, Huanglong? He possesses such merit even before entering the golden immortal realm." As Tangshan entered a state of enlightenment, the merits he had accumulated began to subtly manifest. A phenomenon that may seem insignificant compared to those of the Huanglong, yet it is quite rare for an ordinary golden immortal to possess such a wealth of virtue in the current primordial world. Any golden immortal who refrains from wanton slaughter and destruction of the realm will invariably accumulate some degree of merit, albeit typically at a level that cannot be directly utilized, merely providing a slight enhancement to one's fortune. However, the merits possessed by Tangshan were substantial enough to elevate him to the status of a golden immortal, which is why Jin Yuanzi was taken aback. Huanglong chuckled and remarked, "My dear friend, you flatter me. This child is merely an ordinary ginseng doll that took form in my cave Do. May I inquire which celestial mountain you cultivate upon?" Jin Yuanzi asked, deducing that with a cultivation level of mid-Tai golden immortal, Huanglong must reside in a remarkable location. "Haha, it cannot compare to your celestial mountain. My humble abode is now along the Yellow River," Huanglong replied, not elaborating on the river's location, as he presumed Jin Yuanzi, possessing the Earth Book, would have some understanding of the Yellow River's significance. Indeed, Jin Yuanzi exclaimed in surprise, "Oh, is that the newly emerged river in the primordial realm?" "Precisely," Huanglong confirmed. "Haha, my friend, you truly possess great fortune. The Yellow River stretches nearly across the eastern expanse of the primordial realm, and its merits are considerable," Jin Yuanzi remarked. Although the Yellow River was a recent emergence, Jin Yuanzi, with the Earth Book in his possession, was acutely aware of its potential. Regardless of Huanglong's status, being able to cultivate along the Yellow River was no small opportunity, especially since he mentioned his cave dwelling from the Earth Book. One could sense the overwhelming force of the Yellow River, indicating that his dwelling must be a cave heaven. While the Earth Book could not reveal the depths of the Yellow River's waters, one could make educated guesses. Given that the Yellow River had only recently been opened, it likely contained only one cave heaven at this time. Huanglong paid no mind to Jin Yuanzi's speculations and simply responded with a smile. "It pales in comparison to your celestial mountain. Currently, life is utterly absent within the Yellow River." Upon mentioning the cave dwelling, Huanglong discovered that Wuzhuangguan itself was a cave heaven within Mount Wanshou. It was not vast, merely encompassing the area covered by Wuzhuangguan. Most of the cave's power was devoted to the grand formation surrounding Wuzhuangguan. This method intrigued Huanglong, revealing that a cave heaven need not be expansive. Huanglong was not particularly fond of the vastness of the Yellow River's waters. He found great interest in structures like Wuzhuangguan that he thought to himself that he must create something similar in the future. As the myriad beings within the water realm seemed chaotic, yet he also felt it would be too cumbersome to manage, given that the inhabitants of the water realm would only continue to multiply. After a brief pause, Huanglong turned to Jin Yuanzi and continued, "I fear I may intrude upon your time for a while." Jin Yuanzi chuckled, replying, "Not at all. Tangshan, my young friend, will require a considerable amount of time to ascend to the golden immortal level. How about we discuss the Dao?" Huanglong immediately brightened and responded, "That would be splendid. Huanglong had initially come to Wuzhuangguan with the intention of discussing the Dao with Jin Yuanzi. And with the invitation now extended, he would not refuse. Moreover, Jin Yuanzi was correct. Tang Xun was on the verge of ascending to the golden immortal level, not solely due to the enhancement from the ginseng fruit, but also thanks to the Huaiqiao Dan. The absence of a complete alchemical path does not imply the non-existence of elixirs. The heavens bestow names upon elixirs for a reason. They are, in essence, creations forged by the world. Most of Tang Xun's elixirs were derived from the essence of flora. And this Huaiqiao Dan significantly deepened his understanding of alchemy, prompting his decision to advance to the golden immortal level. Mastering the dragon transformation technique does not necessitate ascending solely through transformation. It requires one to perceive the Dao and elevate oneself to a level capable of embodying it, thus allowing one to assimilate the Dao into their being and ascend to golden immortal status. Tang Xun's inherent ginseng fruit enhanced his essence, while the Huaiqiao Dan aided him in comprehending the Dao of flora and the existence of elixirs, naturally positioning him for ascension. The alchemical path does not exist within the heavenly Dao, as no one has yet attained the great Luo through it, and the 3,000 paths of the heavenly Dao do not encompass alchemy. Tang Xun's understanding of alchemy is merely a nascent form woven from the Dao of flora, intertwined with other paths. Once Tang Xun ascends to golden immortal status, he will distill his understanding of alchemy and manifest it within the Dragon Pearl, subsequently transforming to AT that time. Tang Xun would emerge as a true dragon, inherently possessing the alchemical path and reaching the realm of Tai Golden Immortal, potentially even as a 5-clawed dragon. His ascension to the great Luo Golden Immortal would be all but assured. After Huanglong acquiesced, Jin Yuanzi, with a look of astonishment on Huanglong's face, activated the Earth Book, summoning the ginseng fruit tree. The profound essence of the Dao was intoxicating. Huanglong had never tasted such sumptuous nourishment since his emergence into the world. There was no need for deliberate contemplation. The essence flowed directly into him. Huanglong, filled with envy, remarked to Jin Yuanzi, "Your fortune is truly remarkable." Jin Yuanzi, evidently pleased, responded nonchalantly, "Oh, it's merely some external possessions." Huanglong gazed at Jin Yuanzi with a hint of melancholy and said, "Should you encounter such external possessions in the future, do remember this, humble one. I am indeed impoverished." Jin Yuanzi laughed heartily at Huanglong's forlorn expression, saying, "You, my friend, are also a person of great fortune. You shall surely encounter such blessings in due time." Huanglong, disregarding Jin Yuanzi's laughter, asserted earnestly, "Let us return to our discussion of the Dao." With that, Huanglong produced the Yellow River Divine Seal. Though not a congenital spiritual treasure, in terms of the essence of the Dao, the Yellow River's virtues rival those of the finest congenital spiritual treasures. It is worth noting that the 9-bend Yellow River formation of the 3 Shaos harnesses the power of the Yellow River and requires a sage to personally breach it. Upon seeing Huanglong produce a stone seal, Jin Yuanzi immediately recognized its significance as Huanglong tossed the Yellow River Divine Seal into the air. The inscriptions upon it clearly indicated its identity. At that moment, Jin Yuanzi felt a twinge of envy, for Huanglong had just lamented his own poverty. Yet, in the blink of an eye, he revealed a treasure comparable to Jin Yuanzi's own innate spiritual treasure. Jin Yuanzi remarked, "Your fortune is certainly not to be underestimated." Chapter 18. Departing from Wuzhuangguan, Huanglong's expression bore a hint of mischief as he replied, "It is merely a mundane object, not worthy of mention, not even fitting to be called congenital. Congenital spiritual treasures differ from spiritual roots. They are objects imbued with the essence of the Dao, with their caliber determined by the strength of the Dao inscriptions. Congenital spiritual treasures are difficult to manifest and are constrained by the objects that carry the Dao essence, rendering them nearly incapable of ascension. The birth of a congenital spiritual treasure necessitates a suitable object in the right place, nurturing the appropriate Dao essence of that object. The difficulty in manifesting congenital spiritual treasures arises from the challenge of cultivating spiritual intelligence during their formation. Are there exceptions? Yes, but those that develop spiritual intelligence cease to be classified as congenital spiritual treasures. Among the 12 golden immortals is the jade Dingjinren, said to be formed from Panga's teeth. Does it lack the potential of a congenital treasure? However, upon gaining spiritual intelligence and successfully manifesting, it no longer qualifies as a congenital treasure. Exceptional congenital spiritual roots are also congenital treasures, yet their inherent foundation makes it challenging for them to develop spiritual intelligence and take form. Roots of lesser caliber differ in that sentient beings, both flora and fauna, find it far easier to cultivate intelligence than inanimate objects, which explains the abundance of spiritual beings among congenital roots. While very few congenital treasures achieve manifestation, they are, in essence, failures in the process of transformation. Huanglong's Yellow River Divine Seal is not a congenital treasure, but rather a representation of the authority of the Yellow River. Not merely a gathering of the Yellow River's Dao inscriptions upon the seal. As for Huanglong's display of prowess, Jin Yuanzi, still on the cusp of manifestation, could feel his face twitching. The Yellow River Divine Seal embodies the authority of the entire Yellow River. As long as the river flows, a ceaseless stream of merit and fortune will converge upon Huanglong. The Dao essence inscribed upon it is comparable to that of his ginseng fruit tree or any item within the Earth Book. While his Mount Wanshou and the Yellow River belong to the same echelon, he is not the nominal lord of Mount Wanshou. In principle, it is Mount Wanshou that nurtures him, a stark contrast to Huanglong's development of the Yellow River. The merit and fortune will not fully coalesce around him. In truth, Huanglong's unveiling of the Yellow River Divine Seal was not solely for the sake of boasting. The Dao essence upon the seal resonated harmoniously with that of the earth, making its presentation more about facilitating enlightenment. Huanglong himself felt that possessing a non-congenital spiritual treasure hardly bore any weight. Yet, Huanglong's fortune seemed rather unremarkable. Throughout his journey from Huanglong Mountain to Mount Wanshou, he had not encountered a single low-grade congenital spiritual treasure. Jin Yuanzi also discerned the familiarity of the Dao essence within the Yellow River Divine Seal. Once both had laid bare their treasures, they officially commenced their philosophical exchange. Huanglong elaborated on his Dao of the Dragon, while Jin Yuanzi articulated his Dao of the Earth. Their paths bore similarities, yet they diverged in many aspects. Where I find merit in your approach, I shall learn from it. Where I perceive shortcomings in my own, I shall seek to improve. The stones from other mountains can indeed polish jade. Both were entirely open in their discussions. As they unveiled their most prized possessions, the act of withholding would yield scant rewards. The pursuit of the Dao is not merely the cultivation of a specific technique, fearing the exposure of one's weaknesses. The journey of cultivation is inherently one toward perfection, a continuous endeavor to rectify personal flaws. As the two engaged in their discourse, Tang Shun, positioned nearby, reaped immense benefits. The inclusiveness of the Dao of Earth, the essence emanating from the three divine artifacts, and the aura of wisdom exchanged between the two enriched Tang Shun continuously. Time flew by, and before long, 5,000 years had passed. Both Huanglong and Jin Yuanzi retracted their Dao essences, while Tang Shun had long since opened his eyes, gazing at the two. At this moment, Tang Shun had grown significantly taller, and the essence of immortality radiated from him, indicative of his ascension to the golden immortal level. Above his dragon pearl, various strands of Dao essence were intertwining, subtly coalescing into a nascent form of the alchemical path he had begun to comprehend, albeit still not fully realized, in his cultivation of the Dao. The path of the earth holds considerable significance, and his gains from the discourse between the two are not insignificant either. Upon awakening from his state of enlightenment, Jin Yuanzi addressed Huanglong, saying, "Friend, your path of the dragon is truly remarkable. In the future, you shall undoubtedly carve out a place for yourself in the vast wilderness." Huanglong, displaying great humility, replied, "You flatter me, esteemed friend. A place in this primordial world is not easily attained. One misstep could lead to following the fate of the dragon clan. You, however, are fortunate. You can leisurely observe the shifting tides from Mount Wanshou." Jin Yuanzi, hearing Huanglong's words, remained noncommittal. For Huanglong to elevate his dragon path, he ultimately needs to impart teachings and vie for fortune. In the primordial realm, the struggle for fortune can lead to irreversible calamities. Jin Yuanzi remarked to Huanglong, "Your path is well suited to the current state of the primordial world. I dare say achieving enlightenment will not be a difficult endeavor." Although Huanglong held confidence, fate is capricious, and none can predict if the future will unfold as he envisions, he responded to Jin Yuanzi, "Then I shall take your auspicious words to heart." He then continued, "Friend, you are on the verge of transformation, are you not?" Jin Yuanzi smiled and replied, "Soon." Huanglong then said, Allow me to extend my early congratulations on your impending attainment of the great Luo Dao fruit. We have already taken up considerable time, so I shan't impose further. Zhen Yuanzi, sensing Huanglong's intent to bid farewell, replied, Dear friend, there is no rush regarding your transformation. Why not remain here for a while? Huanglong shook his head and responded, I shall not trouble you any longer. I have set out to the west to seek a suitable place for imparting teachings. Upon hearing this, Zhen Yunzi agreed. Indeed, the west is quite appropriate for your mission. He then descended from the tree, producing 3 ginseng fruits, which he placed before Huanglong, saying, In that case, I shall not detain you any longer. Please accept these fruits as a token of my goodwill. Huanglong felt a slight warmth in his heart at Zhen Yuanzi's courteous gesture. Accepting the ginseng fruits, he expressed his gratitude. Thank you. Dear friend, I shall take my leave now. Zhen Yuanzi replied. Indeed, take care on your journey. After bidding farewell to Zhen Yuanzi, Huanglong swiftly took to the skies, heading westward. Upon entering the west, Huanglong felt as if he had returned to Huanglong Mountain. The place of his birth, having immersed himself in the west for over a century, he found it, in stark contrast to the east, to be a barren desert, a land of salt and alkali, devoid of life and rich spiritual essence. Not even a single vein of golden immortal energy could be found. The living beings here could only be described as exceedingly rare. Continuously, Huanglong propelled himself deeper into the west. While at Wuzhuang Temple, he had specifically inquired with Zhen Yuanzi about the nearest golden immortal vein to Mount Wanshou. With the geographical knowledge in hand, Huanglong now headed directly toward that location. Other areas held little of interest, and as he sought a place to impart teachings, the inefficiency of traversing each location individually became apparent. The mountain range he sought lay approximately 1,000 years' journey from Mount Wanshou. To travel from Huanglong Mountain to Mount Wanshou would take at least 10 millennia, and even then, they were still in the western part of the primordial realm, which could be imagined to be roughly the same size as the east. After flying for a millennium, he was still on the edge of the west, Jiangdian Mountain. This was the very mountain Huanglong sought. This peak, though smaller than the former vein, stood as the largest mountain in the vicinity. Akin to an oasis amidst the desert, many beings resided within the mountain range, though none were particularly formidable. As Huanglong scanned the entire mountain range with his spiritual perception, he discovered that the strongest among them had yet to reach the golden immortal level. In this very mountain, the ginseng fruit could traverse freely. Upon entering the mountain range, Huanglong found himself directly at the site of the vein. Observing the vein before him, he noted that it was not only incomplete, but was also experiencing a loss of its essence. This indicated that if left unattended, this earthly vein would meet the same fate as its predecessor, fading into oblivion. However, not every place where a vein dissipated would conveniently give rise to a new soul that could become a new vein. Had Huanglong not intervened, this vein would simply vanish, and the surrounding mountains would likewise dissipate, succumbing to the external environment and disappearing altogether. Huanglong focused intently on the vein, which had initially been at the Tai level, even reaching its peak, but had been declining ever since Luo who detonated the innate spiritual energy of the West to restore this vein. Huanglong had several methods at his disposal. He could find a being skilled in the transformation into a dragon to enact the change here, or he himself could directly repair the vein. However, for Huanglong to temporarily settle here, it would be prudent to choose an appropriate method. After a moment's contemplation, Huanglong addressed the ginseng fruit. You may frolic within the mountain range. I shall step out for a while. The ginseng fruit, upon hearing Huanglong's words, nearly leaped with joy. Though being by Huanglong's side was delightful, as a child, it yearned for independence, once Huanglong departed. The ginseng fruit swiftly left the space of the vein, darting into the forest, unaware of what it would undertake. Huanglong exited Jiangdian Mountain, following the vein toward the location of the original tributary. Chapter 19. Jiangdian Mountain Range. Before long, Huanglong discovered a site of a dissipated tributary. Although the tributary had faded, remnants still lingered at the original site. Huanglong resolved to establish a new spiritual vein in the location where the vein once thrived. One that he would personally nurture, infused with potent dragon energy. He intended to impart teachings here. Yet the area was undeniably arid. In comparison to the east, the current environment of the west resembled a barren desert. Those places with veins served as oases, The beings of the West seldom ventured far from their own spiritual veins. Therefore, to increase the population, one could only enhance the concentration of innate spiritual energy and accelerate the emergence of sentience among the beings. The space occupied by the vein was akin to the relationship between a person and their primordial spirit. Upon arriving at the original site of the vein, Huanglong noticed a massive stone upon the ground, still faintly emanating the energy of the vein. After a slight attunement, he discerned that it was the remnants of the vein's death, with the stone harboring a significant amount of innate spiritual energy. This energy was slowly seeping outward, albeit at an imperceptibly slow rate. The innate spiritual energy within could be absorbed. Once depleted, if placed in an area rich in innate spiritual energy, the stone would once again absorb and store it. Huanglong named this type of stone innate spiritual stone, that he saw great utility in this stone, that a being capable of transforming into a spiritual vein. He had not anticipated that such remnants would manifest after a vein's demise. He had thoroughly drained the previous vein, leaving no trace behind. Initially intending to cultivate a new vein, he shifted his focus to gathering innate spiritual stones from the surrounding area. While collecting, Huanglong discovered that not every vein produced these stones. Only those at the golden immortal level or higher could birth innate spiritual stones. The remaining innate spiritual energy was scarce, often amounting to no more than the essence contained within 3 or 4 ordinary immortal realms. After a vein's death, most of its innate spiritual energy dissipated, leaving only these remnants confined within the innate spiritual stones. Huanglong collected these stones to transfer resources from one place to another. The innate spiritual energy in the West was too scant, so Huanglong aimed to amass these energies together and establish a Tai-level vein. Without sufficient innate spiritual energy, even the transformation array would take an extensive amount of time to elevate the vein to the Tai level. If he could gather all the innate spiritual stones in the West, it should suffice to restore a small portion of the region. Of course, this restoration would merely repair and nurture the vein, not return it to its former peak. Furthermore, once the innate spiritual energy in the stones was depleted, it would not be rendered useless. Once emptied, they could be refilled, though the innate spiritual energy contained within was limited. The quantity of the stones was considerable. Even if the golden immortal level was insufficient, there were still Tai and Great Luo levels. Beyond that, no higher levels existed. Such veins might have some influence, but would not disappear entirely. Otherwise, the West would not merely have sparse innate spiritual energy. It would be devoid of any spiritual essence. The entire region primarily relied on these veins. The scarcity of innate spiritual energy in the West stemmed from Luo, whose detonation of the innate spiritual energy, rather than the destruction of the veins. Demonic energy possesses immense destructive capabilities, becoming highly unstable when fused with innate spiritual energy. When Luo who triggered the explosion, the veins could not contain it, leading to their obliteration and the subsequent eruption of innate spiritual energy throughout the West. Weaker veins could not withstand the pressure and would burst, while stronger veins closer to the core generally survived. The eruption of innate spiritual energy resembled a rising tide, only growing stronger. Mount Wanshou, with its profound foundation, geographical texts, and ginseng fruit trees, was capable of keeping the eruption of innate spiritual energy at bay from the east. As for the Western Sea, it is said to embrace all rivers. The Western Sea's capacity far exceeds that of Mount Wanshou. In truth, prior to the War of Dao and Demons, although the East and West were separated by Mount Wanshou, there was no significant psychological divide, as both regions were prosperous at the time, and the two brothers still regarded each other as family. Following the war, the West fell into decline, leading the East to view this impoverished relative with disdain. In the primordial realm, time is unmeasured. A glance spans millennia. Huanglong had gathered a total of over 600 innate spiritual stones from the vicinity. He collected not only from Jiangdian Mountain, but also from more distant veins. Had the distances not been excessive, he would have continued gathering. He seemed to have developed a slight addiction. Upon returning to Jiangdian Mountain, Huanglong observed many individuals refining elixirs, with several exhibiting traces of dragon energy. At that moment, the ginseng fruit was busy concocting elixirs atop the main peak of Jiangdian Mountain. As Huanglong descended from the skies, the ginseng fruit spotted him immediately. "Master, you have returned," it exclaimed joyfully. Huanglong smiled and nodded, responding, "Indeed, You imparted the teachings to them, in truth. Even with the level of Tang Shun, he could not articulate profound doctrines, for his own understanding had yet to crystallize. Yet, the listeners were not equipped to grasp overly intricate concepts, rendering his discourse quite appropriate. Tang Shun promptly replied to Huanglong, saying, "Indeed, I not only instructed them in the art of alchemy, but also imparted the techniques of dragon transformation." Having accompanied Huanglong for an extended period, Tang Shun was well aware of Huanglong's purpose in coming here to preach. Noticing Huanglong's prolonged absence, he decided to teach the dragon transformation techniques alongside alchemy. "Indeed, there are many who practice the art of dragon transformation," Huanglong inquired. "There are indeed many, but their progress is slow. They possess little dragon energy, merely taking a wisp from me, and they have yet to cultivate even a dragon pearl." Tang Shun lamented, his expression clouded with dissatisfaction regarding the outcome. Huanglong ruffled his hair and remarked, "It is already commendable. One cannot expect to become plump in one bite." Tang Shun, being obedient, accepted Huanglong's words as affirmation. Huanglong then called out towards the mountains, "I am Huanglong. A century hence, I shall preach at the main peak of Jiangdian Mountain. All are welcome to attend." The aura of the Tai Golden Immortal radiated throughout the mountains, causing all beings to kneel in reverence, exclaiming, "Predecessor, be merciful." The inhabitants of the entire Jiangdian mountain range were utterly astonished at Huanglong's sudden announcement of his teachings, hastening towards the main peak of Jiangdian Mountain. With only a century to prepare, urgency was paramount. While Jiangdian Mountain may not pose a challenge to Huanglong, for those below the Golden Immortal level, only those residing in the inner circles would be able to arrive within 100 years. However, the closer one was to Jiangdian Mountain, the clearer the teachings became. The more the essence of the Dao revealed itself in a fleeting moment, the entirety of Jiangdian Mountain's populace surged towards the heart of the mountain. A century passes in the blink of an at the foot of Jiangdian Mountain. A throng had gathered, yet silence prevailed, as they feared to offend the unfamiliar Tai Golden Immortal and squander their opportunity. As the 100-year mark arrived, a golden dragon ascended from the depths of Jiangdian Mountain, spiraling in the air, accompanied by a youth clad in green robes, standing quietly behind the dragon, approximately a meter tall. Upon Huanglong's appearance, all present knelt and reverently proclaimed, "We have encountered the venerable Huanglong." Huanglong felt no inner turbulence. He had delivered teachings countless times before, although this occasion was somewhat more formal. The scene remained largely unchanged, merely a different cast of characters. Huanglong spoke in a deep voice, "Very well. Please, be seated." As the crowd settled, Huanglong smoothly began to expound on the Dao. Simultaneously, he unleashed his dragon might, which was his true intention that he could have delivered his teachings without gathering these individuals. His voice would resonate throughout the mountains regardless. Huanglong's gathering was intended to expedite their growth, yet it bore no adverse effects. Merely replicating the methods employed by Tang Shun and his companions to swiftly coalesce dragon pearls, Huanglong was unwilling to wait for them to gradually cultivate each step of the dragon transformation technique. Thus, he prepared to assemble a fast-track class, strengthening the spiritual veins and establishing his foundational presence in the West. Chapter 20. Huanglong's stronghold in the West. Not only did he intend to enhance the cultivation of dragon pearls, but he also contemplated bestowing an advantage upon their dragon might. Huanglong planned to utilize the essence of the Yellow River from the Yellow River Divine Seal to aid their cultivation of dragon might. However, he would not select just anyone for this task. Huanglong required a period of observation, seeking individuals who could embody his dragon path. The essence of the dragon path transcended merely the art of dragon transformation. Its core philosophy was paramount. Although his ideology might seem akin to clinging to the leg of a great force, as long as one did not perceive it in such a light, it was inconsequential. Furthermore, as long as one was willing to act, what harm was there in seeking support? In the realm of the primordial beings, the pursuit of the Dao is often regarded as the alignment with the celestial path. Is that not akin to clinging to a great force? Huanglong's philosophy was not only rooted in his own understanding, but also resonated with the primordial world. Huanglong intended to elucidate the principles of the dragon path in great detail during his teachings, for he had set an examination. Indeed, Huanglong would conduct an examination. Once this group of individuals had coalesced dragon pearls, he would grant them a period to practice the dragon path, and once the time was up, Huanglong would administer the test. Those he deemed competent would be granted the opportunity to comprehend the essence of the Yellow River from the Yellow River Divine Seal. Huanglong initially prepared to admit 71 individuals. With over 608 spiritual stones in his possession, 7 of which were of Tai level and 1 of Deluo level, while the rest were of Golden Immortal level. He planned to distribute these among the 71 individuals alongside Tang Shun, forming a grand formation for dragon transformation, thereby restoring Jiangdian Mountain to Tai level. Indeed, Huanglong intended for Tang Shun to undergo his dragon transformation here, although Tang Shun had only recently ascended to Golden Immortal. This would not hinder his transformation. As for whether his physical essence was sufficient to restore Jiangdian Mountain's spiritual veins to Tai level, Huanglong had no concerns. That in his possession were 3 human ginseng fruits. The first batch, gifted by Zhan Yuanzi. After consuming one, Tang Shun's physical essence would undoubtedly be sufficient for the restoration of Jiangdian Mountain's spiritual veins to Tai level. Moreover, the grand formation for dragon transformation would greatly bolster the spiritual veins beneath Jiangdian Mountain. Tang Shun himself might also ascend to Tai Golden Immortal during the transformation. Thus, after imparting his teachings, Huanglong would further instruct Tang Shun on the art of alchemy. Although Huanglong had never comprehended the art of alchemy, he understood that the essence of the Dao is rooted in principle. One must first grasp the principle before attaining the Dao. This is why Huanglong had never mentioned texts such as the Tao Te Ching or Buddhist scriptures, which contain profound truths. He lacked formal education. Indeed, he had never read those classical works. He only knew that the Tao that can be spoken of is not the eternal Tao. That which can be named is not the eternal name. What if he had read them? It would be of no use. Reciting scriptures is merely reciting their principles. Merely memorizing the words without understanding their essence amounts to mere noise. You suppose the written characters are the essence of the Tao, comprehensible merely through their appearance? Even if one were to attain some insight, it would be of their own making. Why should the principles derived from observing mountains and rivers be deemed one's own, while those gleaned from scriptures are others? Is there truly a difference between insights attained independently and those conveyed by others? Huanglong expressed his dissent. In his hands, all would become his own. Time flows like water, never to reverse. Thus, 3,000 years passed. Huanglong concluded his teachings, and many below had already coalesced dragon pearls. Huanglong retracted his dragon might and stated, 30,000 years hence, I shall set an examination here. Those who pass may attend my teachings in the 40,000th year. Return now and contemplate the dragon path diligently. With that, Huanglong departed with Tang Shun. The beings at the foot of the mountain bowed in farewell, proclaiming, we bid farewell to our teacher. Before the lecture, they referred to him as predecessor. After the lecture, he became their teacher. Huanglong paid them no mind, and they dispersed in a bustling manner. Huanglong and Tang Shun then materialized within a Daoist temple. The temple was constructed by Tang Shun, reminiscent of the Five Zhuang Temple, yet devoid of any substantial Daoist essence. The temple bore no name, with traces of previous inscriptions barely visible. Tang Shun had attempted to inscribe Daoist texts upon it, but given his understanding of the Tao, he was unable to produce anything resembling proper Daoist literature, thus erasing his attempts. Huanglong appeared directly within the main hall, unperturbed by the temple's lack of a name. The main hall's arrangement bore some resemblance to the Yellow River Hall, yet similarly lacked any profound Daoist essence. The temple contained other rooms. In one, Huanglong sensed the aura of alchemy, likely Tang Shun's frequent workshop. The others remained vacant. The temple was situated directly above the spiritual veins, and the innate spiritual energy in the main hall was relatively adequate for Tang Shun. Huanglong handed a human ginseng fruit to Tang Shun, instructing him to undergo his dragon transformation here and to deeply contemplate the art of alchemy. Subsequently, he began to enter seclusion, needing to devise the dragon transformation formation. Although he had originally created the formation, various geographical locations and participant numbers necessitate different arrangements. He aimed to devise a grand formation for dragon transformation centered on Jiangdian Mountain. He planned for a total of 72 spiritual veins and over 608 spiritual stones, requiring careful allocation. While collecting the innate spiritual stones, Huanglong had already mapped out the locations of other spiritual veins, excluding Jiangdian Mountain. Now, he merely needed to identify suitable spiritual vein locations and devise an appropriate dragon transformation formation. In the process, he would cultivate 71 minor spiritual veins, select the finest 72 innate spiritual stones, reserving the strongest for the main vein. Time did not halt. There would be no second chances, and thus, 3,000 years passed. Huanglong not only devised the dragon transformation formation, but also nurtured the spiritual veins. Each of the 71 spiritual veins, though diminutive, belonged to the dragon lineage. Newly birthed dragon veins were placed within the innate spiritual stones. Where they would grow, the innate spiritual stones served as remnants of spiritual veins. Thus the dragon veins would gradually consume them as sustenance for growth. Eventually, the innate spiritual stones would lose their capacity to store innate spiritual energy. To be honest, Huanglong felt a pang of sorrow. These stones resembled power banks. Although they held no intrinsic value for Huanglong himself, each had been painstakingly collected, and losing one felt like a piece of him was missing. Yet, there was no alternative. Without this approach, he would have to expend a significant portion of his essence to directly nurture the spiritual veins. The Daluo-level stone had already been placed at the main vein's position. Not by inserting the main vein directly, but by allowing a portion of its essence to be integrated, nurturing a new main vein. Once the new main vein took shape, he would merge with it. Why not insert it directly? Huanglong expressed, if you do that, how will you create the spiritual veins? Upon entering the primordial spirit stone, the earth veins ceased to function normally, unless the Huanglong could temporarily take its place. However, such a scenario was improbable. To perform this task prior to transformation and again afterward would render his transformation meaningless. Thus, he had no choice but to toil diligently on his own. The innate spiritual energy contained within this Daluo-level primordial spirit stone could rival that of Huanglong's very essence. When Huanglong departed from the waters of the Yellow River, he had already reached the mid-stage of the Tai Golden Immortal. During this period, he had been traveling and expounding on doctrines, particularly at Wuzhuang Temple, where he garnered the most significant insights. Now, Huanglong was not far from the late stage of the Tai Golden Immortal. He estimated that when the first batch of students molded their dragon souls, he could commence his ascension to the late stage of the Tai Golden Immortal. The duration required for molding dragon souls was sufficiently lengthy, providing him ample time for his advancement. Chapter 21. Mount Baifu. Huanglong felt a sense of urgency, especially as Jin Yuanzi was already ascending to the Daluo Golden Immortal. He had already lagged behind the first echelon. If he did not catch up soon, the gap would only widen. As the path of dragon transformation gradually spread, if his own strength did not keep pace with the highest echelons of the primordial world, he would find himself in peril. In the east. Following the establishment of the demon clan's heavenly court and the Eastern King's celestial court, his influence was among the few that stood out, besides the Wu clan. Without sufficient strength, he had no right to speak of independence. The merit and fortune of the primordial realm were indeed valuable, but if one could not transform it into power, it was merely a hunk of flesh. Those who followed prospered, while those who resisted perished. Furthermore, the two from the west, who were even future saints, were not to be trifled with. As a dragon, Huanglong possessed a certain pride, though it was not overwhelming. Yet his spirit remained resolute. He had no desire to serve as a lackey for others. However, urgency was of no use. He could only proceed step by step. Huanglong emerged from his seclusion and summoned Tang Shun. Having refined the ginseng fruit, Tang Shun had now attained the mid-stage of the Golden Immortal. Yet, Huanglong did not grant him any more ginseng fruit, as he still required time to digest and comprehend the insights brought by it. When Huanglong traveled to the west, he had exchanged numerous spirit root seeds and branches with Tang Shun from other spiritual origins. Now, Huanglong intended to accompany Tang Shun to plant trees. These were merely ordinary spirit roots, with no stringent growth conditions. They were not to be planted on Jiangdian Mountain, for although Jiangdian was average, these things were even more ordinary. Huanglong aimed to plant them at the other 71 nodes of the Dragon Transformation Formation. It would be impractical to adjust the earth veins only when the Dragon Transformation was underway. The Dragon Transformation Formation was based on the terrain. If the terrain had not taken shape, how could the formation be arranged? First, he needed to establish the foundation of the Dragon Transformation Formation, so that when it came time for transformation, those who were to undergo it could directly enter and mold their dragon souls. The Dragon Transformation Formation that Huanglong devised positioned Jiangdian Mountain as the dragon's head. Facing westward, with the dragon's tail directed towards the east, Huanglong, accompanied by Tang Shun, soared towards the east of Jiangdian Mountain and soon located the first spirit vein node. Although the earth veins had vanished, the terrain still bore traces of its former shape, albeit with a sense of desolation. This location was the closest to Jiangdian Mountain. Further back, it was indeed barren in truth, despite the absence of innate spiritual energy. The land remained fertile. If some postnatal plants were sown, they would flourish rapidly. This was because postnatal beings did not necessarily require spiritual energy, as other nutrients sufficed. However, in the era of innate spiritual energy, all beings could only survive within its embrace. Upon alighting on the mountain, Huanglong instructed Tang Shun to plant the spirit roots while he himself went to arrange the earth veins within the mountain. Upon reaching the original position of the earth veins, he discovered that it had once been a vein of golden immortal caliber, though now the primordial spirit stones had been stripped away by Huanglong. He produced a primordial spirit stone of Tai golden immortal level, which housed a dragon vein, and casually tossed it onto the ground. Currently, the dragon vein was still in the incubation stage and could not exert its influence. Thus, Huanglong placed several other primordial spirit stones here, drawing forth their innate spiritual energy to disperse outward. Most of this innate spiritual energy would not dissipate. Having just planted numerous spirit roots, they were newborns desperately in need of innate spiritual energy for sustenance. Furthermore, these nascent spirit roots had the effect of gathering spiritual energy, slowly fostering a virtuous cycle. By the time the earth veins manifested, a favorable environment would already be in place. After arranging the earth veins, Huanglong reappeared on the surface. The planting of spirit roots was no simple task compared to Huanglong's arrangement of the earth veins. Tang Shun had many branches and seeds of spirit roots. He planted a robust branch of spirit root atop the mountain and surrounded it with 3 slightly inferior ones, while scattering seeds in other areas. Having completed these tasks, he gathered a ball of green essence in his hand, which was his botanical essence. This botanical essence was not the source of plants, but a renewable substance. However, the essence from his golden immortal level was a valuable supplement for those spirit roots that had yet to take root. After distributing the botanical essence, Tang Shun also took out a handful of pills, crushed them, and sprinkled them across the mountain, but a surge of greenery erupted following Tang Shun's 2 offerings. Countless spirit roots and plants greedily absorbed this newfound fortune. The 4 branches transformed rapidly into spirit roots, swiftly rooting themselves underground and voraciously consuming the surrounding innate spiritual energy that in no time. The 4 spirit roots shed their original branch-like appearances, becoming complete trees. Although they could not compare to their original forms, their contribution to this newly birthed spiritual vein was nonetheless significant. Once this mountain stabilized, Huanglong and Tang Shun proceeded to the next node. The overall layout of the formation was not extensive. It would take Huanglong approximately a century to traverse from Jiangdian Mountain. The path was winding and would take some detours, yet this was to better connect the various dragon veins. However, any further distance would lead away from the main vein of Jiangdian Mountain. Among these 71 nodes, Huanglong utilized 7 primordial spirit stones of Tai caliber to create 7 larger nodes, aimed at strengthening the connections between the formations. Although the Tai primordial spirit stones could not directly elevate the dragon veins to the golden immortal level, they could provide a threshold, consuming the essence of the flesh and origin of those undergoing dragon transformation should suffice. As for the other weaker roots, while they might not necessarily ascend to golden immortal status, they would gradually advance under the nurturing of the dragon transformation formation. The entire process of arranging the formation appeared swift, yet it spanned 3,000 years. Upon returning to Jiangdian Mountain, Huanglong entrusted the remaining 2 ginseng fruits to Tang Shun, instructing him to enter seclusion. Nothing could compare to the profound insights gained from supplementing the deficiencies of heaven and earth. Tang Shun's harvest would be substantial. Huanglong then turned and departed Jiangdian Mountain once more. With over 20,000 years remaining until his trial, he did not mind this brief pause in preparation for his breakthrough. Thus, he resolved to venture out for a while. Not only did he seek to gather primordial spirit stones, but in the vast expanse of the West, he also needed to disseminate his teachings elsewhere. Although he would not settle as he had at Jiangdian Mountain, he intended to extend his reach as much as possible. Upon exiting Jiangdian Mountain, Huanglong flew westward. The nearby regions had already been thoroughly scoured by him, leaving no primordial spirit stones behind. Continuing westward, he recalled a vein of golden immortal caliber he had previously spotted but had not entered. He decided to preach there first. Mount Baifu. The innate spiritual energy here was significantly stronger than that of Jiangdian Mountain. Yet it remained at the golden immortal level. However, the beings inhabiting this mountain were distinctly different from those at Jiangdian Mountain. The creatures in Jiangdian Mountain were various beings that had transformed, living in a scattered manner. Here, there was a race that occupied the very heart of the mountain, and among them was a golden immortal. The dominant species of the mountain was the Nyo clan. Exhibiting a variety of colors, aside from the two ubiquitous horns, each possessed their own unique traits. Through observation, Huanglong noted that although the vein was damaged, it did not seem to have descended from a higher level. Surrounding the area were beings other than the Nyo clan. Huanglong did not head directly to the mountain's center. Instead, he descended on the outskirts. He wished to ascertain the dominant race's attitude towards the other beings residing within. Although Huanglong did not regard a race merely at the golden immortal level with disdain, he ultimately needed to depart. If the mountain's rulers were unwilling to propagate his teachings, then his efforts would hold little significance. The veins of this mountain were under the control of the Nyo clan. As for subduing the Nyo clan, that would depend on the circumstances. If their karma was overwhelming and their fundamental flaws were severe, then it would be best to forego the endeavor. Huanglong traversed the mountain forest, occasionally feigning as a newly transformed being that he appeared to be rather carefree about gathering intelligence, enjoying himself thoroughly. Nevertheless, he gathered some information. Although the Nyo clan did not interfere with them, the other beings were also prohibited from entering the inner mountain. Having gleaned no useful information, Huanglong decided against lingering on the periphery and directly proceeded to the main vein of Mount Baifu. He was curious as to why the veins here had not suffered significant damage. It was worth noting that Jiangdian Mountain, being of Tai caliber, had endured considerable harm, yet this golden immortal vein remained nearly intact. Upon encountering the vein, Huanglong examined it and found that, aside from a slight deficiency, everything else was in pristine condition. He communicated directly with the spirit of the vein. The vein offered no resistance to Huanglong. As he, too, was a being of earth veins, in a short while, Huanglong received the answers he sought. To his astonishment, Huanglong was left utterly dumbfounded. The bovine clan in this region once suffered a catastrophic transformation, and the veins of the earth here were not originally the main artery. This area was once the territory of the bovine clan, which, at its zenith, boasted great Luo golden immortals. However, after aligning with the beast clan, they perished alongside the Qilin clan in battle. Chapter 22. The Bovine Clan. This place was originally a branch of the bovine clan, and at its strongest, it produced a Tai golden immortal. Yet, it too fell during the Great War among the three clans. During this tumultuous period, a bovine golden immortal from this lineage was lured into the demonic path by the celestial demons at that time. The demonic path was a formidable path within the primordial world, and scattered cultivators would not have given it much thought. However, those who practiced the demonic path would be loyal to the demon ancestor Lu, which was tantamount to betraying one's own race. The so-called darkness enhances strength tenfold, while purification weakens it by a third. The bovine golden immortal who was drawn into the demonic path ascended through to the rank of Tai golden immortal. Yet, having gained power through the descent into darkness, he remained exceedingly low-key. Additionally, since the great Luo golden immortals of the bovine clan were perpetually engaged in battles, many Tai were also dispatched, allowing this demonic bovine to remain undetected. However, his prolonged cultivation at a core position caused the demonic energy emanating from him to disperse. The innate spiritual energy possesses an extraordinary capacity for accommodation, able to embrace even demonic energy. Initially, the demonic energy would be purified back into innate spiritual energy, but as the demonic bovine broke through to Tai golden immortal, the demonic energy began to contain the essence of the path, leading to the emergence of demonic path essence within the earth veins. This was not mere pollution. The cultivation grounds of Tai golden immortals slowly assimilate the essence of the earth veins, harmonizing with their own. Thus, the earth veins gradually became assimilated. The demonic path, akin to the celestial path, possesses a strong capacity for accommodation, yet its aggression is formidable. The earth veins exuded innate spiritual energy imbued with demonic path essence. Consequently, the bovine clan became assimilated, overtaken by the demonic path. More and more members of the bovine clan fell into darkness, and the strength of the demonic essence within the earth veins grew more potent. The terrifying aggressiveness of the demonic path gradually spread its essence to other earth veins. Yet, in this world, there are no secrets that cannot be revealed. The phenomenon of demonic transformation among this lineage of the bovine clan was ultimately discovered. A great battle was imminent. As the two factions of the bovine clan clashed at that moment, the demonic energy had only just begun to spread from this mountain range, and there had not yet been too many other bovine clans affected. Nevertheless, the demonic path had bestowed several Tai golden immortals upon this lineage of the bovine clan. Although the white faction emerged victorious in this battle, it was a Pyrrhic victory. Following the conflict, efforts to address the situation of this lineage commenced. There are always fortunate ones. A golden immortal who had long been away, along with some less gifted and lower-ranked bovines, remained untainted by the demonic energy. Brief notes on Huanglong. The demonic path adheres to the principle of the survival of the fittest. Those of lesser strength are disregarded by the demonic path. It is simply that their talents are too weak to comprehend the demonic path. Those who remained untainted were not punished out of respect for their kin, yet they faced ostracism from the entire clan. More importantly, the demonic energy needed to be addressed. If left untreated, it would lead to further demonic transformations. First, the earth veins, which had become a source of demonic energy, were even infecting other veins. Thus, the Tai golden immortals within the clan took action, severing the connection between this earth vein and others, rendering this mountain range an isolated island. Only with the passage of time could it hope to reintegrate into the main artery. Next came the issue of the demonic energy within the earth veins. At this point, the innate spiritual energy of the earth veins had all been tainted by demonic energy, infecting the entire vein. Consequently, the earth vein was sealed, and the demonic energy was compressed into a singular mass. Severing its source, the demonic energy was thus resolved. Yet the earth veins were left nearly devoid of innate spiritual energy. Not long after, the great war among the three clans concluded, yet the great Luo golden immortals of the bovine clan did not return. Only some Tai golden immortals came back. That it remains uncertain whether this lineage exhausted its fortune, as none of the Tai golden immortals from this branch managed to return. Gradually, this lineage became entirely isolated. After another epoch, following the conclusion of the battle between the celestial and demonic paths, a cataclysmic eruption of spiritual energy occurred in the west. This explosion nearly affected all Western Earth veins. However, this particular vein had long since severed its ties with other spiritual veins, and thus remained unscathed. Crucially, it had not yet restored much innate spiritual energy within, so the upheaval of innate spiritual energy did not impact it. In this manner, this earth vein survived, thriving while others dissipated, and partially restored its innate spiritual energy. Following the fragmentation of the earth veins, the other bovine clans did not seize this particular vein. The turmoil of spiritual energy resulted in numerous bovine casualties, yet a Tai golden immortal protected the majority of the bovine clan. This earth vein, being merely at the golden immortal level, could not meet the needs of the bovine clan. As a result, the bovine clan relocated, leaving this lineage behind as for where they migrated. It is said they journeyed eastward, presumably toward the east. The current east is indeed vast and sparsely populated, yet rich in resources. With several Tai golden immortals among them, the bovine clan has become a significant force, likely capable of finding a suitable place to settle. Although the bovine clan may lack great Luo golden immortals now, their foundation remains strong. It should not be long before another great Luo golden immortal emerges. Having comprehended the history of the bovine clan here, Huanglong began to ponder. The bovine clan here ought to have the capacity for transmission of teachings. For that golden immortal has reached the pinnacle, it remains uncertain whether it is due to a lack of heritage or insufficient foundation that he has not ascended to Tai. The remaining members of the bovine clan are mostly youthful, suggesting they are a new generation after the calamity befallen this lineage. The few elders are those whose talents were too weak to be tainted by the demonic energy. Huanglong directly appeared at the place where the bovine golden immortal was in seclusion. He had no intention of entering through the front door for a formal visit, for he was here to negotiate. Should he be refused, it would be quite embarrassing for him. Thus, he sought out the person in charge for a face-to-face discussion. Allowing him to protect the dignity of this bovine golden immortal, should he be turned down, it would be quite the disgrace for the strongest of a clan to be bested and pinned down by another. As for being refused, it would merely be a trivial matter. Any issue could be discussed. After all, it is not merely about knowing how to throw a punch. A polymath. Huanglong's appearance did not intimidate the bovine golden immortal, which left Huanglong feeling somewhat bored. Was it not said that such situations would typically instill fear? Greetings. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Huanglong. Huanglong presented himself with the demeanor of a modest gentleman. The bovine golden immortal seated on the mat seemed to have just come to his senses. Who are you? What do you want? Huanglong replied with a smile. There is no need to be so tense. I simply did not wish to wait for them to notify you. Hence my direct arrival. That I harbor no ill intentions. Might I ask you to introduce yourself? Huanglong's reasoning, whether a pretext or genuine, was conveyed with utmost sincerity. I am the supreme elder of the mountain bovine clan, Neo Nanfei. What business do you have with me, senior? Was the reply from the elder, mountain bovine clan. I wonder what special abilities they possess. Huanglong mused. Huanglong released a hint of draconic majesty and said to Neo Nanfei, I wish to impart teachings here at Baifu Mountain. May I proceed? Neo Nanfei regarded Huanglong, a member of the Dragon clan, with astonishment. The karmic burdens from the Great War among the three clans were mostly borne by the three clans themselves. Thus, the bovine clan could still cultivate upward, while the Dragon clan bore the heavy karmic weight, uncertain if they could ever turn the tide. Nevertheless, despite his thoughts, Neo Nanfei did not outright refuse. That of course, senior, if you wish to impart teachings, you may do so without seeking my permission. Neo Nanfei replied. Huanglong shook his head, stating, it is not merely about imparting teachings. Your bovine clan must also cooperate and cultivate my path. Otherwise, it would be a fruitless endeavor. Neo Nanfei's expression faltered. The bovine clan belonged to the beast clan, while Huanglong was of the dragon clan. It was difficult to perceive Huanglong's path as suitable for the bovine clan. He tactfully declined, saying, Senior, our bovine clan has produced great Luo golden immortals in the past. Although we have fallen somewhat, our heritage remains intact, and we do not require external teachings. A rejection. Chapter 23. Imparting teachings to the bovine clan. Huanglong was not surprised by the bovine elder's refusal. After all, why would he have come secretly otherwise? However, he did not resort to showing his strength, for he had never engaged in combat since his emergence and did not favor fighting. Nonetheless, Huanglong did not hold back and retorted, the bovine clan, what connection do you still have with it? Does the bovine clan still acknowledge you? Do you truly possess the legacy of the great Luo golden immortal? A fatal three-pronged attack. Neo Nanfei felt Huanglong's onslaught like an unhealed scar being forcibly ripped open. He could only seethe with impotent rage, for he was unable to retaliate. Cultivation encompasses not only the elevation of one's realm, but also the mastery of magical power. What is referred to as magical power is the force of the laws. Innate spiritual energy, once it receives the path, undergoes a transformation into the power of the laws, given the same amount of magical power. The stronger will indicate a more potent path. The purpose of refining innate spiritual energy into oneself is to serve as a vessel for the path one cultivates, by merging the innate spiritual energy within the body with one's own path. One creates the power of the laws. A complete legacy must contain methods for cultivating magical power. The cultivation of magical power does not simply involve stuffing innate spiritual energy into the body. It is incapable of housing innate spiritual energy in that manner. One must fixate the innate spiritual energy within the body, allowing the body and innate spiritual energy to become one. Most beings lack the means to achieve this and rely solely on chance. Yet, it is not entirely absent. Just as the celestial path has its 5 qi in the chest and the 3 flowers atop the head, the demonic path directly hones the physical body. Huanglong possesses the Dragon Pearl method from the ancestral dragon legacy. Cultivating such methods does not hinge upon the strength of the physical body. The essence of magical power permeates the entire being. Striving for equilibrium, whether strengthened from within or without, the goal is to attain a state of holistic balance. The point of entry does not dictate a disparity between the internal and external realms. The so-called physical might of the sorceress clan stems from their lack of a primordial spirit. Their command over magical energy is more suited to direct confrontation, while other beings who cultivate their primordial spirit tend to prefer the path of the mage. Mastery of magical power signifies the extent to which a being can embody the Dao, thus integrating it completely with their essence. Consequently, engaging in combat does not necessitate the expenditure of magical energy. Imagine, if you will, the tiger's claws. After a skirmish, they remain intact. Magical power functions as a weapon, not a consumable resource. The weaker party succumbs, and injury equates to a wound upon one's Dao. Fractured laws, akin to shattered weapons, leave behind a scattering of fragments. Therefore, remnants of law's power may linger in certain locations. However, injuries to the Dao are not as terrifying as one might envision, as long as the fundamental essence of the Dao is untouched. Superficial wounds can reveal one's inherent flaws. Thus, some discourses on the Dao manifest as conflicts. Yet, should one incur damage to the foundation, it is akin to the shattering of the heart of the Dao. With little distinction, the bovine clan possesses a legacy, but the current lineage diverges from the future demon clan's bloodline tradition, established post the emergence of the demon clan by the Heavenly Court, one of the few commendable deeds undertaken after its establishment. The bovine clan's heritage is inscribed upon a Dao stele, which not only contains the complete Dao insights left by the bovine clan's great Luo golden immortals, but also their methods of magical cultivation. Should other members of the bovine clan ascend to the rank of Tai golden immortal, they too would etch their Dao insights upon it. The process of inscribing Dao insights is simple. It involves encapsulating one's entire transformation of the Dao into a Dao script, engraved upon the stele, with the extent of comprehension by others relying entirely on their own fortune. The bovine Dao stele, with its background, allows for insights during the breakthrough to golden immortal, while those lacking such a background must wait until reaching the pinnacle of golden immortal. That it fundamentally hinges on human relationships. As for those beneath the golden immortal level, what is there to ponder? The stele is a testament to the Dao script, yet those below the golden immortal cannot comprehend it at this juncture. There exist no comprehensive methods of cultivation beneath the golden immortal level, relying solely on innate talent. Larger races may explore some methods of cultivation for those below the golden immortal, albeit lacking a systematic approach. Yet this can effectively enhance the probability of their kin ascending to golden immortal. For others in the wild, they must rely on chance. Niu Nanfang, although now at the pinnacle of golden immortal, had only recently broken through. The Dao stele had long been removed by the bovine clan's forces after the fracturing of the western earth veins. He had never even seen what the Dao stele resembled. Niu Nanfang felt a tinge of despair as he remarked, "Senior, you belong to the Dragon clan. Even if I were to hear your Dao, it would bear little significance for my bovine clan." He too yearned for someone to expound the Dao to him. Now at the pinnacle of golden immortal, as long as his body could accommodate the Dao of Tai golden immortal, he could achieve a breakthrough. However, the cultivation methods across various races differ, and the Dragon clan's teachings are nearly incomprehensible to them. What use would that be? As a dragon, Huanglong's methods, in Niu Nanfang's perspective, should be more suited for the scaled clans. This is also a reason for the scarcity of Dao transmission in the current wilderness. The beings of the wilderness are as diverse as they are peculiar. Many ascensions possess an irreproducible nature. Take Zhun Yuanzi, for instance, whose transformation is that of a great Luo golden immortal. Who could one consult for reasoning? Reproducible cultivation methods often give rise to a powerful race. The future of the celestial path can spread throughout the wilderness precisely due to its universality. Compatible with nearly all except the paths of Buddhism and demonic forces, which share a common origin. Huanglong, listening to Niu Nanfang's grievances, chuckled. "How can you ascertain that my Dao is unsuitable for you? Have you even seen it?" Niu Nanfang replied with a wry smile. "Senior, as a member of the Dragon clan, my bovine clan falls under the jurisdiction of the Beast clan. There is no relation." Huanglong continued to smile. "Old bull, I recognize you are of the bovine clan, yet I am also aware that my Dao can be cultivated by your clan." Niu Nanfang paused, inquiring, "Senior is not jesting, I hope?" Huanglong shook his head, stating, "Old bull, I hail from the east, and my presence in this remote corner is not to share mere jest." Seeing Huanglong's serious demeanor, Niu Nanfang hurriedly asked, "Is there truly a Dao that my bovine clan could cultivate?" He had never considered that Huanglong came to impart the Dao because it was suitable for him, for all in the wilderness knew that the bovine clan and the Dragon clan were worlds apart. Huanglong was quite pleased with his reaction. Indeed, not only the bovine clan, but my Dao can virtually be cultivated by any being in the wilderness, Huanglong confidently replied, with a deep bow. Niu Nanfang expressed his gratitude. Thank you, senior, for the gift of the Dao. Huanglong refrained from further trivialities, instructing, summon your kin. I shall impart the Dao in 100 years. Niu Nanfang assented and promptly set off to gather the members of the bovine clan. During this era, external transmissions of the Dao are nearly non-existent, primarily occurring within a single race due to suitability. The news of Huanglong's intent to impart the Dao swiftly spread among the bovine clan. Currently, the bovine clan lacks teachers, rendering them no better than other solitary individuals. The essence of their strength lies in numbers. The teachings of a Tai Golden Immortal represent a long-awaited boon for the bovine clan. Niu Nanfang did not disclose that it was a dragon imparting the Dao, although the lower ranks of the bovine clan remained unaware of the nuances of suitability. However, given the antagonistic relationship between the dragon clan and the bovine clan under the beast classification, there was some impact. 100 years passed in the blink of an eye. The members of the bovine clan gathered atop Baifu Mountain. The numbers were few, merely 1,000 bovines in total. Niu Nanfang stood at the forefront, bowing and calling out, "We humbly welcome Senior Huanglong." The rest of the bovine clan, whether rehearsed or simply perceptive, echoed in unison, "We humbly welcome Senior Huanglong." Huanglong had initially intended to wait for them to assemble before quietly departing, but he did not anticipate their display. Transforming directly into his dragon form, he let out a resounding roar. Appearing before the gathered bovines and proclaimed, "Please, take your seats." Niu Nanfang led the way, expressing gratitude. "Thank you, Senior Huanglong." Subsequently, they all sat down. Although the bovines were astonished to see a member of the dragon clan, they had previously speculated yet remained uncertain. After all, merely being called Huanglong did not necessitate being a dragon, and most dragon clan members share the surname Ao, yet with the dragon standing before them, their certainty solidified. But what could they do? He was a Tai Golden Immortal. Could there not be noble dragons among them? Huanglong continued to exude his draconic majesty, commencing his teachings, gradually, as he delved deeper into the Dao of the dragon. Some bovines began to show signs of distress. To cultivate the Dao of the dragon seemed to imply a betrayal of their own race. Thus, none had yet ventured to cultivate the dragon pearl. However, in due course, they would cease to be so troubled. Chapter 24. Subjugating the bovine clan. Niu Nanfang began to gather the dragon pearls. The bovines below were oblivious to the hunger of the starved. And with not a single golden immortal among them, their thirst for the Dao was not particularly intense. They merely possessed an instinctive desire to grow stronger. In contrast, Niu Nanfang was different. He stood at the pinnacle of golden immortal, on the threshold of the Dao. Yet, lacking resources, he could only watch as the Dao within beckoned enticingly, leaving him in a state of longing. As for the bovine clan, they could go to the devil. That group had long forgotten that a bovine clan existed here. Who cared for them? Niu Nanfang felt no burden regarding this. As Niu Nanfang cultivated the dragon pearl, the bovine clan behind him took notice. In truth, from the moment they understood the Dao of the dragon, they had been fixated on Niu Nanfang. They cared little for the identity of the bovine clan. Their ability to stand firm on Baifu Mountain depended entirely on Niu Nanfang. Their identity was of no consequence. As long as Niu Nanfang, a golden immortal, remained, even as maggots, they could one day transform into flies. Should Niu Nanfang vanish, their fate would be uncertain, and their path would be shrouded in confusion, inevitably leading to their demise. Now that Niu Nanfang was cultivating the Dao of the dragon, they naturally wished to follow suit. The potential of the Dao of the dragon was immense, and they too desired strength. To grow steadily stronger would be even better. Huanglong's teachings did not remain confined to the bovine clan. The entire Baifu mountain range could hear his discourse. The teachings persisted for 3,000 years. The primary focus was on elucidating the transition from Golden Immortal to Tai Golden Immortal for Niu Nanfang. The reason for this tailored instruction was his desire to claim this branch of the bovine clan. Huanglong harbored no ambitions of conquering the wilderness, yet he needed capable individuals to assist him. If the 9 small ones were merely for show, then claiming the bovine clan would constitute substance. Speaking of the 9 small ones, Huanglong contemplated when he might retrieve them. For a considerable duration, Huanglong might remain in the west, He couldn't continuously leave those 8 small ones languishing in the Yellow River Water Mansion. A unified race suited Huanglong well. He favored the cohesiveness of a singular race. This also explained his lack of concern for the Yellow River Water Mansion, as he perceived the beings there as a chaotic mix. As for whether Niu Nanfang would follow Huanglong merely due to a single impartation of the Dao, Huanglong regarded it as a trivial matter. First and foremost, the gift of the Dao surpasses all. Whenever Huanglong calls upon it, Niu Nanfang must comply. However, a forcibly coerced alliance yields no sweetness. The Western teachings stem from a betrayal of the Xianmen. Secondly, the Dao of the Dragon is imparted by Huanglong, and subsequent paths can only follow his lead. Yet, should he manage to integrate other paths with the Dao of the Dragon, he might carve out an alternative route. While this may seem almost negligible, the crux lies in the third point. The current bovine clan possesses no means to undergo their transformation. This particular branch of the bovine clan has perished many of their kin amidst the chaos of demonic transformation, and those who survived have inevitably accrued some karmic debt. Furthermore, during the Great War of the Three Clans, the participating races in the primordial realm have also shared in this karmic burden. Thus, their merits are insufficient for transformation into dragons. Moreover, the entirety of Baifu Mountain possesses but a single main ley line. Coincidentally, the yellow dragon has amassed considerable merit, and parting with a fraction of it would bear no significant consequences. It is even possible that he might ultimately gain a little more. The yellow dragon has ample ley lines at his disposal, so there is no shortage. He does not need to supply them with all the merits required for their transformation. He merely needs to alleviate their karmic debt. Their highest rank is merely that of a golden immortal, and how much karmic debt could they possibly hold? Those with profound karmic ties have perished, and the surviving ones are granted by the heavenly Dao a chance for atonement. After the discourse, the yellow dragon returned to the secluded place where Niu Nafei was meditating, awaiting his awakening. Several years later, upon awakening, Niu Nafei made his way to the yellow dragon at the first opportunity. "Senior Yellow Dragon," he softly called out. The yellow dragon opened his eyes, glanced at Niu Nafei, and said, "You are awake." "Indeed." Niu Nafei replied succinctly. "Is there an issue?" the yellow dragon inquired. Niu Nafei hesitated, seemingly at a loss for words. "Is it concerning merits?" the yellow dragon directly asked, surprised by the yellow dragon's straightforwardness. Niu Nafei eventually conceded, "Yes. The bovine clan's participation in the Great War of the Three Clans has left us with considerable karmic debt." The yellow dragon disregarded this and continued, "Is there a solution?" "That would be akin to pulling down one's trousers to fart. If there were a solution, would we still be waiting until now?" Niu Nafei replied awkwardly, "No. I can provide a resolution for you." The yellow dragon declared, "Thank you, Senior Yellow Dragon." Niu Nafei eagerly responded, "What can you offer me?" The yellow dragon's inquiry swiftly brought Niu Nafei back to reality. A peak golden immortal. What could he possibly offer a Tai golden immortal? Niu Nafei, despite his confusion, directly asked, "What does Senior Yellow Dragon require?" While he may have been momentarily flustered, he understood that since the yellow dragon had raised the question, it must pertain to something he could provide. "I am a near guardian of the dragon's way." The yellow dragon replied nonchalantly, "I am willing to serve you, Senior," Niu Nafei proclaimed, bowing deeply and startling the yellow dragon. It appeared that the yellow dragon had overcomplicated matters. The bovine clan did not seem so intricate after all. Upon reflection, it was evident that the bovine clan had always been rather simple-minded. Even if this branch had committed grave errors, they were still permitted to remain, guarding their own ley line. Had they belonged to a more insidious race, they would likely have been entirely eradicated. With matters proceeding smoothly, the yellow dragon felt a sense of satisfaction. However, he did admonish Niu Nafei with a few words, having heard of the dragon's way. "I trust you understand that it emphasizes merit, with its core principle being mutual benefit with heaven and earth. That I hope you will remember this." Niu Nafei, filled with excitement, responded, "I shall diligently remember the teachings of Senior Yellow Dragon. I would not dare forget." As a member of the bovine clan, he genuinely found the philosophy of the dragon's way quite admirable and fitting for himself. The bovine clan's involvement in the Great War of the Three Clans was entirely a consequence of overwhelming circumstances. Participating would lead to decline, yet abstaining would result in death. The yellow dragon was pleased with Niu Nafei's attitude, yet he was somewhat displeased with the title of senior, while it had previously mattered little. Now that they were allies, such a designation felt rather distant. From now on, refer to me as teacher, the yellow dragon instructed. Yes, teacher. Niu Nafei promptly adapted his address that a guide and enlightener is to be called teacher. And thus the yellow dragon permitted Niu Nafei to refer to him as such that in truth, having established the dragon's way, he ought to be addressed as the Dao ancestor, which would not only convey authority, but also create a sense of distance. However, he had yet to attain such stature. Focus on your cultivation. I shall be away for a time. Here is the doctrine of my dragon's way, which you may comprehend at your leisure when the time is ripe. I shall naturally resolve the karmic debt of your bovine clan, the yellow dragon instructed. Teacher, you are leaving? Niu Nafei inquired with a hint of panic, having finally glimpsed hope. He feared that the yellow dragon would depart and never return. The yellow dragon nodded, stating, Indeed, I have come forth to impart wisdom. You are merely the first. I must also visit other places. Moreover, the innate spiritual energy in the West is scant, and you will need to prepare adequately for your transformation here. I shall venture out to procure some materials in the meantime. Niu Nafei was reluctant to see him go, yet he could not retain him, responding, Thank you for your efforts, teacher. The yellow dragon paid little heed to his words, saying, I have a permanent residence in the West, at Jiangjian Mountain, located to the east of Baifu Mountain. In the future, you may seek me there. For now, I must journey elsewhere to impart wisdom. With that, the yellow dragon departed without delay. Farewell, teacher. Niu Nafei's voice echoed in the secluded area. Chapter 25. The examination begins. The yellow dragon took 2,000 years to travel from Jiangjian Mountain to Baifu Mountain, imparting teachings for 3,000 years, culminating in a total span of over 5,000 years. Upon leaving Baifu Mountain, the yellow dragon continued westward, collecting innate spiritual stones encountered along the way. He came across numerous spiritual veins. Though most teetered on the brink of extinction, the yellow dragon, seeing this, did not turn a blind eye, for many life forms depended on these spiritual veins for survival. He extracted some of his own essence and infused it into the endangered spiritual veins, placing an innate spiritual stone to hasten their recovery. The essence of the yellow dragon would not entirely transform the spiritual veins into dragon veins, but it would release some dragon energy. At each spiritual vein site, he imparted teachings, focusing solely on principles pertinent to those below the golden immortal rank, concluding each session within a few hundred years. As time flowed by, a span of 10,000 years slipped away. The yellow dragon pressed onward to the west, traversing numerous locales, yet these places remained outside the core region of the West. The highest level spiritual vein discovered by the yellow dragon was merely at the golden immortal tier. And there was only one such vein. The majority had already diminished to ranks below golden immortal. According to the yellow dragon's investigations, these spiritual veins had been depleted prior to the upheaval of innate spiritual energy. During the upheaval, the impact on them was considerably lessened, yet most were nearing death. Along this journey, the yellow dragon scavenged a significant number of innate spiritual stones, including one from the main vein of the bovine clan. The others were of golden immortal and Tai golden immortal caliber. Now, the yellow dragon prepared to return. The journey from Baifu Mountain would take 10,000 years, yet the return would not require nearly as long. Furthermore, he had no intention of returning to Baifu Mountain just yet, opting instead to head straight back to Jiangjian Mountain. He set out from Baifu Mountain and gradually veered southward, as traveling to Baifu Mountain would involve a considerable detour. As 2 decades passed, the examination at Jiangjian Mountain was about to commence. In the blink of an eye, for 1,000 years had elapsed. The yellow dragon flew directly, now appearing outside Jiangjian Mountain. At this moment, Jiangjian Mountain had markedly improved. Although the dragon transformation formation lacked a main array master, the established spiritual veins had begun to interconnect. Upon entering Jiangjian Mountain, the yellow dragon found himself directly in the Dao Temple. Tang Shun was delving into the Dao of elixirs, having already refined the remaining 2 ginseng fruits. The aura of elixirs emanating from him was palpable, and the yellow dragon sensed that given a little time, he would be able to break through to the golden immortal realm. As for the issue of his foundation, the 4 ginseng fruits, did you think they were consumed in vain? However, it was unnecessary. The foundation of innate spiritual roots could at most ascend to Tai golden immortal. Beyond that, it was nearly impossible, and no matter how many ginseng fruits one consumed, it would bear no effect as for the legendary Huanglong Li, which purportedly allows direct ascension to Deluo, that pertains solely to magical prowess. That it is akin to a small horse pulling a heavy cart. A lowly realm lacks the capability to control immense magical power. It would yield no potential, making it a poor trade-off for Tang Shen. As soon as the yellow dragon entered the Dao temple, Tang Shen awakened. Master, Tang Shen appeared before the yellow dragon, exclaiming. The yellow dragon gazed at the child before him with immense satisfaction. At the time of his ascension to Golden Immortal, Tang Shen had grown to the size of a 9-year-old. The yellow dragon estimated that at Tai, he would mature into a youth, and upon reaching Deluo Golden Immortal, he would become a young adult. Perhaps this is the joy of a nurturing game. The yellow dragon inquired, "Is your cultivation progressing smoothly?" Tang Shen appeared quite pleased as he replied, "Indeed, with the 2 ginseng fruits. My comprehension of the Dao of grass and wood has deepened significantly, and I will soon grasp the threshold of the Dao of elixirs." Though Tang Shen had yet to complete his mastery of the Dao of elixirs, he was currently understanding its primary component, the Dao of grass and wood. Much like how the yellow dragon's way evolved from the combination of the Earth's spiritual vein principles and his understanding of dragons. Tang Shen's elixir path began with the Dao of grass and wood, not merely due to his own essence as a spirit of flora. Most of his elixirs were refined from the essence of plants. The Dao of grass and wood aligns harmoniously with the principles of supplementation within elixirs, manifesting not only in elixirs, but in various other aspects as well. For instance, the spiritual roots that the yellow dragon previously brought Tang Shen to cultivate served the purpose of mending the earth. Hearing this, the yellow dragon felt quite satisfied. With a wave of his hand, a branch of a mid-grade spiritual root appeared in his grasp. This branch of mid-grade spiritual root, planted in a suitable location to comprehend the path of spiritual roots. The yellow dragon instructed. The branch of spiritual root he presented had been exchanged from a Tai Golden Immortal who possessed a root of innate mid-grade spiritual root during their journey to the west. While its essence was that of a tree, its effects were similar to those of Tang Shen, possessing potent medicinal properties. "Thank you, Master." Tang Shen expressed his gratitude joyfully. Cultivating a medium-grade innate spiritual root provided him with significant insights into his understanding of botany. Although this branch was not particularly robust and could not reach the level of the main body, he merely required the process, as he did not need to elevate his spiritual root foundation. This branch had been kept within the Dragon Pearl by Huanglong, imbued with the dragon's aura, resulting in a growth trajectory distinct from that of the main body. After taking the spiritual root branch, Tang Shen departed, while Huanglong returned to his place of cultivation within the Daoist temple. With less than 5,000 years remaining until the examination, Huanglong had yet to devise the test. It was not a written exam, so the questions would naturally not take the form of papers. Additionally, in the current primordial chaos, there existed only Dao texts, which were beyond their comprehension and articulation. Thus, Huanglong intended to employ a formation, an array specifically designed to assess the way of the dragon. While setting up this formation was not overly challenging, the key lay in using an appropriate test of the way of the dragon. The formation itself was merely the canvas. The content constituted the actual questions. If the difficulty were too great, it would be challenging to find sufficient participants. Huanglong was eager to avoid any further delays in restoring the spiritual veins. Simplifying the process, however, was constrained by the limited spiritual veins he had prepared, which were insufficient for distribution. Therefore, he aimed to strike a balance. If there were only slight discrepancies, he could discreetly eliminate those he deemed unsuitable. Conversely, if they were satisfactory, they could remain, as future opportunities would arise. Most arrays in the primordial chaos were innate grand formations. While these arrays may not be particularly powerful, they tended toward perfection. For instance, the grand formation mastered by Xinyuanzi of Mount Wanshou, where the power summoned by Huanglong's Yellow River Divine Seal emanated from the formation itself. Huanglong's transformation of the Dragon Great Formation was derived through this deduction. However, formations that were self-derived postnatally, like the transformation of the Dragon Great Formation, were relatively commonplace and lacked offensive capability. Huanglong was not well versed in formations, only utilizing certain aspects of natural formations. As for the underlying principles, he understood the phenomena without grasping their rationale. This likely required the expertise of someone dedicated to the study of formations. Huanglong swiftly completed the deduction of the examination formation and subsequently concealed it at the mountain's base. With these arrangements in place, Huanglong sought out Tangshan. Tangshan had already planted the spiritual root at the juncture of the Jiangdian Mountain's geological veins and the external world. This location was somewhat enigmatic, manifesting externally as the backyard of the Daoist temple. He had also extracted a portion of botanical essence to nourish the spiritual root branch. Upon Huanglong's arrival, Tangshan immediately rose to his feet, exclaiming, "Master." Huanglong replied, "With a little time left until the 30,000 years mark, let me share some insights on alchemy." Huanglong continued, "Thank you, Master." Tangshan rejoiced, knowing that Huanglong's teachings would expedite his alchemical progress. The two of them sat beneath the newly sprouted spiritual root. Although Huanglong did not practice alchemy, the Dao represents principles, and principles are interconnected. Moreover, it was Huanglong who initially inspired Tangshan in the realm of alchemy. While the intricacies may not directly assist Tangshan, the overarching direction remained graspable. Huanglong released his Dao essence, while Tangshan summoned the Dragon Pearl, continually adjusting the Dao essence within it, ensuring that the energies gradually harmonized and unified. Time passed, and in less than 5,000 years, Huanglong's teachings had already spanned 3,000 years at this moment. Beneath Jiangdian Mountain, a surge of people gathered, many of whom were filled with dragon aura. Clearly, the advantage Huanglong provided during his initial teachings had not been squandered. Chapter 26. The examination concludes. Many had already condensed their dragon pearls. Under the newly sprouted spiritual root, Huanglong ceased his teachings. Calculating with his fingers, he sensed that the 30,000 years had arrived. With a wave of his hand, the examination array manifested upon the mountainside of Jiangdian. Huanglong's voice resonated down to the foot of the mountain. Those who pass through this array and ascend to the summit shall be able to hear the Dao in 10,000 years. A wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd below. Before long, individuals began rushing up the mountainside, entering the array. With the first, there came a second, until all were surging toward the formation on the mountainside. Within the array, no one could be seen. This array was an illusion array, as well as a heart inquiry array. Only those whose hearts aligned with the way of the dragon had the opportunity to emerge from it. This was also a reminder Huanglong had given them following the conclusion of his previous teachings. The heart of the way of the dragon entailed an inner acknowledgement of its principles, achieving a unity of knowledge and action. Presently, Huanglong had only one subordinate tribe, the Niu clan, whose role was that of a protector, thus requiring adherence to his principles. However, this selection was different. Huanglong needed them to propagate the Dao. To disseminate the Dao, they must first recognize its validity. After all, the vast expanse of the West could not be covered by Huanglong alone. How long would that take? Huanglong's attitude toward the West was not one of total acquisition. The Eastern continent was slightly larger than the West, but not by much. The boundary between East and West was marked only by Mount Wanshou, followed by the Blood Sea, which, to be precise, was not land. The Blood Sea lay to the north, not adjoining Mount Wanshou, but rather bordering the Northern Sea, linking to the Western continent. Mount Shumi was located towards the north of the West, and Huanglong had a rough plan for the territory. The West would extend from Mount Wanshou, gradually spreading towards the southeastern region, aiming to distance itself from Mount Shumi. He intended to occupy roughly 1/3, or even a quarter, of the West. This was not due to Huanglong's excessive ambition. He did not seek to encompass the entire West. First, this plan merely served as a foundation he had prepared. In other words, within this range, only Huanglong's voice would resonate. Second, Huanglong was still a solitary figure, not yet even a Deluo golden immortal. While the two individuals atop Mount Shumi were no less formidable than Xinyuanzi, he could not provoke them at present. Third, while his territory would not expand outward, it did not preclude the dissemination of the Dao, which would not pose an issue. Huanglong simply aimed to restore the designated territory thoroughly in other regions, after he had successfully rehabilitated 1/3 to a quarter of the West. Recovery would gradually occur. Coupled with the outward propagation of the way of the dragon, his restoration would accelerate. Time passed, and Huanglong was no longer at Jiangdian Mountain. He embarked on yet another journey with Tangshan to plant spiritual roots. Huanglong invested some time and nurtured numerous small dragon veins that for the examination. Huanglong's purpose in scheduling the teachings for 10,000 years later was precisely because he had established the examination timeline as 10,000 years. To achieve qualification, one could not submit their answers prematurely. This 10,000-year period served not only for assessment, but also for tempering the heart of the Dao. Those who withdrew during this time were deemed unqualified. Only those who persevered for the full 10,000 years would be eligible. Thus, throughout this decade, Huanglong and Tangshan ventured forth to plant trees. The locations Huanglong chose for planting were along the road to Beifashan. Why this direction? Huanglong sought to connect this path with the water veins. Much like the Yellow River, Huanglong intended to link various geological nodes within his designated territory using water veins. These water veins acted like meridians, interconnecting the acupoints across the entire territory, forming a cohesive whole. But a singular spiritual vein could not gather much spiritual energy, but a comprehensive array of spiritual veins, sprawling across at least 1/4 of the Western continent, would yield significant results. Importantly, this was not merely a grand spiritual vein array. It was also a transformation of the dragon array. Who would undergo the transformation? Naturally, it would be Huanglong, as the ancestral figure of the way of the dragon and the founder of the transformation of the dragon technique. He had yet to validate his own method of transformation. Huanglong planned to ascend to the status of a Deluo golden immortal in the West using his transformation of the dragon technique. Huanglong's transformation was unique. He was inherently a spiritual vein transformed into a dragon and did not need to sacrifice himself to any other spiritual vein. Instead, he intended to serve as the focal point of this transformation of the dragon array, thereby becoming the primary vein, or even the ancestral vein, of this region encompassing roughly 1/4 of the West. This ancestral vein would rival that of Mount Shumi, marking a new source of the Western spiritual veins. If successful, the resultant fortune and merit would sufficiently secure his position in the primordial world. However, it was still early. He had not even begun to take flight. Along the way, Huanglong positioned numerous water veins. The water vein system was extensive, so he did not require an excessive number of water veins. However, he also integrated several geological veins among them, as water lacks a fixed form and may change its course unexpectedly, flowing elsewhere without warning to ensure broader coverage. The water veins did not form a straight line toward Beifashan, but instead connected through various geological veins. Geological veins were utilized to stabilize the flow of water veins, and vast quantities of spiritual roots were to be planted along these geological veins. Unlike the water veins, Huanglong had already put the geological veins to use, while the water veins remained sealed. The reason for this was that geological veins could exist independently at present. However, the water veins, being newly nurtured by Huanglong, would not flow far if they served as the source. The innate spiritual energy within them would dissipate. Huanglong awaited the formation of the spiritual veins of the Jiangyan mountain while nurturing a water vein to flow down, connecting the geological and water veins all the way to Beifashan. Once established, he would plant some spiritual roots near the water veins. These spiritual roots were not merely for preventing soil erosion, although that was part of the purpose. These roots served to preserve the innate spiritual energy, preventing the river from changing course at will. Spiritual roots have the capacity to stabilize spiritual energy, and planting them along the banks effectively creates a windbreak. Huanglong and Tangshan planted for nearly 7,000 years along the journey, laying down a total of 49 water and geological veins, approximately half of each. Between any 2 points, there exists a connection of water veins. These water veins are sealed near the Earth's veins, and when the time is right, they emerge from the Earth's veins to connect the two. Upon reaching Beifashan, Huanglong also brought back Niu Nanfei. After all, as the protector chosen by Huanglong, he must be nurtured. For the foreseeable future, Huanglong will not be able to leave Jiangdianshan for extended periods. Thus, it is only logical to bring him back to Jiangdianshan, where he can be further instructed. Although Niu Nanfei has reached the peak of the golden immortal stage, he lacks a proper inheritance, resulting in a somewhat chaotic path of cultivation. It is not that he cannot break through to the golden immortal stage, but beyond the Tai golden immortal level. His potential appears limited. His path seems entirely intertwined without a clear focus. While the practice of the Tai golden immortal advocates for the unity of all, it does not preclude the understanding of other paths. The essence of the Tai golden immortal's unity refers to a primary thread, with other paths intertwining around it in a suitable manner, allowing it to grow robustly. Huanglong, for instance, has integrated his understanding of dragons with the principles of the spiritual veins and the earth, weaving them into the path of the dragon, continuously adding to this foundation that in contrast, Neo Nanfi's approach lacks hierarchy and core, resembling a haphazard collection of ideas, purchasing tools without knowing how to utilize them. Huanglong suspects that even if Neo Nanfei were to acquire the methods for cultivating the Tai Golden Immortal, his chances of ascending to that level remain slim as a member of the Mountain Bull tribe. Huanglong primarily imparts knowledge related to the Earth's path, inspiring Neo Nanfei to align with his own path of the mountains and refine himself. Time swiftly passes as Huanglong shares his teachings. The 10,000-year mark approaches. He pauses and appears outside the mountain's peak formation, gazing down at the vast mountain slope. Compared to 10 millennia ago, the number of beings remaining within the formation is now scarce. Huanglong counts and declares, "Enough." Chapter 27. The Dragon Transformation Great Array. Huanglong dismantles the formation and projects his voice to those remaining on the mountain slope. The first 71 individuals to reach the summit possess spiritual veins and can undergo the first batch of dragon transformation. Simultaneously, the dragon might emanates from Huanglong's body. This is not merely the aura of dragon energy for comprehension. It is a genuine pressure intended to test this group. On the mountain slope, over 100 individuals remain. With Huanglong's words comes the overwhelming pressure of his dragon might, akin to a mountain, momentarily rendering them breathless. However, they quickly adjust their states, advancing step by step. If the previous millennium assessed their resolve, the current trial is one of strength. Huanglong does not hesitate to eliminate those who do not meet the standard of resolve. Those who remain are precisely what he seeks, as for strength. If one currently falls behind, they need not compete. The philosophy of the dragon's path emphasizes continuous metamorphosis and transcending oneself repeatedly. As for others, they can be disregarded in the initial competition of strength within the dragon's path. The measure is naturally the dragon pearls. Some possess dragon pearls that are not yet perfected, while others have begun to embody certain principles. The disparity in strength is not significant, yet in this moment, even a slight edge is evident. After acclimating to the dragon might, those who are stronger move with ease, while the weaker stumble and falter. Nevertheless, Huanglong is quite pleased with this group. The selection of 71 individuals is due to the existence of only 71 spiritual veins in the first batch. It does not imply he is satisfied solely with these 71. The remaining individuals will soon be arranged accordingly. With Jiangdianshan no longer present, there remains this path connecting them. However, the distance between each node is vast, requiring the conclusion of Jiangdianshan to utilize the surplus innate spiritual energy to nurture the water veins and link them together. Before long, the first individual reaches the summit. Upon seeing the master, this person respectfully bows to Huanglong. "Oh, you have a name?" Huanglong inquires. "Disciple Fukan." The individual replies, "Very well, please wait." Huanglong responds, "Understood." Fukan acknowledges before stepping back to stand quietly behind Huanglong. Huanglong does not pay him further attention. After all, he was the quickest to ascend, and Huanglong had already noted him. Fukan is of the spiritual root transformation type, belonging to the vine category. His dragon pearl exhibits a hint of the path of vegetation, and he carries the aura of elixirs, likely related to Tang Shen. Several others below share similar characteristics, though their understanding of the principles is not as profound. As for the rest, some possess a trace of principles, but most do not, as time has been too short to allow them to imprint any substantial understanding of the path. With the ascent of the first individual, others gradually follow suit, bowing to Huanglong before taking their places behind him. Although Jiangdianshan is lofty, Huanglong's goal is merely to discern strength. Thus, they need only traverse a certain distance to naturally reach the summit. Soon, all 71 individuals have gathered, yet Huanglong continues to wait, for this path is imbued with immense dragon might. The remaining individuals, including those behind the 71, have not fully perfected their dragon pearls prior to their ascent. They have utilized the dragon might during their climb to refine their dragon pearls, which is why Huanglong also waits for them to complete the final piece of their cultivation. The individuals at the front have finished their training, and those behind have not lagged far behind. The arrival of the 71 does not hinder the pace of those still climbing. They continue to arrive steadily. Eventually, the last individual also reaches the peak, totaling 117 AT this moment. Huanglong turns to face the gathered crowd. Nodding in satisfaction, "Please, take your seats," Huanglong commands solemnly. "Thank you, Master." The crowd responds in unison before settling down to at this juncture. Two beams of light soar toward them, landing on the ground and revealing two figures, Tang Xun and Yo Nanfei. Huanglong is preparing to impart his teachings, and their presence is essential. Though he is offering enhancements to these individuals who are yet to reach the golden immortal stage, the benefits of Huanghe's principles will undoubtedly be significant for them as well. Furthermore, being at the golden immortal level, their gains will be even greater as they arrive. They instinctively sit in the foremost positions, one on the left and one on the right. Huanglong disregards them, retrieving the Huanghe divine seal. The seal hovers above the heads of the gathered individuals, releasing the essence of Huanghe's principles. Huanglong begins his exposition. Tang Xun and Niu Nanfei absorb what is useful, while the others are fully focused on the benefits of Huanghe's principles. What if the imprinting is slow? Huanglong asserts that slowness arises from a lack of understanding. Thus, he reiterates his teachings repeatedly. The more one comprehends the path, the more intimate the connection becomes, accelerating the imprinting process. Even allowing for a personal sensing of the path's existence, it has become evident that without opportunities in the vast wilderness, one may never achieve greatness in a lifetime, to attain prominence. One must rely on enhancements. As half a yuan assembly passes, those below begin to emanate a faint dragon might from their bodies. The principles they have imprinted are nearly identical, though slight variations arise from differing levels of understanding. Overall, their dragon might is capable of merging into a cohesive force. This is advantageous. A shared dragon might will significantly enhance the effects within the dragon transformation great array, deepening the connections among the dragon veins. As the collective dragon might approaches completion, Huanglong retracts the Huanghe divine seal, allowing the essence of Huanghe's principles to gradually dissipate. The individuals awaken from their state of enlightenment, akin to fish washed ashore. With a wave of his hand, Huanglong sends forth beams of spiritual light towards some individuals below. The spiritual light he emits carries information about the dragon transformation great array, totaling 71 beams directed toward the first 71 ascendants. Each corresponds to a specific earth vein, with Huanglong assigning fixed positions. They must understand how to strengthen their connections with other dragon veins. During the dragon's soul molding phase, the dragon pearl displaces the original spiritual position of the earth vein. Granting partial control over it.as Tang Xun leads the dragon transformation great array. Huanglong has also designated 7 key nodes to the spirits of vegetation, all of whom possess knowledge and insight into Tang Xun's path of vegetation and elixirs. Huanglong rises and states, "Those of you here, follow me. The rest may find a place at the summit to cultivate." Huanglong had no intention of allowing them to venture forth on their own, as they would remain unable to reach their destination after several millennia. Thus, Huanglong had to undertake the journey personally. The transformation array was already arranged, lacking only the participants to undergo the transformation. As long as they could integrate with the Earth's veins and connect the dragon's essence along these channels, a complete dragon vein could be established. Those who possessed the knowledge of the dragon vein's essence began to emerge from the crowd. As they stepped forward, the area before them opened up, as they were primarily positioned at the forefront. With a wave of his hand, Huanglong lifted this group and soared beyond Jiangdianshan. Huanglong was undeniably busy, exhibiting no hint of procrastination that he led these individuals out of Jiangdianshan, flying eastward. Soon, they arrived at the first node of the Earth's veins, where the environment bore no trace of human interference from the time when Tang Xun first planted the spiritual roots. It was entirely natural. For the first node, Huanglong designated Fukong. He set Fukong down, bestowed upon him 2 innate spiritual stones, explained their usage, and promptly proceeded to the next destination. Huanglong lacked the luxury of time to oversee their entire process of shaping the dragon's soul. Any potential issues could be addressed upon his return. Huanglong resembled a parent dropping off their child at a grandparent's house. Upon arrival, he lingered not a moment longer, swiftly moving on to the next location. Completing the entire journey took 300 years. However, at the final stop, he did not simply leave after setting them down. Instead, he waited until he had shed his physical form and the dragon pearl had integrated into the Earth's veins before departing. On the return journey, Huanglong attentively observed the progress of these individuals in their transformation into dragons. In truth, This marked the inaugural verification of Huanglong's dragon transformation technique, and he could not afford to be indifferent. Nonetheless, these individuals were all hand-picked exemplary students. Unlikely to falter, Huanglong's observations were primarily focused on the fluctuations of the transformation array rather than the specific conditions of the individuals undergoing transformation. Although the primordial chaos does not keep track of time, Huanglong still felt the urgency of time passing. This urgency became even more pronounced upon encountering Xinyuan Zizi. Being slightly behind the foremost echelon of the primordial chaos left Huanglong feeling quite insecure. While he believed that there were no absolute constants in the primordial chaos, breaking the established constants would demand extraordinary strength. The tiger wishing to seize the prey of a wolf pack must possess sufficient combat prowess. Chapter 28. Dragon Gate. Huanglong continued to explore the nodes of the Earth's veins, observing the connections of the transformation array while summarizing the results of this initial experiment. By the time he returned to Jiangdianshan, a millennium had elapsed. The area where teachings were once imparted atop the mountain was devoid of any human presence, with everyone now congregated at the temple constructed by Tangshan. The arrangements Huanglong made before his departure had led them to the most advantageous location atop the mountain. Although these individuals had not gained the opportunity to undergo transformation into dragons this time, Huanglong would make further arrangements in the future. For the time being, they were housed within the temple, which was the most abundant in innate spiritual energy on Jiangdianshan, allowing them to continuously enhance their foundational prowess. Naturally, they did not dare to enter without first consulting Tangshan, who granted his consent. As for further teachings, Huanglong had no time for that at present, and moreover, they had already reached the standard required to shape the dragon's soul, rendering additional instruction unnecessary. Nevertheless, Huanglong arranged for Nananfei to provide guidance when time permitted. This was not merely to keep Nananfei occupied. It also served to help him untangle his own muddled understanding of the Dao. After Huanglong had offered him some personalized instruction, Nananfei's understanding had improved significantly. Yet it still remained a tangled mess. Post-transformation, whether one became a golden immortal or a great golden immortal, the Dao solidified upon the dragon pearl could not be removed unless one underwent another transformation into a dragon. Thus, while the Dao upon the dragon pearl need not be exceptionally strong, it must not be disordered. Any necessary additions could be made later. If one could clarify their understanding prior to transformation, there would still be opportunities. After making arrangements for Nananfei, Huanglong sought out Tangshan. At this point, Tangshan was already at the location of the Earth's veins. Upon seeing Huanglong's arrival, he immediately rose and approached him. "Master," Tangshan called out. Are you prepared?" Huanglong inquired. Tangshan nodded, replying, "I am ready." Huanglong gazed at the Earth's veins, which had ceased their original flow, with a great Lua-level innate spiritual stone and a significant recovery from the Yuanhui. It had even grown a bit. "Let us begin," Huanglong instructed Tangshan. Without hesitation, Tangshan summoned a dragon pearl, allowing his primordial spirit to soar from his body into the pearl while his physical form floated toward the Earth's veins. The Earth's veins, akin to a pack of ravenous dogs, swiftly enveloped Tangshan's body. Tangshan's form was substantially more robust than that of an ordinary golden immortal. With 4 spirit fruit, his body of ginseng was further nourished. Coupled with the benefits from his alchemical practices, this rendered Tangshan's body even more appealing to the Earth's veins. Tangshan's dragon pearl successfully entered the core of the Earth's veins, as Tangshan integrated into the veins. The transformation array, originating from Jiangdianshan, began to activate, continuously absorbing the surrounding sparse innate spiritual energy. Although the innate spiritual energy in the western regions was thin, Huanglong had prepared innate spiritual stones, ensuring that each node of the Earth's veins was adequately supplied. As the transformation array functioned, Huanglong also initiated new actions. In an astonishing display, Huanglong transformed into a dragon vein and burrowed underground. He traversed every node of the transformation array, establishing connections with the entirety of the transformation array. The dragon veins within the array had been derived from Huanglong himself, and soon, all the veins established a connection with him. The veins below naturally followed suit, and the main vein of Jiangdianshan could not resist for long. Huanglong then settled into silence. His actions aimed to accelerate the metamorphosis of the dragon veins. As a dragon vein at the level of a great golden immortal, he significantly enhanced the efficiency of the transformation array. Of course, this was only one aspect. The second was that Huanglong seized the position of the main vein of Jiangdianshan and then entered seclusion to advance to the late stage of the Great Golden Immortal. However, Huanglong did not intend to occupy Jiangdianshan itself. Calculating the time, it had been 2 yuanwees since Huanglong departed from the Yellow River Water Mansion. 2 yuanwees had seen him progress from the mid-stage of the Great Golden Immortal to the cusp of the late stage, which could be considered quite rapid. A yuanwee passed. A resounding dragon roar echoed from Jiangdianshan. Yet no dragon was visible at that moment. Beneath Jiangdianshan, a dragon vein was surging forth, sweeping westward. Just as it left the confines of Jiangdianshan, the dragon vein began to ascend. Curiously, the dragon vein did not break through the surface of the earth directly. Instead, the ground itself rose, gradually forming a dragon-shaped peak. The mountain was not prostrate, but rather bore the semblance of a dragon ascending to the heavens. Though not large, it appeared smaller than the original Jiangdianshan when considering its range. Yet, a mountain's significance lies not in its height, but in the presence of a dragon. This mountain was indeed lofty and possessed a dragon. That dragon vein was Huanglong himself. As the main vein, he could not be squeezed alongside the dragon veins of Jiangdianshan. Even if he did not reside there, he required his own quarters. Thus, Huanglong emerged to establish a new, albeit modest, mountain that stood 3 times the height of Jiangdianshan. This mountain's location had been meticulously arranged by Huanglong, marking the first water vein to emerge from Jiangdianshan, which trailed closely behind him. When the Huanglong transformed into a dragon vein, its growth ceased upon reaching a sufficient altitude that it then began to communicate with other tributaries, channeling primordial spiritual energy into the nearby water veins. The water veins expanded at a visible pace. Once sufficiently enlarged, the Huanglong surged upward, accompanied by the water vein, directly towards the mountain peak. With a resounding roar, the Huanglong burst forth from the earth, and the water vein erupted alongside him. Standing atop the mountain, the aura surrounding the Huanglong had reached the late stage of the Golden Immortal. The water vein that accompanied him, after a period of surging, gradually subsided. This water vein was newly established within the mountain by the Huanglong, who had no intention of allowing others to mold their dragon souls within it. The water flow formed 2 riverine paths. One flowed eastward, returning towards Jiangdian Mountain, albeit smaller in size, while the majority surged westward. It would traverse the route the Huanglong had previously prepared, activating the water veins sealed by him, all converging towards Beifashan. Once the water vein stabilized, the Huanglong departed from this unnamed new peak. Not only had his seclusion concluded, but others had also completed their dragon soul molding. The Dragon Transformation Grand Array encompassed not only the steps for molding dragon souls, but also the transformation itself. This time, the Dragon Gate was naturally established by the Huanglong. The Dragon Gate of the Dragon Transformation Grand Array was not merely a passage. It contained a space for dragon transformation. Once all the dragon souls entered this space, they would transform together. The Huanglong appeared above Jiangdian Mountain, channeling his own principles of the dragon path into the sky, gradually coalescing a dragon gate through secret methods, supplemented by virtuous deeds. The Dragon Gate of the Dragon Transformation Grand Array could not be constructed by just anyone. At the very least, one must be a golden immortal to barely manage its creation using the principles of the dragon path. After the Huanglong formed the Dragon Gate, others began to gather their virtuous deeds to coalesce their own dragon gates. These gates were condensed from dragon energy. Such a dragon gate resembled a teleportation array, directly leading to the Dragon Gate space created by the Huanglong, with the virtuous deeds merging into this space upon passage. The essence of the dragon transformation lay within the Dragon Gate, and the benefits of the Dragon Gate space were evident. The Dragon Transformation Grand Array required a high-level individual to preside over its core. Typically, the Dragon Gate space was formed by this person, as the powerful principles of the Dragon Path provided greater advantages for lower-level transformations, enabling the emergence of a stronger and more suitable dragon body. For those of higher realms, the first to transform would assist those following in their elevation. Furthermore, the Dragon Gate space, being a manifestation of their principles, would aid in their transformation process, greatly enhancing their comprehension of the dragon path. The Dragon Gate space could even be coalesced from the principles of several individuals, provided their understanding of the dragon path was relatively similar. The distance was too great for Tang Shun to assist the Huanglong this time, leaving him to exert his efforts alone. Chapter 29. Dragon Transformation. Shedding the dragon skin after the dragon gate had formed, the Huanglong directly flew into it, with Tang Shun closely following, subsequently, the others from the tributaries. As if receiving a command, also coalesced their dragon gates and passed through, entering the dragon gate space. Within this space, the Huanglong observed the dragon souls, each clutching a dragon pearl, soaring into the dragon gate space. In no time, 72 dragon pearls were gathered. The Huanglong mused whether he could make 10 wishes. If not 10, 8 would suffice. Once all were assembled, the myriad dragon souls began to connect their auras, forming the dragon transformation grand array within the space. With the Huanglong presiding over the main formation, as the array took shape, the Huanglong began to harness the power within the dragon gate. The essence of the dragon path surged forth, coalescing upon the dragon transformation grand array. This array applied the gathered power to a single dragon soul and the dragon pearl shattered, the dragon energy within, augmented by the array, bore the imprint of the Yellow River's essence cultivated during the practice of dragon might. Both forces converged upon the dragon soul, intertwining with this moment. A virtuous deed surged towards the dragon soul, swiftly manifesting a dragon body around in a short while. A dragon emerged. This dragon possessed claws, a head, horns, and scales, along with a newly formed dragon pearl, while the rest retained the form of its original body. Yet it was still a complete four-clawed true dragon. Even the weakest transformation would yield the true dragon's claws and the original dragon pearl. The extent of the transformation depended on one's understanding of the dragon path. The deeper the comprehension, the more profound and powerful the transformation. However, a less profound transformation did not necessarily imply weakness. It could merely reflect a retention of the original advantages. The first dragon was able to manifest its horns and scales not due to a deep understanding of the path, but rather because of the Huanglong's guidance and the limited time available. The Huanglongs presiding over the dragon transformation grand array provided significant support to the dragon's path. Otherwise, even with the array, the dragon would only have a few scales and budding horns. The aura exclusive to golden immortals emerged on the dragon's body, amplifying its majesty. The successful transformation of the first dragon did not lead it to depart. It remained a part of the dragon transformation grand array. Only when the entire array completed the transformation would it be deemed whole. It intended to use its current strength to support others in their transformations. Subsequent transformations yielded increasingly complete dragon forms. Yet, constrained by their inherent foundations, they could produce only 1 or 2 additional features. The number of true dragons within the dragon transformation grand array grew, transforming the entire array into nearly a congregation of dragons. Ultimately, it was Tang Shun's turn. Following the shattering of the dragon pearl, the transformation process commenced once more. However, the outcome differed. Tang Shun, already blessed with numerous virtuous deeds, combined with the Huanglong's significant contributions within the Dragon Gate, resulted in an abundance of virtuous energy. That a portion had been utilized during the transformations of others, but the remaining fraction amounted to Tang Shun's entire virtuous essence. As Tang Shun's dragon body gradually took shape, a colossal azure dragon emerged, boasting 5 claws, having fully transformed, with golden patterns swirling across its body. Clearly, the virtuous deeds played a crucial role, not only ensuring Tang Shun's stable emergence as a 5-clawed dragon, but also bestowing the benefits of a virtuous body. With a roar, the power of the Tai Golden Immortal Realm surged forth, solidifying Tang Shun's dragon form. Accompanying this was an exquisite fragrance that filled the air, invigorating the senses and enhancing vitality. Tang Shun's transformation completed the full dragonization of the Dragon Transformation Grand Array, with the collective power of the array now converging upon the Huanglong, the principal figure of the formation. With a mighty roar, the Huanglong emerged from his own dragon body, leaving behind a shed skin. This skin represented the Huanglong's transformation from the mid-stage to the late stage of the Tai Golden Immortal. The Huanglong collected the shed skin. Reflecting on the sensations experienced after this transformation, he then turned his gaze towards the dragons within the Dragon Gate space. The more he looked, the broader his smile became. 71 golden immortals and 1 Tai Golden Immortal. This was the foundation of his dragon path, brimming with potential. After surveying them, the Huanglong's attention settled on Tang Shun. gradually shifting towards Tang Xun's dragon whiskers. Realizing they resembled ginseng whiskers, the fragrance of the flora emanated predominantly from these whiskers, indicating that Tang Xun had retained his original characteristics. They were indeed dragon whiskers, yet also bore the qualities of ginseng whiskers, enriched with the essence of plants. With the Huanglongs shedding complete, the dragon transformation grand array was no longer necessary. However, the Dragon Gate space, being a manifestation of the Huanglong's principles, could still be retracted. The remnants of the dragon essence from the dissipated array were scattered across the entire Jiangdian mountain range. These could also be absorbed by the dragons, albeit with limited effectiveness. It was far more beneficial to scatter them to the earth veins, accelerating their growth. As the molding of dragon souls concluded, those capable of advancement began to ascend, while others continued to develop. Soon as the fragments of the Dragon Gate were scattered across the mountain range, the dragon vein of Jiangdian Mountain began to transform. This dragon vein, utilizing the Dragon Transformation Grand Array, summoned other veins to gather primordial spiritual energy. The aura of the Jiangdian Mountain Dragon Vein continuously intensified, causing the entire mountain range to expand. To the west, Jiangdian Mountain merged with the newly established peak of the Huanglong. To the east, the mountain gradually approached the locations of other spiritual veins from the Dragon Transformation Grand Array, overlapping until the mountains fully fused together. Only then did Jiangdian Mountain cease its movement, and the dragon vein within came to a halt in its growth. This dragon vein had now regained its peak state. Reaching the pinnacle level of Tai, the integration of the earth veins unfolded swiftly, yet it required 3,000 years. At this moment, the Huanglong had returned to his own peak. This peak would not lose its dominant position due to the recovery of Jiangdian Mountain's dragon vein. It remained taller than Jiangdian Mountain. The Huanglong named the mountain Hulongshan. Inscribing the name in the Daoist script, he placed it at the mountain's base. Hulongshan is steep, if one were to walk. There exists only a narrow path left by the Huanglong. For those who wish to fly, one might as well disregard my words. There are no flight restrictions. After all, who walks in earnest on the mountain? The Huanglong also constructed a Daoist temple. It was named Daolongguan. The interior was simply arranged. The Huanglong surrounded the spring in the temple's rear courtyard and named it Hulongquan. He then planted branches of primordial spiritual roots here. These were exchanged during his journey to the west. In the Huanglong's possession was another mid-grade primordial branch, which was a peach tree. The original name of the peach tree is of little importance. However, it is now called Pan Long Tao Shu. Nourished by the primordial spiritual energy of the spring, the branches and leaves of the Pan Long peach tree now cover 1/3 of the courtyard. The Pan Long peach tree bears the responsibility of suppressing the spiritual spring of Hulongshan, making transformation nearly impossible. Not only this tree, but the fruit tree planted by Tang Xun also attained the status of a low-grade primordial spiritual root during his transformation. It bore a full round of fruit, aptly named Long Shengua. Yet, there remains no sign of emerging intelligence. They were sown near the dragon vein and coexisted almost in unison with it. They remain under its influence, rendering the manifestation of intelligence impossible. The mount of transformation into dragon lacks any formations, for the yellow dragon does not devise any commendable array. Thus he chose to forego it entirely. Upon sensing the cessation of changes in the Earth's pulse, the yellow dragon sent a message to Jiang Dianshan, summoning Tang Xun and others to come forth. Although the dragon vein of Jiang Dianshan has reached the pinnacle of Tai Golden Immortal, it only stands at half the height of the mount of transformation into dragon. Moreover, most of its innate spiritual energy has been channeled to the mount of transformation into dragon, subsequently flowing westward. Soon, Tang Xun arrived with a company of 118, including those who have and have not transformed into dragons, alongside Niu Nanfei. At the entrance of the dragon view, the yellow dragon opened the door to the Taoist temple, inviting Tang Xun and the others inside. Seated atop the main hall, the yellow dragon greeted Tang Xun and the others with a simple, "Please, have a seat." "Thank you, master," everyone replied. "Thank you, Elder Xie," Tang Xun added. Once everyone had settled, the yellow dragon turned his gaze towards Tang Xun and proclaimed, "Tang Xun, you have ascended to the Tai Golden Immortal Realm. From now on, you shall be my personal disciple." Overwhelmed with excitement, Tang Xun immediately bowed in homage, exclaiming, "Disciple Tang Xun pays respects to master." The respect for one's teacher mandates such reverence. The yellow dragon gazed at Tang Shun, feeling nostalgic when he first emerged. Tang Shun appeared no older than 3 or 4, and now he had blossomed into a graceful youth. Rise, the yellow dragon said. Thank you, Master, Tang Shun responded, standing and taking his seat once more. The yellow dragon then directed his attention towards the others, who were visibly anxious, each hoping to be next. After surveying the assembly, he addressed Nyo Nanfai, stating, Nyo Nanfai, you shall lead the Nyo clan as protectors of the Dragon's Way. Do you accept? I, disciple Nyo Nanfai, willingly pledge the entire Nyo clan to safeguard the Dragon's Way, Nyo Nanfai replied, his surprise palpable and his answer resolute. The yellow dragon, unperturbed by the affirmation, waved his hand, channeling merit into the karmic forces of the Nyo clan. The clan's karmic energy dissipated like ice meeting fire, swiftly transforming. Merit can be utilized by others only when connected through fate, serving to protect the benefactor, lest it be seized. During the discourse, connections of fate are established, though they pertain to personal destinies. Thus, the array of transformation into dragon can utilize the yellow dragon's merit. However, Nyo Nanfai's karmic energy is tied to the Nyo clan, necessitating a connection between their fate and that of the yellow dragon. Feeling the burdens of karmic energy lighten, Nyo Nanfai understood the yellow dragon's actions and expressed his gratitude, saying, Thank you, Master. Indeed, the yellow dragon nodded in acknowledgement, then continued, Your clan shall henceforth serve as guardians of the Dragon's Way, and you must uphold its principles. Should any karmic energy arise in the future that tarnishes the fortunes of my Dragon's Way, do not blame me for purging the ranks, Nyo Nanfai promptly replied. The Nyo clan shall ever remain vigilant to uphold the principles of the Dragon's Way, never transgressing in the slightest. The yellow dragon nodded again. As long as you remember, that is sufficient. He then turned his gaze to the remaining individuals, all of whom held a profound understanding and appreciation for the Dragon's Way. Addressing them, he announced, You shall henceforth be disciples tasked with disseminating the teachings of the Dragon's Way. Do you accept this responsibility? We willingly accept, responded the 117 voices in unison, their tone resonant and harmonious. The yellow dragon, puzzled by their synchronized reply, wondered if they had rehearsed, though no script had been provided. Nevertheless, he reiterated, Rise, and strive to propagate and practice the Dragon's Way. As he spoke, he produced nearly 100 innate spiritual stones, which he waved towards those who had not yet transformed into dragons. The waters flowing westward from the Mount of Transformation into Dragon have already merged into the array. Go forth. Thank you, Master, they chorused, and then over 40 individuals soared into the skies, utilizing the principles of the Yellow River. The yellow dragon intertwined the water veins with various spiritual nodes, continuously expanding the array of transformation into dragon. Regardless of the distance, all spiritual veins would align with the Mount of Transformation into Dragon as their main artery. The yellow dragon planned to convert the entire Mount of Transformation into Dragon into a Dragon Gate. It would not do for him to have to condense the space of the Dragon Gate each time transformation occurred. Anyone within this array would be able to access the Mount of Transformation into Dragon directly, rendering it a true sanctuary of transformation. The waters flowing from the Mount of Transformation into Dragon would also carry the essence of the dragon. The journey from the Mount of Transformation into Dragon to Mount Baifu was lengthy, yet due to the connection of the water veins, only 48 spiritual nodes were established. Initially, the yellow dragon had intended to set up 49. But the Mount of Transformation into Dragon occupied one position, and now that water vein diligently operated within the mountain. However, this was merely the path from the Mount of Transformation into Dragon to Mount Baifu. There remained numerous locations in the west that required establishment. Such a vast expanse of land certainly necessitated meticulous planning. This was not akin to the time of the Yellow River's opening, wherein the heavenly Dao provided a route. Without a route, how could the disciples below convey the teachings across disparate directions? Thus, the yellow dragon addressed his other disciples, saying, Tang Shun and Nyo Nanfai shall remain. The rest may go and cultivate. Find a place to reside on the Mount of Transformation into Dragon. Those who cannot stay may travel to Mount Baifu to disseminate teachings, following the water vein down to reach it. Understood, they replied, and departed. Turning to Tang Shun, the yellow dragon instructed, Tang Shun, return to the Yellow River and bring back the golden offerings. If the turtles in the transformation pool have gained intelligence, bring them as well. The yellow dragon harbored fond memories. When he first emerged, he had only intended to impart teachings before returning. However, the West was exceedingly barren, and the mobility of living beings was astoundingly poor. Thus, he found himself unable to leave. It had already been 3 Yuan meetings since his emergence, and the 8 dragonlings should have completed their training by now. It would not do to keep them confined within the water palace. This was the foundation he had prepared for himself. He could not abandon it midway. Tang Shun, elated by the yellow dragon's command, felt a surge of excitement at the prospect of reuniting with the 8 young disciples, with whom he had developed a deep bond over the course of 2 Yuan meetings. Yes, Master, I shall depart immediately, he joyfully affirmed, and with that, he soared from the Mount of Transformation into Dragon, heading eastward, with a fragment of the Yellow River's authority entrusted to him by the Yellow Dragon. Tang Shun could directly access the water palace of the Yellow River upon reaching Huanglong Mountain. The round trip would take approximately 30,000 years, the Yellow Dragon observed, as only Niu Nanfei remained in the main hall. Niu Nanfei spoke first. Master, is there anything I can assist with? The Yellow Dragon pondered for a moment, but could not think of any tasks for him. Shaking his head, find a place to cultivate for now. In due time, you will accompany me on a journey. Niu Nanfei, indifferent to the suggestion, replied, understood, and then exited the hall. Looking upon the now empty hall, the Yellow Dragon felt little impact on his mood. He too departed the dragon view, entering the inner sanctum of the Mount of Transformation into Dragon. There remained much work to be done, such as constructing the Dragon Gate. The Yellow Dragon continuously infused the principles of the dragon into the Mount of Transformation into Dragon, gradually refining it into a singular artifact, the Dragon Gate. The Yellow Dragon's own powers of law were inexhaustible. As long as there was the essence of the dragon's way and innate spiritual energy, the principles of the dragon could be effortlessly woven together. The crafting of the Dragon Gate was not a one-time endeavor. As more beings transformed into dragons, the Dragon Gate would grow stronger, showcasing remarkable potential for growth. Furthermore, it would continually gather the fortunes of the dragon's way. To this end, the Yellow Dragon invested nearly all his merits into the project. The Mount of Transformation into Dragon was not merely a Dragon Gate. It was also the source of the array of transformation into Dragon. Thus, the Yellow Dragon infused the compatible essence of the Yellow River into the dragon's metamorphosis, merging it with the Mount of Transformation into Dragon. Not only did he refine the dragon's metamorphosis, but he also synthesized all elements of the Mount of Transformation into Dragon into one cohesive entity, including the water vein. To achieve perfection, he even nurtured a small earth vein, incorporating it into the whole. As millennia passed, the Mount of Transformation into Dragon had matured into a treasure of merits. Though not on par with innate treasures, it rivaled those of mid-grade innate quality. The crucial aspect was that the further the water veins flowed from the Mount of Transformation into Dragon, the more dragons would emerge, thereby augmenting its strength. As the Mount of Transformation into Dragon grew stronger, the rate of transformation for the spiritual veins outside would also accelerate. Thus, the pressing challenge lay in resolving the issues surrounding the watershed of the Mount of Transformation into Dragon. Consequently, the Yellow Dragon ascended to the peak of the Mount of Transformation into Dragon and called out, "Come with me." The call was directed at Niu Nanfei. Moments later, Niu Nanfei approached the Yellow Dragon in flight. Upon reaching him, he inquired, "Master, where are we headed?" The Yellow Dragon replied, "To Wu Zhuangwen." Niu Nanfei's gaze was clouded with confusion, clearly unaware of Wu Zhuangwen's significance, but he refrained from questioning further. With that, the Yellow Dragon led Niu Nanfei out of the Mount of Transformation into Dragon. Soaring eastward on the journey to Wu Zhuangwen, the Yellow Dragon took the opportunity to collect the innate spiritual stones left behind by the first batch of disciples when they forged their dragon souls, which lay within the tributaries of Jiang Dianshan. Most of the innate spiritual energy had dissipated, yet they were still serviceable. This time, he intended to discreetly fill his reserves. In the future, the spiritual energy from the water veins flowing from the Mount of Transformation into Dragon would eliminate the need for them to replenish innate spiritual energy. However, they could still be utilized to nourish the spiritual veins. The consumption of innate spiritual stones for nurturing spiritual veins is a one-for-one trade. Thus, nothing should go to waste while gathering the innate spiritual stones. He cast a glance at the earth veins, noting that a small portion had already ascended to the golden immortal tier. while the others continued to thrive. Now, the range of the Jiang Ginshan Mountains had expanded to encompass the main vein of Jiang Ginshan and the space between Mount Wanshou. How could the fixed spiritual nodes be altered? Spiritual veins possess their own consciousness. Naturally, they would shift. The front is somewhat crowded, and naturally, it will move back, as the spiritual meridians at the forefront expand. Those behind will gradually shift backward, one after another. The movement of these spiritual meridians will also cause the mountains to slowly reshape, resulting in a landscape that changes almost daily. This pertains to the same principal vein. However, if different principal veins converge, the weaker one will be eroded, gradually transforming into a subordinate branch of the stronger. Yet, this is the West, where the vast land is sparsely populated with spiritual meridians, thus not reaching such extremes. Moreover, the merging of two principal veins is a rare occurrence, primarily induced by human interference. The configurations of the major spiritual meridians in the primordial chaos have largely stabilized, maintaining a state of mutual non-interference that a millennium later, Huanglong, accompanied by Niu Nanfei, appears within the Wanshou mountain. Huanglong stands outside as he did upon his first arrival at the Wuzhuang temple. Calling out, "Jin Yuanzi, my fellow Daoist, Huanglong has come to visit." Inside the Wuzhuang temple, beneath the ginseng fruit tree, Jin Yuanzi wears a serious expression, as if facing a formidable adversary. At this moment, Jin Yuanzi has already attained the status of a great Luo golden immortal. Who could instigate such a solemn demeanor in him? Hong Yun, you have already consumed a batch of ginseng fruits. Only these few remain on the tree. If you eat more, I shall have nothing left to offer my guests. Zhang Yuanzi politely, yet directly declined. Clearly, the guest within Wuzhuang temple at this moment is Hong Yun. After Jin Yuanzi had transformed, Hong Yun sought out the Wuzhuang temple and had consumed the remaining ginseng fruits left by Huanglong and the others, leaving only a handful. Yet, Hong Yun remains undeterred, saying, "My fellow Daoist, your Wuzhuang temple is close to the west. It is rare for guests to come by. If you let me eat them, will they not grow back?" The ginseng fruits hold little value for Hong Yun, a great Luo golden immortal. He simply seeks to satisfy his appetite. Hong Yun, whose essence is a mass of red clouds, is free-spirited and unrestrained, living entirely by his whims. Thus, the delectable ginseng fruits tempt him to indulge further. Huanglong perceives that Hong Yun is more suited to the demonic path, living freely without restraint. Be demonic does not equate to being malevolent. That would be an underestimation of the demon ancestors. That as Hong Yun and Jin Yuanzi bicker over the ginseng fruits, a voice resonates from outside the Wuzhuang temple. Jin Yuanzi is momentarily taken aback, then bursts into laughter, exclaiming, "Oh, it is my friend Huanglong." Hong Yun, who says my Wuzhuang temple sees no visitors. Hong Yun, equally astonished, murmurs, "In this desolate place, how can there be visitors?" Upon hearing his words, Jin Yuanzi's expression darkens. Yet he clarifies, "This is my friend Huanglong, who was on his way to the west as I was nearing my transformation. Let us go out to greet him." With that, Zhang Yuanzi opens the formation of the Wuzhuang temple and strides toward the entrance, followed closely by Hong Yun. Although Huanglong has interrupted his pursuit of the ginseng fruits, Hong Yun's heart is vast enough that such trivial matters do not weigh upon him. Outside the Wuzhuang temple, the great doors slowly swing open, revealing Zhang Yuanzi stepping out, with Hong Yun at his heels. Upon seeing Zhang Yuanzi emerge, Huanglong, accompanied by Niu Nanfei, hastens forward to welcome them. Huanglong laughs heartily. "My fellow Daoist, it has been quite a while. Congratulations on achieving the great Luo Dao fruit." Jin Yuanzi, equally pleased, responds, "Haha, my friend Huanglong, you have not lagged behind either. The great Luo is now within your grasp." He then gestures to Hong Yun, introducing him, "Huanglong, this is my friend Hong Yun, hailing from the Fire Cloud Cave." Subsequently, he introduces Huanglong to Hong Yun, saying, "This esteemed individual is Huanglong, the river god of the Yellow River." As Hong Yun follows Jin Yuanzi out, Huanglong begins to speculate about Hong Yun's identity, clad in a red robe and walking alongside Jin Yuanzi. Who else could he be? With Jin Yuanzi's introduction, he bows and says, "Greetings, brother Hong Yun." Hong Yun graciously reciprocates, "Greetings, Daoist Huanglong." In the current primordial world, while social niceties may not be prevalent, generally, a great Luo golden immortal would not address a Tai golden immortal as a fellow Daoist. However, Huanglong is acquainted with Zhang Yuanzi, a Tai golden immortal, and given Huanglong's status as the river god of the Yellow River, his future as a great Luo golden immortal is assured. Thus, no disparity in status arises due to their respective powers. Hong Yun, caring little for such distinctions, notes that Huanglong still addresses both as brothers. Were it any other great Luo golden immortal, Huanglong would typically keep his distance. After Jin Yuanzi introduces the two, he invites Huanglong and Niu Nanfei into the temple. On the way, Jin Yuanzi inquires, "My friend, where is Tang Shen?" Jin Yuanzi has a particular fondness for this spirit of Flora, who has taken on a human form. Huanglong replies, "Tang Shen has gone back to the Yellow River to fetch his companions." At this moment, Hong Yun interjects, "My friend, I have heard you are the river god of the Yellow River. What is it like within the Yellow River?" Hong Yun, born in the Fire Cloud Cave, is not too far from Wanshou Mountain and has yet to visit the Yellow River. His curiosity leads him to ask. Huanglong responds, "The current Yellow River is tumultuous, with nearly no life within. However, it brings tremendous benefits to both banks. You know how the Yellow River came to be." Hong Yun, ever the chatterbox, continues with his inquiries. Nevertheless, Huanglong proceeds to recount the origins of the Yellow River. In a short while, they arrive at the backyard where the ginseng fruit tree resides. Upon reaching this place, Hong Yun appears quite excited and addresses Jin Yuanzi, "My friend, we have guests. Quickly bring out your ginseng fruits to entertain them." Jin Yuanzi, bemused by Hong Yun's impatience, plucks 3 fruits from the tree, 1 for each of them, Hong Yun, Huanglong, and Niu Nanfei. Huanglong remains indifferent, yet Hong Yun is less than satisfied, exclaiming to Jin Yuanzi, "My friend, why so stingy? There are still many hanging on the tree. And you only give 1 to each of us." Before Jin Yuanzi can respond, Huanglong pushes the ginseng fruit he holds toward Hong Yun, saying, "If you find yourself lacking, you may take this one as well." Overjoyed, Hong Yun accepts it, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, my friend." The speed at which Hong Yun accepts the fruit leaves Huanglong momentarily stunned. He did not even decline the offer, although Huanglong intended to give it to him. Jin Yuanzi remarks, "Do not mind him. He has already consumed all the fruits from this tree and still craves more." Huanglong nonchalantly replies, "If brother Hong Yun enjoys eating, let him indulge." Hong Yun, the ever-chatty one, immediately chimes in, Indeed, my friend, you are being overly parsimonious. They are merely fruits, so let me have them." Jin Yuanzi, growing impatient, retorts, "There are none left. If you wish for more, you must seek them elsewhere." With no chance of obtaining additional fruits, Hong Yun shifts his attention back to the one in his hand. As for Niu Nanfei's ginseng fruit, Hong Yun does not lay claim to it. In the primordial chaos, good-hearted beings do not come merely for amusement. This ginseng fruit may hold little value for Huanglong and Hong Yun, but it is of great significance to the golden, immortal Niu Nanfei. Seeking a treat from a younger generation, does he not care for his own dignity as a great Luo golden immortal? As a glutton, he cannot resist the temptation and devours the fruit in 1 bite. Hong Yun returns to the mat where he previously sat, savoring the ginseng fruit in hand. Chapter 32. Seeking help. Huanglong and Niu Nanfei, seated at Jin Yuanzi's hospitality, are engaged in conversation. "My friend Huanglong, after 3 yuan meetings, you have reached the late stage of Tai Golden Immortal. Your gains from spreading the Dao in the West are considerable." Jin Yuanzi remarks. Huanglong responds, "I cannot compare to you, my friend, but I have made some progress. However, the vastness and sparsity of the West slow the dissemination." Jin Yuanzi inquires, "You have been preaching at the fringe of the West. It was expected to move slowly, but why not preach in the core of the West? Your Dragon Dao should thrive there, shouldn't it?" He recalls telling Huanglong the location of Jiangdian Mountain, thus wondering why Huanglong does not teach in a more favorable area of the West. Preaching the Dao is not merely a test of oneself. It can also yield merit and fortune. The broader the Dao is spread, the more beings it reaches, and the greater the rewards. How do you view my Yellow River? Huanglong suddenly pivots the conversation back to Jin Yuanzi, taken aback. Jin Yuanzi responds, "The Yellow River runs through the east, bestowing blessings upon both banks. In terms of merit and fortune, it is ceaseless and full of potential." Jin Yuanzi, this is indeed the case. Yet, Huanglong shakes his head. Jin Yuanzi, puzzled, asks, "What seems amiss?" Huanglong, without answering, poses another question. "Do you remember the last great calamity?" "Of course I do. But what does that have to do with the Yellow River?" Jin Yuanzi remains perplexed. Huanglong explains, the last calamity may not be relevant. But what about the next? The next calamity? Did we not just pass one? Jin Yuanzi is clearly unaware of Huanglong's concerns regarding the forthcoming great calamity. Though it may be distant, it is inevitable and must be contemplated in advance, Huanglong elaborates. But what does this have to do with the Yellow River? Zhen Yuanzi questions. The Yellow River almost cleaves the primordial chaos in the east. For the primordial chaos to unify, it cannot bypass the Yellow River. The merit and fortune it holds are among the rarest in the primordial chaos. When the next great calamity arrives, the Yellow River will inevitably be caught up in it. Huanglong elucidates. This is merely the current state of the Yellow River. If the Yellow River's waters are pacified, it could nurture countless water tribes, amplifying its merit and fortune. But is that not a benefit? Zhen Yuanzi inquires. Huanglong counters. The benefits gained by the three tribes far exceed my own. What of the present? Does this relate to your mission of preaching in the West? Xinyuanzai inquired. Huanglong chuckled and replied. The West has been rendered desolate, and now it holds no allure for anyone. It is likely that the next great calamity will unfold in the East, sparing the West from its repercussions. Should one be unable to confront the challenge, one can always retreat. However, the Yellow River is your domain of fortune. Relinquishing it would have significant ramifications for you, Xinyuanzai pondered. Xinyuanzai was perplexed, for the great calamity was still far off. And fleeing seemed quite reasonable. If the calamity were to affect him, he too would flee, yet departing so early appeared entirely unnecessary. Thus, he sought assistance from his fellow Daoist. Huanglong responded with a smile. Xinyuanzai, still bewildered, asked, what assistance could I possibly offer you during such a calamity? It is not assistance during the calamity that I seek, but rather your aid in the present. Huanglong elucidated, I have acquired the ancestral dragon's legacy and am in the process of transformation. Once I ascend to the realm of the Deluo Golden Immortal, I will discover the method to transcend that level and attain the primordial unity. How about I request your help with this method? Before Xinyuanzai could inquire about the nature of the assistance, Huanglong had already laid out his terms. The method of primordial unity. Two astonished voices exclaimed, one belonging to Xinyuanzai and the other to the curious Red Cloud, who, though seated nearby, had been attentively observing the proceedings. Upon hearing Huanglong mention the method to ascend to primordial unity, he could not resist interjecting. Xinyuanzai eagerly questioned, Dao friend, do you truly possess the method to achieve primordial unity? Even the Red Cloud approached. Although Xinyuanzai and the Red Cloud had transformed into Deluo Golden Immortals, their highest cultivation reached merely the pinnacle of that realm. Prior to this, they had been entirely unaware of the name of the realm that lay beyond Deluo Golden Immortal. Thus, upon suddenly learning that Huanglong could provide the method of primordial unity, how could they not be exhilarated? Faced with Xinyuanzai's excitement, Huanglong remained composed. In such moments, the more composed he appeared, the more convincing his demeanor became. Yet he still responded, Dao brother, do not be overly excited. I am unable to present it at this moment, and must wait until I reach the Deluo Golden Immortal stage to examine it. With Huanglong's reassurance, Xinyuanzai calmed himself and remarked, Dao friend, you truly possess an abundance of fortune. At that moment, Xinyuanzai felt a twinge of envy, although he had transformed into a Deluo Golden Immortal. Huanglong's potential was considerably greater. Just then, the Red Cloud interjected, Huanglong Dao friend, what assistance would you like Xinyuanzai Dao brother to provide? Upon hearing the Red Cloud's words, Xinyuanzai realized he had overlooked the request for help. Thus, he inquired, indeed, what do you need my humble assistance with, Dao friend? Huanglong promptly articulated his request. Dao brother, I intend to establish a river in the west akin to the Yellow River, to gather and sustain my fortune. Therefore, I wish to borrow your geographical records to assist me in devising the river's path. Xinyuanzai gazed blankly at Huanglong. Huanglong, noticing Xinyuanzai's stupor, waved his hand in front of him and asked, Dao brother, what troubles you? Xinyuanzai sighed and replied, your ambition is truly remarkable. The origin of the Yellow River is quite akin to that of Wanshou Mountain, yet now Huanglong intends to carve out another one. Huanglong sensed that Xinyuanzai might have misunderstood and clarified, Dao brother, you have misconstrued my intent. I do not intend to create a river stretching across the east and west as in the east, but rather to encircle a small area in the west for the sake of establishing a residence. Upon hearing Huanglong's explanation, Xinyuanzai felt enlightened and said, Ah, Now I understand. Once the explanation was clear, Huanglong nodded. Then, Dao friend, shall we commence? Xinyuanzai, having grasped the request, prepared to take action. I shall assist as well. The Red Cloud chimed in. The method of primordial unity. If I lend my assistance, I might catch a glimpse of it. Huanglong did not refuse. He was unconcerned about the value of the method of primordial unity. Xinyuanzai retrieved the geographical records, channeling a force of law into it, causing the records to transform immediately. At that moment, the records resembled a sand table, displaying every corner of the wilderness in real time. Points of light dotted the records, representing spiritual veins and their strengths. In the west, the points of light were sparse, with only those near Shumi Mountain appearing denser. The records also revealed the newly established cluster of spiritual veins led by Huanglong Mountain. However, it was unclear whether these were ordinary spiritual veins or dragon veins. Xinyuanzai inquired, Huanglong Dao friend, which area do you desire? Presently, Xinyuanzai resembled a landlord, and one might mistakenly assume this land was his. Huanglong scrutinized the records thoughtfully. Although the spiritual veins had diminished, the terrain had not undergone significant changes, allowing him to roughly infer the original locations of the earth veins and water veins. Huanglong pointed to Wanshou Mountain and traced a path toward the southwest until it reached the Western Sea. Chapter 33. The Map of the Dragon River. This is the land you mentioned. Both Xinyuanzai and the Red Cloud exclaimed in unison. Huanglong's designated area commenced from Wanshou Mountain, proceeding southwest at approximately a 30-degree angle. Upon reaching the southern center of the west, it shifted to a 60-degree angle southwest, flowing continuously toward the Western Sea. This delineation outlined a quarter of the Western Territory, nearly entirely occupying its southeastern region. And with tributaries extending in various directions, it could ultimately encompass a third of the West. Moreover, it completely circumvented all prosperous areas centered around Shumi Mountain, emphasizing a self-made enterprise to avoid drawing excessive attention and alarming Shumi Mountain. He had designated this line as the main thoroughfare, sealing the innate spiritual energy within the southeastern part of the West. Regarding Huanglong, Xinyuanzai remarked, your ambition is truly astounding. One can only imagine the magnitude of merit and fortune involved. Although this river may not rival the Yellow River in length, its coverage area is no less significant, especially considering the intricate network of tributaries. Huanglong did not aim to delineate every tributary's location. He merely needed to identify the essential branches to ensure that the river sufficiently encompassed the designated area. The projection of the water veins was not the most challenging aspect. The focus lay on the earth veins. Without the earth veins, the river would be susceptible to flooding at any moment, rendering it unsuitable for land-based beings. Huanglong replied, Dao brother, you flatter me. The future is long, and these areas are largely desolate. So I might as well find something to occupy my time. Xinyuanzai did not refute this and said, since we have a rough plan, let us begin to devise the details. Agreed. Huanglong promptly concurred. Thus, the three of them commenced the intricate projection of the river's course. This was not merely a matter of sketching. Although the area was vast and the spiritual veins sparse, they still existed. The available ones were at the level of golden immortals, yet none reached Deluo. The Deluo level was located in the core area, which Huanglong had excluded while drawing the lines. Time passed, and 10,000 years went by. Huanglong held a map, the culmination of the trio's work over the millennia, the river flow map of the Western Yellow River. Huanglong named it the Map of the Dragon River. The map was crafted from Huanglong's dragon shed skin as paper and inscribed with the laws of the dragon as ink. The dragon shed skin was the piece he had discarded in the Dragon Gate space. He had removed the scales, but the skin itself had been refined into Huanglong Mountain, and now it formed the essence of the map of the Dragon River, uniting with Huanglong Mountain. The map depicted the entirety of the West. Based on the impressions from the geographical records, Huanglong mused that this map, in harmony with Huanglong Mountain, would ultimately become an exquisite treasure of merit once the Dragon River was fully realized. Rivaling the Yellow River's divine seal, holding the water vein map, Huanglong expressed his gratitude to Xinyuanzai. Thank you, esteemed Dao brothers. Without this map, I would have traversed countless unnecessary paths. Huanglong Dao friend, you are too courteous. It was merely a trivial matter, Xinyuanzai humbly replied. The Red Cloud also responded politely, there is no need for such formality among friends. If you require assistance in the future, feel free to seek me out. And I, Hong Yun, shall certainly assist you. Huanglong graciously acknowledged. Dao brother, your kindness is appreciated. I will not hesitate to consult you should the need arise. The Red Cloud then suggested, after toiling for over 10,000 years. How about we indulge in some fruits and engage in a discussion of the Dao? Xinyuanzai chuckled. You are merely coveting my fruits. With that, he turned to Huanglong and asked, Dao friend, are you in a hurry to depart? Huanglong replied with a smile, I am in no rush at all. That is good. With that, he plucked 4 fruits from the tree, offering one to each person present. Neo Nanfei naturally received one as well. During this millennium, he had been cultivating beneath the ginseng fruit tree, making Huanglong's decision to bring him along worthwhile. This time, the Red Cloud did not request more fruits, as his intention was to engage in discourse rather than indulge. During this discussion, Xinyuanzai and Huanglong continued to employ the geographical records, the ginseng fruit tree, and the divine seal of the Yellow River. Thus, the only one who found himself in an awkward position was the Red Cloud. The 99 scattered soul gourd had yet to arrive, leaving the Red Cloud in a position of genuine poverty. However, Red Cloud had never known the meaning of awkwardness, wholeheartedly relishing the profound essence of the divine object. The discourse among the Deluo golden immortals extended over a prolonged period, and as time flew by, 2 more millennia passed before their discussion reached its conclusion. After the discourse, the Red Cloud's craving resurfaced, and he exclaimed, Dao friends, it has been 2 millennia since I had ginseng fruit. May I pluck a couple to satisfy my craving? Xinyuanzai paid no heed to the Red Cloud's request at a tea that moment. Huanglong addressed the 2 esteemed Dao brothers. I have been away for 30,000 years. It is time for me to return. The Red Cloud fell silent. Xinyuanzai turned to Huanglong and said, Dao friend, will you not stay a while longer? Huanglong declined, saying, No, I still have many matters to attend to. Once I ascend to the rank of Deluo Jin Xian, I will certainly inform you at the earliest opportunity, my fellow Daoist. Beside him, Hong Yun hastily exclaimed, And I. Huanglong responded, Rest assured, I will not forget you, my Daoist friend. Since you are departing, take some fruits with you. With that, Zhen Yuanzi plucked all the ginseng fruits from the tree, sending one flying into Hong Yun's hands, another to Neo Nanfei, and the remainder to Huanglong. Huanglong felt a sense of embarrassment and declined. I cannot possibly accept this. Zhen Yuanzi replied, They are merely fruits. You are in greater need of them. Upon hearing this, those who were about to voice their discontent fell silent, for they too had no need for the fruits, merely seeking to satisfy their appetites. Accepting Zhen Yuanzi's words, Huanglong did not refuse, recognizing his genuine need for the ginseng fruits that in total, 7 remained, all of which were entrusted to Huanglong gratefully. He expressed, Thank you for your assistance, my Daoist brother. Farewell, my 2 Daoist friends, Huanglong said to them. Until we meet again, called Zhen Yuanzi. Until we meet again, echoed Hong Yun. After Huanglong took his leave, within the confines of Wuzhuang Temple, Hong Yun was also bidding farewell to Zhen Yuanzi. Zhen Yuanzi inquired, My friend, you have no pressing matters. Where are you off to? With a hint of melancholy, Hong Yun replied, You have gifted all the ginseng fruits to Huanglong. I must venture outside for a while. I shall return when the fruits are ripe. Zhen Yuanzi, bemused, said, Very well, I shall not detain you. The ginseng fruits take a full cycle to bear fruit. How long can you be gone? Huanglong had already departed from Wanshou Mountain. Making his way into the west, as he approached the outskirts of Jiangdian Mountain, a startled exclamation escaped his lips. Master, what is it? Neo Nanfei inquired, noticing Huanglong's surprise. You will find out when we arrive. Huanglong replied cryptically, quickening his pace towards the front. Soon, a group of figures emerged in the distance. The silhouettes seemed to sense Huanglong's presence and came to a halt in no time. Huanglong stood before them. What brings you here? He directly questioned. Master, Honored One, Senior, they called out in unison, addressing Huanglong with various titles. This group consisted of Tang Shun and the 8 little Daoists he had come to escort. Among them were some whom Huanglong recognized and others he did not, yet they were all Jin Xian, possessing innate spiritual roots, with traces of the dragon's way evident upon them, a total of 12 individuals. We have just come from the east, Tang Shun replied to Huanglong's inquiry. You have returned to the Yellow River Water Mansion after 40,000 years. Why now? Huanglong pressed. Tang Shun did not answer directly, instead saying, Master, let us discuss it upon our return. You rascal, Your wings have grown, Huanglong chided with a laugh, playfully slapping Tang Shun on the head. Ouch! Tang Shun yelped in pain. Let us go. Huanglong did not pursue the matter further. Leading the way, they returned to Hualong Mountain in less than 300 years. Upon entering Hualong Mountain, Huanglong brought everyone to the main hall of Daolong Temple. Once seated, he turned to Tang Shun and asked, Now, speak. What transpired? Tang Shun rose and pulled 3 individuals from the crowd, saying, Master, do you remember them? Du Di, Oda, Dai Ku, pays respect to the esteemed senior. The 2 men and 1 woman, drawn forth by Tang Shun, greeted Huanglong. Huanglong recognized all 3, having previously bestowed upon them the Dao text of the Dragon's Way in exchange for the branches of their spiritual roots. However, he had not inquired about their names at that time. The 3 individuals looked at Huanglong with eyes full of anticipation, eager for his acknowledgement. After glancing at Tang Shun, Huanglong confirmed, I remember. Tang Shun beamed with joy and continued, I encountered them on the road. They hold the Dragon's Way in high esteem and wish to accompany me to the west. How did you come together? Huanglong inquired, puzzled. At that moment, Du Di, standing among them, stepped forward. Senior, after you bestowed upon us that Dao text of the Dragon's Way, we found it exceedingly suitable for our innate spiritual roots. Thus, I followed the direction you took and found them. United by shared aspirations and our common innate roots, we began cultivating together until we met Brother Tang Shun. Nodding in understanding, Huanglong gestured for them to sit. It appeared that a discontented innate root, unwilling to be constrained, had found a group of like-minded individuals, ultimately leading to their meeting with Tang Shun. From now on, you shall cultivate under Tang Shun's guidance. He is of spiritual root lineage and possesses ample experience. Huanglong instructed the 12 Jinxian. Tang Shun had already attained Tai Jinxian status and was capable of managing certain affairs. Understood. The 12 Jinxian responded in unison. After arranging for them, Huanglong turned his attention to the 8 young children. After a few yuan meetings, they had grown somewhat. Observing them brought Huanglong a sense of joy. For indeed, children are endearing. How has your cultivation progressed? Huanglong inquired gently. Having had no exposure to the outside world, they still retained their youthful innocence, eagerly clamoring to respond, their voices a delightful chorus. Yet, Huanglong could discern their cultivation status at a glance. They were all poised to ascend to Jinxian, even those with lesser roots. The aura of the dragon had already taken form within them, and they could sense the existence of the Dao. All right. Huanglong called to silence their chatter. He then addressed Tang Shun, saying, In a moment, I shall provide you with a few ginseng fruits. You will refine them into pills for them, ensuring their ascension to Jinxian. Do you understand? You went to Wuzhuang Temple to mooch ginseng fruits again. Tang Shun retorted without answering Huanglong's question. Huanglong's expression darkened as he thought. Children are so much easier to deal with. They grow up and become disobedient. I went to Wuzhuang Temple for a purpose, not to mooch fruits. Did you hear what I said? Huanglong replied impatiently. I understand. I will go shortly, Tang Shun responded. With Tang Shun's agreement, Huanglong's demeanor softened, and he decided not to hold a grudge. He had no intention of allowing the 8 little Daoists to transform into dragons at this moment. Their understanding of the Dao was rooted in the innate spiritual energy of the Yellow River Water Mansion, which was not particularly strong. After they ascended to Jinxian, they could seek suitable Dao essence, allowing them to ascend directly to Tai Jinxian, much like Tang Shun. The Dao he had previously arranged for them now required Huanglong to find an appropriate venue, which he would have time to do after their ascension. Lingering beneath the Jinxian level would yield no benefits. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, Huanglong asked Tang Shun, have the turtle and koi in the dragon transformation pool gained sentience? Oh, Tang Shun exclaimed, startled. Huanglong then witnessed him produce a cauldron. Upon seeing the cauldron manifest, Huanglong thought, a national treasure has made its way into the Honghuang world. Where did you acquire this innate spiritual treasure? Huanglong asked urgently. Sensing Huanglong's excitement, Tang Shun promptly retrieved a turtle and 2 koi from the cauldron, swiftly stowing it away while declaring, This is mine. Huanglong's expression darkened, and a forceful pat landed on Tang Shun's head as he shouted, Am I to steal your possessions? He then accepted the turtle and koi. This is a top-grade innate spiritual treasure. What if you had taken it from me? Tang Shun grumbled. Indeed, his cauldron was a top-grade innate spiritual treasure. Huanglong ignored the complaints of his rebellious disciple, calming himself. Upon seeing Huanglong, the turtle and koi greeted. "We pay our respects, honored one. Him from now on. You shall be named Shou Yun, you shall be Fu Yun, and you shall be Lu Yun." Huanglong named them on the spot. The turtle was named Shou Yun, one koi was named Fu Yun, and the other Lu Yun. "Thank you, honored one," the turtle and koi expressed gratefully. Huanglong nodded, placing all three into the dragon transformation spring. He then turned to Tang Shun and inquired, "Where did that item come from?" Tang Shun furtively glanced at Huanglong, seeing that he would not seize it, and recounted the origin of the cauldron. "I found the cauldron on the way back in a mountain range. It is called the Tiandi Ding. The time I took to return was spent on this cauldron." As Tang Shun had described, it was indeed a top-grade innate spiritual treasure. Inside was a space akin to a small 1,000 worlds, suitable for alchemy or cultivating spiritual roots. In essence, it was highly compatible with Tang Shun, particularly with the path of alchemy. Huanglong, upon hearing this, understood that it was the fortune of alchemy at play. That he felt a pang of envy. Aside from the Yellow River Divine Seal, all his other treasures were self-forged, even using his own skin as material. However, Huanglong had no real desire for such innate treasures. It seemed that from the moment he emerged into existence, he had never yearned for them. After Tang Shun's explanation concluded, Huanglong finally turned his gaze to Niu Nanfei. "Once you finish the ginseng fruit, return to Beifishan to undergo transformation. After transforming, ensure that the entire Niu clan follows suit." Huanglong instructed Niu Nanfei. "Yes, master," came the response. Niu Nanfei was overwhelmed with excitement. He had awaited this day for an extended period. Huanglong nodded affirmatively, accompanying Huanglong to Wuzhuangwen this time. Niu Nanfei had completely rectified the issues he previously faced. With 2 ginseng fruits and the promise of 2 millennia of teachings from the Dao of the Great Roaring, the treatment he received was unparalleled, even surpassing that which Tang Shun had enjoyed. Subsequently, Huanglong reminded Tang Shun to remember to concoct elixirs for the 8 young disciples and handed him 7 ginseng fruits before dismissing everyone. Once the crowd had departed, Huanglong immersed himself in contemplation. The trajectory of the dragon vein along the Hualong River had been deduced, and the pressing question now was how to manage the dragon vein. The deduced nodes of the earth and water veins amounted to a staggering 129,600. Huanglong was at a loss as to how long it would take to nurture each of these spiritual vein nodes individually. Thus, a method was required to expedite the arrangement of these nodes while ensuring they were interconnected within the great formation of Hualong. Chapter 35, The Plan for Reconstruction of Hualong Soon. An idea took shape in Huanglong's mind that he contemplated returning to his origin, gradually dispersing himself outward. How to accomplish this? Much like the ancestral dragon of yore, Huanglong would transform himself into the essence of the spiritual vein, beginning from Hualong Mountain and flowing in the direction he had originally designated. Along the way, he would gradually separate his essence, placing it at each spiritual vein node to nurture new dragon veins until all of his essence had been distributed. However, a new problem arose. Huanglong's true form was merely that of a Tai golden immortal, and even if he dispersed his essence bit by bit, he could not reach all the predetermined locations. Thus, he required cultivation that a sufficiently expansive Hualong formation could rapidly gather innate spiritual energy. Although the innate spiritual energy was sparse in the west, coordination with other regions was still feasible. The fixed innate spiritual energy of the earth veins primarily served to anchor it within the primordial world, preventing its dissipation. The innate spiritual energy itself was in constant motion, and spiritual veins would only store a certain amount. Any excess would flow through the primordial world. Previously, the West lacked spiritual veins, resulting in no flow of innate spiritual energy westward, or rather, it was incapable of attracting such energy. That if Huanglong were to establish the Hualong formation, it would attract innate spiritual energy and retain it. While other regions might have an abundance, the present West would not, and thus the dragon veins transformed by Huanglong would only allow energy to flow. As the Hualong formation gradually grew, and the innate spiritual energy became increasingly abundant, Huanglong would begin to separate his essence once more, arranging the dragon veins downstream. This cycle would inevitably allow for the energy to reach the Western Sea, spreading across the southeastern continent of the entire West. However, Huanglong's ambitions extended beyond merely establishing the dragon veins. If that were the case, it would be far too unprofitable. Huanglong had several other objectives. The foremost was to undergo the transformation into a dragon once again. This transformation would coincide with Huanglong attaining the Dao fruit of the Great Roaring. This was a stark contrast to his previous endeavor with the Yellow River, where Huanglong merely acted as a supervisor, with the ancestral dragon footing the bill. Consequently, he only obtained a fraction of the merit and fortune, along with the authority over the Yellow River. His own strength stemmed from insights gained within the Yellow River, leading him to discover his own path of the dragon, which facilitated his ascension to the status of a Tai Golden Immortal. This time, Huanglong planned to finance and exert effort himself, even preparing the map. In this transformation into a dragon, Huanglong intended to channel the essence of an entire river. The tributaries that had been separated would not converge. The immense Huanglong formation would gradually gather essence, serving as a true main vein, which represented Huanglong's true essence. This main vein would be the strongest in a genuine sense, unlike the Yellow River, which was merely nominal. As Huanglong's essence departed from Huanglong Mountain, it would begin to converge within the Dragon Gate space located therein. Huanglong's dragon soul would remain here, while all other dragon bodies and dragon pearls would return to the source. This would mark Huanglong's first dragon transformation. Upon successfully transforming into a dragon, he would be able to keep pace with Jin Yuanzi and others, possessing potential on par with that of a naturally born Great Luo Golden Immortal. Huanglong's transformation into a dragon was merely the first objective. The second was to assist others in their own transformations. Huanglong would disperse himself entirely, leaving only his dragon soul. His principles of the dragon path would flow downward alongside his essence. This would significantly accelerate the shaping of dragon souls. The hastened shaping of dragon souls would not only benefit others, but also confer greater advantages upon Huanglong. Every individual who shaped their dragon soul would leave behind the essence of their body, which would be absorbed by Huanglong's tributaries, greatly enhancing the energy accumulation of the Huanglong formation. They could be considered the primary force behind the dissemination of the Huanglong River. After the shaping of dragon souls, the Dragon Gate would connect to Huanglong Mountain, allowing direct entry into Huanglong Mountain for transformation. Huanglong had already completely separated his path of the dragon, but that only encompassed his own principle of power. His comprehension of the dragon path remained intact. He merely sought to reconstruct his magical power. Every person who came to Huanglong Mountain for transformation would deepen Huanglong's understanding of the dragon path. By dissolving their own magical power and then reconstructing their principal body based on the newly comprehended dragon path, they would not only engage with the dragon path, but also explore others. When Huanglong established the dragon path, he believed it should possess a profound capacity for inclusivity. However, to this point, Huanglong had only integrated the path of the Earth's spiritual veins into his own dragon path, neglecting all others. Therefore, Huanglong also set his sights on the practitioners of dragon transformation. The nodes Huanglong had prepared numbered over 120,000, encompassing both water and earth veins. The vast water veins were challenging to stabilize in their flow. Nearly every endpoint of a water vein corresponded with an earth vein, which in turn nurtured new water veins that continued to flow downstream, creating a cycle. The existence of 120,000 dragon veins signified that at least 120,000 individuals would undergo dragon transformation. Each dragon vein was not limited to a single shaping of a dragon soul. It was merely that the initial transformations at higher realms were relatively fewer. With over 100,000 golden immortals embodying various paths, Huanglong would, through the dragon veins, receive a portion of their essence during their dragon soul shaping, transmitting it to Huanglong Mountain. At that juncture, Huanglong could reorganize these contributions, transforming them into his own assets. As for whether there would be any karmic debts involved, Huanglong dismissed it as a trivial matter. Huanglong was not acquiring their efforts for free, not to mention, they were already practicing Huanglong's dragon transformation technique. Furthermore, Huanglong would gather additional aspects of the dragon path and even merit during their transformations. Although initially, Huanglong may not have possessed an abundance of these, Huanglong Mountain itself still retained a significant amount. Over time, he would gradually strengthen, and his merits would incrementally increase. Moreover, after Huanglong collected various paths, he could even guide them in comprehending paths suitable for themselves during their transformations. In summary, they would not suffer losses, but Huanglong would undoubtedly gain more. After devising the method for separating his essence, Huanglong conducted a thorough reevaluation, optimizing each detail to ensure its feasibility. With the method deemed viable, Huanglong prepared to implement it. However, not at this moment. There remained numerous preliminary preparations. First, once he separated his essence, he would be left vulnerable, necessitating someone to safeguard him. Naturally, the protection would fall to the guardians. However, he had yet to undergo transformation, merely being a golden immortal at present. This single fact rendered it impossible for Huanglong to execute the plan at this time. He would have to wait until Niu Nanfei transformed into a dragon, as the strength of a Tai golden immortal would suffice to protect him. After all, he bore no enmity. If he encountered adversaries he could not contend with, he would simply journey to the west to seek out the Buddha Tathagata Dao. That would be Zhen Yuanzi, who resided next door. As for Tang Shun, he had his own affairs to attend to. After Huanglong returned to his essence, he would continuously expand. The paths in these areas required someone to convey them. Only through the transmission of the Dao could more individuals undergo dragon transformation, allowing the Hualong River to spread more swiftly. This task would primarily be undertaken by the group of disciples under his command. Tang Xin would also need to transport the innate spiritual energy surrounding Hualong Mountain to the periphery. How would this be accomplished? In the vicinity centered around Hualong Mountain, one can undoubtedly discern a more profound innate spiritual essence compared to other locations, with the spirits of flora and fauna being notably more abundant. The Tang Xin can utilize the alchemical arts to refine the surplus essence of these plants, even the excess innate spiritual energy, into elixirs that nurture the surrounding beings. This process not only accelerates the growth of these beings, but also hastens their transformation into dragons, concurrently advancing Tang Xin's alchemical endeavors. Furthermore, accompanied by his 12 golden immortals, he will engage in reforestation. The newly birthed spiritual veins may initially lack sentient beings, but the roots planted by Tang Xin will differ significantly. Once the roots flourish, they will not only undergo transformation themselves but will gradually attract other beings. This strategy will significantly diminish the demand for innate spiritual energy from the dragon vein, allowing for the accumulation of such energy to nurture additional dragon veins. Eventually, when the yellow dragon undergoes transformation, Tang Xin's botanical alchemy will emerge as the foremost path beneath the dragon path, thus reaping greater fortunes. These tasks are merely part of their agenda. The yellow dragon himself has preparations to undertake. In Chapter 36, the demonic mountain range, the water veins are unpredictable. The yellow dragon must establish several major geological nodes, totaling 3,000. These are not merely the total count, but rather significant geological nodes. Among them, some already exist, while others require the yellow dragon's cultivation. Even cultivating a mere portion of these 3,000 nodes from his own essence proves to be a formidable challenge, necessitating the collection of innate spiritual stones. All 3,000 geological nodes must be of golden immortal caliber, originating as such rather than having been promoted from a lesser status. Otherwise, when faced with tremendous water forces, the geological nodes would be swept away. The function of these nodes is to absorb the innate spiritual energy released by the water veins, serving to obstruct their flow. A portion of this innate energy will be utilized to strengthen the geological nodes, while the remainder will form new water veins that continue downstream. The golden immortal level serves merely as a foundation. Ideally, someone should sculpt a dragon soul within to assist in their ascension to the Tai golden immortal level. Jiang Dianshan has already achieved this, and Beifishan, after Niu Nanfei's transformation, can barely reach the same. In other locations where golden immortal level geological nodes already exist, the yellow dragon must impart teachings to facilitate the local golden immortals' transformations into dragons. In areas devoid of geological nodes, the yellow dragon must cultivate anew, at which point he will have Tang Xin seek out golden immortals for their transformations. Innate dragon veins are, in essence, not vastly different from other geological veins. They do not possess a fixed form but are imbued with potent dragon energy, embodying certain principles of draconic nature. Whether the dragon veins are directly nurtured by the yellow dragon or are the result of spiritual vein transformations, their forms will shift in accordance with the evolving dragon soul. The principle lies in the alignment of form and soul. If a dragon vein undergoes a second sculpting of its dragon soul, it will indeed change. Fundamentally, it lacks a defined shape, though its potential surpasses that of other spiritual veins. The yellow dragon sought out Tang Xin, instructing him to arrange for the 8 young acolytes to expedite their ascension to golden immortals. As for his 12 golden immortal subordinates, The yellow dragon assured them that upon his return, he would designate locations for their transformations into dragons. Subsequently, he sought out Fukong, instructing him to lead the first batch of transformed dragons to commence their teachings. The yellow dragon also presented a collection of dragon scales, inscribed with the principles of the dragon path and the general flow of the dragon transformation river basin, directing them to disseminate teachings in these areas. For the second batch of transformed dragons, the yellow dragon placed the dragon scales within the dragon gate space of Huanglong Mountain. After their transformations, they could retrieve a scale to facilitate their own teachings. As for Nananfei, the yellow dragon simply instructed him to return to Beifishan promptly for his own transformation. After finalizing these matters, the yellow dragon departed from Huanglong Mountain. Upon leaving, he soared westward, only pausing when encountering innate spiritual stones. This journey was evidently destined to be lengthy, as the search for these stones would consume considerable time. However, the yellow dragon did not intend to scour the entirety of the southeastern region of the west for innate spiritual stones. Rather, he aimed to gather those in proximity to the designated nodes. These areas had once been enveloped by large-scale spiritual veins, and thus the quality of the innate spiritual stones would be superior. Like a wandering ascetic, he traversed the seemingly desolate west, imparting the teachings of the dragon path at each juncture. In the blink of an eye, 3 yuan assemblies passed. The yellow dragon had established a significant portion of the geological nodes he needed. At this moment, he found himself at the periphery of a mountain range. This mountain range had long existed, representing a geological vein of golden immortal caliber, though it remained uncertain whether it had always possessed this level or if it had descended from a higher plane. Standing at the mountain's edge, the yellow dragon gazed inward. His hesitation to enter stemmed from the sight of something he had long sought in the west, but had yet to uncover: demonic energy. Indeed, the mountain was suffused with demonic energy. Were it not for the absence of other geological veins nearby, this demonic energy would have already begun to encroach upon them. Demonic energy serves as a vessel for the innate spiritual essence of the demonic path. Although the west is the stronghold of the demonic path, the yellow dragon had scoured the southeastern regions and found no trace of such energy, having only heard whispers of it at Beifishan. Due to the highly infectious nature of demonic energy, the yellow dragon contemplated how to manage this geological vein. Neglecting it was not an option, as it was integral to his planned dragon transformation river basin and a pivotal node, situated near the Western Sea, making it the closest geological node to the sea. Furthermore, if left unaddressed, the yellow dragon's path could potentially devolve into the demonic dragon path, with demonic forces in the forefront and dragons trailing behind. Such a scenario was unacceptable to the yellow dragon. After some deliberation, he resolved to venture into the mountain shrouded in demonic energy. The danger posed was negligible, with his Tai golden immortal status. Being eroded by demonic forces of golden immortal caliber would render his existence meaningless. Geological veins of golden immortal level can only corrupt those of the same level or lower. However, the demonic practitioners he nurtured could ascend to the Tai golden immortal level, thereby possessing the potential to contaminate geological veins of Tai caliber. That it remains uncertain if any demonic cultivators have ventured from this place. The yellow dragon descended silently into the mountain's depths. Contrary to expectations of a hellish landscape filled with blood and chaos, the interior was remarkably tranquil, with a harmonious coexistence among its various beings, were it not for the pervasive demonic energy. The yellow dragon would scarcely believe he was within the demonic mountain range. He materialized directly at the location of the geological vein, which, from an external perspective, revealed no discernible abnormalities. Of course, ordinary individuals could not enter. Yet, to the yellow dragon's discerning eyes, it appeared ominously dark, devoid of any sense of malevolence. On the contrary, he found that various thoughts were remarkably clear here. Even his own emotions were perceptible. Generally, a Tai golden immortal experiences minimal emotional fluctuations. Even in everyday life, the yellow dragon's emotions are merely superficial, with little internal variation. Often, he strives to evoke internal emotions through external stimuli, though with limited effect. The yellow dragon fears solitude and the potential loss of feeling upon reaching the pinnacle of cultivation. Thus, he had brought Tangshan along, and as Tangshan matured, he also took on the 8 young acolytes. As someone from a past life, he has no desire to lose his emotions and exists solely for the path in the end. At this moment, the fluctuations of emotion coursing through him were genuine joy, stemming from the depths of his being. the yellow dragon placed his hand upon the geological vein, engaging in communion with it. The origins of the mountain's demonic energy gradually unfurled before him. The demonic essence of the mountain was birthed from a demonic practitioner. Before the collapse of the three clans and the conclusion of the Great War between the Path and the demonic forces, the Dragon Clan harbored a profound hatred for the demonic path that instigated the conflict. Upon discovering a Tai golden immortal of the demonic path in this vicinity, the Western Sea Dragon Clan dispatched several Tai golden immortal dragons to eliminate him. At that time, this geological vein was merely of Tai golden immortal caliber and could not withstand the onslaught of several Tai golden immortals, resulting in its degradation to golden immortal status. Simultaneously, the demonic practitioner could not endure the assault and was absorbed by the geological vein, leading to its transformation into a demonic entity. Similarly, during the Great Calamity in the West, this spiritual vein endured due to the excessive consumption of innate spiritual energy, bolstered by the remnants of a Tai golden immortal demonic practitioner as a latent energy source. Thus, it managed to persevere, though it could not regain its former Tai status. Consequently, this area transformed into a domain of the demonic path. Initially, chaos reigned here. The demonic path is characterized by a heavy demonic heart. The demonic heart is synonymous with one's true nature that in the beginning, humanity's nature is fundamentally good. Yet, the temptation to commit malevolence is far simpler. Hence, many began to succumb to depravity. But is this the fault of the demonic path? No, they remain true to their essence, and even in their fall, it is still their true nature, equally demonic. The demonic path inherently lacks notions of good and evil. It is simply easier to choose malevolence than virtue. However, before long, a transformation occurred within the mountain range that a golden immortal emerged. This golden immortal, too, was a practitioner of the demonic path, but inclined towards benevolence. Thus, he eradicated all those who sowed discord within the mountain. It can be said that he embodied the essence of a demonic practitioner. He sought virtuous outcomes, seemingly indifferent to the means. His slaughters within the mountain quelled the increasingly depraved demonic hearts. Subsequently, he began to guide the inhabitants towards goodness. The highest among them scarcely reached the golden immortal realm, most merely having succumbed to depravity after being stirred by the demonic path. At this juncture, a benevolent demonic practitioner disseminated his ideals of virtue, naturally influencing others within the mountain range. In Chapter 37, Transforming the Demonic Path, this golden immortal remains entrenched within the mountain, refraining from spreading the demonic path outward. The yellow dragon reflects, this is not the demonic path at all. This is the path of Buddhism. However, in the present, neither the paths of Buddhism nor Taoism have manifested, and even the precursor to Buddhism, the Western teachings, has not yet emerged. Both the Buddha and the demon seek to refine the heart. The path of the demon aspires for freedom, while the path of the Buddha emphasizes restraint. Therefore, whether one is a Buddha or a demon is merely a matter of thought. After Huanglong discerned the beginnings and endings from the earth vein, he did not depart immediately. Instead, he took advantage of the demonic energy released by the earth vein to contemplate the path of the demon. Huanglong's path as a dragon must encompass all paths, and thus he cannot neglect the path of the demon. In the future, encountering one who embodies the demon's path and transforms into a dragon will be nearly impossible. So Huanglong decides to familiarize himself with the demon's path for now. He does not intend to leave the demon's path lingering in this earth vein, for it has already fallen into decline and no longer needs to resurface. With the emergence of the immortal path, the demon path becomes a thorn in the eye. Huanglong does not plan to cultivate the demon path. He is merely intrigued by its influence on the Dao heart, not seeking to fully adopt it. This earth vein has been tainted by the magic of the Tai golden immortal, and within it resides a trace of the Tai golden immortal level of Dao. It is weak, but just right for Huanglong. After a century, Huanglong awakens from his contemplation of the Dao. He bears no trace of demonic energy. He merely selected a fragment of the demon path that is beneficial to himself. Without even crossing the threshold of the demon path, it is not that he fears being tainted by the demon path, but rather that his entire foundation of Dao essence would dissipate upon entering the demon path, potentially corrupting his entire dragon path. Nevertheless, although he has not integrated it into his own Dao, he has gained a general understanding of the principles of the demon path here. Understanding is one thing. Application is another. Once he has concluded his affairs here, Huanglong departs the space of the earth vein. In the next moment, he finds himself in a cavern. This cavern is a natural limestone cave, located just outside the earth vein, suffused with dense demonic energy. This cavern belongs to a certain demonic golden immortal practitioner, but in the mid-phase of the golden immortal realm. He is currently prostrate upon a richly infused jade stone of demonic energy. He resembles a deer, almost entirely black with some golden spots. The deer, by nature gentle and kind-hearted, is easy to comprehend. The deer remains unaware of Huanglong's arrival, continuing its cultivation undisturbed. Huanglong subtly releases a hint of his aura. The deer immediately becomes aware, unleashing its golden immortal aura in full force. Huanglong casually waves his hand, soothing all of the deer's energies back into tranquility, realizing the vast disparity in strength between himself and Huanglong. The deer inquires, "Who might you be?" In truth, had he not immersed himself in the demon path, he would not have reacted so defensively to a deer. His nature is gentle, yet having entered the demon path, he is aware that the demon path is now despised by all, prompting him to act for his own safety. Huanglong smiles and replies, "There is no need for such alarm. I harbor no ill intentions." The deer addresses Huanglong. "I am the younger one, Lu Xiling, and I have the honor of meeting you, senior." Huanglong does not react negatively, and the deer ceases to resist, introducing himself. Huanglong nods and states, "I am called Huanglong. Merely passing through this place is an honor to meet you, Senior Huanglong." Lu Xiling responds, "There's something you seek from me." As Lu Xiling senses that Huanglong bears no intention of harm, he assumes there must be a reason for the visit and asks. Huanglong chuckles, "Do you possess the ability to transcend to the golden immortal realm?" Lu Xiling pauses, somewhat puzzled, but ultimately responds, "No. Here, he only has access to the golden immortal level of the earth vein. To transcend to the golden immortal realm, he must venture elsewhere. However, given the current disdain for the demon path, where could he possibly go?" Yet Huanglong has no viable solutions either. He could employ the transformation into a dragon technique, but doing so would only strengthen the demonic energy within the spiritual veins. The best course of action would be to dissolve the demon path and convert it to another Dao. The most suitable option would be the Buddhist path, yet Huanglong does not possess the knowledge for it. The Buddhist path is profound, beyond the grasp of someone like Huanglong, a mere mortal. However, having just observed the demon path, he may be able to reverse its principles and incorporate some notions of benevolence. Perhaps this, however, depends on Lu Xiling's comprehension, akin to how Huanglong guided Tang Shun on the path of elixirs. It serves merely as a framework, with the rest relying on his own insight. Thus, Huanglong tells Lu Xiling, "I do have a method that can enable you to break through to the golden immortal realm." The deer-like Lu Xiling immediately kneels, exclaiming, "Please bestow your teachings upon me, senior." Huanglong responds, "Rise. Bestowing the method comes with conditions. Please, senior, elaborate." Lu Xiling replies succinctly. Huanglong states, "The demon path is in decline and is now loathed by the entirety of the primordial chaos. If you wish for me to impart the method, you must first eradicate the demonic energy within you." Lu Xiling is taken aback by Huanglong's demand and bitterly laughs. "Senior, if I had such ability, I would have long since purged this demonic cultivation. Do not fret. I possess a method for transforming the demon path, but its success will depend on your own enlightenment." Huanglong slowly articulates that is it true. "Thank you, Senior Huanglong," Lu Xiling exclaims in astonishment, well aware of the tenacity of the demon path. "Very well, sit down. I shall impart the method of transformation to you." Huanglong, without hesitation, begins to teach Lu Xiling. Lu Xiling quickly settles down, gathering his energy and focus. Huanglong commences the explanation of the other side of the demon path. This is not the Buddhist path, yet it incorporates the essential precepts of Buddhism. He then intertwines aspects of the dragon path, infusing it with benevolent thoughts. This instruction lasts for 300 years. Lu Xiling proves to be quite diligent, gradually transforming the demonic energy into an unknown new essence of Dao. Huanglong contemplates that if this does not succeed, he could seal him, and, once he himself transforms into a dragon, gift him to Mount Xian. Lu Xiling becomes immersed in his enlightenment, while Huanglong departs his cavern. Huanglong turns once more to the earth vein space, the source of the demon path. Huanglong naturally intends to sever it. he retrieves a piece of innate spiritual stone of Tai level and swiftly employs the laws of the dragon path to penetrate the earth vein. The demonic energy within the earth vein is gradually stripped away and absorbed into the innate spiritual stone by Huanglong. It is merely a golden immortal level earth vein, and within a few years, Huanglong completely separates it, leaving behind dragon energy attached to the earth vein. Huanglong returns to Lu Xiling's cavern. He remains in a state of meditation, yet Huanglong can sense that the demonic energy is being transformed. Huanglong does not awaken Lu Xiling, but instead leaves behind a piece of innate spiritual stone and a dragon scale next to him. The innate spiritual stone is the one that holds the demonic energy, sufficient to deepen his understanding of the new Dao.as for the dragon scale. It belongs to Huanglong, inscribed with the principles of the dragon path, primarily concerning the transformation into a dragon technique. Previously, Huanglong had not imparted this to Lu Xiling, but now that he is confident in Lu Xiling's ability to transform the demonic energy, he leaves him the teachings of the dragon path and the method of transformation. He also instructs him to thoroughly dissipate the demonic energy in this mountain range and to utilize the innate spiritual stone properly. This demonic energy no longer poses a threat to the earth vein. However, should the creatures of the mountain rise to the golden immortal realm, the possibility of renewed pollution remains. Huanglong further advises that if any unforeseen circumstances arise during the transformation of the demon path, he should refrain from practicing the transformation into a dragon technique here to avoid repolluting the earth vein. If unsuccessful, he should follow the map to the dragon transformation mountain to find him. If successful, they may perhaps meet in the space of transformation into a dragon. This transformation of the demon path is not something that can be completed in merely 1 or 2 epochs. By the time he succeeds, Huanglong will have already begun his own transformation into a dragon. When Huanglong departs from Dragon Transformation Mountain, he leaves behind numerous dragon scales to his disciples for the impartation of teachings. While arranging the earth vein, Huanglong notices many traces of their previous travels. Chapter 38. The Eve of Recultivation. After placing the items in Lu Xiling's cavern, Huanglong seals the entrance and then departs. He no longer has much time to squander. 3 epochs have passed, and Niu Nefeng is likely nearing the conclusion of his transformation into a dragon. Why must it come to an end? Because Huanglong has yet to sense his entry into the Dragon Gate space. Huanglong has laid out the majority of the 3,000 primary nodes, and the remaining ones he has nurtured with innate spiritual stones. Should time permit, he might send Tang Shun on a brief errand. The main thoroughfare has largely been completed. This mountain range of the demon path is the last. Huanglong prepares to return. It is not far from the West Sea, and flying back to Dragon Transformation Mountain from here would take less than an epoch. However, if he were to arrange the return route, it would require 2 epochs, though it takes slightly longer. Huanglong still chooses to impart teachings on his way back, just as he did when he arrived. At this juncture, he is not pressed for time. By transmitting the Dao now, he can hasten his own transformation into a dragon in the future. After all, the normal process of cultivating the transformation into a dragon technique is quite lengthy. Once he channels the essence of the dragon vein downwards, they may find themselves poised to transform into dragons at just the right moment. Thus, Huanglong, while on his journey, imparts the Dao and cultivates the dragon vein nodes. However, he does not seek out each one individually. He simply addresses those along his route. Huanglong carries the diagram of transformation into a dragon. With each node he completes, the diagram glows a little brighter. The diagram of transformation into a dragon is connected to the dragon veins Huanglong has arranged, though the connection is not yet substantial. The enhancement of the diagram itself is due to the merits accrued. Each time Huanglong establishes a dragon vein node according to the diagram, it gains a bit of merit. This is only the beginning. When the Dragon River flows into the West Sea, the diagram of Dragon Transformation Mountain will possess enough merit to suppress the fortunes of the Dragon Path. 2 epochs. Whoosh time has passed. Huanglong also whooshes back to Dragon Transformation Mountain. At this moment, Dragon Transformation Mountain is adorned with the gentle caress of spring, blossoms of peach trees abound. Within the Dao Dragon Temple, there exist 2 Tai Golden Immortals and 20 Golden Immortals in the vicinity. Huanglong cast a sweeping glance. The Tai Golden Immortals are Tangcan and Nananfei. The Golden Immortals comprise Tongsan's 12 Golden Immortals, along with the 8 young disciples who have recently ascended to Golden Immortal status. Nananfei has successfully transformed into a dragon, a fact well known to Huanglong. For Beifishan is a pivotal node in the Dragon Transformation Array, He concluded his transformation at a multidimensional assembly just prior. The 8 young disciples, shortly after Huanglong's departure, received elixirs crafted by Tankan, primarily composed of ginseng fruits, which facilitated their ascension to golden immortal status point. 4 Yuan meetings have elapsed since then. While 4 Yuan meetings may allow for considerable accomplishments in the art of dragon transformation, to the myriad beings of the primordial wilderness, 4 Yuan meetings afford little to achieve. As for his disciples, they have ventured forth to disseminate teachings, with none returning. Tankan has not remained at Huanglong Mountain consistently. Although Huanglong has yet to shed his essence, the water veins emanating from Huanglong Mountain continue to flow outward. Tankan typically dedicates his time to stabilizing these dragon veins and planting spiritual roots. However, recently, Huanglong Mountain has exhausted its resources, entering a period of recuperation, prompting Tongsan's return. Tongsan's 12 golden immortals accompany him in these endeavors. Their cultivation of the dragon path has reached a stage where they can shape the dragon soul. Before departing, Huanglong instructed that the Yellow River would prepare the dragon veins necessary for their transformation. They require a total of 12 spiritual veins at the golden immortal level. Such veins are abundant around Huanglong Mountain, and each dragon transformation generally yields a new golden immortal level dragon vein. However, they specifically seek those of the pinnacle golden immortal level. Not only do they require these, but the pinnacle golden immortal level dragon veins also seek them. The nearby golden immortal level dragon veins have been promoted several Yuan meetings prior, exhibiting growth, yet still remain a considerable distance from their peak potential. After familiarizing himself with the Dao Dragon Temple, Huanglong materialized within the temple's main hall. Master, my lord, teacher. Upon Huanglong's sudden appearance, the assembly immediately rose in unison. Huanglong advanced to the front, gesturing for everyone to take their seats. Standing above the assembly, he addressed them. You have all worked diligently during this time. It has not been difficult, they replied in chorus. Huanglong offered no response, turning his attention to Tongsan's 12 golden immortals, stating, Are you prepared? You may commence the shaping of the dragon soul. The assembly rejoiced, exclaiming, Thank you, teacher. Indeed. Huanglong nodded, subsequently waving his hand to convey the 12 designated locations prepared for them. While these 12 locations currently lack pinnacle golden immortal status, they will attain it once Huanglong sheds his essence. These 12 nodes are interconnected, encircling Huanglong Mountain. What about us, my lord? At that moment, Bide inquired. The 8 young disciples, now golden immortals themselves, naturally wish to undergo dragon transformation as well. I have other arrangements for you. Huanglong replied. Although they are golden immortals, their comprehension of the Dao is unremarkable, and their potential is limited. Huanglong had made arrangements for them long ago, though implementation had been delayed. Is that true? Bai pressed further. Huanglong patiently assured. Of course, he had indeed orchestrated plans for them, and they have each developed ideas regarding their respective Dao. When Huanglong returns to his essence and undergoes dragon transformation anew, he shall bring the 8 young disciples along. They will directly undergo dragon transformation within the Dragon Gate space alongside Huanglong. You speak of shaping the dragon soul. Within the Dragon Gate space, the richness of the Dragon Path's essence will enable you to be assimilated into dragons. Even without prior training in the initial stages of the dragon transformation technique, the rationale for bringing them directly into the Dragon Gate space is twofold. Firstly, Huanglong's transformation will be lengthy, making prolonged confinement somewhat stifling. Thus he brings the 8 into the space. Secondly, the Dao of all dragon transformation practitioners will be inscribed within the Dragon Gate space, inherently containing the Dao Huanglong has designated for them. With countless beings in the primordial wilderness, as long as these Dao reside within the 3,000 great Dao of the heavenly way, there will inevitably be beings who resonate with them. Just as not all water beings can resonate with the fire Dao, Huanglong has assigned them commonly found Dao to I in due time. The Dragon Gate space shall resemble the heavenly Dao space, teeming with diverse Dao essences. While the levels of these Dao may not be lofty, their breadth is vast, the same Dao sharing the same realm, yet each with its unique characteristics. If one can distill the essence from the trivial, the foundation laid will not be inferior to the potential of Tongsan's alchemy. After pacifying Bide, Huanglong produced a collection of innate spiritual stones, presenting them to Tankan with instructions. These innate spiritual stones contain a portion that nurtures dragon veins. You shall establish these dragon veins. The remaining innate spiritual stones are at your discretion. Understood, Tankan replied as he secured the stones. Following Tang San's acknowledgement, Huanglong proceeded to share his plans with the assembly. He arranged for Nananfei to safeguard him, advising that if he encounters trouble, he should summon assistance. The crux of the matter is to have him on standby at Huanglong Mountain, ready to address any issues. It can be quite dull in there. He then admonished Tank and that once his 12 golden immortals undergo dragon transformation, they should be taken to cultivate spiritual roots and refine elixirs, simultaneously nurturing additional potential dragon transformants to expedite Huanglong's metamorphosis. Chapter 39. Shedding the Essence. After arranging for everyone, Huanglong led the 8 young disciples and Nananfei to the rear courtyard. A flourishing peach tree, resplendent with branches and leaves, shaded much of the courtyard centered around the Huanglong spring. At this moment, the Panlong peach tree was in full bloom, with scattered petals adorning the ground, a clear sign of the initial blossoming. Huanglong had been absent for 5 yuan meetings, thus this was not the first flowering of the peach tree. The Panlong peach had already borne fruit multiple times, with the peaches either consumed by the 8 young disciples or utilized by Tankan for alchemical purposes. The peach pits were planted outside the Dao Dragon Temple. Presenting the scene of blossoms upon Huanglong's return to Huanglong Mountain, the Panlong peach tree has established itself as a low-grade innate spiritual root, yet still shows no signs of developing sentience. This tree, akin to the lotus within the Huaihe Water Mansion, suppresses the spiritual energy of the water veins of Huanglong Mountain, resulting in a profound foundation, rendering transformation into form exceedingly challenging. It is not solely this peach tree. All the peach trees outside the temple exist as extensions of his essence, collectively suppressing the water veins of Huanglong Mountain, equally unable to take shape. The peach tree firmly roots itself beside the Huanglong spring, beneath which rests intricately patterned stone tables and stools. The stone furniture was placed later, yet the patterns upon them are naturally formed. The Huanglong spring, situated within Huanglong Mountain, emits innate spiritual energy laden with abundant dragon path essence. The stone tables and stools bear the marks of prolonged exposure to these Dao essences, leaving traces of the dragon path inscriptions. The Panlong peach tree is most deeply influenced by the Huanglong spring, and its fruits can aid in comprehending the dragon path. Huanglong approached the peach tree, and as the water of the Huanglong spring rippled, a turtle and 2 koi emerged from the depths. "I have seen the Lord," exclaimed the trio of Fulu and Shou in unison. Huanglong responded, "Ah, you are well." The trio of Fulu and Shou had now attained golden immortal status. They could have transformed into human forms. Yet since arriving at the Huanglong spring, they have been washed by the essence of the dragon path, beginning their transformation into dragons. This transformation is not through the incremental training of the dragon transformation technique, but rather a direct, comprehensive metamorphosis into dragons. This process is lengthy, necessitating their prolonged stay within the Huanglong spring. While slow, the potential is considerable. Their transformation embodies the essence of the dragon path, representing the purest form of dragon. Perhaps they may one day indeed have the opportunity to embody the auspicious trinity of Fulu and Shou, representing the dragon path. After conversing with the trio for a while, Huanglong permitted them to return. Standing above the Huanglong spring, Huanglong retrieved the chart of dragon transformation. He then cast the chart into the Huanglong spring. The chart of dragon transformation soared directly into the veins of the mountain. Upon receiving the chart, the water veins surged, and the innate spiritual energy of the Huanglong spring erupted dramatically. Huanglong refrained from calming the tumultuous innate spiritual energy. At that moment, Fulu and Shou appeared, encircling the Huanglong spring, soothing the eruption of innate spiritual energy, rendering it no longer violent. Huanglong then signaled to the 8 young disciples, clearly aware of the impending task. They transformed into their true forms and soared toward the water veins. Upon reaching the water veins, they ceased their movement, allowing their 8 primordial spirits to emerge and subsequently dissipate. The dragon vein paid no heed to the 8 spirits, instead rushing toward the 8 bodies. Upon receiving the 8 corporeal forms, the innate spiritual energy did not subside. Rather, it surged forth even more vigorously. Evidently, they were not venturing forth to suppress the water veins. As the innate spiritual energy erupted anew, the Panlong peach tree stirred, strenuously suppressing the surge of innate spiritual energy. Following the disappearance of the 8, Huanglong took action as well. That he surged toward the water veins. The moment Huanglong's form made contact with the dragon vein, he began to dissolve. Not only did his physical form dissipate, but also the dragon pearl and his own dragon path magical power merged into the dragon vein. Huanglong was left with but a singular essence of the soul. Even that appearing somewhat ethereal it appears as though he has just arrived in the primordial chaos, albeit now in the form of a dragon. The soul of the yellow dragon is exceedingly frail, feeling as if even a gentle breeze could whisk him away. In truth, both the 8 young Taoists and the yellow dragon are reduced to mere souls. However, the yellow dragon is evidently in a more precarious state, having even lost the protective shell of his primordial spirit. At this moment, the yellow dragon is quite weak, yet not in peril. Every blade of grass and every tree on Transformation Dragon Mountain has been refined by him. As the master of Transformation Dragon Mountain, it poses no threat to the yellow dragon. A flash of light and shadow passes by, and the yellow dragon appears within the Dragon Gate space. This light and shadow serve as the entrance to the Dragon Gate space. Upon entering, the yellow dragon mobilizes the merits within the Dragon Gate, and these merits manifest upon Transformation Dragon Mountain. Surging towards the dragon vein. It is not only that water vein but also the earth vein that the yellow dragon casually placed within Transformation Dragon Mountain. Upon receiving the merits, the earth vein begins to impose some restraint on the water vein. This is not to completely suppress the water vein, but merely to regulate its flow within a manageable range. Should the water surge too greatly, it would render the calculations of the Transformation Dragon River map futile. The yellow dragon embeds the Transformation Dragon River map into the dragon vein, thereby activating it, and then directs its flow according to the established route outlined by the map. The 8 young Taoists and the yellow dragon infuse their own essence into the water vein to provide it with a more abundant source, enabling it to flow further. Once the yellow dragon enters the Dragon Gate, he utilizes the power of Transformation Dragon Mountain to suppress it. This suppression merely constricts the flow of water, not halting it entirely. There is a distinction between flood control and dam failure. If the yellow dragon were to release his entire essence at once, it would be uncontrollable and deviate from the predetermined path. As for how the yellow dragon, currently a mere frail soul, manages to command Transformation Dragon Mountain, it is, of course, through merits. The refining of Transformation Dragon Mountain has nearly exhausted all of the yellow dragon's merits. Merits, once earned, belong to you. No one can take them away unless you relinquish them. Merits are bestowed by the heavenly laws, indifferent to your wealth or poverty. Even in death, they will safeguard your true spirit and protect your reincarnation. As long as the merits upon Transformation Dragon Mountain remain with the yellow dragon, this treasure of merit will always be under his dominion, although Transformation Dragon Mountain has subdued the dragon vein. The innate spiritual energy that flows outward remains potent. This innate spiritual energy, carried by the water flow, first reaches Jiangdian Mountain, being the nearest. Simultaneously, it continues to flow in other directions. Whenever it arrives at a certain node, the innate spiritual energy gathers there, nurturing a new spiritual vein from the essence of the yellow dragon. The water flows in all directions, and the first batch of dragon veins to come into contact with the yellow dragon's essence has already begun to absorb it and grow rapidly. Throughout this process, the water does not cease its journey, continuing towards the planned downstream. The dragon veins merely extract a portion of the flowing innate spiritual energy for sustenance. The first batch of dragon veins, totaling 12, has been prepared for the 12 golden immortals under Tangshin's command, simultaneously guarding Transformation Dragon Mountain along with Jiangdian Mountain. These earth veins vary in distance, but collectively encircle Transformation Dragon Mountain at the center. All 12 individuals possess innate spiritual roots, planting their seeds or branches at the core of the mountain, with a substantial chance of becoming innate spiritual roots again after transformation. Tangshin's spiritual root is already a low-grade, innate spiritual root. As it is planted at the core of the mountain, it has yet to gain spiritual wisdom. The yellow dragon perceives that when spiritual roots and earth veins are intertwined, they seem incapable of taking form. Tangshin's root is of medium-grade, innate spiritual root. The 12 golden immortals plant their roots at the mountain's core, ensuring that future low-grade, innate spiritual roots will not be an issue. The dragon veins intended for the 12 golden immortals have long since begun to take shape. They now merely require enhancement of their essence. As the essence of the dragon veins continually strengthens, the 12 golden immortals spring into action. They shed their physical forms and embark on the long-awaited phase of shaping their dragon souls. Once the 12 earth veins transform to the level of Tai golden immortals, combined with Jiangdian Mountain, they will form a sealed valley, encapsulating all innate spiritual energy within. In the future, all innate spiritual energy will flow outward from the water veins formed by these 13 mountains. This area will become a vast spiritual energy lake. With Transformation Dragon Mountain as its source, The 13 mountains will serve as the 13 protectors of Transformation Dragon Mountain, AS for Niu Nanfei and Bai Fushan. Niu Nanfei serves as a guardian and naturally resides at Transformation Dragon Mountain, while Bai Fushan is too distant and will remain the territory of the Niu clan. Chapter 40. Recollecting Essence. The external dragon veins slowly expand outward. The yellow dragon within the Dragon Gate space soon begins to feel a sense of ennui as the dragon veins of Transformation Dragon Mountain extend outward. The yellow dragon, deep within the Dragon Gate space, gradually condenses a new source of dragon vein essence. However, as this expansion has only just commenced, the rate of condensation is rather sluggish. And what of the 8 young Daoists? Since the expansion of the Transformation Dragon River has only just begun and few have transformed, they remain idle, simply contemplating the path of the dragon within the Dragon Gate space, gradually transforming into dragon souls while also recultivating the dragon pearl. In due time, the yellow dragon finds himself with little to occupy his thoughts. He begins to slumber. Although the Dragon Gate space is undoubtedly safe for the yellow dragon, the fragility of his soul is a genuine concern. During his slumber, the dragon soul will gradually recover, and the essence of the dragon vein will slowly condense. Time flies. The yellow dragon has slumbered for an entire epoch. The yellow dragon awakens. The 12 golden immortals have emerged within the Dragon Gate space. The slumbering yellow dragon awakens, harnessing the power of the Dragon Gate to assist the 12 in their transformation into dragons. These 12 individuals, being the closest to the Dragon Transformation Mountain, are imbued with the most potent essence of the Dragon's Way. Thus, they are able to complete their metamorphosis within a single Yuan assembly. The birth of the 12 Tai Golden Immortal Dragon Cultivators stabilizes the soul of the yellow dragon. The 12 dragon veins, each at the Tai Golden Immortal level, significantly enhance the yellow dragon's essence. The restoration of the yellow dragon's soul primarily relies on both the quantity and quality of those who undergo transformation within the Dragon Gate space. Furthermore, the essence of the yellow dragon is contingent upon the quality and quantity of the dragon veins in the Dragon Transformation River. The transformation of the 12 golden immortals not only brings about the growth of the yellow dragon's soul and essence, but also imprints other Dao on their dragon pearls. These Dao are then inscribed upon the yellow dragon's main vein through the tributaries, which subsequently manifest as Dao texts within the Dragon Gate space. This is merely the inception, with only the Dao essence of these 12 Tai golden immortals involved. They predominantly focus on the Dao of flora and fauna, supplemented by the Dao of alchemy and other paths that resonate with their inherent characteristics. The elevation of the surrounding 12 dragon veins leads to a peak in the reservoir of innate spiritual energy. The yellow dragon commands the Dragon Transformation Mountain to release innate spiritual energy. The Dragon Transformation Mountain is situated at the far eastern edge of the west. The Dragon Transformation River is meant to traverse the southeastern region of the west, as well as parts of the southwest. Consequently, the river flows southwest towards the Dragon Transformation Mountain. To the north of the Dragon Transformation Mountain, it is sealed off by the dragon veins of the Tai Golden Immortal level located northward. The main vein of the Dragon Transformation River lies in the southwestern direction, serving as the boundary between the river and other territories in the west. This main stream gives rise to numerous tributaries, most of which branch southward, gradually extending throughout the southeastern part of the west. With the yellow dragon's essence alone, the Dragon Transformation River barely reaches 1/10 of the main vein. This estimation does not account for the flow's volume, which nearly dilutes each dragon vein to its weakest state. 1/10 represents only the radius. The area would be even less. However, this is just the beginning, and the situation remains unchanged. In fact, Tang Shun has not been idle during this Yuan assembly, continuously refining elixirs, nurturing beings capable of transformation, and tirelessly planting spiritual roots in newly formed dragon veins. Yet, alone, the time is too brief, and the results are limited, insufficient to propel the Dragon Transformation River further. As the Dragon Transformation River emerges, the disciples under the Yellow Dragon's command return to its vicinity to impart teachings, striving to cultivate cultivators capable of transformation. However, time remains insufficient. That a Yuan assembly is fleeting in the vast wilderness. Upon the successful transformation of the 12 golden immortals, the Yellow Dragon instructs them to assist Tangshan. After their departure, the Yellow Dragon begins to organize the Dao of Dragons, although the Yellow Dragon has transformed its own laws. The insights already attained remain intact. Magical power is merely a manifestation of one's principles. In contemplating the outcome of an endeavor, it is invariably correct. Now, free from such distractions, The yellow dragon can more readily discern past shortcomings. With the elevation of the 12 dragon veins, the Dragon Transformation River embarks on yet another round of expansion. This is not solely due to the substantial release of innate spiritual energy from the Dragon Transformation Mountain, but also because the emergence of the 12 Golden Immortals accelerates Tang Xin's progress. As time elapses, even the teachings imparted by the disciples begin to yield results. The elevation of each dragon vein allows the Dragon Transformation River to flow further afield, generating more dragon veins to facilitate the transformation of other beings. From the 4th Yuan Assembly of the 12 Golden Immortals transformation, the Dragon Gate space becomes a frequent destination for visitors. As the number of those undergoing transformation increases, the yellow dragon's soul grows ever stronger, and its essence deepens. The 8 small Daoist youths, accompanying the yellow dragon in the Dragon Gate space, have long been engaged in organizing the various Dao of dragon cultivators. These paths are quite common, thus attracting numerous practitioners. Hence, the Dragon Gate space is replete with diverse Dao texts. The paths cultivated by others align with the yellow dragon's arrangements, except for Huan, who diverges by choosing the path of poison. The yellow dragon is taken aback, pondering why such an endearing girl would be drawn to the path of poison. Upon encountering the Dao texts of poison, her gaze becomes transfixed. While the 8 small Daoist youths merely organize one path, the yellow dragon comprehends all of them. The yellow dragon does not intend to construct these Dao upon its own dragon way, akin to the demonic path. Rather, it seeks understanding, intending to assimilate only those aspects that resonate with its own Dao. Forcing integration would render the dragon way a hodgepodge, while the dragon way is accommodating. The same cannot be said for the interactions among other paths. The congruence the yellow dragon seeks is the intersection of the dragon way with other paths, allowing any Dao to harmonize with the dragon way. Among these, the yellow dragon delves deepest into the realms of the 5 elements and yin-yang, coupled with poison. As a sovereign, it is only natural for the yellow dragon to attend to the needs of the youths. In its impending ascension to the great Luo Golden Immortal realm, the yellow dragon possesses a broader perspective than these Tai Golden Immortals. Time flows, yet the yellow dragon perceives it as slow. Within the Dragon Gate space, each day unfolds monotonously. Were it not for the company of the 8 small Daoist youths, the yellow dragon feels it might succumb to madness. As enlightenment progresses, the returns diminish with each passing moment. Testing its patience, sleep eludes the yellow dragon, and it finds itself unable to rest. Among the great immortals of the wilderness, none are found in a state of peak rest. They are all in seclusion. Only in a weakened state, like the yellow dragon's initial phase, can one fall into slumber. The yellow dragon's current condition is rare in the vast wilderness. Other cultivators, unable to engage in seclusion, venture out for inspiration before returning to their meditative practices. Yet, the yellow dragon cannot leave this place, and its heart cannot find tranquility in isolation. The primary reason lies in the demonic path. The yellow dragon, having integrated aspects of it, releases its own heart. With a fundamentally mortal heart, it is naturally prone to distractions. The yellow dragon is aware of this, yet it prefers its current state. Agitation is not necessarily a detriment. Moreover, it can seal its mortal heart at any moment. But this is only done when absolute rationality is required. Even when sealing its mortal heart, it can only achieve a semblance of peace, without gaining any true insights into the Dao. A mortal heart derived from a demonic foundation will not impede its cultivation. The yellow dragon's monotonous existence continues day by day, while the Dragon Transformation River outside the Dragon Transformation Mountain has long lost its original appearance. Once resembling a small ditch before its doorstep, easily dammed, it has now transformed into a mighty river, unstoppable in its flow. From the vantage of the starry sky, the entire southeastern region of the West is now cloaked in verdant greenery, with mountains undulating and rivers and lakes of various sizes interspersed throughout. The largest of these rivers nears the Western Sea. Chapter 41. The Great Luo Dao Fruit of Dragon Way. As time passes, it has been 12 Yuan assemblies since the yellow dragon dispersed its essence. Within the Dragon Transformation Mountain, the yellow dragon has begun to slumber. The essence of the dragon veins has completely fused with the dragon soul, and its body is nearly transformed into that of a dragon. It seems as though, at any moment, it may soar into the heavens. Beside the yellow dragon are the 8 small Daoist youths, whose dragon forms have also begun to take shape, surrounded by condensed Dao essence, ready to ascend to the Tai Golden Immortal realm upon complete transformation. At this moment, the Dragon Transformation River is at its closest point to the Western Sea, near the geologic node of the mountain range that the yellow dragon once visited. However, no trace of demonic energy remains. The mountains and forests exude an aura of serenity and tranquility. This mountain range is bordered by a vast lake, within which the innate spiritual energy has almost transformed into a mist. This demonic mountain range is the reason for the lake's formation, as it obstructed the flow of water, gradually accumulating into a lake. Yet now, the water level of the lake threatens to exceed the mountain's capacity. Within the mountain range, innate spiritual energy continuously converges towards its center. Suddenly, a dragon's roar resonates from deep within the earth, and a dragon soul, clutching a dragon pearl, soars towards a dragon gate. With the departure of the dragon soul, the subterranean dragon veins tremble violently, their energy surging. This continues until it ascends to the Tai golden immortal level. Following the elevation of the dragon veins, innate spiritual energy floods towards the lake's surface, which immediately exceeds the mountain's limits. The waters of the lake begin to breach their confines, sweeping away all obstacles in their path. Surging forth from the original demonic mountain range, the lake was initially formed by the waters of the Dragon Transformation River flowing to this point. The reason for the lake's formation here is that it represents the final major water vein of the Dragon Transformation River. The creation of the lake serves to expedite the nurturing of this water vein. Additionally, it symbolizes momentum. Nurturing the water vein here and then surging forward into the Western Sea is precisely the momentum the yellow dragon seeks. Unwavering in its course, if the river were to meander slowly from the outset, sluggishly flowing into the Western Sea, it would stand in stark contrast to the path of the yellow dragon. All the dragon veins associated with the Transformation Dragon River resemble the incarnations of the yellow dragon. With every sensation perceived by the yellow dragon itself, it is precisely this connection that enables it to imprint the essence of other dragon veins. Consider, if you will, the river gently flowing into the sea. From the perspective of the dragon veins, it appears nearly identical. Yet, for the path of the yellow dragon, it is utterly unacceptable in the yellow dragon's current transformation. The elevation of its heels is but a secondary matter. The primary focus lies in the reshaping of the dragon's path, culminating in the condensation of the Dao fruit and the ascension to the status of a great Luo golden immortal. Such a critical juncture, deviating from the tenets of the dragon's path, represents a flaw in the Dao fruit of the dragon's way. The final water vein is now close to the Western Sea, with the surging river rushing forth with an unstoppable momentum. The moment the river enters the sea, the Dao essence of the yellow dragon converges within the space of the dragon gate. The yellow dragon proclaims, I, the yellow dragon, hereby establish the dragon path and replenish the heavenly Dao, suppressing the fate of the dragon path with the transformation dragon mountain. Subsequently, the yellow dragon elaborates on its dragon path within the space of transformation. The exposition of the dragon path consumes 3,000 years. As the yellow dragon concludes, a Dao fruit emerges from the heavenly Dao. The Dao fruit, resembling a swimming dragon, crashes into the yellow dragon's body. Merging with its dragon soul, that a transformative radiance emanates from the depths of the dragon soul, gradually exuding an essence akin to that of the Dao fruit, immortal and eternal. The Dao fruit, birthed from the heavenly Dao, presents itself upon the maturation of its own path, establishing a communication with the heavenly Dao. The heavenly Dao produces the Dao fruit, returning itself to assist sentient beings in their metamorphosis into an immortal radiance. Also known as true spirit, the true spirit, fused with the Dao fruit, not only achieves immortality but also establishes a connection with the heavenly Dao. After the transformation of the true spirit, the yellow dragon perceives the presence of a river. This river is ethereal, intangible, yet the pressure it exerts renders the yellow dragon incapable of harboring any thoughts of resistance. This river symbolizes the river of fate, beneath which lies the river of time. Time propels the advancement of fate. Within the river of fate, one can observe the destinies of all beings in the primordial wilderness. However, ordinary individuals can only glimpse the projections of the river of fate cast by the heavenly Dao. Known as the heavenly secrets, the river of fate is directly governed by the heavenly Dao, and no one can manipulate it directly. Even the heavenly Dao cannot exert control over the river of fate, which represents the destinies of all beings and, consequently, embodies the fate of the primordial world, something the heavenly Dao cannot arbitrarily alter. Only upon ascending to the status of a great Luo golden immortal can one extricate their fate from the river of fate, thus achieving transcendence. Even the sages are bound by this limitation, relying on the heavenly Dao of the primordial wilderness for their ascension and unable to transcend. However, this does not impede their growth and power. During periods of great tribulation, the river of fate becomes tumultuous, flowing towards unpredictable directions, leading to chaos in the heavenly secrets. As the yellow dragon observes the heavenly secrets, it naturally discovers its own existence. The fact that it emerged from an unknown origin does not preclude its documentation. The moment it existed within the primordial wilderness, it established a causal connection, being incorporated into the river of fate. Yet, it cannot discern its future destiny. The river of fate possesses a grand momentum, immutable in nature, allowing for speculation. However, the yellow dragon has already changed, rendering its future inherently unpredictable. Each Dao fruit is unique. Every singular Dao fruit is born after supplementing the heavenly Dao. Thus, the birth of each great Luo golden immortal is accompanied by a corresponding merit and fortune. The specific amount of merit and fortune depends on the extent of the supplementation to the heavenly Dao. The yellow dragon's dragon path is an independent path, distinct from the existing Dao of the heavenly Dao, thus possessing immeasurable merit. As the Dao fruit integrates, the merit of the heavenly Dao seems to find its target. Gravitating towards the transformation dragon mountain, the yellow dragon feels a stirring within. With a mighty roar, the yellow dragon ascends towards the expanse beyond the transformation dragon mountain. Just as the yellow dragon departs, a series of dragon roars echoes behind it. Roar, roar, roar. 1, 2, 3, 12 in total. 12 dragons, each at the realm of Tai, golden immortal, follow in the wake of the yellow dragon. These 12 dragons include the 8 young Daoists, the 3 treasures of fortune, prosperity, and longevity, as well as Lu Xiling, who was the last to enter the space of the Dragon Gate. The yellow dragon gazes towards the merit on the horizon. Noting that this time the merit surpasses that of the Yellow River, the heavenly Dao nearly reveals this award ceremony to the entirety of the primordial wilderness. This is not merely a merit of the dragon path, but also encompasses the merit of the transformation dragon river and the dissemination of the dragon path. Merit swiftly converges upon the yellow dragon, with half of it splitting off and crashing into the yellow dragon's body. 1/10 soars towards the region of the transformation dragon river, merging with the living beings that have shaped the dragon soul within the dragon veins. Another 1/10 flies towards Tang Shun and others, who assist in the expansion and stabilization of the transformation dragon river through the art of alchemy, as well as in the transmission of the Dao. 1/10 is directed towards other disciples of the Dao. The final 1/10 settles upon the transformation dragon mountain itself, as the source of the transformation dragon river and the space utilized for transformation. It claims 1/10 exclusively. Upon the arrival of this merit upon the transformation dragon mountain, the yellow dragon senses a dramatic shift in the fortunes of the dragon path, communicating with the heavenly Dao. The yellow dragon perceives through the heavenly secrets that the fortunes on the transformation dragon mountain are continuously gathering, being compressed beneath the mountain. When the yellow dragon observes that the fortunes of all dragon path cultivators are converging beneath the transformation dragon mountain, it assumes that the process is nearing completion. Suddenly, from afar, a dark mass of fortune rushes forth. This mass of fortune constitutes 1/5 of the dragon path's fortune. An ominous premonition stirs within the yellow dragon. Indeed, as the fortune makes contact with the transformation dragon mountain, the yellow dragon feels its own merit dissipating at an alarming rate, while the dark mass of fortune rapidly lightens to this moment. The yellow dragon comprehends the origin of this mass of fortune. This dark, karma-laden fortune is none other than that of the dragon clan, despite the yellow dragon's persistent attempts to disassociate from the dragon clan. The source of the dragon path ultimately lies with them, and all beings undergoing transformation cannot distinguish their lineage from that of the dragon clan. Since it has arrived, let it be, accepting its presence. The yellow dragon decides to accommodate it here for now, postponing any considerations regarding the dragon clan. Perhaps they will seek him out in due time. Chapter 42. Great Luo and Primordial Unity ECI. Summon Ao Qing to me. Deep within the East Sea, a colossal black dragon commands the guards stationed outside. The immense dragon exudes a harmonious aura, suffused with the oppressive might of primordial unity. This is none other than Zhulong, a formidable being of primordial unity left behind by the dragon clan. He typically cultivates within the East Sea, while simultaneously suppressing its power. Just moments ago, Zhulong sensed a disturbance in the fortunes of the dragon clan, which inexplicably diminished, while the presence of karma within the fortune merely indicates a lack of smooth cultivation. The disappearance of fortune signifies the absence of the dragon clan itself. Although the dragon clan has waned, its guardianship over the 4 seas ensures that its fortunes remain comparable to those of the dragon path. Moreover, with a being of primordial unity like him still present, the situation is not so dire. Yet, the sudden loss of a substantial portion of fortune awakens him instantly. Clearly, he remains unaware of the emergence of the dragon path. However, upon probing the heavenly secrets, he quickly uncovers the truth of the matter. Yet, the East Sea still requires his presence, prompting him to instruct someone to summon the East Sea Dragon King. The current East Sea Dragon King is a great Luo Golden Immortal, distinctly different from the defeated Ao Guang. During the zenith of the Dragon Clan, he held a position of prominence, while Zhu Long and the other Dragon Kings are still present. The Yellow Dragon has already returned to the Transformation Dragon Mountain. The Yellow Dragon scrutinizes the Transformation Dragon Mountain with keen interest. Its corners are raised, almost as if it were smirking. The Transformation Dragon Mountain is not merely a treasure of merit. It has also become a treasure of fortune. Treasures of fortune are exceedingly rare. Not all innate treasures possess the capability to suppress fortune. The Qingping Sword of Tongtian, formed from a portion of the primal blue lotus, fails to exert such control. Had any of these treasures been capable of suppressing fortune, the Jie would not have been left without a single member. The Transformation Dragon Mountain has also taken on two distinct forms. One is the Transformation Dragon Mountain itself, and the other is the map of the Transformation Dragon River. One exists within the mountain, while the other is encapsulated within the map. After the Yellow Dragon finishes admiring the Transformation Dragon Mountain and prepares to return to the dragon observation. Guests arrive. Ha ha ha, congratulations, fellow Daoist. You have attained the status of a great Luo Golden Immortal. The voice of Hongyun resonates from afar. The Yellow Dragon turns to see Hongyun and Xinyuanzi approaching side by side toward the Transformation Dragon Mountain. The journey of a great Luo Golden Immortal is fundamentally different from that of those beneath them. Those below must rely on flight, while those who have attained the status of great Luo Golden Immortal possess a deeper understanding of the essence of the primordial world. In just a few days, one can traverse the distance from Wanshou Mountain to the Yellow Dragon's Transformation Dragon Mountain. This is not merely a function of spatial laws, but rather an application of their understanding of the world's essence. The integration of the great Luo Dao fruit into the heavenly Dao simultaneously grants a modicum of authority over the heavenly Dao, allowing great Luo Golden Immortals to exert a degree of control over the primordial world. Just as the Yellow Dragon can manifest anywhere along the Yellow River due to its dominion over that realm, so too can it over the Transformation Dragon River. However, the Yellow Dragon possesses complete ownership of both the Yellow River and the Transformation Dragon River, whereas a great Luo Golden Immortal is merely a minor stakeholder in the primordial world. Once entering the chaos, all such advantages fade, and one can only ascend gradually. Great Luo Golden Immortals can wield these authorities to accomplish numerous feats. Just days prior, Xinyuanzi and the others were still at Wanshou Mountain, and now they are nearly at the Transformation Dragon Mountain. Brothers, it has been a while. Upon their arrival, the Yellow Dragon greets them warmly. Fellow Daoist, congratulations. Xinyuanzi echoes the sentiment. Haha, we share in the joy. Please, come inside. Brothers, the Yellow Dragon, elated, might lead one to believe he is celebrating a wedding. He ushers the two into the back courtyard, uncertain if it is Hongyun's natural curiosity or genuine interest in the fruits. Upon seeing the Panlong peaches in the back courtyard, he remarks, fellow Daoist, these peaches are quite remarkable. Do bring some for us to taste. The Panlong peach tree has gained strength alongside the transformation of the Huanglong Mountain, advancing to the status of a middle-grade innate spiritual root. The Huanglong Mountain erupted with a surge of innate spiritual energy during the transformation of the Yellow Dragon. The tree is now laden with ripe peaches. Hongyun, upon seeing this, eagerly requested some, and the Yellow Dragon, naturally, obliged. Jingu, my disciple, a naive and youthful voice echoed. Just as the Yellow Dragon called out, Jingu appeared behind him, following his transformation. The Yellow Dragon had taken on 8 young disciples, including Fu, Lu, and Shou. However, during the transformation, he had discreetly intervened, ensuring they all remained in their juvenile stages. Please gather some fruits for my 2 esteemed masters, commanded the Yellow Dragon. Of course, Jingu replied, promptly producing a set of containers to collect the succulent Panlong peaches. Upon seeing Jingu, Hongyun praised, friend, your disciple possesses extraordinary talent. This compliment brought joy to the Yellow Dragon, who responded, you flatter me, my friend. This is my second disciple. I have a total of 12 disciples, though the others are not present at the moment. I shall introduce them to you when the opportunity arises. Hongyun, feeling the Yellow Dragon's boastfulness, couldn't he help but feel a slight annoyance at that moment. Jingu brought the peaches over, saying, masters, please. Thank you. Hongyun and Xinyuanzi replied. Unfortunately, neither was from a wealthy background, and there was no display of abundant innate spiritual treasures for selection. Zenyuzi had only the Earth Book and a ginseng fruit tree, but had brought none of the fruits. As for Hongyun, he truly had nothing of value. Yet, he would not let his empty hands deter him from enjoying the feast. As soon as Jingu set the peaches down, he eagerly reached into the pile. "These peaches are delightful," Hongyun exclaimed after taking a bite. The yellow dragon chuckled and asked, "You both have come seeking the Hunyuan method, correct?" Hongyun, unabashed, replied, "Indeed, that is correct." Zenyuzi, being a bit more reserved, nodded awkwardly, while the pursuit of the Hunyuan method was not their sole reason for visiting. It was indeed their primary objective. The yellow dragon, unfazed by their contrasting attitudes, had no intention of keeping secrets. Thus, he began to introduce them to the teachings contained within the ancestral dragon's legacy. The Daoist Huanglong, at any point in the primordial era, is a formidable presence. Whether during the era of the three clans or the war of witch and demon, the Daoist Huanglong surpasses the Tai Jingxian by over 10,000 times. The cultivation of a Tai Jingxian involves discovering a path, while a Daoist Huanglong embodies the mastery of a path. Each Daoist Dao fruit is unique, meaning that with the enlightenment of each Daoist Huanglong, a new path is added to the heavenly Dao. These paths, whether grand or small, manifest above the heavenly Dao, serving as the authority of the Daoist Huanglong. The cultivation of a Daoist Huanglong revolves around the mastery of these authorities, expanding their influence within the heavenly Dao. Hunyuan is one. Hunyuan signifies the commencement of merging paths once the authority has been sufficiently amplified. This merging differs from the merging with the Dao ancestor, which directly integrates with the heavenly Dao. The Hunyuan merging merely consolidates one's own cultivated path. Moreover, the merging in Hunyuan is a prerequisite for attaining the Daoist Huanglong of Hunyuan. Upon merging, one becomes one with the Dao. By extricating oneself from the heavenly Dao alongside this path, one achieves transcendence. However, transcendence does not imply that the path vanishes from the primordial realm. The Dao may depart, yet the principles remain. After transcendence, the path continues to exist within the heavenly Dao, potentially even stronger than before. Thus, every transcendental being reinforces the heavenly Dao, returning to Hunyuan. The act of merging poses a significant challenge. To merge, innate talent is of utmost importance. The Dao ancestor possesses the method of severing the three corpses. By eliminating the three corpses, one can grow closer to the heavenly Dao, facilitating the merging with the Dao. However, not everyone is qualified to sever the three corpses. It requires not only innate spiritual objects, but also a robust foundation in the Dao. Chapter 43. The Hunyuan Method. The Dao, upon ascending to the Daoist Huanglong, grows increasingly potent with cultivation. The Hunyuan Dao must inherently surpass that of the Daoist Huanglong. In the process of control and merging, one will continually enhance the original Dao. Yet, this enhancement is a skillful endeavor. If done well, the Dao will grow ever stronger. If poorly executed, it will stagnate. The potency of the Dao fundamentally lies in the breadth of its principles. The responsibilities of an emperor and a county magistrate both involve governing their subjects. Yet they operate on entirely different levels. If one cannot elevate their Dao to a sufficient tier, they will also be unable to sever the three corpses. The 3,000 Zixiao guests, such as Randing, exemplify this. During the teachings, they made no progress. Upon entering the West, they became quasi-saints. Was this favoritism from Yuanshi? No, the Dao of Yuanshi fundamentally did not suit Randing, offering him no guidance. Hence his inability to break through. In contrast, the Dao of the West resonated deeply with him, allowing him to smoothly ascend to quasi-saint status. Once the tier of the Dao is reached, one can sever the three corpses. Now, prior to Hongjun attaining sainthood, how did the ancestral dragon achieve Hunyuan? Through fortune. Fortune stems from living beings. Being favored by fortune signifies recognition from them. The ancestral dragon, with immense fortune, deepened its connection with the primordial realm, harmonizing with the heavenly Dao, and gradually merging with the Dao. This method has its advantages and disadvantages compared to the Dao ancestors' severing of the three corpses. The ancestral dragon's approach is rare and difficult to obtain, resulting in only 2 Hunyuan beings emerging from the entire dragon clan. As for the Dao ancestors' method, severing the three corpses is easy, but merging them is a challenge. Hunyuan, as one cannot merge the three corpses, thus cannot transcend to attain the Dao. The yellow dragon elucidated the ancestral dragon's Hunyuan method to Zenyuzi and Hongyun, simultaneously sharing insights from the ancestral dragon's Dao as a reference for their own paths. After listening, the two felt somewhat disheartened. The yellow dragon refrained from mentioning the severing of the three corpses as he lacked the ability, but the ancestral dragon's Hunyuan method necessitated vast fortune. observing their expressions. The yellow dragon inquired, "Are you troubled about fortune?" Zenyuzi replied with a wry smile, "Is there no other Hunyuan method?" The yellow dragon paused momentarily before responding, "It's not that there are none." "What?" The two sprang to their feet, asking in unison. The yellow dragon calmly replied, "I do not know." Zenyuzi, with a bitter smile, countered, "Do not jest, my friend." The yellow dragon insisted, "I am not joking. There truly is, but I genuinely do not know." The two immediately brightened with hope, asking, "Friend, do you know who does?" The yellow dragon nodded. "Who?" "I have encountered someone in the ancestral dragon's legacy. His method of ascending to Hunyuan differs from that of the ancestral dragon," the yellow dragon explained. "Do you know who this person is?" Zenyuzi hurriedly inquired. "I in the West. There was originally the demon ancestor Luhu, and his rival is this individual." The yellow dragon elaborated. He then added, "Do not rush, my friends. Regardless of who wins in their great Dao contest, both will impart teachings to the primordial realm. Is what you say true?" Zenyuzi confirmed. "Indeed, it is not false." The yellow dragon affirmed. He had indeed uncovered information regarding the Dao ancestor Hongjun within the ancestral dragon's legacy. Given what he knew, it could not be fabricated. "Then how do you intend to ascend to Hunyuan, my friend?" Zenyuzi asked. The yellow dragon replied nonchalantly, "You are overthinking. I am merely at the initial stage of Dao Yuo Jingxian. And both of you are only at the mid-stage. Who can say when any of us will impart teachings?" Zenyuzi chuckled, saying, "I was too fixated." The yellow dragon waved his hand, saying, "It is only human nature. Everyone wishes to ascend to Hunyuan." That he then inquired, "Do you have intentions of imparting teachings, my friend?" Zenyuzi, caught off guard by the sudden question, asked, "What brings this on?" Regardless of the method, having more fortune is always beneficial. Moreover, your Dao has remarkable effects on stabilizing the primordial realm. I wish for you to impart it, utilizing your teachings to solidify the newly formed Huanglong River, the yellow dragon explained slowly. Zenyuzi suddenly realized, saying, "I understand now. Since you require it, I shall find a time to pass on my teachings." The yellow dragon clarified, "It is not merely a hasty transmission." "What then?" Zenyuzi queried, puzzled. "My friend, gathering fortune requires sincerity. Just as with my Dragon Dao, it embodies the true essence of the Dao, core principles, and foundational teachings. These elements must form a cohesive system," the yellow dragon elaborated. After hearing the yellow dragon's words, Zenyuzi appeared hesitant. The yellow dragon continued, "Are you concerned about excessive competition for fortune, fearing it may lead to a great calamity in the future?" Zenyuzi nodded. "You need not worry. You can first impart teachings in the Huanglong River region, and I will bear any potential issues," the yellow dragon replied generously. "My friend, that is not my concern," Zenyuzi countered. The yellow dragon chuckled, saying, "I am well aware of your character, but the majority of fortune in the primordial realm is concentrated in the east, while the west is relatively free of conflict, making it a safer choice. I suggested you impart teachings in the Huanglong River region primarily due to necessity, and secondly, to help you gather some fortune. I would never place you in danger." Upon hearing this, Zenyuzi felt deeply moved, expressing his gratitude. "Your noble intentions, my friend, leave me profoundly thankful. There is no need for formalities. Your teachings will benefit me greatly as well." The yellow dragon replied. Huanglong responded, expressing a deep desire to establish a grand sect alongside Jin Yuanzi. The synergy of Huanglong's spiritual meridian techniques and Jin Yuanzi's earth stabilization methods could forge a sect beneath the earthly realm. However, to be candid, Huanglong was uncertain whether founding a sect at this juncture would provoke any repercussions from Hongjun's teachings pertain to the celestial path, while cultivating the heavenly way might be influenced by the earthly sect's fortunes. The heavenly path, being inherently just, would not actively suppress the earthly path. Yet, once Hongjun achieves unity with the Dao, there is no guarantee he would refrain from interfering with earthly matters. As for abstaining from receiving teachings, that would be utterly nonsensical. Hongjun's discourses encompass more than merely the method of severing the three corpses. They also delve into the realm of the primordial unity. To rely solely on personal enlightenment without attending his teachings could lead to an unfathomable distance from the truth. Thus, Huanglong resolved to establish the sect only after absorbing the teachings. Was this not the approach adopted by the Western sects? However, Huanglong did not intend to completely sever ties with the Xianmen. He merely sought to delineate the earthly from the heavenly, ensuring that future celestial sages would not meddle in earthly affairs. At present, he merely wished to disseminate teachings without consolidating fortunes, which would bear minimal impact. Prior to establishing a sect, only a fraction of the fortunes would accrue to the teacher, with the rest remaining with the practitioners themselves. Should a sect be established, the practitioners' fortunes would amalgamate, creating a mutual fate of prosperity and adversity. This was the essence of the dragon path that Huanglong envisioned. Not only would the fortunes of the dragon path cultivators converge, but even the fortunes associated with the dragon lineage would be drawn into the fold by Huanglong. His motivation to encourage Jin Yuanzi to co-found a sect stemmed from a desire to elevate himself through the cultivation of fortune. While Huanglong lacked understanding of the method to sever the three corpses, he possessed some comprehension of primordial unity. What if one could not achieve unity after severing the three corpses? Primordial unity encompasses all. The innate spiritual treasures required to sever the three corpses are exorbitantly costly. At the very least, one would need a high-grade innate spiritual treasure to withstand the formidable three corpses that if the three corpses are feeble, it signifies a lack of thoroughness in the severing process. Post-severance, the discourse revolves around absolute rationality and alignment with the heavenly Dao. Yet, drawing inspiration from the demonic path, Huanglong yearned for the 7 emotions and 6 desires. Thus, for Huanglong, severing the three corpses represented a road to ruin, an impossible path to tread. Moreover, the challenge of the three corpses was not solely Huanglong's. Aside from Hong Jun, no one in the primordial realm had attained Dao. The sages themselves remained uncertain if they had achieved the unity of the three corpses. Chapter 44. The Method of Earth Immortals. If the path of severing the three corpses is unattainable for Huanglong, he must prepare the fortunes in advance, though the fortunes of the primordial realm are not strictly limited. The readily accessible ones are finite. Hence, early preparation is imperative. Huanglong's choice to preach in the West is driven by its potential. Most of the primordial fortunes stem from sentient beings. The vastness of the East, teeming with life, monopolizes a significant portion of those fortunes. However, it is also the epicenter of future fortune disputes, a perilous arena. In contrast, the West is characterized by its sprawling yet sparsely populated landscape, where those nurtured by Huanglong embody the nascent fortunes of the primordial realm. All fortunes are destined to converge upon Huanglong. Once the fortunes of the West flourish, there will undoubtedly be those who covet them. However, the West is not situated at the heart of fortune disputes. Unlike the Yellow River, which is akin to a thorn in the flesh, just as the celestial court of the eastern Huanggong is beset by the enmity of the Wu and Yao clans. Establishing a stronghold in the West offers a different dynamic that a thorn embedded in the flesh will inevitably be extracted at any cost. Yet, if the thorn has yet to penetrate the flesh, one can only remain vigilant. In this realm, Huanglong possesses negotiating power that few would dare to offend. As for the two saints of the West, despite their status, they would think twice before attempting anything against Huanglong. Their merits are borrowed, and they cannot afford to casually provoke this small golden figure. This scenario represents merely the worst-case outcome. It remains uncertain whether they can attain Dao before Huanglong. Does this imply that the East will be neglected? Certainly not. The West serves as a foundational base, a safety net for Huanglong, while the East represents his upper limits. The earthly sect is Huanglong's means of engaging with the East. The earthly sect differs fundamentally from the dragon path. Most cultivators of the dragon path can transform into dragons, and in the eyes of the primordial realm, they belong to the dragon lineage. The multitude of dragons can incite trepidation. Conversely, the earthly sect focuses solely on imparting teachings, without dictating whether these cultivators align with specific factions. Furthermore, with Jin Yuanzi and Hong Yun present, no one would dare to disrupt the proceedings. Strength begets confidence. Point 2. Fellow Daoists, since we find ourselves unoccupied, why not engage in a philosophical discourse? Huanglong proposed. Excellent. Both responded readily. This time, Jin Yuanzi brought forth the Earth Book, while the ginseng fruit tree remained within the 5. Huanglong did not employ the Yellow River Divine Seal. Instead, he harnessed the power of transformative Dragon Mountain, allowing the essence of the Dragon Path to permeate the entire rear courtyard of the Daoist temple. As the three engaged in discourse, 2,000 years slipped by unnoticed. During this interval, not only did they exchange ideas, but they also refined Jin Yuanzi's earthly immortal path. Under Huanglong's guidance, Jin Yuanzi's earthly immortal path transcended the boundaries of the primordial continent, encompassing the entirety of the earthly realm. The earthly realm comprises all tangible and substantial entities within the primordial world. For instance, the human body belongs to the earthly realm. The Dao principles embodied within the body pertain to the heavenly realm. and the spiritual light emanating from a person is aligned with the human realm. The earthly realm encompasses all material aspects, including the earth, oceans, skies, and celestial bodies. Subsequently, Huanglong summoned the 12 golden immortals under Tangshan's command, imparting this newly refined method to them before disseminating it throughout the transformative Dragon River Basin. They were well suited for this earthly immortal method due to their spiritual roots. In truth, Tangshan could also have undertaken this task. But as Huanglong's senior disciple, he possessed a wealth of dragon path fortunes, not to mention his expertise in alchemical arts. Hence, Huanglong entrusted the 12 golden immortals with the initial fortunes of this earthly immortal method. With the earthly immortal method being embraced, Zhen Yuanzi sensed a marked acceleration in his cultivation speed, exclaiming, "No wonder my fellow Daoists relish the act of imparting teachings. This sensation is simply ineffable." "Haha," Huanglong chuckled and replied, "Dao brother, we have merely scratched the surface. Once they disseminate this method throughout the transformative Dragon River Basin, it will not only yield fortunes, but also immeasurable merits." "Will this not affect you, my friend?" Zhen Yuanzi inquired hesitantly. Huanglong waved his hand dismissively. "You are overthinking it, Dao brother. The transformative method of the dragon path harmonizes seamlessly with your earthly immortal teachings. The fortunes will only grow stronger. There is no question of one usurping the other. That is reassuring. Your dragon path philosophy indeed resonates with the principles of my earthly immortal path." Zhen Yuanzi nodded, seemingly relieved. Rising, he addressed Huanglong. "Dear Dao friend, I have greatly benefited from this discourse and must now return to digest these insights." Huanglong showed no surprise or reluctance, simply stating, "Safe travels, Dao brother." There was little point in lingering in a place that could be reached in a matter of days. "Hong Yun, will you not accompany Dao brother Zhen Yuanzi on his return?" Huanglong inquired, noticing Hong Yun's similar movement, though he seemed unprepared to leave with Zhen Yuanzi. Hong Yun replied, "I wish to explore the transformative Dragon River that you have opened. I shall postpone my visit to the 5. Both Huanglong and Zhen Yuanzi nodded in understanding. "Dao brother, should you desire, you may also establish a lineage in the transformative Dragon River Basin and gather some fortunes," Huanglong suddenly suggested. "Huh?" Hong Yun expressed surprise. Huanglong had engaged in lengthy discussions with Zhen Yuanzi without mentioning Hong Yun, and now he was offering him the opportunity to preach in the transformative Dragon River Basin. Huanglong had refrained from discussing this with Hong Yun earlier because Hong Yun's path required no collaboration from him. It sufficed for Hong Yun to impart his own teachings. As a great Luo golden immortal, Hong Yun's path was commendable in its own right. In truth, Huanglong was eager for everyone to convey their teachings in the transformative Dragon River. "Dao brother, if you wish, you are welcome to preach in the transformative Dragon River." Huanglong reiterated. "I can do that?" Hong Yun asked, somewhat perplexed. "Of course," Huanglong affirmed, and Hong Yun felt immense gratitude. Witnessing Huanglong's teachings inspired him to share his own path. While there were other places where he could preach, none offered as much potential as this one. Here, the cultivators practiced the dragon path, and if they embraced his teachings, they would start at the level of golden immortals. "Then I shall not hold back," Hong Yun declared. "Dao brother, feel free," Huanglong replied. "Then I bid you farewell. I shall take my leave now," Hong Yun stated. Zhen Yuanzi chuckled at Hong Yun's hurried demeanor and said, "Dao friend, I too must take my leave. Then I shall not see you too often. Visit transformative Dragon Mountain again when you have the opportunity." Huanglong spoke. After the two departed, Huanglong returned to the main hall and began to reflect on the gains he had acquired during this period. Since his ascension to the great Luo Golden Immortal, he had yet to organize his own harvests and contemplate future plans. The first matter at hand was the transformation Dragon River. Most of its spiritual veins had already been molded into dragon souls, implying that only golden immortals could further shape new dragon souls within it. Currently, the transformation Dragon River consisted of a mere 129,600 nodes, a figure aimed at expediting its completion. In the future, the river would give rise to new dragon veins until it could no longer accommodate any more. At present, the transformation Dragon River was equivalent to the level of great Luo golden immortals. The main vein provided by Huanglong was merely at the initial stage of great Luo golden immortal, though it was approaching the mid-stage. The river contained only a handful of dragon veins at the Tai golden immortal level, roughly numbering in the hundreds. These were primarily the result of earth veins that had originally hosted golden immortals. Most of the 3,000 main earth veins arranged by Huanglong had yet to ascend to Tai. This serves as evidence of the West's impoverished state. In the Western Quarter, there were merely over 300 peak golden immortals. Henceforth, he needed to devise methods to retrieve more golden immortals from beyond. As the 3,000 earth veins strengthened alongside the transformation Dragon River, they would inevitably surpass the golden immortal level. The current golden immortals of the river were either disciples of the transformation dragon or lacked the peak golden immortal status. To elevate the golden immortal earth veins, at least the essence of peak golden immortals was required. Moreover, without reaching the peak, transformation could not grant ascension to Tai. Those not in Huanglong's inner circle were not privy to his extraordinary advantages. Below the golden immortal level, transformation could directly elevate one to golden immortal status due to the dragon's might, placing them at the threshold of golden immortal attainment. The current transformation Dragon River required an abundance of golden immortals. Preferably Tai golden immortals, with stronger talents being more desirable. Such talents naturally flourished more in the east. And Huanglong's next step was aimed squarely at the east. He planned to use the Yellow River as a springboard to channel talent towards the west. It seemed as though he was undertaking a role akin to that of the two saints of the west, albeit with greater efficacy. However, this would also lead to a portion of the east's fortune flowing towards the west, the consequences of which would be addressed in due time. Having contemplated the next step, Huanglong began to select individuals. He could not undertake everything alone. The adage of nurturing troops for 1,000 days only to deploy them for a lifetime holds true. Neo Nanfei, currently a guardian of the Dragon Path, was at the late stage of Tai Golden Immortal. He had remained at Transformation Dragon Mountain for the duration of 12 Yuan meetings. And with the foundational resources brought by Wu Zhuangguan's fortune, he had already reached the late stage. Even his entire Neo clan had transformed into dragons, ascending to golden immortal status, a meteoric rise indeed. With the entire clan transformed, they could be considered a dragon lineage, though they had yet to change their name, as matters concerning the dragon clan remained unresolved. However, the timeline for the arrival of a great Luo golden immortal remained uncertain. As a guardian, it was only natural for him to be included. Tang Xin and other personal disciples were also present. Tang Xin had reached the late stage of Tai golden immortal and had already grasped the essence of the golden immortal alchemy. Thus, he would remain in the transformation Dragon River to continue managing it and to comprehend the alchemical path. Other disciples had just ascended to Tai and needed to diligently cultivate to digest their own gains. Therefore, they stayed behind. Tang Xin's 12 golden immortal subordinates had long been arranged to teach Xin Yuanzi the path of the Earth Immortal, ensuring their presence. Beyond these, only the disciples tasked with conveying teachings remained. This group constituted Huanglong's core strength. The 12 disciples of the Yuan meetings had reaped abundant rewards. Of the previously 117 disciples, most had now attained Tai golden immortal status, with the least among them being at the late stage of golden immortal, rendering the barriers of Tai golden immortal inconsequential to them. They had harnessed the essence of the Yellow River to facilitate their transformation, and thus Huanglong intended to bring them back. To this day, the Yellow River had yet to calm, even overflowing towards its banks. Chapter 45. The arrival of the Western duo. Each of the disciples bore a map of the transformation Dragon River inscribed with dragon scales. Huanglong communicated messages to all his disciples using these scales. Once the messages were sent out, Huanglong entered seclusion, as he had yet to fully experience the depths of the great Luo golden immortal level. 3,000 years passed, and Huanglong emerged from seclusion. Guests were arriving at Transformation Dragon Mountain. Huanglong went to the back courtyard, plucked some peaches, and retrieved a few pills obtained from Tang Xin. He had no time to study tea or wine, but he collected some primordial spiritual liquid imbued with powerful dragon essence from the core of the dragon veins at Transformation Dragon Mountain. Huanglong completed these tasks in a matter of breaths. Soon, sounds of visitors echoed outside Transformation Dragon Mountain. Daoist Huanglong, I, Pindao, have come to receive and accompany my junior brother for a visit. Indeed, the duo from Shumi Mountain had arrived. Just moments ago, Huanglong had received this news through heavenly insights and had promptly prepared. Esteemed friends, please enter. Huanglong communicated through sound transmission within the Daoist temple. As soon as his words fell, the two Daoists appeared in the grand hall. Both were great Luo golden immortals. One bore a compassionate expression, while the other wore a look of sorrow. The compassionate one, Jane, was at the mid-stage of great Luo golden immortal, while the sorrowful expression of Zhuanti mirrored Huanglong's own, being at the initial stage of great Luo. Greetings, Daoist Huanglong. The two stepped forward to pay their respects. Greetings, Daoist Jane. Greetings, Daoist Zhuanti. Huanglong returned their salutations in kind. Esteemed friends, please take a seat, Huanglong continued, guiding them to the prepared places. Once seated, Huanglong spoke. What brings you to my transformation Dragon Mountain? Esteemed friends, Huanglong was direct and forthright. It was evident that Zhuan-Ti was the primary speaker. Jane remained silent, but Zhuan-Ti was the first to address him. Not long ago, the merits of your transformation Dragon Mountain were evident to my senior brother and me from Shumi Mountain. It is truly surprising to find such a benevolent figure as Daoist Huanglong amidst the vast wilderness. Had my senior brother not been in seclusion, we would have visited Transformation Dragon Mountain long ago. Huanglong had sealed the primordial spiritual energy of the Transformation Dragon River in the southeast. The two had yet to gather the fortune of the west, and were completely unaware of the happenings surrounding the Transformation Dragon River until Huanglong's ascension to Great Luo Golden Immortal revealed it. Concerned about potential disruptions from the two, Huanglong had taken precautions. Now that the Transformation Dragon River had taken shape, he felt no need for further anxiety. You honor me too greatly, Daoist Zhuan-Ti. I have merely done what ought to be done, Huanglong humbly responded. Daoist Huanglong, you are too modest. The West is barren, yet you have revived a quarter of it. Your merits are beyond description. Zhuan-Ti continued to extol him. Why do you confine the Transformation Dragon River to this southeastern region? Why not allow it to flow throughout the entire West? Zhuan-Ti inquired suddenly. Huanglong's heart tightened as he solemnly replied. What do you mean by that, Daoist Zhuan-Ti? Huanglong's expression grew serious as he awaited Zhuan-Ti's response, pondering whether he was friend or foe based on his words. Sensing Huanglong's sudden gravity, Zhuan-Ti reassured him, do not be so tense, Daoist Huanglong. I harbor no ill intentions, that I merely feel it is a pity for you to restrict the Transformation Dragon River here. Why not let it flow across the entire West and save the region? Zhuan-Ti explained. Upon hearing this, Huanglong's demeanor softened, and he smiled, saying, you may not be aware, Daoist Zhuan-Ti, but when I first opened the Transformation Dragon River, I was merely a Tai Golden Immortal. I truly lack the ability to extend it over a broader area that I see now. Your compassion is evident, Jane interjected, praising Huanglong too kind. Huanglong responded. Now that the Transformation Dragon River has taken form, can it be directed to flow throughout the entire West? Zhuan-Ti pressed on. Huanglong was puzzled. Why does Daoist Zhuan-Ti insist so fervently on the matter of the river's expanse? Zhuan-Ti seemed concerned that Huanglong might misunderstand and quickly clarified. Daoist Huanglong, please do not take offense. The West is impoverished, and your Transformation Dragon River holds the promise of restoration. Thus, I have been somewhat impatient that I hope you can understand. Huanglong chuckled. Daoist Zhuan-Ti, you truly possess a heart of compassion, compassionate heart. What is that? Zhuan-Ti questioned, puzzled. Huanglong paused, as if he had inadvertently spoken too freely. Yet he brushed it off that a compassionate heart is akin to that of Daoist Zhuan-Ti, someone who embodies great kindness and is deeply concerned for the well-being of all living beings. Huanglong elucidated. You flatter me, Daoist Huanglong. I have merely done what I ought to do, Zhuan-Ti replied modestly. However, can you utilize the Transformation Dragon River to rescue the beings of the West? Huanglong responded. The Transformation Dragon River will indeed flow to other regions, yet it currently lacks sufficient essence, which hampers its expansion speed. I understand now. Your compassion is evident, Daoist Huanglong. Zhuan-Ti acknowledged. Since you have arrived, why not engage in a discussion of the Dao? Huanglong proposed, wishing to steer the conversation away from the matter of the Transformation Dragon River. That sounds splendid, Jane responded promptly. Resembling a diligent practitioner, readily acquiescing to the request. However, to perceive him as a fool would render oneself the greatest fool of all. The three essential elements of a formidable force in the primordial chaos are profound fortune, great wisdom, and immense perseverance. If Zhuan epitomizes great perseverance, then Jian signifies great wisdom. As the three engaged in philosophical discourse, Huanglong refrained from harnessing the powers of the transforming Dragon Mountain, not out of disdain, but rather because it was unnecessary. Huanglong's own path of the dragon was not inferior to that of the transforming Dragon Mountain. His companionship with Xinyuanzi and the others stemmed from a recent breakthrough. Seeking to reference and refine his own dragon path, Huanglong pondered whether he was truly destined to be intertwined with the West. The three lacked any notable innate spiritual treasures, although Zhuan-Ti possessed the Bodhi tree. He was merely at the early stage of the Great Luo and had yet to cultivate the Bodhi tree into the seven treasures mysterious tree. Thus, all three were, in essence, impoverished. As they debated, extraordinary phenomena manifested within the main hall. the great Luo Golden Immortals, capable of communicating with the heavenly Dao and exercising control over it, were able to reveal such phenomena. Huanglong expounded upon the dragon path. Zhundi articulated the path of causality, while Jiayin elucidated the path of extinction. Though their paths differed, Huanglong seemed to discern some similarities amidst these doctrines. It was not due to a shared understanding of the Dao, but rather because Huanglong perceived shadows of the demonic path. Not only Huanglong saw this, Zhundi and Jiayin also recognized it. Yet, the demonic path remained distinct from their own. Huanglong's path merely grazed the edges of the demonic path, while these two appeared to have entirely reversed its essence, originating from the same source as the demonic path, yet fundamentally divergent. Huanglong had long harbored such suspicions, but what he observed now was something else entirely. The fortunes of these two must derive from the demonic path. Thus, in the future, demons shall arise from Buddhism. This is the causality between the paths of Buddhism and demons. Therefore, the fortunes that would enable the two to attain sanctity largely stem from the inheritance of the demonic path, yet were insufficient, prompting the establishment of the Western teachings to amalgamate the fortunes of the West. At that time, the West was barren, its fortunes paled in comparison to those of the heavenly court. Thus they made grand aspirations. Undoubtedly, the fortunes intrinsic to them were the most substantial. Otherwise, they would not have been able to part the veil to sanctity. Jun, one of the protagonists of the Great Calamity, could not even touch the threshold of enlightenment, illustrating the immense power of the fortunes left to them by the demonic path. Chapter 46. The two transmit the Dao at the transforming Dragon River. Reflecting upon this seems quite reasonable. The three pure ones are endowed with great fortune, stemming from Pangu, enabling them to attain the Dao. Nuwa's great fortune created humanity, thus she too could attain the Dao. From where do the fortunes of these two originate? Perhaps from the demonic path, which once countered the celestial path, is more appropriate. 20,000 years later, as the three debated the Dao, Huanglong inquired, "Dear friends, have you ever transmitted the Dao in the West? My esteemed senior brother and I have only expounded the Dao beneath Mount Shumi, and have not disseminated it as widely as you." Huanglong, Zhundi replied. "Given this, would you both be interested in transmitting the Dao in the transforming Dragon River region?" Huanglong invited the two. They were taken aback. The transforming Dragon River region was entirely Huanglong's domain, and he was willing to allow them to teach their Dao if they were to propagate their respective paths in the transforming Dragon River region. Huanglong would inevitably share a portion of his fortunes. This was something Huanglong was amenable to. "Huanglong, if my brother and I were to teach in your territory, would that not affect your fortunes?" Zhundi questioned. Huanglong shook his head. Of course it would have an impact. Allowing you to teach in the transforming Dragon River region would mean a portion of the fortunes would flow towards you. The current dragon path can encompass all paths, much like the future of humanity. They would derive a portion of the fortunes from the dragon path. Yet overall, the fortunes of the dragon path would still increase. Regardless of where these fortunes are directed, they belong to the dragon path, with me as the nominal master. Furthermore, as you have not yet attained sanctity, there will not be many practitioners of your paths. In the future, as the West becomes increasingly affluent, even if you both attain sanctity, you cannot expect to be the sole lineage of the Dao in the West. There will be numerous choices ahead. The fortunes of the dragon path will be divided into countless portions, and I shall forever hold the largest share. To prevent unforeseen circumstances, the teachings of the earthly Dao will be supported by me as the foremost sect involved in the dragon path. Naturally, I wish to reap the benefits, yet I must also set conditions. That which is too easily acquired is seldom cherished. Indeed, there will be consequences, hence I have conditions, Huanglong replied. Upon hearing Huanglong's intent to propose conditions, Zhundi felt relieved. Proposing conditions indicated he would not act covertly against them. They were well aware that their teaching would benefit Huanglong, but if they were to teach outside the transforming Dragon River, it would only be a matter of time before practitioners of the dragon path would cultivate their teachings. At that point, Huanglong's fortunes would still grow, and the only ones affected would be the practitioners of their paths within the dragon path. Directly teaching within the transforming Dragon River region, with Huanglong's approval, would require Huanglong to part with his fortunes. This was evidently an unprofitable transaction. "What conditions do you have, Huanglong?" Zhundi asked. "I require that all territories along the transforming Dragon River that pass through the West be incorporated under my jurisdiction. Of course, the area of Mount Shumi will be an exception," Huanglong stipulated. "Agreed." Zhundi hesitated, but Jiayin had already assented. "Senior brother," Zhundi exclaimed in confusion. Huanglong intended to bring the entirety of the West, excluding Mount Xiumi, under his control. Clearly, Xuanti was reluctant. Ha! Jin, you are quite forthright, Huanglong praised. Such an outcome was not unexpected, with the West falling under Huanglong's dominion. It implied that the entire region held the potential for restoration. Teaching in the flourishing West was evidently more advantageous than in desolate backwaters. Xuanti's greed led him to desire the greater benefits while unwilling to relinquish the smaller ones. Jin was astute. He understood that only one of the two proposals could be selected if they were to refuse Huanglong. Their future would be a desolate place led by Mount Xumi.at that point. They would be entirely trapped in the West. In comparing the two options, it was only natural to choose the one that offered the greatest benefits. Do either of you have disciples? Huanglong inquired. None, Xuanti replied. How could one establish a lineage without disciples? Allow me to present you both with a disciple, Huanglong suggested. Who might that be? I presume they must be commendable in your eyes? Xuanti asked. You shall see once you meet them, Huanglong replied. Before long, Lu Xiling approached from outside the hall. Greetings, master. Greetings to the two esteemed elders, Lu Xiling formally greeted. Huanglong turned to the two and inquired. What say you? Is this one suitable for your esteemed eyes? Xuanti and Jian immediately discerned Lu Xiling's potential and were quite satisfied. Do you wish to become my disciple? Xuanti directly asked. Lu Xiling was momentarily taken aback. Glancing toward Huanglong, Huanglong explained, these two friends share a path remarkably similar to yours. Should you follow them, your future prospects are boundless. I can no longer impart anything further to you. Lu Xiling seemed to grasp the situation and bowed deeply to Huanglong, saying, Lu Xiling is profoundly grateful for the teachings of the master. Rise, Huanglong instructed. Lu Xiling stood and then turned to Xuanti. Bowing once more, disciple pays respects to the master. Haha, Xuanti, what a fine disciple you have. Xuanti laughed heartily. Congratulations, junior brother, on acquiring an excellent disciple. Jian congratulated Xiling. This is your martial uncle, the Jian Daoist. My name is Xuanti. Xuanti introduced. Xiling pays respects to the martial uncle. Lu Xiling respectfully greeted. Since both of you are satisfied with this disciple, let us hasten to impart the Dao, Huanglong urged. The core regions of the West should harbor numerous golden immortals, particularly those of the Tai golden immortal rank. If you two are willing, you may transmit the Dao to them, and then come to the transforming Dragon River to embrace the Dragon Path. This will expedite the restoration of the West to its former glory. Once Xuanti had taken on his disciple, Huanglong pressed the two further. Additionally, do bring some golden immortals and Tai over. The transforming Dragon River is currently in dire need of them. Xuanti felt a surge of excitement. Although he sensed he had paid a significant price, the rewards were substantial if they could spread their teachings throughout the prosperous West. The future held great promise. They also possessed the primordial laws of the demonic ancestor, which were of poor fortune. Inheriting the fortunes of the demonic path was not truly their OWIT could only be utilized during the attainment of the Dao, and otherwise held little utility if there were more suitable individuals. These fortunes might even slip away from them. However, he was evidently overthinking. The war between the Dao and the demonic had concluded over 20 epochs, and Hongjun was on the verge of sanctity, rendering the fortunes of little use. Huanglong merely aimed for them to entice those surrounding Mount Xiumi to come over, to cultivate in the transforming Dragon River, accelerating Huanglong's growth. Once Huanglong expanded the transforming Dragon River region to encompass half of the Western continent, it should suffice for him to attain the fortune required to ascend to the primordial realm. As for the trajectory of the transforming Dragon River, Huanglong planned to entrust that matter to Zenyuanzi. He would focus solely on his journey, leaving the remainder to Zenyuanzi, while simultaneously paving the path of the earthly immortals towards the Western continent. Well then, esteemed friends, we shall take our leave. Xuanti and Jian rose to depart. Safe travels, dear friends. Huanglong bid farewell at the path of parting. Chapter 47, The Dragon Clan's Visit. After sending off Xuanti and Jian, Huanglong returned to the main hall to take his seat. Years have passed, and once again, guests have come knocking. However, this time, Huanglong could not discern whether they were benevolent or malevolent visitors. The guests entered the Western continent from the South Sea, a Delua golden immortal from the Dragon Clan. Shortly thereafter, this Dragon Clan member appeared outside the Dragon Transformation Mountain. The Eastern Sea Dragon King Ao Qing came to pay a visit to his friend Huanglong. Please, Ao Qing, come inside, Huanglong beckoned. A beam of golden light illuminated the grand hall. As the light dissipated, a figure emerged. I have met with Dao friend Ao Qing. Huanglong courteously invited him to take a seat. You are too kind, Huanglong Dao friend. Ao Qing replied, settling down in the position Huanglong had prepared for him. As a Dao friend burdened with myriad affairs, what brings you to my dragon transformation mountain? Huanglong inquired, feigning ignorance. Dao friend, not long ago, a significant portion of our dragon clan's fortune vanished. Are you aware of it? Ao Qing asked. He had been summoned by Zhu Long tens of thousands of years ago, specifically regarding this matter of the dragon clan's fortune. Yet, they were no longer the formidable dragon clan of the past. Even though they were stronger than Huanglong, they dared not confront him, who was laden with merit, and thus had delayed their visit until now. However, whether the issue could be resolved remained to be seen, yet one must maintain a proper attitude. Huanglong, upon hearing Ao Qing's inquiry, did not respond directly. Are you aware, Dao friend, that I recently suffered a significant loss of merit? Ao Qing furrowed his brow, visibly displeased, and asked, What do you mean, Huanglong Dao friend? Huanglong smiled lightly, seemingly unfazed by Ao Qing's demeanor, and replied nonchalantly, I recently resolved a substantial fortune fraught with karma, which consumed a great deal of my merit. What exactly are you trying to convey, Huanglong Dao friend? Ao Qing queried. What I mean is, I can alleviate the karma of the dragon clan. Huanglong's words took a turn, leaving Ao Qing momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond. After regaining his composure, he said, Huanglong Dao friend is willing to relieve the karma of the dragon clan. His tone brimmed with disbelief. What price can you offer, Dao friend Ao Qing? Huanglong continued to inquire. Ao Qing, without a hint of hesitation, replied, If Huanglong Dao friend is willing, you may select treasures from the dragon palace of the four seas. Huanglong shook his head in response. What would I want with treasures? He stated dismissively. Seeing Huanglong's refusal, Ao Qing felt a sense of foreboding and asked, What does Dao friend require? Huanglong's expression turned serious as he fixed his gaze on Ao Qing. I wish to merge the dragon path with the dragon clan. Ao Qing frowned slightly, puzzled. Do you intend to propagate the dragon path among the dragon clan and even throughout the four seas? Prior to his arrival, Ao Qing had already received inquiries about the situation of the western dragon path and had a rough idea of Huanglong's endeavors. However, Huanglong shook his head and clarified. It is not merely about propagation. Rather, I seek to integrate the entire dragon clan into the dragon path, unifying them with the practitioners of the dragon path. Boom! Ao Qing abruptly stood up, a formidable aura emanating from him, revealing his mid-stage Deluo golden immortal status. Yet, Huanglong remained unfazed, seated calmly in his position. Indeed, it was not long before Ao Qing suppressed his own aura and returned to his seat. Huanglong Dao friend, can we not negotiate other terms? Ao Qing inquired. Dao friend Ao Qing, to alleviate your dragon clan's karma, even if I were to expend all my merit, it would still be in vain. Nothing else can compensate for my losses, Huanglong explained. However, Ao Qing seemed at a loss for words to counter this. Huanglong continued, Dao friend Ao Qing, aside from my dragon path, there are no other means to save the dragon clan in the wilderness. If a solution is not found swiftly, the dragon clan will grow weaker until they can no longer rise again. At that point, the wilderness will retain only the dragon path, with no trace of the dragon clan left. You must ponder this carefully, Huanglong persistently persuaded. Huanglong deeply needed the dragon clan. Despite their diminished fortune, they were still shrouded in karma. Yet, fortune imbued with karma is still fortune. If it cannot be dispelled swiftly, it will ultimately backfire. However, what Huanglong feared the least was karma, for once it was removed, the dragon clan had proven their potential during the three clans era. Noticing Ao Qing's lingering hesitation, Huanglong added, If Dao friend Ao Qing cannot make a decision, then return and confer with your Kin.My condition is this. I wish to be the new leader of the dragon clan. Once you consent, I can not only resolve the dragon clan's karma but also guarantee that the future dragon clan will not be inferior to that of the three clans era, and may even surpass it. Huanglong understood that Ao Qing alone could not dictate the fate of the dragon clan, so he directly conveyed his terms. Ao Qing did not refuse Huanglong's proposal and prepared to depart. Then, Huanglong Dao friend, I shall take my leave for now. Huanglong smiled. Until we meet again. As Ao Qing departed, Huanglong remained in place, awaiting his response. A Deluo golden immortal could traverse the entire wilderness in mere centuries. Thus, Huanglong resolved to wait here for Ao Qing's reply. The prospect of subjugating the dragon clan was tantalizing. The Dragon Clan dominated the Four Seas, and the fortunes of the Four Seas had given rise to the ancestor dragon, the Linjia clan, and even nurtured Zhu Long. Moreover, the Dragon Clan still possessed a significant number of Tai Golden Immortals and Golden Immortals. When the time came, they could disperse their essence in the West and reconstruct the Dragon Path. Their reconstruction might not yield substantial breakthroughs, but the dispersal of essence would significantly accelerate the expansion of the Dragon Transformation River in the West. Not only the Dragon Clan, but there were also numerous water clans that could be drawn into the Dragon Transformation. The abundance of water clans could not possibly be contained within the West. Thus, it was better for these water clans to remain in the Four Seas. As long as the Dragon Path was established in the Four Seas, the Dragon Clan could anticipate a remarkable enhancement and subsequently march eastward. The value of the Dragon Clan and the Four Seas could ensure that Huanglong would not worry about fortune even when attaining the Dao of Primordial Luo Golden Immortal. Yet, there remained a pressing question. Would the wilderness truly allow a single race to grow powerful enough to dictate its fate? The Dragon Path would undoubtedly benefit the wilderness, but if it were to exist solely, would it still be advantageous? In the future, Huanglong yearned for transcendence, yet if he left behind a chaotic mess, would the heavenly Dao permit him to transcend so easily, a blade in hand? The heart of slaughter awakens. In a future devoid of Huanglong's restraint, the Dragon Clan might revert to the state of the Three Clans era. If, at that moment, one sought to suppress the Dragon Clan, the heavenly Dao would demand a hefty price. Thus, the Dragon Clan must not only be needed but also be strong, yet they must contemplate how to ensure that the Dragon Clan does not disrupt the balance of the wilderness, remaining mere observers. Furthermore, the emergence of the human clan looms on the horizon. With the Dragon Clan's presence, would there be any room left for the human clan? Huanglong himself had not devised a strategy to confine a race that could appear anywhere within the world, ensuring they remained outside the fold while observing the changes in the wilderness. Therefore, he chose to dismiss these thoughts, for the benefits the Dragon Clan could bring were not something Huanglong would ever relinquish. As for whether the Dragon Clan would refuse, that was a consideration he had not entertained. It was an affair that posed no detriment to the Dragon Clan. As for face, they would not even lose that. Huanglong was also a dragon, a true five-clawed dragon. It is only fitting for a dragon to serve as the leader of the Dragon Clan. Moreover, there existed Zhu Long, who was the true decision-maker of the Dragon Clan. He could not possibly watch as the Dragon Clan was presented with an opportunity for resurgence, only to suppress it back down. Being a primordial realm being, it mattered little to him who led the Dragon Clan, as he was strong enough to remain unbound by the leader's authority. What truly mattered was who would benefit the Dragon Clan. Chapter 48. Zhu Long. Time flowed on, and 100 years passed swiftly. Ao Qing returned to Dragon Transformation Mountain. Dao friend, have you made a decision? Huanglong inquired. Huanglong. Dao friend, the ancestor Zhu Long wishes to see you. Ao Qing did not respond to Huanglong's question, but instead brought forth another piece of news. Oh, when? Huanglong asked, somewhat surprised. The sooner, the better. Ao Qing replied decisively. In that case, Dao friend, please wait a moment while I make the necessary arrangements to set off. Huanglong stated. Ao Qing nodded. Please, Dao friend. Huanglong left the dragon viewing pavilion, seeking out Niu Nanfei and Fu Kong, instructing them to wait for him at the Yellow River. Once everyone had gathered, he entrusted them with a fragment of authority over the Yellow River to locate and access the Yellow River Water Mansion, asking them to wait for him by the Yellow River. Simultaneously, he instructed Tang Shun to ensure that his 12 golden immortals spread the path of the Earth Immortals promptly. Subsequently, Huanglong returned to the Grand Hall. Dao friend, let us depart. All right. The two left Dragon Transformation Mountain, heading eastward. Dragon Transformation Mountain was closer to the Yellow River than the South Sea, so Huanglong traveled along the Yellow River, directly entering the Eastern Sea. Within a few days, they reached the Eastern Sea. I have long heard Elder Ao Han speak of your profound connection with the Yellow River. I never anticipated that you would be the master of the Yellow River. Ao Qing exclaimed. It was merely a stroke of fortune. Huanglong replied nonchalantly. Ao Qing remained silent, continuing to guide Huanglong deeper into the Eastern Sea. Each of the four seas possessed sea eyes. Yet the Eastern Seas was the most formidable. In the past, the Dragon Clan had employed formations, but with fewer members now, Zhu Long suppressed the sea eye here while also cultivating. The sea eye lay deep within the Eastern Sea. Yet both were Luo Golden Immortals, and thus did not require much time. Before long, Huanglong sensed the abundant primordial spiritual energy. However, Amidst the primordial spiritual energy, there was an element of volatility. And there were few aquatic creatures active in the vicinity. The two transformed into their true forms and swam toward the seabed. Soon, they arrived beside a massive spring. Enormous primordial spiritual energy surged outward, infused with the essence of water. This was the sea eye of the eastern sea. I seek an audience with the ancestor, Ao Qing declared. Ao Qing shouted into the eye of the sea. After a brief moment, a figure appeared before the two. It was a middle-aged man, his visage exuding authority. Ao Qing, I have met the ancestor. Huanglong pays respect to the senior. The newcomer was none other than the Zhulong, who was suppressing the eye of the sea. You are the newly emerged founder of the Dragon Path, Zhulong inquired. Indeed, Huanglong replied, maintaining an air of dignity. Do you aspire to become the leader of the Dragon Clan? A heavy aura emanated from Zhulong, pressing down upon Huanglong. Instantly, Huanglong felt as though the weight of the four seas bore down upon him, yet he remained unflinching, responding, yes. Zhulong continued, the Dragon Path is intertwined with the fortunes of the Dragon Clan. Your merits alone may not suffice to counterbalance the clan's karmic burdens. Senior, merits can be replenished. If I were the leader of the Dragon Clan, the union of the Dragon Clan and the Dragon Path would render these issues moot. Huanglong confidently asserted. Oh, my clan has long guarded the four seas, and the merits we have accrued are no less than your Dragon Paths. How can you be so assured? Huanglong replied, Senior, I harbor no fear. Why should you? Regardless of the outcome, does the Dragon Clan not stand to gain? Ha! Very well. If you fear not, then naturally, my Dragon Clan shall not shy away. The Dragon Clan may honor you as their leader. Zhulong readily agreed. You speak truly. The Dragon Clan shall not suffer losses. When do you wish to assume your role? Zhulong asked. Huanglong pondered briefly before stating, not just yet. I must first disseminate the Dragon Path across the four seas and alleviate part of the Dragon Clan's karmic burdens. Oh, do you have specific plans for the Dragon Clan in the four seas? Zhulong inquired. Indeed. Huanglong responded directly. I require the Dragon Clan to propagate the Dragon Path across the four seas, thereby expanding the clan scale. All practitioners of the Dragon Path are to head west to transform into dragons, hastening the expansion of my Dragon Transformation River. You plan to establish your foundation in the west? Zhulong asked. Yes, the eastern waters are a chaotic mix, unsuitable for concentration. The vastness of the four seas hinders focus, whereas the west, which I have nurtured, remains entirely within my control, Huanglong explained. Is there anything else? Zhulong nodded, unfazed, and continued to inquire. I wish to request the senior's assistance in crafting a treasure for the Dragon Clan. Huanglong requested a treasure for the Dragon Clan. What sort of item? Zhulong questioned, puzzled. A tome that records all dragons of the clan. Only those documented within shall be recognized by the Dragon Path and entitled to its fortunes. Those burdened by karmic debt shall not be recorded and will be deemed as aberrant dragons. This will also prevent the clan from spiraling out of control and recklessly damaging the fortunes of the Dragon Clan. Huanglong elaborated. Zhulong contemplated this for a moment before responding, that is acceptable. Zhulong was well aware of the significance of this treasure. Half of the Dragon Clan's fortune was a result of the three clans' conflict, while the other half stemmed from certain dragons, emboldened by their strength, committing misdeeds and incurring the disdain of primordial beings, thus attracting karmic debts. With this tome, should any dragon beneath the clan engage in wrongdoing, they would be summarily expelled from the Dragon Clan. While this might momentarily affect the clan, it would ultimately be inconsequential. Without the clan as a buffer, a solitary dragon seeking to commit misdeeds would find many capable of dealing with them. Then Huanglong added, however, I may need to procure materials from the Dragon Clan. I am relatively impoverished. Zhulong paused for a moment before stating, that is acceptable. Ao Qing, go to the Dragon Clan's treasury and retrieve the necessary spiritual materials. Zhulong commanded decisively. Yes, Ao Qing replied before turning to depart. Thank you, Senior. Huanglong expressed his gratitude. Not only had Zhulong acquiesced, but his use of materials from the Dragon Clan's treasury indicated his genuine concern for the matter. The Dragon Clan was affluent across the four seas, and those permitted entry into their treasury were certainly not of ordinary stock. Zhulong waved his hand dismissively, saying, I am merely assisting the Dragon Clan. Such noble intentions, Senior, Huanglong exclaimed in admiration. Now, let us see your Dragon Path, Zhulong requested. The tome is a treasure of the Dragon Clan, but it is also a treasure of the Dragon Path. Without understanding the Dragon Path, how could it be forged? Please instruct me, Senior. With that, Huanglong released the essence of the Dragon Path and began elaborating on his teachings. After a millennium, Huanglong finished expounding upon the dragon path. Throughout this time, Zhulong had absorbed the teachings, gaining insights into the dragon path. Your dragon path possesses immense potential, Zhulong praised. You honor me with your words, senior. Huanglong humbly replied. Having listened to your doctrine, now allow me to share mine. Zhulong stated. Huanglong felt a surge of excitement. This was the teaching of the primordial, an opportunity unprecedented in the current primordial realm. Thank you, senior. Zhulong replied coolly before embarking on his own discourse. Zhulong's teachings encompassed the way of time and the duality of light and darkness. Much of it was beyond Huanglong's comprehension, yet he still derived significant benefits. Zhulong delivered his teachings for another millennium, during which Aoqing returned with the materials. At this moment, Aoqing sat beside Huanglong, both engrossed in the teachings. Aoqing felt a deep envy toward Huanglong, yet also considered himself fortunate to be present. Once the discourse concluded, Zhulong promptly dismissed the two. All right, I shall begin crafting the artifact. Aoqing, please escort Huanglong back, should he have any requests. The Dragon Clan of the Four Seas shall endeavor to fulfill them. Chapter 49. Return to the Yellow River Water Palace. After being ushered out by Zhulong, the two made their way directly to the Dragon Palace in the East Sea. Upon entering the precincts of the palace, Huanglong quickly grasped the meaning of opulence. Most of the resources of the Four Seas lay in the hands of the Dragon Clan, making their wealth evident. According to Aoqing, the Dragon Palace housed an abundance of low-grade and mid-grade innate spiritual treasures, while high-grade ones were somewhat fewer, though every member of the Dragon Clan possessed at least one. With many to spare, the rarest innate spiritual treasures numbered only 2 or 3, one of which was the ancestral pearl of the former ancestral dragon, currently in the possession of Zhulong. The other 2 also resided with Zhulong. Though Aoqing refrained from disclosing their identities, true dragons within the Dragon Clan were not numerous, as most had perished during the 3 clans' conflict. Presently, there were only a few thousand remaining throughout the Four Seas. Due to the overwhelming karmic burdens, the reproductive rate of true dragons had plummeted to nearly 0. The most were merely 3-clawed mixed-blood dragons. With the Dragon Clan's numbers severely diminished, the grand expanse of the East Sea Dragon Palace was not teeming with their presence. Though referred to as a palace, the Dragon Palace resembled a magnificent city. At its very center stood a splendid cluster of palaces where the true dragons resided, while surrounding them were various water tribes that safeguarded the Dragon Clan at the heart of the palace. In times past, the East Sea Dragon Palace was bustling with golden immortals among the surrounding water tribes. Now, only a handful of leaders held the rank of golden immortal. Aoqing soon led Huanglong into the Dragon Palace. At this moment, the palace had not yet descended into the decadence it would later embody, yet Huanglong could discern signs of moral decay. However, this was hardly surprising. The Dragon Clan bore the weight of karmic debts, rendering upward cultivation nearly impossible. Indulgence thus became the most alluring option. With their vast wealth and absence of aspirational goals, it was exceedingly difficult to avoid corruption. In the main hall of the Dragon Palace, several individuals were already seated. Fellow Daoist, please. Aoqing gestured courteously, inviting Huanglong to enter first. Please. Huanglong reciprocated the courtesy. Upon entering the grand hall, the assembly saluted the two. We have met the Dragon King, and we have met fellow Daoist Huanglong. As Huanglong was poised to potentially become the leader of the Dragon Clan, all present, being high-ranking members of the clan, were well aware of this possibility. As for any dissenters who would dare oppose under Zhulong's authority, moreover, they had all been struggling under the oppressive weight of karmic debts. The prospect of someone willing to share their burdens was met with relief and joy, while there might be a few dissenters. They were certainly not among those present. Huanglong was seated at the foremost position, while Aoqing took the seat of the Dragon King. At present, Huanglong was not yet the leader of the Dragon Clan and had not even formally joined. Thus, his status was akin to that of an esteemed guest. Aoqing remained the head of the Dragon Palace. After sitting down, Aoqing turned to Huanglong and inquired, Fellow Daoist, please feel free to speak your needs. Huanglong, unreserved, directly stated, I shall soon return to the Yellow River and plan to impart the dragon path at the mouth of the river. I need the Dragon King to gather a sufficient number of water beings from the Four Seas to come and listen to the teachings. As the Yellow River floods, I hope the Dragon King can dispatch the Dragon Clan from the palace to assist in managing the river's flow, thereby earning some merits. Soon as Huanglong finished speaking, someone among the assembly stepped forward. I am willing to lead the Dragon Clan there. The speaker was Aohan, the first dragon Huanglong had encountered. Upon hearing about the merits to be gained, he eagerly stepped forward. Aohan's eagerness was matched by the other elders, who were equally unwilling to miss out. Ouching turned to Huanglong. "Fellow Daoist, whom do you deem suitable?" he asked, deferring the decision to Huanglong. "Let it be Elder Aohan." Huanglong replied without hesitation. Though he was not intimately acquainted with Aohan, he recognized him well enough. Upon hearing Huanglong's choice, the others ceased their contestations and returned to their seats, leaving Aohan with a smug expression of triumph. "Thank you, fellow Daoist Huanglong." Aohan expressed his gratitude. "Elder, you are too kind." Huanglong no longer had any other demands, and thus the meeting concluded. Qing ushered Huanglong with great hospitality, presenting an array of exquisite delicacies and rare ocean treasures. For Huanglong, it was a lavish experience unlike any he had ever encountered before. Once he had indulged to his heart's content, Huanglong decided not to linger any longer in the Dragon Palace. He departed from the Eastern Sea, making his way back to the Yellow River, accompanied by a multitude of dragons, led by the esteemed Elder Aohan of the Eastern Sea Dragon Clan. In the Eastern Sea, apart from the elders, the entire dragon populace was present, all of whom were at the level of golden immortals, with some at the Tai level who could serve as elders. This was a stark contrast to the past when dragon elders were predominantly great Luo golden immortals. The dragons in this group were born before the decline of the three clans. Yet they had not cultivated to the Tai golden immortal level due to the burdens of dragon clan karma. There were over 300 dragons in total, and Huanglong had plans for them. Soon, he led them to the Yellow River. Currently, the Yellow River was experiencing flooding, resulting in countless tributaries sprouting forth, which paradoxically diminished the flow of the main river. In certain areas where the water had calmed, life had begun to stir. However, the flooding of the Yellow River would cause devastation in other regions of the wilderness, necessitating its management. Huanglong had already devised a plan for its governance. But for now, he would first return home. Within the Yellow River Water Mansion, the expansion had ceased. After more than 20 yuan meetings, the Yellow River Water Mansion had grown comparable to a small 1,000 worlds. Huanglong had traversed the dragon path within the mansion once, and as a result, many beings within had transformed into dragons. Some remained in the mansion, while others had already departed. As the Yellow River Water Mansion ascended to the status of a small 1,000 world, it became connected to the outside world, forming a pathway for ascension. Upon reaching the golden immortal level, one could sense the vastness of the wilderness world and leave through this pathway, though entry was not permitted. Disciples had already appeared within the water mansion. Upon entering, Huanglong dismissed the dragons, retaining only Aohan. Huanglong and Aohan returned directly to the Yellow River Hall. Standing once again in the Yellow River Hall, Huanglong felt a profound sense of nostalgia, akin to a wanderer returning home. It had been 20 yuan meetings since he last left the Yellow River Water Mansion, nearly consuming the majority of his time in the wilderness world. In the transformation pool, the figures of turtles and fish were no longer seen, leaving only 3 lotus flowers swaying gently in the water. Everything seemed reminiscent of its original state, yet it was utterly transformed. Huanglong stood atop the mountain, absorbing the changes within the Yellow River Water Mansion, seeking to rekindle his earliest memories. Gradually, an aura emanated from Huanglong, accompanied by inexplicable emotions. That Aohan, standing beside him, felt the impact. Enveloped by a wave of melancholy, he reminisced about the Dragon Clan, recalling its former glory contrasted with its current decline. This reflection deepened his sense of desolation, as if the world itself conspired against him and the Dragon Clan. Huanglong's aura continued to expand, affecting the disciples cultivating within the mountain. The aura spread further, influencing all those who came into contact with it. The profound essence of the great Luo Golden Immortal was such that none within the Yellow River Water Mansion could resist it. It was not until Huanglong's aura permeated half of the mansion that he awoke from his reverie. "Elder Aohan, what are you doing?" A voice startled Aohan from his melancholic thoughts. Chapter 50. The governance plan for the Yellow River. Huanglong's countenance transformed, shedding the earlier sorrow to reveal a joyful demeanor, as if he had cast away all his woes. With a teasing glance at Aohan, Huanglong remarked, "Elder, it seems you have witnessed a spectacle." Aohan, with a wry smile, replied, "My apologies, Huanglong, for subjecting you to my lamentations." Huanglong chuckled, "Elder, the past is past, and the future lies in our hands. Why dwell in sadness?" His nonchalance belied his role as the instigator of the earlier sentiments. "Truly, Huanglong, you possess a magnanimous spirit." Aohan responded with a smile. "Let us proceed inside, Elder." Huanglong gestured for Aohan to enter the Yellow River Hall. In the Yellow River Hall, Huanglong's over 100 disciples awaited him. They had all transformed into dragons through the essence of the Yellow River, which was rich and conducive to their understanding. Master, upon Huanglong's entrance, the disciples rose in unison to pay their respects. This is Elder Ao Han, the third elder of the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace, Huanglong introduced, and the disciples greeted Ao Han. Please, take your seats, Huanglong invited. Placing Ao Han at the forefront before settling himself in a position of authority, his earlier mirth replaced by a serious demeanor. The purpose of this visit to the Yellow River was to address its management, and simultaneously, to use the Yellow River as a foundation to extend the dragon path eastward. The rampant flooding of the Yellow River had compelled the creatures along its banks to abandon their homes. Thus, the foremost task of governance was to resolve the flooding issue. I proposed to tackle this from several angles. First, we must suppress the flow of the Yellow River. Second, we will cultivate the Earth's veins along its banks to withstand the floodwaters and stabilize the river's flow. Third, instead of merely blocking the waters, we shall create additional tributaries to channel the surplus innate spiritual energy of the Yellow River to where it is needed most. Master, what precisely do you require us to do? Fukong inquired at this juncture. Huanglong continued, to suppress the flow of the Yellow River, I will need Elder Ao Han to lead the Dragon Clan in this endeavor. Upon hearing Huanglong mention him, Ao Han promptly responded, Huanglong, you need only give the command. Then I must trouble you, Elder Ao Han. Huanglong replied. The Yellow River possesses 108 major tributaries, each nurtured by the abundant innate spiritual energy of the famed mountains and rivers of the wilderness. These tributaries are close to the level of great Luo Golden Immortals, and some have already reached that level. I need you to lead the Dragon Clan to establish dragon palaces above these tributaries to suppress their flows. At this point, Ao Han raised a concern. Huanglong, the dragons I brought with me are all Golden Immortals. They cannot suppress such high-level tributaries. Huanglong raised a hand, signaling Ao Han to remain calm. Elder, fret not. I am aware of this. Each dragon palace will dispatch 3 dragons, accompanied by a mid-grade innate spiritual treasure from the Dragon Clan, that I will also grant you some authority over the Yellow River to assist in suppressing the tributaries. Furthermore, I will send a disciple to aid in establishing the dragon palaces. Ao Han nodded in understanding after hearing Huanglong's explanation. The key element here is the authority over the Yellow River, which holds the greatest power to suppress the tributaries. The other aspects serve merely as support, but such support is essential. After all, Huanglong cannot be expected to oversee the authority at all times. Even Golden Immortals would find it somewhat taxing to wield such authority alone, hence Huanglong's suggestion of a trio rotating shifts. For the remaining dragons, they can seek out weaker tributaries to manage in pairs. The reason for not assigning the disciples alone to suppress the tributaries is that while Tai Golden Immortal disciples can manage to do so individually, if they are occupied with suppression, who will teach? Once the tributaries are suppressed and the Yellow River's flow calms, a multitude of aquatic beings will arise, necessitating the guidance of the disciples. Moreover, the Dragon Clan is here to undertake laborious tasks. If they do not engage in some arduous work, when will their karma ever dissipate? The establishment of the dragon palaces serves not only to govern the Yellow River, but also to consolidate the fortunes of the dragon path. The Yellow River is vast. It would be a waste not to utilize it. This is merely the first point. Huanglong proceeded to expound on the second point. We must cultivate the Earth's veins in the areas where the Yellow River's flow is tumultuous to withstand its onslaught and prevent it from changing course at will. Elder Ao Han, Huanglong called out, please, go ahead. There are 18 perilous locations along the Yellow River that require 18 Tai Golden Immortal Dragons, preferably those at the peak of the Tai level. While there are certainly more than 18 perilous locations along the Yellow River, these 18 spots exhibit the strongest flow and possess a risk of altering course at any moment. Each diversion of the Yellow River spells disaster for the beings of the wilderness. Unlike the initial opening of the Yellow River, when the Heavenly Dao would issue warnings to the beings along its path, allowing them to evacuate in advance, the diversion of the Yellow River is a calamity, an inevitable tribulation for the beings of the wilderness. With no prior warning from the Heavenly Dao, the tremendous flow during a diversion would spell certain death for beings below the Golden Immortal level, while even Golden Immortals would struggle to ensure their own safety. Only Tai Golden Immortals might manage to escape. Only great Luo Golden Immortals could glean such foreknowledge from the heavenly machinations and respond accordingly, but even then, it would depend on their willingness to extend aid. Ao Han did not inquire about the purpose but simply stated, I will send a message to the Dragon Clan and expedite the dispatch of 18 Tai Golden Immortal Dragons. Huanglong replied. Elder, there is no need to rush. As long as they arrive in time to preach at the mouth of the Yellow River, it will suffice. Ao Han nodded in agreement. Understood. If the Earth's veins are to withstand the flow of the perilous areas, Huanglong can only elevate them to the Tai Golden Immortal level in a short time, necessitating the mobilization of the innate spiritual energy within the Yellow River. However, Earth veins at the Tai Golden Immortal level would not endure long against the powerful currents in the Yellow River's perilous zones. Therefore, a Tai Golden Immortal Dragon must be assigned to suppress them. The 18 Tai Golden Immortal Dragons will serve to guard the Earth veins and also seize the opportunity to attempt ascension to the Great Luo Golden Immortal level. However, this is merely an attempt. Ascension to the Great Luo Golden Immortal is not guaranteed simply by practicing the dragon transformation art. Of course, the probability of success would be significantly enhanced. The third point is quite straightforward: the development of more tributaries. However, these tributaries must not be allowed to grow unchecked. Otherwise, it would be no different from a flood. Efforts should be made to channel the waters of the Yellow River into some barren lands. It would be a pity for these waters to flow into the East Sea, which is already abundant in innate spiritual energy. The tributaries cannot be neglected either. Once they develop, dragon palaces should be established. These dragon palaces will be managed by the corresponding dragon palaces above the tributaries, while the dragon palaces will fall under the administration of the Yellow River Water Mansion. Not all tributaries need to be governed by the 4 sea dragon clans, but it is essential for them to have practitioners of the dragon path who cultivate the way of the dragon. With the support of the dragon path in the future, the primordial dragon clans will multiply. Thus, the masters of the dragon palaces along each water vein will be regularly rotated by the yellow dragon. One must not monopolize a position indefinitely. After explaining the governance plan for the Yellow River and their respective duties, the yellow dragon dismissed them. For the time being, there was nothing pressing. Allowing the yellow dragon to engage in a brief period of cultivation, he arranged for his disciples to impart the teachings of the dragon path to Ao Han and the dragon clan he brought along. Why did the yellow dragon not explain himself? Because he would soon be transmitting the teachings in the East Sea, where they would naturally hear it. The delay in going to the East Sea arises from the fact that the yellow dragon is awaiting certain individuals, and the news of his teachings in the East Sea has been disseminated through the East Sea Dragon Clan. However, their gathering will require some time, given the vastness of the 4 seas. Even in the East Sea, it would take an unknown period for those below the Golden Immortal level to arrive. The designated time set by the Yellow Dragon is 3,000 years hence. After 5,000 years of seclusion, the Yellow Dragon suddenly awakened. In the next moment, he vanished from the Yellow River Water Mansion. Yellow Dragon Mountain. Fellow Daoist, it has been a long time. Upon the moment he arrived at Yellow Dragon Mountain, Jin Yuanzi immediately sensed the presence of the Yellow Dragon. Brother Dao, it has indeed been a while. In truth, it had been less than half a yuan meeting since their last encounter. This is the birthplace of my fellow Daoist. It can truly be called a land of exceptional talents and spiritual essence. Jin Yuanzi surveyed the Yellow Dragon Mountain, which, perhaps due to the Yellow Dragon's fortune, now boasted a dragon vein of the Great Luo Golden Immortal level. This was the first branch of the dragon vein nurtured by the Yellow Dragon. Chapter 51. An initial meeting with the 3 purities. This place cannot compare to your Wanshou Mountain. The Yellow Dragon awaited Jin Yuanzi, whose earthly immortal path, under the Yellow Dragon's guidance, not only encompassed the earth veins but also the water veins. The governance of the Yellow River naturally required the involvement of the earthly immortal path to enhance its fortunes. Although the teachings of the earthly path have yet to be established, the efforts of individuals such as Tangshan in the West have already begun to gather the fortunes of the earthly path. As the new guide of the earthly path, the Yellow Dragon, influenced by the fusion of the earthly path and the dragon path, could clearly sense the continuous growth of his own fortune. The Yellow Dragon now aimed to propagate the earthly path to the east. Furthermore, he required Jin Yuanzi's assistance. The Yellow Dragon planned to address the sea eyes of the 4 seas. The continuous suppression of the sea eyes by the Dragon Clan not only squandered human resources, but also wasted innate spiritual energy. The sea eyes of the 4 seas serve as their source, with all waters of the 4 seas emanating from these eyes. Essentially, they are akin to the water veins of the Yellow River. However, much like the Yellow River, they are too tumultuous and require pacification and control. These are the 4 largest water veins of the primordial era. Addressing the 4 sea eyes would not only stabilize the 4 seas but also present an opportunity to channel excess innate spiritual energy onto the land. The innate spiritual energy on land will flow into the ocean through rivers. If the ocean's innate spiritual energy could then be returned to the land, a cycle would be established. However, this is a challenging endeavor. While water naturally flows downward, directing it upward is fraught with difficulty. For now, there is no need to consider drawing innate spiritual energy back to the continent. Stabilizing the four seas is sufficient. As long as the four seas can be calmed, it will be enough to satiate the dragon path, the dragon clan, and the earthly immortal path, coupled with the yellow dragon's merits and the merits gained from governing the Yellow River. The dragon clan's karma could almost be eradicated. Collectively, these merits could amount to the equivalent of 2 primordial beings, yet they can merely suffice to alleviate the dragon clan's karma to a limited extent. The dragon clan's karma does not only pertain to the living members but also encompasses those who have perished, including the once proud Scale clan. It can be said that debts do not vanish with death. As long as the dragon clan's karma remains, those who have fallen in battle shall have no opportunity for reincarnation, including even the great Luo golden immortal dragons and the ancestral dragons. When the yellow dragon returned, he did not immediately use the authority of the Yellow River to return to the Yellow River Water Mansion. Instead, he accompanied Jin Yuanzi on a journey along the banks of the Yellow River. With another 20,000 years before he would impart teachings in the East Sea, there was little to occupy his time. Thus, the Yellow Dragon led Jin Yuanzi downstream along the Yellow River. Where many renowned mountains and rivers awaited their visitation, they did not engage in discourse but rather extended invitations to visit the Yellow River whenever time permitted. Engaging in discussions would be time-consuming for the great Luo Golden Immortals. Following the Yellow River, they eventually arrived at Kunlun. Within this stretch of the Yellow River's territory outside Kunlun, the main vein was a water vein of the great Luo Golden Immortal level, primarily nourished by the innate spiritual essence flowing from Kunlun Mountain. Having arrived, they naturally wished to take a closer look at their neighbor, as they would inevitably meet again in the future. Upon entering Kunlun Mountain, they found it divided into 2 sections: East Kunlun, home to the 3 purities, and West Kunlun, where the Queen Mother of the West resided. Logically, as they approached from above, they should first visit West Kunlun. However, due to its smaller size compared to East Kunlun, they proceeded directly to the main peak of East Kunlun. The grandeur of Kunlun Mountain is such that even East Kunlun alone surpasses Wanshou Mountain by a considerable margin. The summit of Kunlun rises high into the clouds, and upon reaching the peak, the two could distinctly sense the aura of an array. Fellow Daoist, Jin Yuanzi from Wanshou Mountain, has come to pay his respects. The Yellow Dragon of the Yellow River has also come to visit. As their words fell, the scenery before them transformed, revealing a cave dwelling. Esteemed Daoists, please, an aged voice called out from within. Upon entering the cave, they found simple furnishings and 3 individuals seated on mats: an elderly man with kind eyes, a middle-aged man exuding authority, and a young man with an imposing demeanor. As the 2 entered the cave, the 3 rose to greet them. Taiching Laozu, I pay my respects to both esteemed Daoists. Yuqing Yuanshi, I pay my respects to both esteemed Daoists. Shanqing Tongtian, I pay my respects to both esteemed Daoists. Jin Yuanzi pays his respects to the 3 esteemed Daoists. The Yellow Dragon pays his respects to the 3 esteemed Daoists. After introducing themselves, Taiching Laozu invited them to take a seat, while Taiching and Shanqing showed no significant change. Yuqing seemed somewhat displeased upon seeing the Yellow Dragon. In Yuqing's eyes, the Dragon Clan, burdened with karma, deserved disdain, even upon noting the merits the Yellow Dragon carried. Moreover, he believed that the primordial world was shaped by their progenitor, Pangu, and the 3 clan wars had caused immense harm to this realm, naturally leading to an aversion towards the Dragon Clan. Nevertheless, the Yellow Dragon chose to overlook this. The Yellow Dragon observed the 3 purities, all at the mid-level of the great Luo Golden Immortal. Before long, the conversation flowed. Upon learning of the Yellow Dragon's deeds in the West, the 3 purities expressed deep admiration, with even Yuqing's attitude towards the Yellow Dragon shifting. The essence of Yuanshi's path lies in aligning with the heavenly way, and it was evident that the Yellow Dragon's actions had garnered heavenly acknowledgement. Not only Yuanshi but Tongtian also held the Yellow Dragon in high regard. Tongtian's rebelliousness was not in opposition to the heavenly way, but rather in a quest for a glimmer of hope within it. Anyone capable of striking a blow against the heavenly way would find the vast chaos an open realm. The Yellow Dragon's actions in the West can be seen as providing countless individuals with a sliver of hope. Taiching Laozu refrained from expressing opinions, yet he held no intention of underestimating the Yellow Dragon. After a period of exchange, the Yellow Dragon expressed that he would not be heading to the west for the time being and invited them to visit the Yellow River when they had the opportunity. The 2 then departed from Kunlun Mountain. They did not alter their course to West Kunlun. The time for the Yellow Dragon's teachings was drawing near, with a substantial distance remaining to Buzhou Mountain. The Yellow Dragon led Jin Yuanzi directly along the Yellow River until they reached the exterior of the Yellow River Water Mansion. Jin Yuanzi rarely traveled and was witnessing Buzhou Mountain for the first time. Although the Yellow Dragon lived close to Buzhou Mountain, he had never visited it. However, time was of the essence now. In this timeless primordial world, it seemed that only the Yellow Dragon felt a sense of urgency. After summoning the Dragon Clan and disciples within the Yellow River Water Mansion, he led them directly to the estuary of the Yellow River. At this moment, the estuary was teeming with aquatic beings. However, as it was not yet time, the Yellow Dragon refrained from making his appearance. Fellow Daoist, there seems to be quite a number of listeners here. It appears another opportunity for immense merit awaits. Zhan Yuanzi remarked as he gazed at the endless throng of aquatic beings. The Yellow Dragon responded, "Once these beings have absorbed the teachings, a portion will be guided into the Yellow River, expediting its development. This time, the discourse will not only encompass the Dragon Path. I shall also request you to expound upon the earthly immortal path. Rest assured, everything is prepared," Jin Yuanzi replied. "Very well. Then I shall entrust this task to you." With that, the Yellow Dragon turned to Ao Han and inquired, "Elder Ao Han, have you made contact with the 18 Tai Golden Immortal Dragon Clan members?" "Fellow Daoist, rest assured, they have arrived and are ready to respond to your summons at any time." Ao Han promptly articulated his thoughts. Time swiftly passed, and the appointed hour for the sermon arrived. The Huanglong manifested at the estuary, with Xinyuanzai still by his side, while Ao Han, accompanied by the Dragon Clan, followed closely behind Huanglong. Upon his emergence, Huanglong refrained from unnecessary gestures and immediately commenced expounding upon the way of the Dragon. Huanglong's intentions for delivering the sermon at this location were multifaceted. Firstly, he aimed to disseminate the way of the dragon across the 4 seas, thereby fortifying the Dragon Clan and the doctrine itself. Secondly, he sought to amass merit. This sermon was distinct from previous ones, unlike earlier instances where teachings were confined to individual locales, resulting in scattered merit and limited outreach. This time it was directed toward the Eastern Sea and, indeed, the entirety of the 4 seas. The way of the dragon was poised to spread rapidly throughout these regions, marking a genuine first in its introduction to the vast wilderness. And notably, this was Huanglong's inaugural sermon following his ascension to the Dao of the Great Luo, wherein he garnered recognition from the heavenly Dao and bore the fruits of his teachings. The merit accrued from this endeavor would undoubtedly be immense. However, it would primarily be utilized within the Dragon Clan to mitigate karmic burdens. Thirdly, he intended to facilitate the introduction of a substantial number of aquatic beings into the Yellow River. The Yellow River possesses the capacity to nurture countless life forms, and its current state is far from saturation. Thus, drawing from the Eastern Sea presents the most direct and effective means of enhancement. Chapter 52. The Tranquility of the Yellow River. These aspirations encapsulated Huanglong's purpose in imparting the way of the dragon. His invitation to Xinyuanzai also harbored additional intentions. Firstly, the regulation and organization of the Yellow River's waterways presented an opportune moment for the practical application of the Earth Immortal Dao. Not only could the Earth Immortal Dao be propagated, but it would concurrently gather merit and fortuitous energy. It was not merely the 108 primary waterways within the Yellow River that required regulation. Numerous smaller, scattered channels also necessitated the application of Earth Immortal techniques. Gradually, using the Yellow River as a foundation, the Earth Immortal methods could be disseminated throughout the vast wilderness. Despite the formidable nature of the wilderness, it is riddled with vulnerabilities. The delicate balance of this world has been repeatedly compromised through successive cataclysms. The first instance occurred in the west, followed by the collapse of the Buzhou Mountain, and subsequently, the entire wilderness. The very essence of the wilderness has been weakened time and again. The ultimate vision of the Earth Immortal Dao is to continuously enhance the wilderness's capacity for endurance. The terrain is solid, and the noble man carries the weight of virtue. The Earth Immortal Dao directly confronts the earthly path. This is precisely why Huanglong is so invested in the Earth Immortal Dao, as he desires to guide the Dragon Clan into this earthly realm. The earthly realm is not akin to the underworld. To enter the earthly path implies that the Dragon Clan would serve this realm, thereby reinforcing its significance. This aligns seamlessly with the principles of the Way of the Dragon, fostering mutual benefit with heaven and earth. Why not directly enter the earthly realm through the Way of the Dragon? Firstly, the Earth Immortal Dao serves as the key to accessing the earthly path. Without such a key, the door to the earthly realm remains locked. Secondly, the Dragon Clan is distinct from the Way of the Dragon, and Huanglong is a singular entity within that context. The entrance of the Dragon Clan into the earthly path is motivated by Huanglong's concern that their overwhelming strength might disrupt the balance of the wilderness. thus binding them within the confines of the earthly realm. Indeed, for the Dragon Clan, this represents both an opportunity and a restraint. Furthermore, the Way of the Dragon encompasses not only the Dragon Clan, but also other practitioners of the Way, who may cultivate the heavenly Dao, earthly Dao, or human Dao, showcasing the remarkable inclusivity of the Way of the Dragon. However, Huanglong's ambitions are not confined to any single path. Rather, he contemplates all three, without the intent to dominate any of them. Mutual benefit prevails. Huanglong aids in fortifying the wilderness, while the wilderness assists Huanglong in his cultivation. Another reason for the Dragon Clan's integration into the earthly path pertains to the Earth Immortal Dao. While it may sound grand, few beings within the wilderness are willing to make the requisite sacrifices. The methods of the Earth Immortal involve restoration, organization, and suppression, all of which are time-consuming and labor-intensive. Hence, while the dissemination of the Earth Immortal Dao appears straightforward, most practitioners only concern themselves with their immediate affairs. Therefore, if the Dragon Clan could align with the earthly path, they would also promote the Earth Immortal Dao, providing a stable environment for the Dragon Clan. Mutual benefit indeed. As Huanglong delivered his sermon, time quietly slipped away. 30,000 years passed. Upon the conclusion of Huanglong's discourse, Zhenyuanzai seamlessly took over, elaborating on the Earth Immortal Dao. Huanglong merely conveyed the message of his intention to impart teachings, without mentioning that another great Luo Golden Immortal would also be speaking. After all, he had yet to inform Zhenyuanzai, and it would have been discourteous to make that decision unilaterally. Now, presenting himself in this manner was equally appropriate. The presence of a single great Luo Golden Immortal was already sufficient to elicit joy. Now there were two. Zhenyuanzai's rendition of the Earth Immortal Dao was evidently more refined than during his previous address at the transforming Dragon Mountain. In the same span of 30,000 years, Zhenyuanzai concluded his teachings. Just as he was about to withdraw the essence of his Dao, a radiant golden light appeared on the horizon, that a stream of merit descended from the heavens. Though this merit paled in comparison to that garnered during Huanglong's transformation of the Longha, it was still considerable. Of this merit, 45% soared toward Huanglong, while 40% alighted upon Zhenyuanzai. The remaining 5% drifted toward the beings and dragons gathered to hear the teachings. Once the merit was apportioned, Huanglong ascended above the Yellow River. I am the sovereign of the Yellow River, Huanglong. Today, I establish 108 dragon palaces along the Yellow River to organize its waterways. Thereafter, Huanglong began to call forth the Dragon Clan, assigning them to their designated waterways. Each group, he entrusted a mid-grade innate spiritual treasure, imbued with a portion of Huanglong's authority over the Yellow River. Once the assignments were complete, he declared, "The Yellow River is fraught with peril. It is imperative to have the river mountain deities, totaling 18 in number." As he spoke, 18 Tai Golden Immortals emerged from the assembly of listeners, approaching Huanglong. For these individuals, Huanglong did not bestow innate spiritual treasures, as they were already derived from the Dragon Palace, and their numbers were limited. These individuals, all Tai Golden Immortals, had absorbed the teachings of Zhenyuanzai regarding the Earth Immortal Dao, and were capable of employing its methods to suppress the earth veins and counteract the encroachment of the waterways. Once Huanglong positioned these individuals, he paused, awaiting the calming of the Yellow River's waters. Time passed swiftly, and a millennium elapsed. At this moment, the golden light of merit reappeared on the horizon. 50% of it soared toward Huanglong and Zhenyuanzai, with each receiving 25%, while the remainder drifted toward those laboring diligently. Following Huanglong's reception of the merit, the waterways of the Yellow River settled, and with the aquatic being scarce, all present could enter the Yellow River to seek out the waterways and establish water domains. The water domains would fall under the jurisdiction of the Dragon Palace pertaining to their respective waterways. Upon completion of this announcement, the surface of the Yellow River manifested numerous large whirlpools, 108 in total, each leading to a corresponding segment of the Yellow River. These passages provided access to one of the 108 sections of the river. Huanglong elucidated the various purposes of these whirlpools. Just as Huanglong finished his explanation, several beings leaped into the whirlpools. Apart from Huanglong, no one knew which whirlpool led to which section of the Yellow River. They merely closed their eyes and jumped. Before long, at the estuary of the Eastern Sea and Yellow River, only a handful of beings remained. Some had ventured into the Yellow River, while others returned home. Huanglong intentionally refrained from disclosing to those entering the Yellow River that establishing a water domain necessitated transformation into a dragon. The dragon transformation array was originally modeled after the Great Array of the Yellow River, Within the Yellow River's water domain, Huanglong constructed a dragon gate, linking it to the Yellow River. Only through transformation into a dragon would one have the opportunity to be granted authority over the Yellow River and establish a governing office. However, this was not paramount. The primary condition for establishing a water domain was the presence of a spiritual vein. With a spiritual vein, transformation into a dragon would be a simpler endeavor. The water domains of the Yellow River did not solely rely on the main river. Tributaries were equally essential, and these matters were entrusted to the dragon palaces of each segment of the river. Regulating the waterways was one of the responsibilities of the Dragon Palace, and the development and management of the tributaries also fell under the purview of the Yellow River Dragon Palace. As for the river mountain deities, they would be directly managed by the Yellow River's water domain. The management of the Yellow River water domain would naturally fall to the foremost disciple of the teachings. Fukan, Huanglong had other matters to attend to as well. My friend, it is no wonder your fortunes have grown so swiftly. Indeed, imparting teachings proves to be a shortcut. Xinyuanzai remarked with admiration. My brother, this is merely the beginning. The best days lie ahead. Huanglong responded with a smile. The beings within the Yellow River had nearly all heard Xinyuanzai's teachings. The myriad waterways along the Yellow River were abundant, and the earth veins on both banks also required the application of the Earth Immortal Dao. Once the Earth Immortal methods began to manifest their effects in these regions, Xinyuanzai's fortunes would undoubtedly continue to flourish. With the matters regarding the Yellow River essentially resolved, the remainder was left to the passage of time. Huanglong had summoned Xinyuanzai for a second purpose, the issue of the CIs across the four seas. Among them, the CI in the Eastern Sea was the most formidable, even with Xinyuanzai's Earth Immortal Dao. It would require a powerful entity akin to the Zhu Long or several great Luo Golden Immortals to address it. Resolving this challenge was no simple feat. The most effective approach would involve utilizing earth veins to suppress the CI, transforming the tumultuous innate spiritual energy of the CI through the earth veins. However, locating such earth veins of that caliber was a daunting task. In the vast wilderness, the only mobile earth veins capable of meeting the requirements were likely confined to the three great immortal islands. Yet, speaking of these three great immortal islands, it is rumored that the Eastern King occupies one of them. The Palai Immortal Island. To sees it would be imprudent. The Eastern King heralds the onset of future calamities, and his fortunes are no trifling matter. It cannot simply be claimed at will. In the absence of the three great immortal islands, alternative methods must be sought. It would also be feasible to utilize several earth veins at the level of great Luo Golden Immortals, connecting them through arrays to achieve a similar effect. Chapter 53. Calming the CI. The earth veins of the great Luo Golden Immortal are not something that can be easily manipulated at will. To cultivate a new earth vein at the level of the great Luo Golden Immortal, the presence of a great Luo Golden Immortal is essential. The earth veins of the Tai Golden Immortal, combined with the essence of the Tai Golden Immortal, are insufficient for elevating the earth veins. Even if both are on the very brink of ascension, it remains unfeasible. The disparity between the Tai Golden Immortal and the Great Luo Golden Immortal cannot simply be bridged by two who are on the verge of becoming Great Luo. The realms of the Great Luo and those beneath it belong to entirely different worlds. For the earth veins to ascend to the level of the Great Luo Golden Immortal, not only is an ample source required, but also a complete path. Such a thing can only be provided by a Great Luo Golden Immortal, or at the very least, a pinnacle Tai Golden Immortal who has brushed against the threshold of the Great Luo, who may have the opportunity to ascend together. However, this necessitates an extensive duration. Yet, the CIs do not grant time for ascension. Each CI demands several Great Luo Golden Immortals, with 4 CIs requiring at least 20 of them. Although the current number of Great Luo Golden Immortals within the Dragon Clan remains uncertain, it is likely that 20 is the entirety of their foundation, should all the Great Luo Golden Immortals disperse their essence at once. The Dragon Clan would be at a loss as to when they could possibly recuperate. The restoration of the Great Luo Golden Immortals is far more arduous than that of those below the Great Luo. This is not due to a lack of speed, but rather because the quantity required by the Great Luo Golden Immortals is immense. Nevertheless, Huanglong believes that such an action is imperative. The majority of the Dragon Clan's karma is borne by these Great Luo Golden Immortals. If they can dissipate their essence, a considerable portion of the Dragon Clan's karma could also be alleviated. At that time, with all the Dragon Clan from the 4 seas arranged in the west, the essence can be dispersed to expedite the expansion of the Dragon River. However, the crucial issue remains how to manage the sudden disappearance of the Dragon Clan from the 4 seas. While the Dragon Clan dominates the 4 seas, this does not imply that other aquatic races are weak. There are other great Luo Golden Immortal races residing in the 4 seas. These beings originally belonged to the Scales and Armor tribe. And they are certainly not loyal to the Dragon Clan. Without the suppression of the Dragon Clan's great Luo Golden Immortals, they would not passively await the return of the Dragon Clan. Though the Huanglong of the Dragon Clan may fear rebellion, they will undoubtedly engage in subtle maneuvers. According to Huanglong's estimates, if the Dragon Clan's great Luo Golden Immortals were to dissipate their essence, even with the restoration of the Sea Eyes and the Four Seas, it would require 7 cycles of Yuan. Huanglong must devise a means to expedite this process. After contemplating for a while, Huanglong arrived at a plan. There is no necessity for all the Dragon Clan to recover simultaneously. Having 1 or 2 great Luo Golden Immortals in each of the 4 seas would suffice to deter other aquatic beings from engaging in mischief. After subduing the Sea Eyes, Huanglong prepared to formally integrate the Dragon Clan under the Dragon Path. This is not merely a simple merger of the Dragon Clan's fortune with that of the Dragon Path. The focus lies in the relationship between the Dragon Path and the Dragon Clan. Huanglong intends to establish a new Dragon Clan through the Dragon Path, using the Seal of Dragons to suppress the fortune of the Dragon Clan. Regardless of whether they are innate dragons or those who have transformed, only those recognized by the Dragon Path and recorded in the Seal of Dragons will be considered members of the Dragon Clan. The newly established Dragon Clan will have its authority conferred by the Seal of Dragons. Huanglong will appoint the Dragon Kings of the 4 seas and the various elders. The authority will be equal, and all will be held by great Luo Golden Immortals. The conferral is not the key to their restoration. The crucial aspect lies in the merits of re-establishing the Dragon Clan. The number of transformed dragons in the West has surpassed that of the Dragon Clan at its peak. The merits established for the Dragon Clan will be ample to supply the Dragon Kings of the 4 seas with what they need for recovery. In the future, the Dragon Clan will primarily be distributed across the 4 seas. The West, in the Yellow River Basin, the Dragon Kings of the 4 seas will lead, while Huanglong will send some of the transformed dragons from the West into the 4 seas to assist the Dragon Kings in management. As for whether these transformed dragons will heed Huanglong's commands, there is no cause for concern. All those who join the Dragon Clan voluntarily choose to do so. Each practitioner of the Dragon Path has the right to leave their name in the Dragon Register. Those who choose to do so will naturally follow the orders of Huanglong, the leader of the Dragon Clan. There is no issue if they do not join the Dragon Clan. By cultivating the Dragon Path, the practitioner's fortunes are already linked to the Dragon Path. What difference is there between the fortunes of the Dragon Path and those of the Dragon Clan? The fortune of the Dragon Clan may generate karma due to the misdeeds of its members, but the Dragon Path is immune to such effects. The Dragon Path is governed by the Heavenly Dao. While the Dragon Clan belongs to the Human Dao, the Heavenly Dao does not err, but humans do. The Dao itself is devoid of right or wrong. Thus, the fortunes of the Dragon Path cannot be tainted by karma. This is akin to the monstrous races beneath the Immortal Dao, which may possess tremendous karma, yet do not affect the fortunes of the Immortal Dao. Similarly, the demonic path is also free from karma. The karma of the Dragon Path practitioners can only be borne by themselves. The decline of the Dragon Path can only occur if it fails to keep pace with the era of the Primordial, resulting in its fortune dissipating upon elimination. However, as long as the Dragon Clan exists beneath the Dragon Path, the Dragon Path shall not vanish. Once Huanglong has meticulously planned the affairs of the Dragon Clan, he seeks out Zhen Yuanzi. The method is in place, but the array to suppress the Sea Eyes is yet to be established, requiring Zhen Yuanzi's assistance. Such a vital location as the Sea Eyes cannot be managed through mere theoretical discussion. Huanglong takes Zhen Yuanzi for a field inspection. The two first arrive at the Sea Eye of the East Sea. Within the Sea Eye, Zhulong is still refining the treasure of the Dragon Clan's fortune. The Seal of Dragons.it is Zhen Yuanzi's first encounter with a Hunyuan powerhouse, and he displays a hint of excitement. Once Zhen Yuanzi calms down, the two proceed to discuss their urgent matters. They share their thoughts with Zhulong, gaining his support along with an unexpected surprise. The Dragon Clan possesses a dragon tomb, housing numerous great Luo Golden Immortals, and Zhulong consents to Huanglong and Zhen Yuanzi utilizing these corpses. Zhen Yuanzi produces the Earth Book, and the two begin to deduce the array. Time flows on. The two spend 30,000 years deducing the array. Upon their emergence, Zhulong continues to refine the Seal of Dragons. The two politely bid farewell before turning to leave. Next, they must visit the other 3 seas. The other 3 seas lack a powerhouse like Yulong to suppress the Sea Eyes, but these Sea Eyes are not as vast as that of the East Sea. With just 2 great Luo Golden Immortals and 2 top-tier innate spiritual treasures, they can manage the Sea Eyes. This showcases the profound foundation of the Dragon Clan, simply the Dragon Palace of the Four Seas. Along with those suppressing the Sea Eyes, amounts to 14 great Luo Golden Immortals. This is merely what is apparent. Huanglong inquires with Ao Qing and learns that there are a total of 22 great Luo Golden Immortals remaining in the Dragon Clan. Huanglong's inquiries are also aimed at optimizing resources, striving for each great Luo Golden Immortal to contribute to alleviating the karma of the Dragon Clan. Huanglong and Zhen Yuanzi travel from the East Sea to the South Sea, then to the West Sea, and finally to the North Sea. Huanglong nurtures the necessary earth veins and simultaneously places the great Luo corpses extracted from the Dragon Tomb to accelerate the growth of the earth veins. A total of 9 great Luo corpses are retrieved, representing all the great Luo remains from the Dragon Tomb. This does not imply that the Dragon Clan only lost this many in battle. Some were never recovered, while others have already been utilized. Why? As members of the same clan, do they feel no sorrow when their corpses are consumed as resources? A great Luo Golden Immortal's true spirit is immortal. Thus, they do not experience true death. Therefore, their corpses are merely shells, incapable of representing their essence, and naturally evoke no feelings. Furthermore, as long as the karma of the Dragon Clan remains, the great Luo Golden Immortals cannot reincarnate and return. Even with the addition of great Luo corpses, the nascent earth veins still require the care of the great Luo Golden Immortals guarding the Sea Eyes to prevent upheaval. Simultaneously, Huanglong releases some innate spiritual energy emitted from the Sea Eyes within the capacity of the Earth Vein Grand Array to expedite its growth. After completing the arrangements for the Four Seas, a span of 90,000 years has elapsed. At this point, Huanglong returns to the Dragon Transformation Mountain. Zhen Yuanzi also seems to have gained insights and returns to seclusion. In truth, Huanglong believes he is ready to ascend to the mid-stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal. However, he currently lacks the time for seclusion. Upon returning to the Dragon Transformation Mountain, Huanglong has matters to attend to. He instructs the Golden Immortals and Tai Golden Immortals who have been idle within the Dragon Clan to proceed to the west, preparing for them to dissipate their essence and accelerate the expansion of the Dragon River. Additionally, Huanglong plans to re-establish the Dragon Clan in the west. However, as Zhu Long has yet to complete the refinement of the Seal of Dragons, they must wait for a time. He intends to leverage the fortune to break through the realm during the establishment of the Dragon Clan. During this period, Huanglong will once again expound on the dragon path to the newly arrived Dragon Clan in the west, guiding them to contemplate deeply. Chapter 54. The Four Great Islands. As for the karma of the Dragon Clan that has yet to be fully resolved, will it affect the cultivation of the Dragon Transformation technique? The answer is, of course not. The Dragon Clan is inherently dragons, and the essence of cultivating the Dragon Transformation technique lies in offering one's own body as a sacrifice to the earth veins, thereby exchanging for merits and simultaneously accelerating the expansion of the Dragon River. Subsequently, the Dragon Clan can restore themselves using their own dragon pearls at the Dragon Transformation Mountain, while those with impure bloodlines can enhance their lineage, and those below the Golden Immortal level can smoothly break through. However, for those above the Golden Immortal level, the gains primarily involve the eradication of karma and the stabilization of their foundation. The Dragon Transformation technique is not so extraordinary. As long as one practices, a breakthrough is inevitable. The greatest effect of the Dragon Transformation technique on the beings of the Primordial is to elevate them to the Golden Immortal level. After a cycle of Yuan, at the main hall of the Dao Dragon Temple atop the Dragon Transformation Mountain, Huanglong opens his dragon eyes to eye in. The next instant, he vanishes from the western continent. At the ECCI, Huanglong respectfully greets, "I have seen you, esteemed predecessor Zhu Long." Zhu Long replies softly, then tosses a glittering golden booklet. It is indeed the treasure of the Dragon Path, the Seal of Dragons, which Huanglong requested Zhu Long to refine. Huanglong hastily arrives from the west upon receiving the news that the Seal of Dragons has been completed. When will the issues of the Dragon Clan be completely resolved? Zhu Long inquired, to which Huanglong responded after a moment of contemplation. In 10,000 years, all dragonkind shall dissipate their origins. Apart from those who tend to the Yellow River, all other dragons will relinquish their essence. The Deluo Golden Immortals will be employed to suppress the earth veins, while those beneath the Deluo will reside in the west, aiding the expansion of the Transformation Dragon River. Currently, there exist over 300 Tai Golden Immortals among the dragon race, with various true and mixed blood dragons numbering in the thousands, alongside many lesser bloodline dragons who have yet to attain the Golden Immortal status. However, The majority of the true Dragon Golden Immortals focus on managing the waterways of the Yellow River, while most of those in the West are of impure lineage, known as Jiao. Although Jiao possess a diluted dragon bloodline, they are not necessarily weak. Those born from the union of formidable beings can rival true dragons of the same realm. These Jiao, despite their impure lineage, possess authentic strength at the Golden Immortal level. The several hundred Tai Golden Immortals and thousands of Golden Immortals, when their essence is placed in the West, will suffice to expand the transformation Dragon River's reach by more than double. At that time, the river will stretch across 2/3 of the Western territories. Upon receiving Huanglong's answer, Zhulong chose not to inquire further. Then I shall take my leave, Huanglong stated, bowing in farewell. Understood. Zhulong acknowledged in response. After Zhulong's reply, Huanglong turned away from the Eastern Sea, simultaneously sending a message to the Dragon Palace of the Eastern Sea. By the time Huanglong arrived at the Western continent, the Deluo Golden Immortals of the Dragon race had already manifested at the Four Seas. The Deluo gazed at the Earth Immortal formation suppressing the Sea, filled with reflections of the past. When the Dragon race suppressed the Four Seas, they had long guarded these Four Seas. From this day forth, that chapter shall be closed. Did the once mighty Dragon race possess the capability to fully resolve the turmoil of the Four Seas? Certainly. Huanglong had encountered such information in the legacy of the ancestral dragon, which had contemplated a lasting solution. Yet, the final cost proved too great, and the results were not as favorable as anticipated. Ultimately, it was left unresolved. The path of the Earth Immortals, combined with Huanglong's own spirit vein essence, afforded a deeper understanding of the inherently spiritual nature of the Ci. Even so, the essence of the Dragon race's Deluo Golden Immortals was still at stake. Had it not been for Huanglong's strategic planning of merit, it would have been uncertain whether the essence could have been restored following the War of Witches and Demons. Although the Deluo of the Dragon race felt a sense of nostalgia, their resilient nature allowed them to quickly regain composure. They transformed into their true forms, gradually dissipating into their essence. The essence, entwined with dragon pearls, descended into the Earth Immortal formation, suppressing the Ci. The core of the Earth vein underwent rapid transformation upon receiving the essence of the Deluo Golden Immortals. Initially, there existed only Earth veins, devoid of mountains. However, after accepting the essence, mountains began to surge forth from the seabed, continuously rising. Though the Ci was not the deepest point in the Four Seas, it was also not shallowed at a T that moment. A mountain began to rise above the Ci, growing ever taller. It was not until 1,000 years later that the mountain breached the surface, halting its ascent. Nonetheless, changes within the mountain's core were far from complete. Surrounding a newly birthed spirit vein were numerous earth veins, already at the Deluo Golden Immortal level. Achieving such an elevation in the earth veins within such a short span required the Deluo Golden Immortals to contribute not only their physical essence, but also the backup essence contained within their dragon pearls. At this juncture, the earth veins held but an empty dragon pearl housing the dragon's soul. Although these earth veins were not yet powerful, they constituted the main vein of the newly emerged mountain. Or rather, this island. This primary vein was unique, akin to Huanglong. It represented a fusion of water and earth veins. The growth of this spirit vein would not derive solely from the contributions of the Deluo earth veins, but rather directly absorb the innate spiritual energy from the Ci. The Deluo Golden Immortal level earth veins merely provided protection for the nascent spirit vein. The new spirit vein absorbed the violent innate spiritual energy from the Ci, utilizing part of it for its own growth, while the remainder surged forth from the spring at the center of the island into the ocean. Sustained by the Ci, the spirit vein would eventually propel the island's continuous expansion, potentially evolving into a small continent, rivaling the three great islands. With the ceaseless supply of innate spiritual energy from the Ci, these four islands would become the heart of the Four Seas in the future. When the Ci's innate spiritual energy ceases to flow, the island will have reached its maximum size and will begin to foster a realm of cave heavens, without encroaching further upon the territories of aquatic beings. As stability returned to the Four Seas Ci, golden light shimmered across the skies. The heavenly Dao bestowed its blessings. A substantial amount of merit, 30%, flew towards the west, landing upon Transformation Dragon Mountain and Wanshou Mountain. With Huanglong and Jin Yuanzi each receiving 15%, the remainder drifted toward the four islands, distributing among the Deluo Golden Immortals and the newly established main veins of the four islands. As the spirit vein absorbed the merit, it commenced a rapid growth once more. The Deluo Golden Immortals had yet to fully utilize the hard-earned merit when they began to manipulate the earth veins, stabilizing the islands and embarking on a new cycle of activity. with the spirit vein flourishing and the islands expanding, for stone tablets rose prominently from each of the 4 islands: Dongling, Shiji, Nanyu, and Beiming. What was Huanglong engaged in at this moment? Upon his return to the west, Huanglong commenced the refinement of the sealing dragon register within the Dao Long Temple. Crafted by Zhu Long, the sealing dragon register was comparable to an exquisite innate spiritual treasure. Its primary function was to seal the dragon race and consolidate their fortunes. Additionally, it possessed minor functionalities, such as monitoring whether the registered dragons still met the requirements of their lineage. Should any fail to comply, they would be erased from the sealing dragon register, expelled from the dragon race. The main criterion for this assessment was merit. Any dragon whose merit fell short, or who bore karma, would be excluded, thereby safeguarding the fortunes of the dragon race. Furthermore, discerning whether a dragon was registered was quite simple. Each registered dragon could condense a dragon seal, serving as their identifier within the primordial realm. Any dragon unable to condense a dragon seal was either unwilling to join the dragon race or lacked the requisite merit, thus not belonging to the dragon race and unable to partake in its fortunes. Chapter 55. Changes of the Transformation Dragon River. The sealing dragon register, akin to an exquisite innate spiritual treasure, was, under normal circumstances, impossible to refine within a millennium. However, akin to Transformation Dragon Mountain, it was a treasure of dragon path fortunes, capable of accelerating refinement through dragon path energies. In the blink of an eye. A millennium had passed. Outside Dao Long Temple at Transformation Dragon Mountain, a throng of dragons stood gathered, those summoned by Huanglong to the west. Let us begin. Huanglong commanded. His words resonated. The assembly of dragons transformed into their true forms, gradually entering the transformation dragon spring. In the instant the dragon race fully immersed in the spring, their corporeal bodies began to dissipate, metamorphosing into their essence. Subsequently, a resonant dragon's roar echoed from the depths of the spring. The roar appeared to convey commands to the essence of these dragon bodies, compelling them to descend rapidly. The dragon pearls, enveloped by the essence, were drawn forth by mysterious forces from within the essence, vanishing into the void. Since their arrival in the west, these dragons had been engaged in comprehending the dragon path and cultivating the techniques of transformation at Transformation Dragon Mountain. However, Huanglong had not instructed them to seek the earth veins and follow the procedural methods of transformation. Being dragons, certain steps could be bypassed. Thus, Huanglong had focused on encouraging their understanding of the dragon path and the techniques of transformation. When they were to condense their dragon forms once more, the Jiao bodies would evolve into true dragons, while the true dragons would ascend to even greater heights. The omitted process of dissipating essence would be unified and completed at Transformation Dragon Mountain. Following Huanglong's elevation to the Luo Golden Immortal, the water veins within Transformation Dragon Mountain, propelled by merit and dragon path fortunes, also ascended to the Luo Golden Immortal level. When the spirit veins reach the Luo Golden Immortal level, they inherently contain a complete essence of the Dao. Naturally, the spirit veins of Transformation Dragon Mountain harbored the comprehensive essence of the dragon path. Should any beings cultivate the dragon path at the margins of the spirit veins, it would be akin to receiving continuous instruction from Huanglong on the dragon path. Huanglong's rationale for retaining the dragon race at Transformation Dragon Mountain was twofold. Firstly, the dragon path essence here was rich, facilitating the acceleration of both the transformation techniques and the cultivation of the dragon path. Secondly, it allowed for the simultaneous dissipation of all dragon race essences within Transformation Dragon Mountain, where the spirit veins would absorb them. A considerable amount of time can be saved. The recent dragon's roar emanated from the dragon vein of the Great Luo Golden Immortal level, while the mysterious power originated from the dragon transformation space within the Dragon Transformation Mountain. The Dragon Clan will harness the Dragon Transformation space to coalesce their dragon forms. As the Dragon Transformation Spring consumed the essence of all dragon clans, it began to surge outward at an astonishing pace, flowing beyond the confines of Dragon Transformation Mountain. The Dragon Transformation River Basin in the west, after being managed by the Path of Earth Immortals and receiving the consent of the duo from the west, has now expanded beyond the southern region of the west, spreading throughout the entire western expanse. Although the mainstream of the Dragon Transformation River remains unchanged, countless tributaries have emerged, densely covering the western continent. At this moment, approximately two-thirds of the western continent has been incorporated into the Dragon Transformation River Basin, even encompassing areas near Mount Shumi. However, there exists a significant disparity between the tributaries to the south and those to the north of the mainstream. The waters of the southern bank of the Dragon Transformation River are abundant, whereas the tributaries on the northern bank resemble capillaries numerous yet minuscule. The remarkable condition of the northern bank is attributable to the tireless efforts of Tang Shen and his 12 golden immortal subordinates. After receiving the teachings of the Earth Immortal Path from Zheng Yuanzi, Tang Shen and others began to traverse the Dragon Transformation River basin, governing it diligently. Upon obtaining the approval from the duo of the West for the Dragon Transformation River to flow through Mount Shumi, Huanglong instructed Tang Shen to extend the river towards the northern bank. However, the source of the Dragon Transformation River is finite. Just as the southern bank flourished, the northern bank could not expand far. Consequently, Tang Shen and the others employed the Earth Immortal Path and the principles of spiritual roots of flora to conduct meticulous operations on the northern bank of the Dragon Transformation River, enhancing the utilization of innate spiritual energy while preventing its loss to unnecessary areas. Thus, over the course of 2 Yuan meetings, the Dragon Transformation River has nearly matched the northern bank's conditions to those of the southern bank. Naturally, the contributions from aquatic beings cannot be overlooked. The dragon teachings imparted by Huanglong in the Eastern Sea have spread across the 4 seas, resulting in a significant influx of aquatic beings into the West, providing a substantial portion of innate spiritual energy to the Dragon Transformation River. Otherwise, even with Tang Shen's capabilities, it would have been impossible to achieve such extensive coverage. However, will the extensive application of the Earth Immortal Path over the course of 2 Yuan meetings affect Tang Shen's core alchemical path? Indeed. Yet, it is an upward influence. All that Tang Shen has accomplished reflects the augmentation of his alchemical path. Nothing can rival the profound insights gained from Mending the World by the time of the 2 Yuan meetings. Tang Shen has ascended from the mid-stage of the Tai Golden Immortal Realm to the pinnacle of Tai, with the great Luo Dao fruit now within reach, shifting focus back to Dragon Transformation Mountain. The waters of the Dragon Transformation Spring flowed northward upon departing from the mountain. The immense innate spiritual energy nourished the northern bank of the Dragon Transformation River like capillaries. The river gradually expanded, giving rise to finer waterways that directed the innate spiritual energy towards areas where it was more sparse. Over time, the innate spiritual energy on the northern bank of the Dragon Transformation River began to flourish, gradually narrowing the gap with the southern bank, even showing signs of expansion into more distant regions. Huanglong relinquished control over the Dragon Transformation Spring, allowing the innate spiritual energy to flow freely. As the Dragon Transformation River underwent transformation, the merits of the heavenly Dao descended upon Dragon Transformation Mountain. With a wave of his hand, Huanglong infused his own share into the Dragon Transformation space. However, with over 1,000 golden immortal beings, hundreds at the Tai level, and a multitude of dragon clans below the golden immortal rank, the time required for transformation is not a matter that can be resolved quickly. After the changes in the Dragon Transformation River concluded, Huanglong returned to the main hall of the Dao Dragon Temple. He produced the dragon sealing register, floating it before him, closing his eyes. He seemed to await something in tranquil anticipation. Time gradually flowed by. A century passed. At an unknown moment, Huanglong, having transformed back into his true form, opened his dragon eyes. In the next instant, he grasped the dragon sealing register before him and vanished from the great hall. Above Dragon Transformation Mountain, Huanglong materialized from the void, his dragon head raised towards the sky. With a resounding roar that reverberated across the 9 heavens, it echoed throughout the western continent. Shortly thereafter, 2 figures appeared outside Dragon Transformation Mountain, Zheng Yuanzi and Han Yun. Upon hearing Huanglong's dragon roar from Wuzhuang Temple, the 2 immediately arrived at Dragon Transformation Mountain. Just as they arrived, 3 more figures emerged from the void, Jane Zhuanti, and Lu Xiling, a disciple gifted to Zhuanti by Huanglong. It seemed that with the audience now in place, Huanglong was ready to proceed with a new declaration. He cast the dragon sealing register above his head and proclaimed into the void, I, Huanglong, hereby establish the Dragon Path Clan, henceforth known as the Dragon Clan. All who cultivate the Dragon Path may communicate with the dragon sealing register and, upon receiving its acknowledgement, may join my Dragon Clan. The Dragon Path Clan shall govern destiny with the Dragon Sealing Register. Having uttered these words, Huanglong elaborated on the new regulations of the Dragon Clan and the responsibilities that the Dragon Path Clan must uphold. Chapter 56. The Dragon Path Clan. Huanglong stated that the Dragon Clan must cultivate merits, taking it upon themselves to protect the Huanglong world, restraining their own actions and refraining from arson, killing, plundering, or harming the beings of the Huanglong. He further stated that the conditions for acknowledgement by the Dragon Sealing Register are to practice the art of dragon transformation and for the cultivator to possess merits. The Dragon Sealing Register will condense a dragon seal for each cultivator joining the Dragon Clan, serving as their identification within the Dragon Clan. The Dragon Seal is sustained by merits, should the Dragon Seal vanish. The individual will be expelled from the Dragon Clan by the Dragon Sealing Register. Of course, there are not only rules, but also benefits. Huanglong reiterated that the Dragon Path Clan will replace the original 4C Dragon Clans, assuming control over the 4Cs. The 4Cs are abundant, and all Dragon Clans may exchange their contributions for the spiritual materials they require from the Dragon Clan's treasury. After Huanglong concluded his address regarding the Dragon Clan, the merits of the Heavenly Dao descended. However, the merits did not land upon Huanglong, but instead upon the Dragon Sealing Register. I am the clan leader of the Dragon Clan, Huanglong. Subsequently, as Huanglong made contact with the Dragon Sealing Register, a portion of the merits flowed into his being, symbolizing the acknowledgement of Huanglong's identity as the clan leader of the Dragon Clan. Following this, the Dragon Sealing Register connected with the authority of the Dragon Path, and all cultivators practicing the Dragon Path in the Huanglong realm received a response. Do you wish to join the Dragon Clan? Yes. Soon after, names and titles began to appear on the Dragon Sealing Register, signifying the individuals who had joined the Dragon Clan. In no time, the Dragon Sealing Register radiated golden light, and inscriptions manifested. Zhulong. This was not the end. Shortly thereafter, the names of other great Luo Dragon Clan members emerged. Yet, all these names bore a common trait. The inscriptions were slightly darkened, indicating that they carried karmic burdens and did not meet the requirements for joining the Dragon Clan. However, Huanglong specifically filtered out all members of the original Dragon Clan. As the possessor of the Dragon Sealing Register, Huanglong retained the final say. You have received the applications from the original Dragon Clan to join the Dragon Clan. Agree or refuse? Agree. The moment Huanglong accepted the Dragon Clan, he felt his dragon scales bristle, and his spirit trembled violently, as if something terrifying and eerie were watching him from the shadows, poised to snatch away his life at any moment. Yet, this feeling was fleeting, quickly dispelled by the warmth of spring, the gentle caress of the spring breeze, and the exuberance of life. Huanglong's merits rapidly dissipated until he nearly exhausted them all. The reason, of course, was that when Huanglong accepted the entire Dragon Clan, he simultaneously embraced the dark fate that accompanied them. The current fate of the Dragon Path may not surpass that of the former 3 clans, but it is not far off. Moreover, the Dragon Path is still in an ascending phase. Huanglong's brief encyclopedia. The 3 clans refer to the Scaled and Armored Clan, the Avian Clan, and the Beast Clan. However, at this moment, the fate of the Dragon Path no longer shines with its former golden brilliance. It can only be seen emitting a faint golden light. A thread of fate cannot possess karmic burdens, but the merits of the authority holder will reflect upon the fate. Karmic burdens, however, must be borne by individuals. When the burden becomes too great, the fate will dissipate. Huanglong exchanged nearly all his merits for the fate of the Dragon Clan, which proved to be a worthwhile trade. That if merits are not directly used to elevate one's realm, they offer no assistance in enhancing strength. They can only serve as a means of self-defense. Yet, fate can enhance one's comprehension of the Heavenly Dao, as well as one's affinity with it. It may even facilitate ascension to the primordial unity level. Thus, the advantages of fate are indeed tangible. Returning to the Dragon Sealing Register, the names of the original Dragon Clan members no longer bore any darkness, signifying the complete eradication of the karmic burdens that had plagued the Dragon Clan for over 20 Yuan meetings. The Dragon Clan shall be rejuvenated, and the future of the Dragon Clan remains at the pinnacle of the Huanglong world. This time, however, the Dragon Clan can choose to watch the clouds rise and fall. As all members of the Dragon Clan were recorded in the Dragon Sealing Register, the names continued to proliferate. Huanglong patiently awaited, while the observing audience remained unhurried. A decade passed. The inscriptions on the Dragon Sealing Register ceased to grow. At this point, there were over 1 million inscriptions on the register, representing a new establishment of over 1 million Dragon Clan members. It is essential to note that those who could sense the Dragon Path possessed a minimum realm of golden immortal. With the cessation of changes in the Dragon Sealing Register, Huanglong commenced new actions. The Dragon Sealing Register is not merely a record of the Dragon Clan. Its significance lies in conferring the authority of the Dragon Clan. Huanglong had previously obtained the authority of the clan leader of the Dragon Clan, the first, Zhulong. the Grand Elder of the Dragon Clan, equivalent in status to the clan leader. As Huanglong's words fell, the ethereal figure of Zhu Long materialized within the dragon sealing register. With a claw, Huanglong summoned forth a dragon seal representing the Grand Elder. After receiving the dragon seal, Zhu Long's ethereal form vanished. The second, Ao Qing, an elder of the Dragon Clan, serving as the Dragon King of the Eastern Sea. Similarly, the ethereal figure of the East Sea Dragon King emerged. Appearing somewhat clearer than that of the Candle Dragon, the same steps were taken, with the distinction that the dragon seal was enveloped by a multitude of merits. These were the virtues bestowed upon the Dragon Clan by the Heavenly Dao, which had long been inscribed in the dragon sealing register. Ao Qing offered a slight bow, and the ethereal figure dissipated. The elders of the Dragon Clan included the East Sea Dragon King, the South Sea Dragon King, the North Sea Dragon King, the Yellow River Dragon King, and the Transformation River Dragon King, as well as the esteemed elders. In addition to appointing the 4 Sea Dragon Kings, the Yellow Dragon also conferred titles upon the Dragon Kings of the Yellow River and Transformation River. The Yellow Dragon allocated all merits to the 6 Great Dragon Kings to assist them in their swift recovery. Although this arrangement seemed somewhat unjust, it was, in truth, quite inequitable. However, the 4 Seas required the presence of the Great Luo Golden Immortal Dragon Clan to maintain order, and thus, they could only be granted these merits for the time being. The newly established Dragon Clan would not lack merits in the future. The remaining individuals could be compensated later. The several Dragon Kings would treat this as an advance. Each of the 6 Dragon Kings was a Great Luo Golden Immortal, as were the other Great Luo Golden Immortals who served as elders. The Tai Golden Immortal acted as the steward. Those serving within the Dragon Clan were the elders of the Dragon Palace. However, the Yellow Dragon did not assign them specific roles. It was entirely voluntary. Although the number of Tai Golden Immortals was not as great as that of the Golden Immortals, it was still considerable. And the Yellow Dragon was unfamiliar with them. He merely granted them the authority to govern the Dragon Clan. As for the ordinary Golden Immortals, the Yellow Dragon had not yet made any arrangements. Currently, the Dragon Clan only possessed 6 Dragon Palaces, which served as regional centers of power. The Dragon Clan had not yet established a clear supreme authority. Everything was still somewhat rudimentary. The ultimate authority of the Dragon Clan was still under consideration. Whether it would point towards the Dragon Dao or the future Earth Dao. If it were to point towards the Dragon Dao, solutions could be found within its framework. However, if it were directed towards the Earth Dao, it would require the involvement of Zhen Yuanzi to establish a force aligned with the Earth Dao. Initially, it need not be overly grand to avoid entangling the Earth Dao in uncontrollable directions. A rudimentary structure could be established first, and when the time was ripe, the largest benefits from the Earth Dao could be seized. Returning to the Yellow Dragon, after bestowing the authority, the establishment of the clan came to a conclusion. Though it was a makeshift assembly, it had received the acknowledgement of the Heavenly Dao. The fortunes of the Dragon Clan merged with the Dragon Dao, and the aura surrounding the Yellow Dragon began to change. The Yellow Dragon coiled its dragon form, entirely disregarding the presence of observers. Atop the Transformation Dragon Mountain, it commenced the ascension to the mid-stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal in Chapter 57. Regarding the future of the West, the aura within the Yellow Dragon's form surged upward, resembling a balloon that, although it expanded continuously, was still constrained within the early stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal. Nevertheless, the Yellow Dragon remained unhurried, its internal aura steadily rising, unaffected by the thin membrane of constraint. At this moment, the essence of the Dragon Dao began to radiate. The essence of the Dragon Dao began to permeate the surroundings. However, the area around Transformation Dragon Mountain was already suffused with the essence of the Dragon Dao. Hence it did not bring about any significant impact that a substantial amount of the essence of the Dragon Dao dissipated, being absorbed by the innate spiritual energy within the Transformation Spring, flowing towards the region of the Transformation River. Time continued to pass, and the aura surrounding the Yellow Dragon became increasingly distinct, yet also more profound. A millennium passed. The aura surrounding the Yellow Dragon reached a critical point. It seemed that in the next moment, the balloon of the early stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal would burst, leading to ascension to a broader realm. Bang! Imagine the sound. Roar! With a resounding dragon roar, the aspirations soared to the clouds. The aura of the Yellow Dragon underwent a complete transformation, akin to a rebirth. Indeed, this was the case. Although the early and mid stages of the Great Luo Golden Immortal belonged to the same tier, mastery and comprehension of the Dao entered a deeper level at this stage. Thus, within the Great Luo realm, it is impossible to engage in battles across tiers. However, there are many innate spiritual treasures in the primordial world. If one could refine a supreme innate spiritual treasure, the gap between the early and peak stages could be bridged. Therefore, those who suffer in the primordial world are not necessarily due to their lower realm, but rather because the treasures in their possession are inferior to those of their adversaries. The tyranny of the Eastern Emperor Tai relies upon the Eastern Emperor Bell, does it not? The Yellow Dragon possessed no innate spiritual treasures, only 3 treasures of fortune, the Yellow River Divine Seal, Transformation Mountain, and the Dragon Sealing Register. None of these were intended for combat. Yet, each was irreplaceable to the Yellow Dragon, forming the foundation for its ascension to the Hongyuan stage. Upon reaching the Hongyuan Golden Immortal stage, even the use of supreme innate spiritual treasures would not effectively suppress it. After stepping into the mid-stage of the Great Luo, the Yellow Dragon's aura ceased to grow and began to stabilize. The essence of the Dragon Dao surrounding it transitioned from the chaotic state at the moment of ascension to an orderly one. Why did strength increase while the Dao essence became more chaotic? The answer remains the same. The early and mid-stages of the Great Luo Golden Immortal represent 2 distinct levels. Ascending to the mid-stage signifies the perception of higher-tier concepts, which renders the early-stage Dao less perfect. Although imperfect, it surpasses the early-stage Dao by 1 tier, facilitating ascension. The transition from mid-stage to late-stage follows a similar pattern, refining the mid-stage Dao while looking towards even higher realms. However, under certain fortuitous circumstances, one might encounter the next tier's concepts without fully perfecting the current stage's Dao, leading to an immediate ascension. This phenomenon is referred to as sudden enlightenment, if methodical cultivation is akin to constructing steps for oneself. Reaching the highest point possible, and then standing on those steps to gaze upwards, inadequate steps will forever preclude the opportunity to ascend to higher tiers. What is sudden enlightenment? It is an unanticipated leap, a fleeting glimpse that reveals something suitable in a higher tier. The probability of such an occurrence is minuscule. The Yellow Dragon's ascension signifies that the Dragon Dao has entered a new level. By the time the Yellow Dragon's aura stabilized and the essence of the Dragon Dao was clarified, another millennium had passed. Upon concluding its ascension and stabilizing its realm, the Yellow Dragon transformed into an innate Dao body. Dao brother, Dao friends, please come in. As soon as the Yellow Dragon assumed human form, it greeted the 5 observers. In the next moment, they found themselves in the main hall of the Dao Dragon Temple. Congratulations, Dao friend. For congratulations, senior. When upon entering the Dao Temple, the others immediately offered their felicitations to the Yellow Dragon. Ha ha ha. A stroke of luck. Just luck, the Yellow Dragon exclaimed, unable to conceal the joy on its face. Naturally, it was elated. The mid-stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal already placed it among the elite of the younger generation in the primordial world. This indicated that the Yellow Dragon had accomplished its first goal in the primordial realm. In the forthcoming calamity, it would at least be a spectator rather than a pawn. Dao friend, having just ascended to the mid-stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal, shall we engage in a discussion of the Dao? It would help solidify your newly attained realm, suggested Junti unexpectedly. The others exchanged glances. Very well, then we thank you. Dao brother, Dao friend. The Yellow Dragon promptly expressed its agreement, with the Yellow Dragon's consent. Jin Yuanzi and Hong Yun had no objections either. The 6 of them seated themselves on the ground, with 5 discussing the Dao and 1 listening. 5 strands of Dao essence permeated the Dao Dragon Temple. 60,000 years passed, the Dao essence within the Dao Dragon Temple settled, and the participants emerged from their state of discussion. Only Lu Xiling remained immersed in the previous Dao essence, continuously absorbing the insights gained from listening to the Dao. Although the discussion had concluded, the group did not depart. Instead, they moved to the backyard to savor fruits and converse. It resembled a gathering of close friends, sharing thoughts and reflections. If time were to freeze, this moment would undoubtedly make for a splendid painting. Dao brother, Dao friends, what are your thoughts on the upcoming calamity in the West? At an opportune moment, the Yellow Dragon inquired. The others exchanged glances. What views do you hold, Dao friend? Zhen Yuanzi asked. Since the Yellow Dragon posed the question, it likely already had an idea in mind. After Zhen Yuanzi's inquiry, the others turned their attention to the Yellow Dragon. The Yellow Dragon did not keep them in suspense and answered directly. The West is gradually recovering through the Transformation River, and its fortunes continue to grow. When the calamity arrives, it will be impossible for the West to remain overlooked. The response from the Yellow Dragon did not surprise anyone. They understood it to be the truth. Even Jin Yuanzi furrowed his brow. Although Jin Yuanzi hailed from the east, Wanshou Mountain was situated at the gateway between the east and the west. The calamity would inevitably affect the West, with Wansho Mountain being among the first to feel the repercussions. Dao friend Huanglong. What are your thoughts? Should we take the initiative and strike from the west towards the east? Or should we fortify our position in the west? Jian inquired. I have no particular thoughts. It ultimately depends on all of you, Dao friends. However, regardless of the choice, we should prepare accordingly in advance. The yellow dragon refrained from providing a definitive answer, returning the question to them. In truth, the yellow dragon had not yet reached a conclusion. The Transformation River region had granted him significant status in the West, but it had not yet elevated him to the position of the West Master. Both merit and tangible strength were necessary. The two individuals before him were destined to be the future saints of the West, and there would inevitably be a place for them. To bypass them and make decisions representing the West would only foster animosity. Even if no immediate actions were taken, there would undoubtedly come a moment in the future when they would strike a blow against the Yellow Dragon. Such a blow could lead the Yellow Dragon to an irretrievable fate. Therefore, matters concerning the West required collective deliberation. In the future, if he were to find himself at a disadvantage, the Yellow Dragon summoned Jin Yuanzi and included Hong Yun as well. In Chapter 58, Unifying the West, the odds stood at 3-2. The advantage lies with me. As for whether Jian and Juanti will agree to allow Xinyuanzizi and Hong Yun to invest in the West, there is no need for concern on that front. Although the West has begun to recover, its foundation has long since diminished. All the great Luo golden immortals of the West are within the Dragon Transformation Palace. In contrast, the East boasts 4 great Luo within Kunlun alone, alongside Nuwa, Fuxi, the Eastern Emperor Dijun, and the 12 ancestors of sorcery. It can be said that the East overwhelmingly surpasses the West. A lone tree cannot support a forest. Even a fool knows where to make their choice. Moreover, these two are among the rare intelligent beings of the primordial era. Yet, despite the 5 opposing forces, the advantage still resides in the East. Even defense would be a challenge. Why, then, does Jian still speak of advancing towards the East? Certainly, Jian is not foolish. Although the West currently has only a few great Luo golden immortals, the Dragon Clan under Huanglong is stronger than all existing races in the primordial era combined. If one wishes to advance into the East, it must naturally begin with the Dragon Clan. However, Huanglong has no desire to involve the Dragon Clan in the impending calamity. The Dragon Clan has only just managed to eliminate the after-effects of previous tribulations. To enter into calamity again would be utterly unwise. Furthermore, the Dragon Clan is vast, and once embroiled in calamity, the consequences would be uncontrollable. The origin of the Great Calamity in the primordial era was the world's resources being insufficient to support the cultivation of an increasing number of beings, leading to a great cleansing of the primordial beings. Should the Dragon Clan enter calamity once more, its sheer size would again make it a target for such cleansing. Thus, during the Great Calamity, the most taboo action is to seize resources. This reflects a discontented attitude towards resource acquisition, and preserving for the future would only bring disaster to the primordial world. Consequently, Huanglong's stance leans towards preservation. His demeanor has also led Jian to infer Huanglong's attitude. For had Huanglong intended to involve himself in the East, he would have exhibited a disposition of seeking alliances to prevent any treachery from behind. However, if the aim is preservation, then such an attitude would be fitting for them. To maintain the West, the Dragon Clan is indispensable. Jian also inquires, friend, what plans do you have for firmly holding the West? Huanglong has awaited this question, yet his expression remains unchanged. In truth, while Huanglong may not be considered the master of the West, he is indeed the largest landowner therein. Should the East interfere with the fortunes of the West, Huanglong would suffer the greatest loss. Thus, Jian is not concerned about Huanglong abandoning his commitments. Huanglong will indeed not abandon them. However, tenants of a landlord must pay rent. One cannot simply endure harm while the other feasts at home. This is the crux of this informal negotiation. I can bear the injuries, but you must pay your dues. At this moment, Jian has begun to speak, and next, it is Huanglong who will set the terms. The foundation of the West is weak. Although the Dragon Transformation River is gradually restoring the West, returning it to its pinnacle remains a distant aspiration. The path of the Earth Immortal that Xinyuanzizi follows greatly aids the restoration of the West. However, the practitioners of this path are scattered and lack a cohesive structure, preventing the full potential of the Earth Immortal path from being realized. My vision is to integrate these practitioners and establish a unified force. After Huanglong finished speaking, he glanced at the 4 present. Xinyuanzizi had been unaware of this matter until now. This idea emerged following the establishment of the Dragon Clan, as thoughts of management arose. Upon hearing this, Xinyuan Zizi made no immediate comment. Jane inquired, "What specifically does your proposed force entail? If it is merely to restore the West, Huanglong has no need to discuss it with them. It can be established directly." Accompanied by great merits, however, now that Huanglong has brought it to the negotiation table, it is no longer so simple. The force governing the entire West is the Earth Court. Huanglong succinctly expressed his demands. Although Huanglong's words were brief, the information contained within was staggering. The last entity to govern the West and consolidate its fortunes was the demon ancestor Lu. While the current fortunes of the West may not compare to those of yore, it remains a considerable landmass, not significantly smaller than the East. Because Jian and Juanti have inherited some of the former demonic fortunes, they occupy a portion of the West fortunes. Thus, the governing force over the West requires their acknowledgement. The assembly fell silent. After a long while, Jian finally spoke. "What benefits can the two of us expect in agreeing? The primary entity of this force will be the Dragon Clan, with the aim of restoring the prosperity of the West through the path of the Earth Immortal. Within the Earth Court, there will be one emperor and 4 emperors, sharing the fortunes of the West, with Xinyuan Zizi taking on the role of Earth Emperor." Huanglong responded, "That is acceptable." Jian replied, "At present, it appears that this arrangement is advantageous for both of them. Although they occupy a portion of the West's fortunes, it cannot compare to the entirety of the West's fortunes. As for the fortunes of the demonic path, they are currently unusable, making the establishment of the Earth Court and the integration of the West's fortunes the optimal solution for them now. If only they were aware that both of their brothers possess the potential for sanctification, they might not be so indifferent to their earthly resources. However, there are no hypotheticals. Even now, the two still possess the potential for sanctification. And compared to the dilapidated state of the entire West, the current West evidently holds greater potential. Even if they cannot claim all the fortunes, it is still preferable to the crumbling West. Once their discussions concluded, Xinyuan Zizi, a key figure in this negotiation, appeared utterly innocent. He had not uttered a single word, and yet was assigned the title of Earth Emperor, becoming the nominal leader of the West. Why is it termed nominal? Not because Huanglong intends to overshadow Xinyuan Zizi, but rather because it is clear that Xinyuan Zizi is not suited to be a leader. The reason for assigning him as Earth Emperor is to prepare for the future of the Earth Court. As Xinyuan Zizi serves as the key. Of course, this is not sufficient at present. The Earth Court currently belongs solely to the West. It is only in the future, when the Earth Court influences the entire primordial world, that Xinyuan Zizi's key will unlock the door to the path. When do you plan to establish the Earth Court? Jane inquired. The Dragon King of the Dragon Clan will receive merits and is expected to recover in about half a yuan meeting. When the Dragon King of the Dragon Transformation River is in place, the Earth Court can be established, Huanglong replied. Jane nodded, indicating his understanding. The Earth Court is currently focused solely on the West, so Huanglong does not intend to summon the entire Dragon Clan at this moment. One Dragon King will suffice. The Dragon King of the Dragon Clan is also a great Luo Golden Immortal. At mid-stage, what position will he hold in the Earth Court? A king. He will hold a role akin to that of the 6 ministers of ancient times. The reason, of course, lies in the differences in potential. The 2 natives of the West possess the potential for sanctification. Huanglong himself is confident in attaining enlightenment. After all, the cards Huanglong currently holds are substantial. Xinyuan Zizi, under Huanglong's guidance, also stands as a candidate for future enlightenment. As for Hongyun, alas, let us consider him an accessory to Xinyuan Zizi. The Dragon King, in the future, may only reach the quasi-saint level. If the primordial world continues to strengthen with the ongoing support of the Earth Court, there is a chance for enlightenment. However, by that time, Huanglong and the others will have already advanced far beyond. Chapter 59. The structure of the Earth Court. Friend, what are your plans for the basic structure and authority of the Earth Court? Jian inquired again. Huanglong pondered for a moment, then continued. I have a general idea, but the specific details will require further discussion among us. Please share your thoughts, Huanglong, Jian replied. Then I shall outline the general plan. The Earth Court will focus on the path of the Earth Immortal, aiming to restore, develop, and manage the West. Many in the primordial world have contemplated the path of the Earth Immortal, yet not everyone's goals align with its principles. Most practitioners engage in the Earth Immortal path merely to tend to their own affairs and will not heed the directives of the Earth Immortal path. Therefore, the personnel of the Earth Court will primarily consist of the Dragon Clan under the Dragon Path, supplemented by the recruitment of Earth Path practitioners from across the primordial world. The Earth Court will establish divisions. the Earth Division, Rain Division, Treasure Vault, Law Enforcement Office, and Supervision Office. The Earth Division will confer titles to mountain gods and water gods, responsible for suppressing earth veins and managing water veins. The Rain Division will regulate cloud and rain within the Earth Court's territory, controlling the innate spiritual energy of the West. The Treasure Vault will manage the treasures and resources of the Earth Court, possibly implementing a merit system to reward its personnel. The Law Enforcement Office will serve as the enforcement body, tasked with maintaining stability within the Earth Court and punishing beings who violate its order. Lastly, the Supervision Office will monitor all activities within the Earth Court, striving to eliminate any destabilizing factors at their inception. After Huanglong concluded, he looked at the others. Friend, it seems the Rain Division may not be particularly necessary. The West is nearly entirely covered by the Dragon Transformation River. There shouldn't be any lack of water. Even if excessive rainfall leads to flooding, the water gods can manage that. Jane pondered. Huanglong chuckled and replied, Friend, the rain produced by the Rain Division will be somewhat different though. In what way? Thus, Huanglong proceeded to elucidate to Junyi. The rainfall in the primordial wilderness forms naturally and is infrequent. The precipitation primarily arises from the dispersal of innate spiritual energy from nearby water bodies. However, the rain to be bestowed by the Earth Court differs from these occurrences, as the innate spiritual energy for the Earth Court's rain emanates from the four seas, with the sea eyes of the four seas calmed. There exists an abundance of surplus innate spiritual energy. The duty of the Rain Department is to transport this surplus innate spiritual energy from the four seas back to the West, thereby accelerating the recovery and development of the Western lands. Simultaneously, it regulates the water veins of the West, redistributing excess innate spiritual energy from certain regions to those that are barren. Upon hearing Huanglong's explanation, the assembly nodded in agreement, recognizing it as a commendable approach. Although the West is currently undergoing rapid development, it, too, has its limits. These limits arise from the substantial number of low-tier spiritual veins transforming into dragons, advancing to the golden immortal level, which correspondingly reduces the availability of spiritual veins suitable for low-tier cultivators. At the juncture, the development of the West will inevitably begin to decelerate. As the spiritual veins of the West reach saturation, the emergence of branches from spiritual veins above the golden immortal level will also become rare. Instead, there will be a continual ascent until the Western continent matures and its landmass expands, at which point new spiritual veins will begin to emerge once more. However, the ascension of spiritual veins necessitates innate spiritual energy, and to elevate the West to such heights requires a tremendous quantity. Given that the West itself no longer possesses a source of innate spiritual energy, its development will be compelled to halt. This is where the role of the Rain Department becomes pivotal. The Rain Department will incessantly transport innate spiritual energy from the four seas, contributing to the continued progression of the West's development. Although this process may seem akin to ants moving their home, a day will eventually arrive when the objective is achieved. Subsequently, Junyi posed another question. Dear friend, considering the vastness of the West, will management not be rather inconvenient? The management of various regions in the West will be overseen by the mountain gods or water gods appointed by the Earth Department. These deities must not only pacify the terrestrial and aquatic veins, but also govern the living beings within their jurisdictions. The Supervision Department will patrol the West to prevent the mountain and water deities from committing misdeeds that could disrupt the Earth Court's fortune. The Law Enforcement Department will establish enforcement offices to assist the mountain and water deities in their administration. As a violent institution of the Earth Court, the Law Enforcement Department functions akin to the military, primarily tasked with preventing external invasions, while the enforcement offices serve a role analogous to that of the police, addressing internal matters. Upon Huanglong's conclusion, the assembly nodded once more. Dear friend, have the personnel arrangements for each department been finalized? Junyi inquired. The head of the Earth Department will be my eldest disciple, Tang Kan, while the head of the Rain Department will be the Dragon King Ao Su of the Transforming Dragon River. As for the head of the Supervision Department, how about entrusting that to your disciple, Lu Xiling? Huanglong proposed. Then I shall express my gratitude on behalf of my disciple, Junyi replied, before further inquiring. What of the Treasury and the Law Enforcement Department? His inquiry was not born from a greedy desire for additional authority, as both he and his companion only had Lu Xiling as their sole disciple, rendering them powerless concerning the Treasury and Law Enforcement Department. Let the head of the Law Enforcement Department be concurrently appointed to Brother Hongyan, Huanglong declared. Hongyan was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that he would be involved in this matter. having thought himself merely an incidental participant and had been lost in his thoughts. Thus, Huanglong's sudden mention of him as the prospective head of the law enforcement department startled him. I agree. Before Hong Yun could voice his concerns, Zenyuzi expressed his approval. Dear friend, Hong Yun, was just about to speak when Huanglong interrupted. He said, Brother, there is no need to refuse. The law enforcement department does not require you to take any action. We will specifically find individuals to handle the affairs of the law enforcement department. You need only oversee it. Moreover, as a martial institution, the law enforcement department must be sufficiently powerful to uphold its responsibilities, and you are the most suitable candidate. I concur. I also agree. Jingyin was the first to express his agreement, followed promptly by Junti. Huanglong's arrangements, while perhaps tinged with a hint of personal bias, were undoubtedly justifiable. Otherwise, Jingyin and Junti would not have consented. Tang Can's appointment as the head of the Earth Department stemmed from his status as Huanglong's disciple. Having reached the pinnacle of Tai and being on the verge of attaining the Daoist as the head of the Earth Department, he is the best choice in the absence of a greater Daoist Golden Immortal. Moreover, the Earth Department will be predominantly staffed by the Dragon Clan, and Tang Can, as Huanglong's disciple and inheritor of the Dragon Path, possesses an identity that bridges the gap between him and the Daoist Golden Immortal. It is worth mentioning that, despite being Huanglong's disciple, Tang Can is not a member of the Dragon Clan and is not recorded in the Dragon Sealing Register. Not only Tang Can, but all of Huanglong's disciples, including his transmitted disciples and protector Niu Nanfei, are not members of the Dragon Clan. As the inheritor of the Dragon Path, he is tasked with preserving the entirety of the Dragon Path. Rather than focusing solely on the Dragon Clan. In the future, following Huanglong's abdication, Tang Can will inherit the Dragon Sealing Register and directly assume the position of clan leader of the Dragon Clan. With the Daoist already immortal, why would Huanglong contemplate abdication? The fortune of the primordial wilderness is beneficial to saints but has no effect on the mixed Yuan Daoist Golden Immortal. The mixed Yuan Daoist Golden Immortal has transcended the heavenly Dao and the primordial wilderness. Fortune belongs to the primordial wilderness, thus it holds no sway over the mixed Yuan Daoist Golden Immortal, nor can it gather the fortune of the primordial wilderness. The fortune of the primordial wilderness primarily influences the fate of its beings and the cultivation of the mixed Yuan Golden Immortal. Upon reaching the mixed Yuan Daoist Golden Immortal stage, one transcends both the primordial wilderness and fate. Therefore, the fortune of the primordial wilderness is rendered useless to them, though it remains impactful for saints. So how does one continue to cultivate as a mixed Yuan Daoist Golden Immortal? By engaging in transactions with the primordial wilderness, one can exchange for opportunities to comprehend the heavenly Dao. Of course, there may be other methods, but none are known, as the primordial wilderness has never before seen a mixed Yuan Daoist Golden Immortal. Moreover, there are only 3,000 paths, and the Dragon Path is not among them. Chapter 60. Commerce and Currency Plans. Apologies for digressing. Returning to the main point, the Dragon King Aosu of the Transforming Dragon River is, by nature, a Daoist Golden Immortal of the Dragon Clan. Thus, it is most fitting for a member of the Dragon Clan to oversee the Rain Department, which pertains to the 4 Cs. As for the head of the Supervision Department, Lu Xiling was selected primarily for his qualifications. But as a disciple of Junti, he was given preferential consideration. The personnel of the Supervision Department do not need to be overly powerful, they merely need to traverse the West, and those under their command can be Golden Immortals. With the Tai Golden Immortal Lu Xiling fully capable of maintaining authority over them. Furthermore, the Supervision Department requires a strong sense of responsibility, a trait that Lu Xiling embodies well. And the future Buddhist path also emphasizes the cultivation of virtue, with characters inclined towards goodness. Thus, entrusting the Supervision Department to Jingyin and Junti will pose no issues. One should not assume that the Buddhist sect comprises malevolent beings, merely posturing as virtuous. That notion stems from the journey to the West. Every word and phrase within the Buddhist scriptures guides individuals towards goodness. Can one who is drawn to Buddhism and joins its ranks, only to find it dissimilar to their expectations, be deemed evil? That is inconceivable. Moreover, this is the primordial wilderness, where steadfastness in one's Dao heart is paramount. A determined Dao heart will not easily be swayed. A kind-hearted individual will only transform into a devil under extreme circumstances. In the worldview of the primordial wilderness, this is expressed as, one thought can become a demon. In contemporary terms, it translates to, do not bully honest individuals. The Buddhist teaching of putting down the butcher's knife and becoming a Buddha on the spot may seem unreasonable in the present worldview. However, in the primordial wilderness, it is not difficult to accept in the present day. No one knows if there is a next life, making it more crucial to live in the moment. Yet in the primordial wilderness, the eyes of a Daoist golden immortal have transcended life and death. All beings are equal, and every creature will experience rebirth. Thus, Buddhism emphasizes the three realms of past, present, and future. If one has erred in the past, they must atone in the present, all in pursuit of achieving a righteous outcome in the future. It can even be said that in this primordial world, only Buddhism delineates the distinction between good and evil with utmost clarity. Other domains merely emphasize strength. Even the teaching that advocates alignment with the heavenly Tao is mired in chaos, not significantly better than the interception teaching. Might makes right. As for whether the future Buddhist sect may become corrupted for various reasons, one can only assert that considering the potentialities of the future in the present is futile. If everything is predetermined, then all actions taken now are rendered meaningless. My apologies for digressing again. Returning to the main topic, who will manage the treasury in the end? Zhuanti inquired. Huanglong pondered. The treasury consists of an internal and external section. The internal section houses important resources and treasures and is accessible to personnel within the Earth Court, requiring contribution points for usage. Contribution points will be dispensed according to position and contributions. The external section will serve as a trading platform for the entire primordial wilderness, gathering treasures from across the realm. For the time being, it will be managed by my 3 junior disciples, Fuyun, Luyun, and Shouyun. What do you think? The assembly nodded in agreement once more. Dear friend, is it truly feasible to gather treasures from the primordial wilderness in the external section? Zhuanti asked, his eyes gleaming with excitement. His enthusiasm was understandable, for the West had been impoverished, and so too had they. The West is now recovering, but the cultivation of treasures hinges upon favorable timing. Geographical advantages, harmonious human relations, and the passage of considerable time. Thus, they remain impoverished. However, Huanglong's actions left him feeling deflated. Huanglong shook his head, stating, "It is not possible." Observing Zhuanti's mixed expression of joy and sorrow, Jingyin reminded, "Junior brother, do not rush. Let Huanglong expound further. Since Huanglong has proposed it, he must have a plan in mind." It was evident that Jingyin was far more composed than Zhuanti, immediately grasping the crux of the matter. The assembly turned their attention back to Huanglong, with Zhuanti and Hongyun displaying the greatest urgency. Not only was Zhuanti impoverished, but Hongyun, as an individual from the East, also faced financial struggles. The crux lies in the fact that our West lacks resources to exchange for treasures. We need to identify a resource of sufficient value that can be sustainably produced to facilitate the acquisition of these treasures. Huanglong elucidated. The crowd remained unresponsive. Of course, they were already aware of this. If they weren't, the two from the West would not be in such dire straits. What they truly sought to comprehend was the nature of such a thing. Observing the eager expressions of the assembly, Huanglong casually uttered a single word. "Dan, are you referring to the elixir refined by your esteemed disciple?" Zenyuanzi inquired. "Indeed. However, the matter may require us to wait until my disciple ascends to the rank of Deluo Jin Xian for it to materialize," Huanglong replied. Yet, even if Tang Shin Xiaoyu were to ascend to Deluo Jin Xian, not everyone would necessarily require his elixir, and moreover, how many elixirs could Tang Shin Xiaoyu possibly refine alone? Zenyuanzi questioned, perplexed. "My dear brother, the significance of the elixir does not lie in how many items it can be exchanged for, but rather in what others can obtain from us through its use," Huanglong clarified. Zenyuanzi remained in a state of confusion. "Are you suggesting that everyone should engage in transactions using the elixir, and then we quietly utilize it to exchange for the treasures of Huanglong from the West?" Jane queried. Upon hearing Jane's explanation, Zhuanti seemed to grasp the concept and asked, would it not be possible to utilize other items? The only items in the West capable of mass production that hold sufficient value are elixirs. Making this a feasible option, Huanglong explained. After all, in a transaction, the perceived value must be equivalent for both parties. Once Huanglong finished his explanation, the crowd nodded in understanding. In Huanglong, there exist certain resources capable of stable production, such as some spiritual fruits. However, there are none that can cater to the entire world of Huanglong. Even if elixirs were to emerge, it would take considerable time for them to reach the hands of every individual. This is not solely limited by the yield of the elixirs, but also by the acceptance of the beings in Huanglong and the speed at which the elixirs can be disseminated. Despite Huanglong's frequent transitions from one end of Huanglong to the other, he is a Deluo Jin Xian. During his time as a Tai Jin Xian, he often spent tens of thousands of years on the road. In the realm of Huanglong, a Deluo can perceive the entirety, While a Tai can only grasp a general notion, a gene skin can merely glimpse a fraction of the iceberg. Not all gene skin venture far from their place of birth to traverse Huanglong. In fact, the majority remain to cultivate within a specific area, though this era of Huanglong has yet to witness an overwhelming number of gene skin. The quantity is still significant. The Dragon Clan alone harbors 1 million gene skin, most of whom have been catalyzed through the transformation techniques of the West and certain sea dragons. As the center of luck for Huanglong. The Eastern continent, along with the vast unknown of the Four Seas, conceals even more. As for the ordinary individuals who have yet to attain gene skin status, their meager territories are perpetually vulnerable to plunder. Akin to frogs at the bottom of a well, gene skin are already a distant aspiration for them. Thus, the West's ambition to acquire the treasures of Huanglong is a monumental task that requires not only a robust foundation, but also sufficient influence and credibility throughout the entirety of Huanglong. Chapter 61. The breakthrough of Zhu Long. Under Huanglong's exposition, the assembly expressed their understanding of the structure of the treasury and their future expectations. Finally, there remained one more matter. My friend, where will the Earth Court be established? Jian inquired. Huanglong appeared to have anticipated Jian's question. Yet, he had no particularly advantageous location in mind. The Earth Court is not like the future heavenly court of the Demon Clan, which arises naturally. Endowed with great fortune, occupying both the celestial court and the starry skies, the birth of the Earth Court must be accompanied by great merit, while simultaneously consolidating the luck of the West. However, these considerations were beyond the foresight of the heavenly Dao, thus no specific location had been prepared in advance for the Earth Court. There were only 3 potential sites for the Earth Court, all of which could accommodate the fortune it would bring. The first was Mount Wanshou, which faces the underworld. It would indeed be the most suitable. However, the current Earth Court merely serves as a local power in the West, while Mount Wanshou belongs to the East, rendering it inappropriate. Next is the ancestral vein of the West, Mount Xuan as the ancestral vein. It has always represented the fortune of the West and could certainly bear the fortune of the Earth Court. Yet, the past mingling of the West's fortune with the demonic path has rendered Mount Shumi unsuitable for accommodating fortunes outside of the demonic path, lest it be influenced by demonic energies. Had the Western teachings not originated from the same source as the demonic path, inheriting its fortunes, they would not dare to establish their sect upon Mount Shumi. Even so, Buddhism would ultimately be affected by demonic forces, leading to a great calamity for the Buddhist sect. Huanglong naturally refrained from establishing the Earth Court there. Lastly, there is Huanglong's Transformation Dragon Mountain. Among the 3 options, it possesses the weakest foundation. Although Transformation Dragon Mountain is the core of the Transformation Dragon River and has spread throughout much of the West, the essence of foundation necessitates time, making it inferior to the already existing Mount Shumi and Mount Wanshou. However, with the logic of the short man standing tall, the reasons for disqualifying Mount Shumi and Mount Wanshou are compelling. While Transformation Dragon Mountain meets the minimum requirements, thus, the Earth Court shall be established there. Furthermore, if the Earth Court is located along the Transformation River, it could greatly foster the growth of Transformation Dragon Mountain and accelerate the recovery of the West. Huanglong conveyed this thought to the assembly. After a moment of contemplation, they expressed no objections. Subsequently, Huanglong suddenly turned to Xinyuanzi and stated, "My brother, the establishment of the Earth Court may require your superior innate spiritual treasure to suppress the fortune." In response to Huanglong's request, Xinyuanzi readily agreed. After all, he was still the nominal master of the Earth Court, bearing its primary responsibilities. Contributing a superior innate spiritual treasure was a minor matter. Had it not been for the inconvenience of transporting the ginseng fruit tree out of Wuzhuang Temple, he would have considered offering 2 superior innate spiritual treasures to stabilize the fortune. Now was not the time for him to relinquish the Earth Book, so there was no need for further deliberation. Huanglong was not surprised. He merely informed them of the necessity. After all, the Earth Court belongs to the 5 of them collectively. If one of them exerts effort, the others cannot simply turn a blind eye. There must be some semblance of interpersonal etiquette in the realm of Huanglong. With this, the establishment of the Earth Court was essentially finalized. In the backyard of the Daolong Temple, the atmosphere once again shifted to a light-hearted and convivial tone. However, Huanglong discreetly departed, leaving only Jian, Xinyuanzi, and the other 3 Dao, and the still secluded Luling within the main hall of the Daolong Temple. Huanglong's departure was, of course, to prepare for the establishment of the Earth Court. Considering that the Earth Court would primarily consist of the Dragon Clan, the specific arrangements naturally required the leadership of Huanglong As the clan head at this moment, Huanglong had already made his way to the East Sea. The East Sea, possessing the largest sea eye, was also under the watchful gaze of Zhu Long. The Dragon Kings of the East Sea and the Transformation Dragon River were both present to recuperate here. The Yellow River Dragon King was assigned to the Yellow River, where a portion of the Yellow River's authority was infused into the Dragon Seal during Huanglong's conferred title, enabling the Yellow River Dragon King to recover with the foundation of the Yellow River. After all, the spiritual veins suppressing the sea eye were newly born, with limited innate spiritual energy available for the simultaneous full recovery of multiple Deluo Jin Xian. Not long after, Huanglong appeared outside Dongling Island. Dongling Island, indeed, had been formed from the essence of several Deluo Jin Xian. The sheer size of the island alone would take a Jin Xian 1,000 years to traverse, and this is merely the surface. One must remember that this is a mountain range that has risen from the depths of the sea eye. The vastness of this mountain range is among the rarest in Hongwang. Even so, the mountain range continues to expand, and correspondingly, Dongling Island on the sea is also growing. Surrounding the island, clusters of islands have begun to emerge, scattered like stars. As Huanglong set foot on Dongling Island, a figure appeared before him. "You have arrived. I have the honor of meeting you, ancestor." Huanglong greeted respectfully. The visitor was none other than Zhu Long. After Zhu Long emerged in Dongling, he relocated to the island. Presently, Zhu Long was at ease, no longer needing to guard the sea eye, nor was he burdened by the karma of the Dragon Clan. In fact, benefiting from the current fortune of the Dragon Clan. His realm had achieved a breakthrough for the first time after merging with the primordial essence, specifically from the early to the mid-stage. Congratulations, ancestor, on your advancement in cultivation. Huanglong perceived the distinct difference in Zhu Long. Importantly, during Huanglong's discourse at Transformation Dragon Mountain, he sensed fluctuations in the luck of the Dragon Clan, and even the Dragon Path. This awareness alerted Huanglong to Zhu Long's breakthrough. This is largely thanks to you. Otherwise, I wouldn't just be talking about a breakthrough. I would be on the verge of Dao transformation. The words of the ancestor dragon were filled with joy and gratitude towards Huanglong, tinged with a hint of reflection, as if contemplating the fate of the Dragon Clan and his own existence. During the three clans' decisive battle, Zhu Long engaged in a fierce struggle with the primordial Qilin and sustained injuries to his Dao. Since then, the Dragon Clan bore the weight of karma, preventing him from communicating with the heavenly Dao to heal his wounds. The realm of Hongyuan is not like that of Deluo Jinstian, where sufficient innate spiritual energy can facilitate recovery. Hongyuan merges with the Dao, but the Dao is contingent upon the heavenly Dao. The injuries sustained are thus also contingent upon the Dao of the heavenly Dao. If one cannot communicate with the heavenly Dao, then the injuries to the Dao remain unrecoverable until one reaches Dao transformation. This explains why Zhu Long's presence has been absent in later generations. Zhu Long suppressed the sea eyes of the four seas using his own primordial essence, alleviating some of the karma for the Dragon Clan. Otherwise, the future sea eyes would not be something a mere Shangguo Bao could contain. "You are too humble, ancestor. I owe you my gratitude for your support." Huanglong responded. Zhu Long did not dwell on the matter further, stating, "Let us not speak of such things. Is there a particular reason for your visit to the East Sea?" As Zhu Long inquired, he guided Huanglong towards the central area of Dongling Island. Following closely behind, Huanglong elaborated on the plans for establishing the Earth Court and the arrangements for the Dragon Clan. Although Dongling Island appeared vast, both individuals were far from ordinary. Their strides, seemingly leisurely, traversed distances in mere moments. By the time Huanglong concluded his discourse, they arrived at the entrance of a quaint courtyard. The courtyard, modest in size, was not hastily constructed. Rather, it exuded an exquisite, even luxurious charm, unmistakably indicative of a wealthy household. Yet, this small courtyard was imbued with the rare warmth of everyday life in the primordial world. This was Zhu Long's residence on Dongling Island. It was evident that Zhu Long's current state of mind was reflected in the courtyard's elegance, hinting that he still embodied the opulence of the Dragon Clan's primordial golden immortals. Meanwhile, the presence of a mundane atmosphere suggested a hint of resignation. Whether this attitude was temporary remained uncertain, but at least it was the case for now. Zhu Long's sense of resignation did not imply a lack of ambition. Upon reaching the primordial realm, one does not cease the pursuit of the Dao unless their heart is shattered. The sensation of aligning with the Dao is irresistible and inherently pleasurable. Zhu Long's current ease was merely a transformation in his approach to cultivation. This shift was undoubtedly significantly influenced by Huanglong wants. Zhu Long was one of the only two primordial golden immortals of the Dragon Clan, driven by aspirations to dominate the primordial world. Engaging in battles across the realms, however, as the Dragon Clan fell into decline, he bore the immense burden of sustaining the clan's reputation single-handedly. Yet, even his efforts could not halt the continued deterioration of the Dragon Clan's influence until Huanglong emerged. The Dragon Clan was granted a glimmer of hope once more. Though the current Dragon Clan was no longer what it once was, the original dragon lineage remained its backbone. In the face of this revival, Huanglong, having shouldered the Dragon Clan's heavy responsibilities for so long, felt a profound weariness. Thus, upon Huanglong assuming the position of clan leader, Huanglong relinquished his burdens and relocated to this abode. Subsequently advancing to the mid-stage of Primordial Golden Immortal, Huanglong welcomed Huanglong into the courtyard. In the rear courtyard, they seated themselves at either side of a stone table, where 2 cups of mountain spring water awaited them. Huanglong lifted his cup, savoring the taste and reflecting on its essence. This mountain spring water, devoid of any additives, was born from the Dao that Huanglong had cultivated during his breakthrough. Infused with the core spiritual veins of Dongling Island. As the core spiritual veins had yet to reach the Daluo level, they were unable to fully assimilate the Dao of the Primordial Golden Immortals. Thus, they encapsulated this Dao within abundant innate spiritual energy, ultimately forming the mountain spring water. In truth, Huanglong could have easily produced this spring water, yet it possessed an unmistakable distinction between the artificial and the natural. As Huanglong continued to relish the mountain spring water and contemplate the Dao essence of Huanglong's primordial golden immortal level, Huanglong interjected, "However, you need not make a special trip to the East Sea for such matters. There must be other concerns at hand," he inquired. Huanglong, slightly embarrassed, set down his cup. He indeed had other matters to discuss. "I wish to request your assistance in crafting several treasures capable of storing vast amounts of innate spiritual energy," Huanglong stated. "This pertains to the so-called rain department of the Earth Court." Huanglong quickly surmised Huanglong's intentions. "Indeed," Huanglong affirmed, "the rain department sought to transport the innate spiritual energy from the 4 seas back to the Western continent, necessitating appropriate treasures for storage and transport. The Dragon Clan's treasury contained numerous treasures capable of holding innate spiritual energy, yet the highest quality were merely upper-grade innate spiritual treasures, which fell short of the requirements. While upper-grade innate spiritual treasures equated to the essence of Daluo Golden Immortals, they did not imply the capacity to bear an equivalent amount of innate spiritual energy. Moreover, the retrieval speed of these innate spiritual treasures was protracted, potentially matching the recovery time of a Daluo Golden Immortal. Such a lengthy duration rendered the restoration of the West an uncertain prospect. 1 Daluo Golden Immortal's efforts could take several epochs to yield results. Although Huanglong, as a Daluo Golden Immortal, had made significant strides in revitalizing the West, restoring it to its former glory might require thousands of Daluo Golden Immortals. To illustrate, the original West was akin to a broken basin, and Huanglong served as the glue, merely sealing the cracks without filling the basin with water. If this continued, the West would remain unfilled even until the era of the original gods. Thus, Huanglong turned to Huanglong, a primordial golden immortal capable of crafting treasures at the level of top-tier innate spiritual treasures. Of course, this did not imply that he could create top-tier innate spiritual treasures. Such treasures were unnecessary. What was essential was a treasure that could swiftly store vast amounts of innate spiritual energy. Before long, a collection of innate spiritual treasures and materials was amassed before Huanglong. Upon agreeing, Huanglong promptly ventured to the Dragon Clan's treasury to retrieve them. Time was of the essence, and the task was considerable, prompting Huanglong to act with great swiftness. In his capacity as the Dragon Clan leader, Huanglong possessed the highest authority in the treasury, ensuring there would be no unforeseen complications. 3,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. Huanglong, now in possession of the treasures crafted by Huanglong, made his way to the other seas. 4 treasures were created, with Huanglong holding 3 of them. The 4th was already deployed at one of the seas in the East Sea. Nearly an epoch had elapsed, and the essences of the several dragon kings had been restored, albeit they remained in seclusion. While 4 treasures existed, they were not a unified set but rather independent entities. All 4 treasures were named the Sealing Spirit Pearls, capable of absorbing and storing innate spiritual energy equivalent to the essence of 7 Daluo Golden Immortals for a duration of 1 epoch. Their formidable absorption capacity and storage potential would undoubtedly influence the flow of innate spiritual energy from the 4 major islands, Yet Huanglong could not afford to dwell on such matters. He merely relocated a portion of the Deluo Golden Immortals recovering within the spiritual veins into the sealing spirit pearls. However, this could not expedite their recovery rate. Their restoration depended solely on their own capacity to absorb innate spiritual energy. Therefore, irrespective of how abundant the innate spiritual energy within the sealing spirit pearls, it would not hasten their recovery. Although the core spiritual vein of the islands did not possess a high level, it was situated at the heart of the formation, suppressing the CIs, enabling it to harness the power of the formation. The innate spiritual energy released and purified was not something that mere Deluo Golden Immortals could sever. This was also the reason Huanglong only transferred a portion of the Deluo Golden Immortals into the sealing spirit pearls. While the pearls absorbed swiftly, they could not withstand the consumption of 5 or 6 Deluo Golden Immortals simultaneously. Engaging in simultaneous storage and utilization would ultimately prove futile. Huanglong needed them for future use. Swiftly placing the sealing spirit pearls in position, Huanglong returned to the western continent. Upon arriving at Daolong Temple, everything appeared as it had when Huanglong departed. However, Lu Xiling had since awakened from his enlightenment and was seated behind Zun Ti. As Huanglong re-entered the rear courtyard, everyone rose to greet him. "Welcome back, fellow Daoist," they exclaimed. "Greetings, Master Uncle." Lu Xiling respectfully saluted. The group had already resolved to collaborate and to strengthen their bonds. Zun Ti had encouraged them to address one another as Master Uncle and Master Elder. "Fellow Daoist, what business brought you to the East Sea?" Jin Yuanzi inquired. Huanglong had only mentioned a brief trip to the East Sea without elaborating on his purpose. Now, as the others pressed for details, he explained. Huanglong had initially refrained from disclosing that his visit to Zhulong was not solely about the sealing spirit pearls. He also sought Zhulong's insights regarding the establishment of the Earth Court. The formation of the Earth Court marked the Primordial World's entrance into the realm of the unknown, and he wished to gauge Zhulong's perspective. After all, the foresight of a Primordial Golden Immortal invariably surpassed that of a group of Deluo Golden Immortals. Furthermore, while Zhulong had not directly joined the Earth Court, his ties to the Dragon Clan meant he was inextricably linked to this venture. For a time to come, they would rely on Zhulong's support. However, as the matter had concluded, Zhulong had refrained from voicing any opinions, prompting Huanglong to gladly share this favorable outcome with everyone. Time flew by, and soon the designated day for the establishment of the Earth Court arrived. During this interval, Huanglong made another trip across the 4 seas to retrieve the sealing spirit pearls. Accompanying him back was Aosu, the Dragon King of the Transformation Dragon River. Aosu, being a mid-stage Deluo Golden Immortal, was treated with the utmost respect by the group. At that moment, 6 Deluo Golden Immortals hovered above the Transformation Dragon Mountain. "Let us commence," Huanglong declared. Agreed. The others chorused in unison. Huanglong took the lead, channeling the energies of Transformation Dragon Mountain. Gradually, a space began to manifest above the mountain. Subsequently, they all joined forces to expand this space, until a resonant dragon's roar, imbued with anguish, echoed from within Transformation Dragon Mountain. At that moment, Huanglong produced the sealing spirit pearls, continuously infusing the innate spiritual energy within the space, while Transformation Dragon Mountain ceased its supply of innate spiritual energy. The dragon's chant within Huanglong Mountain is a consequence of the excessive innate spiritual energy present in the area. Although Huanglong Mountain itself is at the level of a great Luo Golden Immortal, its foundation is rather shallow. Prior to this, it had merely nurtured a single transformation space. Consequently, Huanglong had long prepared the innate spiritual energy necessary for the creation of this world, the Spirit Sealing Pearl. Having been placed in the CI for a relatively brief period, nonetheless accumulated a substantial amount. The group continuously expanded the space, drawing upon the rapidly depleting innate spiritual energy stored within the Spirit Sealing Pearl. They ceased their expansion only once this energy was entirely consumed. At this juncture, the space consisted solely of matter transformed from vast amounts of innate spiritual energy, devoid of any vitality, merely a nascent world. The fundamental components of a world are heaven, earth, and humanity, which correspond to the principles, matter, and vitality. Now that matter was present, the principles would be derived from the paths of Huanglong and his companions. Thus, they were reborn once more, imprinting their respective Dao principles onto the embryonic world. The world's matter, having originated from innate spiritual energy, mirrored the process of imprinting Dao principles as akin to the energy that bore these principles. Although their Dao principles varied, The inclusivity of Huanglong's dragon path and the receptivity of Zheng Yuanzi's earth immortal path enabled them to intertwine harmoniously, with the world's rules refined. The remaining issue of vitality became relatively straightforward to address. Even without resolution, life would gradually emerge in the world once heaven and earth were established, albeit through a protracted process. Huanglong and his companions naturally opted for a shortcut, directly introducing living beings from the primordial world. However, as this realm was specifically opened by the group for the establishment of the Earth Court, not just anyone was deemed worthy of entry. Thus, most of those introduced were innate spiritual roots and some unintelligent animals. These beings, though weak, would eventually develop intelligence. However, under the influence of the Earth Court, they could be absorbed into it as they grew within the world. While their strength might be lacking, they could still serve as minor contributors. With the world's opening complete, it was time for construction. This realm is a cave world tethered to the Huanglong River. And as its master, Huanglong waved his hand, causing a series of palatial structures, formed from the essence of the world, to rise majestically from the ground, grand and imposing. Their magnificence defies description due to the limitations of culture. The palaces, composed of the world's essence, meld seamlessly with the realm itself, appearing as if their emergence were a matter of course. This world still lacked a name. Suddenly, Zhuan interjected. The others nodded in agreement. Dao brother, you are the Earth Emperor. Why not bestow a name? Huanglong suggested to Zheng Yuanzi. However, Zheng Yuanzi declined, stating, my friend, this is the cave world of the Huanglong River. It is only fitting that you choose the name. The others echoed his sentiment. What Dao friend Zheng Yuanzi has said is entirely correct. The name should indeed be chosen by Dao friend Huanglong, Zhuan affirmed. Huanglong, not wishing to refuse, pondered for a moment and suddenly had a revelation. With a smile, he declared, since this world centers upon the Earth Immortal path, let it be named the Earth Immortal Realm. As he spoke, he waved his hand, and a stone tablet rose at the confluence of the world and the primordial realm, inscribed with the words, Earth Immortal Realm. Excellent. Earth Immortal Realm sounds splendid. The voice belonged to Hong Yun. The others expressed their agreement. Subsequently, the group made their way to the core of the palatial complex, the Grand Hall of the Earth Immortals. This would serve as the central location of the future Earth Court. Above the hall, there were 5 positions, with the central one slightly elevated, flanked by the remaining 4. Descending further, there were 9 steps leading to another 5 positions, designated for the leaders of the Earth and Rain departments. Among others, further down, a grand total of 45 steps led to the positions of the Earth Court ministers. At the top sat the Emperor, followed by the sovereign, and below them, the kings, with the ministers at the lowest tier. Huanglong and his companions ascended to the highest point, while the Dragon King of the Huanglong River remained at the lower king position, albeit occupying the foremost seat. Ordinarily, this seat would belong to Hong Yun, the head of the law enforcement division. However, with Hong Yun standing above, Ao Su, also a great Luo Golden Immortal, naturally took the leading position. Huanglong turned to Zheng Yuanzi and remarked, now, it is time for Dao brother to showcase his talents. As he spoke, his mind stirred, and countless individuals appeared within the grand hall of the Earth Immortals. Among them, Tang Shun, Lu Ziling, and the 5 department heads manifested on the king tier, while the others remained at the lower tier. These individuals had been summoned by Huanglong to Huanglong Mountain long before the world's creation. Approximately 30,000 members of the Dragon Clan were present, 1/3 of the total 100,000 golden immortals of the Dragon Clan, with the remaining 2/3 designated for the 4 seas in the Yellow River. Upon seeing that everyone had gathered, Zheng Yuanzi took action. Drawing a deep breath, he proclaimed, Heavenly Dao, I, Zheng Yuanzi, alongside Huanglong, Hong Yun, Jieyin, and Zhuan hereby establish the Earth Immortal Realm. We shall collectively establish the Earth Court, governing the West. All members of the Earth Court shall prioritize the restoration of the Western continent. I, Zheng Yuanzi, shall serve as the Earth Emperor, appointing Huanglong as the Dragon Emperor, Hong Yun as the Cloud Emperor, Jieyin as the Great Emperor of Guidance, and Zhuan as the Great Emperor of Bodhi. The Earth Court shall consist of 5 departments. The Earth Department, responsible for the enshrinement of river and mountain deities and managing the West, with Tang Shun as its head. The Rain Department, tasked with controlling clouds and rain to irrigate the western lands, presided over by Ao Su. The Law Enforcement Division, safeguarding the West and maintaining order, with Cloud Emperor Hong Yun as its leader. The Supervision Division, overseeing the West, with Lu Ziling in charge, and the Treasury, regulating the resources of the West, temporarily managed by Fu Yun, Lu Yun, and Shou Yun. The Earth Book shall suppress the fortunes of the Earth Court. After a considerable time, Jin Yuanzi finally completed his report to the heavenly Dao. As he paused, the primordial world outside the Earth Immortal Realm seemed to be meticulously reviewing this report. Shortly thereafter, countless fortunes began to converge upon the Earth Immortal Realm, gathering above the Grand Hall, where Jin Yuanzi's ethereal representation of the Earth Book firmly anchored them. Following the condensation of fortunes, golden light began to accumulate in the skies over the western continent. Boundless merits continued to flow toward the Earth Immortal Realm, but a portion of these was intercepted by the newly established realm. Under the nourishment of merits, the Earth Immortal Realm gradually stabilized, surpassing its infancy. The rules of the world, aided by the merits, intertwined more perfectly. The remainder fell upon the individuals present. Jin Yuanzi and Huanglong each received a share of 20% of the remaining merits. As Huanglong had contributed the most, while Jin Yuanzi held the nominal title of the Earth Court's leader, Hong Yun, Jie and Zhuan Ti each received 10%. Nevertheless, this represented the largest amount of merit they had ever received since their emergence. Finally, Tang Shun and the others collectively received 10%, with the remainder going to the multitude of Dragon Clan members below. Once the merit descended, the next order of business was the conferral of titles upon the ministers below. The arrangement of over 30,000 Earth Court members took more than a decade to complete. The majority comprised members of the Earth Department, totaling around 150,000. This was the result of each managing 2 or even 3 dragon veins. It is worth noting that when Huanglong restructured the Huanglong River, he had established over 120,000 dragon veins in the west, which accounted for only 1/3 of that region. Now, the Huanglong River sprawls across 2/3 of the west. Although the northern bank is not as prosperous as the southern, future developments will accelerate as the Rain Department begins to function. As for the final third of the barren land, although the Earth Department has not conferred titles upon river and mountain deities, they have dispatched some Dragon Clan members to prepare for future restoration efforts. The Rain Department primarily consists of members from the Four Seas Dragon Clan, who inherently possess the ability to control clouds and rain. The remaining responsibilities are divided between the Law Enforcement Division and the Supervision Division. Since the Treasury has yet to establish a trading system within the primordial realm and requires relatively specialized personnel, only a few individuals were assigned to ensure the management of the internal treasury. By the time the conferral concluded, the initial surge of people had dissipated from beneath the Grand Hall of the Earth Immortals. Following their conferral, everyone departed the Grand Hall to assume their duties. Remaining in the Grand Hall were only Huanglong, Tang Shun, and the others, along with those stationed to oversee the Earth Immortal Realm. With the conferral complete, Huanglong and his companions took their leave. The establishment of the Earth Court greatly enhanced the fortunes of Huanglong and his companions, prompting them to retreat for seclusion. Upon their departure, Tangshan and the others exchanged glances. It was then that Tangshan proposed, "Esteemed seniors, might you take charge of the first Yuan Assembly?" The establishment of the Earth Court and the division of the deities were not intended to elevate them to the status of local monarchs. Each deity must return to the Earth Immortal Realm to report on their duties at the end of every celestial cycle. Although the western lands are vast, stretching so far that a single cycle cannot encompass them entirely. The Earth Immortal Realm is located within the Huanglong River's cave heavens, allowing immediate return from any region along the Huanglong River. Thus, aside from the dragon clans dispatched by the Earth Department to the barren lands of the west, where the Huanglong River is sparse, all members of the Earth Court residing in the Huanglong River Basin must return to the Grand Hall of Earth Immortals at each celestial cycle to report. Those in seclusion may request leave. Naturally, this is not solely a matter of reporting. Rewards and titles will be conferred based on their governance performance. Issues beyond the resolution of certain deities in the Earth Department may also be raised at the Assembly, seeking assistance from the Earth Court. However, it is not Zhen Yuanzi, Huanglong, or others who handle these matters directly. The few of them rarely appear in the Earth Court when there are no significant affairs at hand, often manifesting only as ethereal projections. Instead, the specific tasks are entrusted to Ao Su, Tangshan, and Lu Ziling. The three hold royal ranks in the West and manage affairs therein when Huanglong and others are not overseeing matters. Although the status of the Treasury is equivalent to that of the other four departments, its fortune is merely representative, barely qualifying as a quasi-royal rank. Huanglong does not wish to formally promote them. But as the saying goes, virtue must match position, otherwise, disaster will ensue. Aside from being Huanglong's disciples, the three possess nothing else. Among them, Aosu is a Deluo Golden Immortal, so no further elaboration is necessary. Tangshan, not only the foremost disciple of Huanglong but also the heir to the Dragon Way, has made significant contributions to the restoration of the West through his alchemical pursuits. As for Lu Ziling, he is the chief disciple of Shumi Mountain, inheriting the fortune of the demonic path alongside a fellow disciple. Thus, his status as chief disciple is naturally impressive. Nevertheless, all three are at least Tai Golden Immortals and cannot continuously dedicate time to the affairs of the Earth Court. Consequently, Huanglong has arranged for them to take turns in their duties. In response to Tangshan's proposal, Aosu did not decline, although he has received considerable fortune, having just emerged from seclusion. He does not anticipate significant growth in the short term. Aosu consented, and Tangshan expressed his gratitude. Then I shall trouble you, esteemed senior. Esteemed senior, thank you for your efforts, Lu Ziling added. Aosu nodded, indicating no need for pleasantries. Subsequently, Tangshan and the others took their leave, assuring that they would fulfill their duties before the next reporting assembly. Thus, the handover was scheduled prior to the assembly, as understanding the recent developments in the West during the assembly was crucial. A handover post-assembly would render one completely uninformed. After the establishment of the Earth Court, a celestial cycle passed, and Huanglong awoke from his seclusion. Upon emerging, Huanglong did not inform anyone and quietly departed from Huanglong Mountain. Since awakening in the primordial chaos, Huanglong has spent nearly 30 celestial cycles, with the battle between the Wei and the demons having transpired over 20 cycles ago. Millions of years have passed, feeling like an eternity. To date, Huanglong has yet to fully explore the primordial chaos. Currently, the primordial chaos remains relatively tranquil. Perhaps, in the near future, the Dao ancestor will achieve sanctification. The teachings at Zishu Palace mark the onset of bustling activity in the primordial chaos, as well as the signal for the commencement of calamities. Following that, the primordial chaos has been rife with conflict. Instead of exploring the West, Huanglong directly journeyed to the eastern continent. While passing by Wanshou Mountain, he made a brief visit to Wuzhuang Temple as Xinyuanzi's gains from his seclusion far surpassed Huanglong's. Although Huanglong has made substantial progress into the mid-stage of Deluo Golden Immortal, he still requires time or opportunities to reach the later stage. When Huanglong met Xinyuanzi, he was already at the late stage of Deluo Golden Immortal. Although he was originally not far from that stage, the fortune of the Earth Court played a significant role in his advancement during this celestial cycle. After extending his congratulations, Huanglong invited Xinyuanzi to explore the primordial chaos together. Xinyuanzi politely declined. He, too, was a homebody. Unlike Huanglong, who had ample time, he had not roamed the primordial chaos. Previously, Han Yun had also invited him, but he had declined. Now it seems Han Yun has yet to emerge from his own seclusion. With Xinyuanzi's refusal, Huanglong did not press further and left Wuzhuang Temple alone. Huanglong wandered through the mountains and rivers, occasionally pausing to discuss the Dao with fellow travelers. However, he remained resolute in his goal, heading towards the center of the primordial chaos to behold the magnificence of Buzhou Mountain. By the time Huanglong arrived at Buzhou Mountain, a celestial cycle had already elapsed. Gazing upon this colossal entity that supports the primordial heavens and earth, he could not help but marvel at Pangu's might. He had previously glimpsed Buzhou Mountain from afar along the Yellow River, but the experience was nothing compared to being physically present. The aura of Buzhou Mountain was vast and ethereal, with no weak beings in its vicinity. The lowest realm among them was Tai Golden Immortal, and Huanglong encountered many Deluo Golden Immortals here. Nevertheless, Huanglong chose to bypass them without paying a visit. While Huanglong was immersed in comprehending the profound principles contained within Buzhou Mountain, a thunderous voice erupted from behind him. "Who are you?" Turning around, Huanglong beheld an odd figure enveloped in misty water vapor, whose appearance was peculiar. From the stranger's unusual visage and the aquatic Dao principles surrounding them, Huanglong surmised the individual's identity. Chapter 65. Initial encounter with the 12 ancestors of sorcery. A being with a serpent's head and a human body, covered in black scales, standing atop a black dragon, with a green python coiled around his arm. One of the 12 ancestors of sorcery. The Northern Water Ancestor, Gong. I am Huanglong, a humble Daoist, and I greet you, fellow Daoist, Huanglong stated. However, Gong was entirely unreasonable, responding brusquely, "I don't care who you are. This is my territory, do you understand?" Huanglong, preferring to avoid unnecessary conflict, especially given that there are 12 siblings in total, replied, I shall take my leave. To his surprise, Gong Gong did not relent and retorted, "Who said you could leave? Do you think you can come and go as you please?" With that, Gong Gong charged forward, unleashing a torrent of water-based laws that bore down upon Huanglong. The sudden attack from this old rascal caught Huanglong off guard, sending him hurtling backward into the rocks. Roar! A furious dragon's roar erupted, filled with boundless rage. Huanglong transformed into his dragon form, soaring out from the rubble. Having never engaged in combat since his inception, Huanglong found himself quite battered by Gong Gong's assault. Nevertheless, as a member of the Dragon Clan, his physical form was resilient, and this was merely a minor inconvenience. However, Huanglong was incensed. "Have I ever looked so easy to bully, since you insist on being unreasonable? Do not blame me for being impolite." Huanglong's words were laced with fury. Unexpectedly, Gong Gong took Huanglong's words lightly, bursting into laughter. "Then show me what impolite looks like. I've heard that dragon liver and phoenix marrow are quite delectable. Today, Gong Gong shall indulge." With that, this old rascal struck once more. However, this time Huanglong was already prepared and would not be caught off guard. The dragon's form surged forward, embodying the principles of the Dragon Dao. Gong Gong, also a mid-stage Deluo Golden Immortal, was of equal standing to Huanglong. As long as no reinforcements arrived, Huanglong was not afraid. Bang! The two engaged in their first formal clash, evenly matched. "Ha ha ha, come again, Gong Gong." The battle maniac was exhilarated, throwing punch after punch at Huanglong. Naturally, Huanglong did not cower at this moment. Meeting Gong Gong's onslaught head dash on as the exchanges continued, Huanglong began to feel a thrill of excitement. No man can resist the allure of a good brawl. Although Huanglong's physical form was not as robust as Gong Gong's ancestral sorcery body, the formidable inclusivity of the Dragon Dao principles allowed a portion of Gong Gong's water-based laws to be absorbed. Huanglong also discovered that as the battle persisted, he began to grasp the intricacies of Gong Gong's water-based laws, integrating them into his understanding of the Dragon Dao. This indicated that Huanglong could utilize the Dragon Dao to engage with others and comprehend their respective principles. However, Huanglong had no intention of pursuing this path. The Dragon Dao he sought required immense inclusivity but not the acceptance of all laws. His core was the Dragon Dao. Should he choose to embrace all laws, the core would shift to encompass all laws, relegating the Dragon Dao to a subsidiary role, which would contravene his true intent. While the two were caught up in their exhilarating bout, numerous figures began to materialize in the nearby space. Leading the group was a figure resembling a yellow sack, entirely crimson as if ablaze, possessing 6 legs and 4 wings, with a round head devoid of facial features. This was the ancestor of space speed, Emperor Jiang. Standing beside him was another figure, with a human head and a dragon body, entirely red. This was the ancestor of time, Zhu Jiuyin. Having sensed the commotion from afar, they hurried over, followed by other ancestors of sorcery. The ancestor of wood, Zhu Mang. The ancestor of fire, Zhu Rong. The ancestor of gold, Ru Shou. The ancestor of rain, Xian Ming. The ancestor of earth, Ho Tu. The ancestor of thunder, Chang Liang. The ancestor of wind, Tian Wu. The ancestor of lightning, Shi Zi. The ancestor of poison, Shi Bai. All 12 ancestors of sorcery have arrived. Elder brother, this individual is the Dragon Emperor of the Earth Court in the West, Huanglong. Zhu Jiuyin addressed Emperor Jiang. "Oh," Emperor Jiang replied, seemingly intrigued by Huanglong. The establishment of the Earth Court has rekindled fortune in the West, and even from their vantage point on Buzhou Mountain, they sense the stirrings. Although the ancestors of sorcery lack primordial spirits, Zhu Jiuyin's ability to peer into the river of time has kept them informed of such developments. However, none anticipated that the moment the Earth Court was established, the Dragon Emperor, one of the 4 emperors, would appear at Buzhou Mountain. Gong Gong, having had his fill of excitement, decided it was time to greet their guests. Jiang Dao. In the next instant, 11 ancestral shamans stood upon the vast expanse of the primordial land. Suddenly, a group of Deluo Jingxian exuded their formidable aura, causing Huanglong to become instantly alert. Meanwhile, Gong Gong, who was engaged in combat with Huanglong, sensed a familiar presence and immediately ceased his confrontation. Retracting the aura of the waterway laws, bowing his head like a quail, timidly approaching Di Jiang. "Brother, how many times must I remind you? You remain incorrigible," Di Jiang reprimanded. Clearly, this was not Gong Gong's first transgression. He ought to be confined within the Pangu Palace. Gong Gong's archrival, Zhu Rong, remarked, igniting the flames of conflict further. Just as Gong Gong was about to retort, Di Jiang interjected, "I was speaking of you." Zhu Rong slowly lowered his head. After admonishing his 2 younger brothers, Di Jiang approached Huanglong, saying, "Friend Huanglong, I extend my apologies on behalf of Gong Gong for the trouble caused." Huanglong replied, "It is of no consequence." Although he had initially been quite irate at being attacked without cause, he later realized that Gong Gong bore no ill intent, and he himself had thoroughly enjoyed the battle in the Primordial Realm. "Friend, I am Di Jiang, and these are my brothers and sisters," Di Jiang introduced. Zhu Jiaoyin pays respects to friend Huanglong. Zhu Meng pays respects to friend Huanglong. Huda pays respects to friend Huanglong. Huanglong acknowledges all esteemed friends. Huanglong responded. Although he was aware of the existence of the ancestral shamans, their reputation in the primordial world was not particularly prominent. So he refrained from displaying excessive interest. Huanglong then added, "I was unaware that this place belonged to esteemed friends. I apologize for any inconvenience caused." Di Jiang replied, "Nay, it is we who have caused you trouble. Is this your first visit to Buzhou Mountain?" "Indeed, I wish to pay homage to the greatness of the great Pangu," Huanglong exclaimed, his eyes filled with admiration. Evidently, the ancestral shaman's fondness for Huanglong surged upon witnessing his reverence for the great Pangu. Di Jiang proposed, "Since friend Huanglong has just arrived at Buzhou Mountain, why not visit our abode? We were born beneath this very mountain and can provide an introduction to its wonders." "I would be most grateful for your hospitality," Huanglong agreed. Whether or not he was aware of the conditions within Buzhou Mountain was inconsequential. What truly mattered was the opportunity to engage with the protagonists of the Wuyao War. After all, in the wake of the Great Calamity, the primordial land lay in tatters. As for preventing the calamity, it was neither feasible nor possible. The Great Calamity served as a cleansing for the primordial world. An inevitability. With the number of cultivators increasing and resources dwindling, conflict was unavoidable. The Wu clan typically resided within the Pangu Palace, yet Di Jiang did not escort Huanglong there. The Pangu Palace was not merely a treasure. It also served as the place of faith for the Wu clan. Generally, only the ancestral shamans and the great shamans could freely enter and exit the Pangu Palace. Outsiders were not permitted to approach even a step closer. Shortly thereafter, Huanglong and the others found themselves within a realm of celestial caverns. Friend Di Jiang's mastery of spatial laws is truly remarkable, Huanglong exclaimed. "Haha, you flatter me. It is merely a gift from our Father God." Di Jiang explained. "Does your path hold any connection to the great Pangu?" Huanglong inquired, then quickly added, "I apologize if my question is too intrusive. Feel free to disregard it." Di Jiang smiled and replied, "It is not something I cannot share. All paths of our Wu clan are seeds of the great path left by our Father God. We 12 have received the 12 greatest seeds. Typically, one would not divulge such significant secrets, but the ancestral shamans were different. They were neither foolish nor lacking in intelligence to owe them. The blessings bestowed upon them by the great Pangu were a source of pride, not something to be concealed. Moreover, even if I were to share this with you, what could you possibly do? Those blessings were meant for the ancestral shamans, and they cannot be taken away from you." Under Di Jiang's guidance, Huanglong arrived at the heart of the celestial realm. This realm served as the activity center for the Wu clan. While the Pangu Palace was magnificent, the Wu clan were not individuals who could endure solitude. To avoid offending the great Pangu, Di Jiang and the others had sought out this celestial cavern. "Children, I have returned." Suddenly, a voice rang out. Drawing Huanglong's gaze towards Zhu Rong, the voice echoed. Various members of the Wu clan began to converge from all directions. The voice belonged to Zhu Rong, and the gathering was comprised of the great shamans of the Wu clan. The great shamans were birthed within the Pangu Palace from the ancestral shaman's own essence. They could indeed be considered the offspring of the ancestral shamans. There were not many great shamans. Numbering just over 40, a throng of great shamans gathered around the ancestral shamans, chattering animatedly. Entirely disregarding Huanglong, Huanglong understood why the Wu clan had chosen to relocate from the Pangu Palace. The noise was likely bothersome even to Pangu at that moment. Di Jiang interjected to silence the great shamans. "Enough, we have guests present. Everyone should disperse." "Yes," the great shamans replied in unison before scattering like birds. Huanglong was not the first outsider to enter the celestial realm, so the great shamans showed him no interest. "I apologize for the commotion, friend Huanglong," Di Jiang said apologetically. Huanglong chuckled. "It is of no concern. They are merely..." Huanglong feigned ignorance. "These individuals are the great shamans birthed from our essence," Di Jiang clarified. Huanglong nodded in understanding. "Friend Di Jiang, you mentioned that your cultivation of laws relies entirely upon the seeds left by the great Pangu?" Huanglong inquired. Indeed, what of it? Di Jiang responded, puzzled. So, your path fruits are not reliant upon the heavenly Dao, Huanglong remarked. Upon posing this question, the ancestral shamans displayed expressions of disdain. Di Jiang declared, what is the heavenly Dao? What right does it have? The Wu clan honors only Pangu and holds no reverence for the heavenly Dao. Huanglong was taken aback. He had not anticipated that the Wu clan had not even entrusted their path fruits to the heavenly Dao. Where, then, did the Wu clan's path fruits reside? After a moment of contemplation, he arrived at the answer: the Pangu Palace. The Pangu Palace was said to have been formed from Pangu's heart, capable of isolating itself from the heavenly Dao. It was astonishing to realize that the Pangu Palace itself was akin to a minor heavenly Dao. Furthermore, the Pangu Palace undoubtedly possessed a portion of the authority of the primordial heavenly Dao. Otherwise, the Wu clan would have been unable to wield the power of laws within the primordial world. Unless one transcended the Dao and became the Dao itself, the use of laws within the primordial realm would invariably require the authority of the heavenly Dao. The ancestral shamans had not entrusted their path fruits to the heavenly Dao yet could still utilize laws within the primordial world, indicating that the Pangu Palace possessed the authority of the primordial heavenly Dao. Perhaps this was also the reason the heavenly Dao required Hong Jun to unify with it. However, another question arose. The ancestral shamans, having inherited the path left by Pangu, were innately Deluo Jingxian and would eventually ascend to the realm of Huanyuan Jingxian. That is, the future quasi-saints, without needing to sever their physical forms. Yet, what was the upper limit of this seed? First and foremost, this seed must have originated from Pangu, either through conquest or the vanquishing of other chaotic demons, and subsequently coalesced. This indicated that there were already individuals on this path. When two individuals stand upon a tightrope, what might ensue? After attaining enlightenment, although they transcended the heavenly Dao, they remained beneath the great Dao. The 3,000 chaotic demons were all Huanyuan Deluo Jingxian, each with their own path inscribed within the great Dao. Currently, many of the chaotic demons lay dead or injured. Yet, should the day come when their paths once again reach Huanyuan Deluo Jingxian, they would return. For the Huanyuan Deluo Jingxian, the path is the essence, while the physical form is merely a manifestation of the path, akin to an avatar. When their path awakens, the chaotic demons shall similarly rise. Thus, the ancestral shamans diligently cultivate the path seeds left by Pangu in a step-by-step manner. Ultimately, whether or not they could attain enlightenment, even if they did, it would merely serve to adorn the chaotic demons. Friend, are you aware that there exists a realm beyond Deluo Jingxian? Huanglong inquired. Di Jiang, slightly perplexed, replied, oh, I can faintly sense it now, yet I am uncertain how friend Huanglong came to know this. As the leader of the ancestral shamans, Di Jiang's current strength had already reached the later stages of Deluo. Not only Di Jiang, but also Zhu Jiuyin. Chapter 67. Conversations within the Pangu Palace regarding the Great Calamity. The two still had some distance to travel before reaching the pinnacle of Deluo. Yet they could vaguely perceive that there was a path beyond Deluo Jingxian. Although the seeds of the ancestral shaman's laws could sustain them to Huanyuan Jingxian, the gateway to Huanyuan Jingxian still required their own effort to unlock. I have obtained the inheritance of a Huanyuan Jingxian, a being of power above Deluo. Huanglong elucidated. Though I did not expect friend Huanglong to possess such a fortuitous encounter. Di Jiang marveled. Though he felt little envy, he firmly believed that the blessings bestowed by the great Pangu upon the Wu clan were undoubtedly the finest. Thus, he held no concerns regarding the possibility of ascending to Huanyuan Jingxian. Nevertheless, he inquired, friend Huanglong, might you share the methods of cultivation within the Huanyuan Jingxian realm? Certainly. While our methods of cultivation differ somewhat, they ultimately lead to the same destination, Huanglong responded. Although Huanglong surmised that the ancestral shamans had entrusted their path fruits to the Pangu Palace, he chose not to expose this understanding. The essence of Huanyuan Jingxian primarily revolves around the merging of paths, by harmonizing with one's own path fruits. One becomes qualified for enlightenment and transcendence once complete unity is achieved. My dear friend, how might one harmonize with the Dao? Di Jiang inquired once more. Huanglong, undeterred, continued to elucidate. One must cultivate to the pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal, achieving the perfection of Dao fruit, thereby enabling communication with the heavenly Dao and uniting with it, ultimately ascending to the primordial Golden Immortal. However, since Dao fruit is entrusted to the heavenly Dao, one must draw near to it. Otherwise, one risks rejection by the heavenly Dao. Upon hearing this, Di Jiang merely nodded in silence. How can one draw nearer to the heavenly Dao? Di Jiang asked. Before Huanglong could respond, Zhurong interjected, "Brother, what is so appealing about the heavenly Dao? Rather than waste time on that, it would be more fruitful to venerate our Father God." Silence. Di Jiang admonished. The authority of the elder brother was not to be trifled with, and Zhurong immediately lowered his head. Burning the ants on the ground to vent his frustrations, Huanglong, "My friend, please continue," Di Jiang urged. "The method of fate and fortune, a powerful destiny, can enhance one's affinity with the heavenly Dao." "Thank you for your guidance, Huanglong." Di Jiang expressed his gratitude. Di Jiang's inquiries were not driven by personal need. As a progenitor shaman, he belonged to the true lineage of Pangu. The affinity between the progenitor shamans and the Panga Hall was not a source of concern for him. His queries were intended to gauge the potential changes that might unfold in the future wilderness. Having emerged earliest, Di Jiang gained sentience during the era of the three clans. He had even instructed Zhu Jiuyin to peer into the upper reaches of the River of Time. Catching glimpses of the impending conflicts among the three clans, the present wilderness already bore semblances to the prelude of the three clans' war. The beings of the wilderness were growing ever more formidable, and resources were becoming insufficient. Even within the confines of Mount Buzhou, strife was incessant. Although it had yet to encroach upon the realm of the Great Luo Golden Immortals, the number of Great Luo Golden Immortals continued to rise. The competition for fate and fortune would inevitably spread among them, eventually echoing the circumstances of the three clans era. When Zhu Jiuyin gazed into the annals of history, he felt a lingering dread. Although he did not observe the likes of the progenitor dragon within the River of Time, the overwhelming presence of Great Luo Golden Immortals and the multitude of beings from the three clans made him acutely aware of the shamanic clan's vulnerability. It was during this time that the idea of creating more shamans arose, though the results were far from ideal. Suddenly, Di Jiang seemed to have an epiphany and asked, "My friend, the establishment of the Earth Court must also be for the sake of fate and fortune." "Indeed," Huanglong affirmed that Di Jiang comprehended, then inquired, "What is your perspective on the Great Calamity, Huanglong?" Di Jiang's question momentarily took Huanglong aback, for he, the future protagonist of the next calamity, was asking for insights on it. "Nevertheless," Huanglong replied, "the Great Calamity signifies a depletion of resources in the wilderness, obstructing its ascension. The wilderness will purge those who are detrimental to its realm, thereby releasing resources and allowing others to flourish." "The heavenly Dao is no benevolent entity," commented Gong Gong derisively from the side. The assembly of progenitor shamans did not refute this. Huanglong, however, chuckled. "Beneath the heavenly Dao, all beings are akin to ants. Yet the heavenly Dao is impartial, with all developments aimed at perfecting the wilderness. However, esteemed friends, I am uncertain if I should speak further." "Please do, Huanglong," Di Jiang urged. "Esteemed friends, your Dao fruits remain unentrusted to the heavenly Dao. Yet you wield its authority to occupy a vast array of resources within the wilderness." Upon speaking of the Great Calamity, Huanglong's words were unmistakably clear, and the progenitor shamans understood its implications. At the very least, Di Jiang grasped the meaning. His lack of deference to the heavenly Dao did not equate to disdain. The other progenitor shamans also comprehended, though they remained silent, casting glances at Di Jiang. Though the terror of the Great Calamity might not instill fear in these shamans who defied the heavenly Dao, navigating through it would require more than mere courage. Faced with the inquiries of his fellow progenitor shamans, Di Jiang fell into contemplation. After a considerable pause, he addressed Huanglong. "Might you accompany me to the Panga Hall for a discussion?" Di Jiang asked Huanglong, an invitation I could not refuse. Huanglong readily accepted. Although the Cave Heaven realm was not strictly within the wilderness, it was nonetheless influenced by the heavenly Dao of the wilderness. Henceforth, the assembly would deliberate on the impending Great Calamity facing the shamanic clan, necessitating discretion from the heavenly Dao. Shortly thereafter, the progenitor shamans escorted Huanglong into the Panga Hall. Upon entering, the connection between Huanglong and the heavenly Dao was severed, rendering him unable to perceive it. In other words, Huanglong could not wield the authority of the heavenly Dao here and could only rely on his own principles. Yet, rather than worry about his diminished power, Huanglong began to observe the layout of the Panga Hall. There were no statues of Pangu within. Instead, 12 statues of the progenitor shamans encircled a pulsating heart above them. Each beat of the heart sent ripples of Dao essence coursing through the air, striking him repeatedly. This was the sacred ground of enlightenment. The heart belonged to Pangu, yet it seemed its energy had been nearly depleted. leaving no trace of the realm Pangu once inhabited. Below the heart lay a blood pool formed from its lifeblood, from which the 12 progenitor shamans had emerged. Upon arriving at the Pangu Hall, the 12 progenitor shamans did not hasten to discuss matters, but instead approached the heart of Pangu, bowing in reverence. Adhering to local customs, Huanglong followed suit. After paying their respects to Pangu, Dijiang led Huanglong to the area where the progenitor shamans typically convened. Once seated, Dijiang directly broached the subject, asking, Huanglong, my friend, you have begun to strategize for the great calamity. How confident are you in overcoming it? Huanglong shook his head, responding, during the period of the great calamity, the heavenly secrets become chaotic, and everything tends toward uncontrollability, leaving no one with absolute certainty of survival. However, the purpose of the heavenly Dao is to eliminate those beings harmful to the wilderness. If this can be satisfied, the chances of weathering the calamity will significantly increase. But, in truth, esteemed friends need not worry, for the heavenly Dao is impartial as progenitors of Pangu. You possess great fortune and immense merit when the great calamity strikes. If you take refuge within the Pangu Hall, the heavenly Dao shall not harm you. Huanglong continued. Nonsense. The wilderness is shaped by our Father God. If anyone is to hide, it shall be the heavenly Dao. Our shamanic clan will never retreat, Zhurong exclaimed furiously, voicing his dissent. Many of the progenitor shamans echoed Zhurong's sentiments, expressing their agreement, while even Di Jiang and Zhu Jioyin fell silent, clearly sharing in Zhurong's views. Huanglong found no surprise in this. If these obstinate progenitor shamans were so easily swayed, the war of the shamans and demons would never have escalated. Was the shamanic clan foolish? Certainly not. They simply lacked primordial spirits, not intellect. What the shamanic clan clung to was their unwavering belief, remaining steadfast even in the face of annihilation. At this moment, Di Jiang spoke up. Enough, let us be silent. Upon his command, the progenitor shamans immediately quieted, though their faces still bore expressions of indignation. Di Jiang then turned to Huanglong, stating, You have witnessed for yourself that our shamanic clan shall never retreat. I wonder if you have any suggestions. Huanglong pondered. As it stands, there is no compelling reason for the shamanic clan to be drawn into the great calamity. The true instigators of the calamity will be the future shamans. Currently, the shamanic clan consists solely of progenitor shamans and great shamans. The ordinary shamans below them have yet to be created. The shamanic clan lacks primordial spirits, resulting in a sluggish absorption of innate spiritual energy. Upon reaching the great shaman stage, which aligns with the Tai Golden Immortal Realm, one officially begins cultivation of the Dao, and the absorption of innate spiritual energy will accelerate as one's Dao strengthens, allowing for self-refinement. However, the situation differs for Golden Immortals and those below that rank. Golden Immortals merely begin to sense the Dao without embodying it, while they can enhance their innate spiritual energy absorption to some extent. They still require substantial innate spiritual energy to fortify their foundations until they can embody the Dao, thus qualifying for ascension to the Tai Golden Immortal level. It is important to note that the Tai Golden Immortal designation does not refer to the great shamans alone. Rather, it serves as the baseline for their rank. The ordinary shamans below Golden Immortals face even greater challenges, as they can scarcely absorb innate spiritual energy independently. Therefore, how do the shamans cultivate? By consuming. The primary means by which the Wu clan absorbs primordial spiritual energy is through consumption. They possess the remarkable ability to directly transform food into essence, allowing them to bypass the process of refining primordial spiritual energy. Their diet is not limited to mountain spring spiritual fruits. They also partake in the flesh of living beings. This is where the conflict arises. Countless creatures are driven to flee in desperation from the Wu clan, resulting in chaos. Seizing this opportunity, Dong Huang and Di Jun rise to prominence, unifying the myriad beings of the wilderness to establish the Yao clan. They establish the heavenly court, heralding the onset of calamity. In other words, without the Wu clan, Di Jun would not have been able to consolidate the beings of the wilderness and form the Yao clan. The number of races within the Yao clan is vast, and without adequate external pressure, its formation would have been impossible. Dong Huang and Di Jun undeniably possess formidable strength. However, they cannot wage war against each individual race. Should they dare to do so, they would inevitably attract a destined adversary, just as the Wu clan has. Yet, the current Wu clan cannot be considered the true Wu clan. They are merely the present ancestor Wu, along with the great Wus, whose influence on the wilderness is limited, largely thanks to their fortunate lineage. Although the ancestor Wu and Great Wus occasionally indulge, they are great Luo golden immortals, merely enjoying a rare feast. What of it? To the Tao of Heaven, the death of wilderness beings is of little consequence. On the contrary, it can facilitate the sustainable development of the wilderness, as long as it does not reach the point of overexploitation. No karma will arise. The catalysts for calamity have yet to emerge. What can Huanglong say to suggest that a vast Wu clan will eventually arise as the trigger for the great calamity is not a notion to entertain lightly. Even if it were appropriate to voice such an idea, these obstinate ancestors would hardly contemplate Huanglong's words, instead questioning whether Huanglong knows how to create a Wu clan. After a moment, Huanglong finally roused from his contemplation. Dear friends, I am aware that you harbor considerable grievances regarding the Tao of Heaven's governance of the wilderness. For you, the wilderness is the legacy of the great Pangu, to be inherited by you, the true disciples of Pangu. As he spoke, Huanglong cast a glance at the assembly of ancestor Wus, who, in turn, responded with deference. Should it not be so? Huanglong shook his head and continued. Normally, it is only right that a son inherits his father's legacy, a matter of natural order. However, your circumstances differ. A qualified bystander inquired. What is the difference? Do you worship the great Pangu merely to inherit his legacy? Huanglong countered. Upon hearing Huanglong's challenge, the ancestor was immediately retorted, vociferously defending their beliefs. How could they tolerate such a questioning of their faith? Huanglong remained silent in the face of their vitriol, listening quietly until Di Jiang interjected. Enough? Silence. Once the ancestor was ceased their clamor, Di Jiang turned to Huanglong, saying, If you have something to say, please do. Di Jiang's expression bore a hint of displeasure. Clearly irked by Huanglong's challenge to their beliefs, Huanglong seized the opportunity to continue. My friends, you fixate on the idea that the wilderness is the inheritance of the great Pangu. Yet do not consider that the entire wilderness is a manifestation of the great Pangu himself. Among all beings of the wilderness, who does not count as a descendant of Pangu? Is it only the direct offspring who are considered heirs? If I am not mistaken, each of you must also carry a portion of Pangu's merits, correct? Has the great Pangu not bestowed upon you enough? Faced with Huanglong's interrogation, the ancestor was exchanged glances. Though some remained unconvinced, Zhurong stated, How can the other beings of the wilderness be compared to us? Huanglong replied, They are indeed different, yet what distinguishes you? What contribution have you made to the wilderness that is a reflection of the great Pangu? To this day, you still possess the merits left by the great Pangu, do you not? You only think of the wilderness as the legacy of the great Pangu, yet fail to recognize that the wilderness is akin to the great Pangu's own body. You ought to revere the wilderness as you do the great Pangu, safeguarding the legacy he has entrusted to you. You only know how to take, yet fail to realize that you merely stand upon the body of the great Pangu, drawing from his lifeblood while proclaiming, We adore our father, we revere our father. Huanglong's barrage of eloquent words left the ancestor Wus rooted in place. Immobilized, they began to ponder Huanglong's statements, gradually experiencing emotions of regret, remorse, and guilt upon their faces. After a lengthy silence, Di Jiang was the first to rise, followed by Zhurong and the other ancestor Wus. They approached the blood pool beside the heart of Pangu. Kneeling in homage to the heart of Pangu, their reverence lingered for an extended period, serving as both a tribute and a confession. Once the moment of atonement concluded, the 12 ancestor Wus approached Huanglong once more and bowed deeply. Huanglong felt a shiver run down his spine and instinctively leaped aside. No, he hastily interjected. The ancestor Wus' reverence was a burden he dared not accept. The ancestor Wus bore the merits of Pangu, and to accept their homage could entangle him in unforeseen karmic repercussions. Upon witnessing Huanglong's retreat, Di Jiang explained, Friend, you ought to accept our homage. Without you, we might never have realized how absurd our actions have been all along. Huanglong waved his hands dismissively. You overstate my role. You merely succumb to the glory bestowed by the great Pangu that I believe you will soon come to understand. Di Jiang shook his head, stating, Whether or not we realize it, it is too late. We wish to honor Huanglong as our Wu clan shaman, guiding our clan's direction. What? Huanglong exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. We desire to honor you as our shaman, guiding the Wu clan's direction, Di Jiang reiterated, confirming that he had not misheard. Huanglong surveyed the reactions of the other ancestor Wus, and his anxieties finally subsided. He promptly waved his hands in refusal. No. Huanglong declined, yet Di Jiang persisted. Is it that you look down upon our Wu clan? While we may not rival your dragon clan, we are not inferior. Huanglong hurriedly clarified, I do not harbor disdain for the Wu clan. It is simply inappropriate for an outsider like myself to dictate matters within your clan. There is nothing inappropriate about it. Who dares to object? Di Jiang asserted, casting a glance at the other ancestor Wus. I endorse Huanglong as our Wu clan shaman. Indeed, we concur. The ancestor was echoed in agreement. Their choice to appoint Huanglong as shaman was not solely due to his recent awakening of their awareness, but was primarily influenced by his ability to accrue merits. Each merit signifies a contribution to the wilderness, and while the ancestor Wus may dismiss the significance of the Dao, they are indeed concerned with their contributions to the wilderness, should one allow him indulgence. He would revel in excess. However, when it comes to performing good deeds, he is at a loss. Making a meaningful contribution to the wilderness is not as simple as aiding an elderly person across the street. It requires substantial effort. The wilderness does not place great value on individual beings unless they possess immense merits or fortuitous destinies. Thus, they require a talent like Huanglong, yet Huanglong hesitated to accept. From the moment he took on the role of shaman, the fate of the wilderness would begin to shift. How the future would unfold remained uncertain to him. The Wu clan could not become invincible simply because of Huanglong's guidance. The onset of calamity was inevitable. The Wu clan would naturally emerge. Huanglong could strengthen the Wu clan, but the Dao demands results. As the Wu clan grows stronger, the Yao clan would also become formidable. The Dao of Heaven retains the ultimate authority. Most importantly, after Hong Jun achieves unity with the Dao not only possesses ultimate authority, but also the capability to wield it. Thus, during the great conflict between the Wu and Yao clans, Hong Jun had once intervened to prevent the Wu clan from annihilating the Yao clan's living forces. Therefore, the Wu clan is a perilous undertaking. However, the great principle of the universe dictates that the Dao of Heaven encompasses 50, while the transformation of fate encompasses 49. With one aspect concealed, the calamity serves as a refuse processor. Once the refuse is dealt with, the calamity can conclude. Huanglong considered himself not among the refuse. He merely needed to be cautious and avoid becoming one of the unfortunate souls caught in the waste. Hence, Huanglong remained somewhat ambivalent. Investing in the Wu clan, as long as he survived, would yield tremendous rewards. The assistance rendered by the Wu clan to the Earth Court would undoubtedly result in Huanglong's substantial gain. On one side lies an uncontrollable future situation promising immense rewards, while on the other is a more methodical approach that, though slower, is not without merit. Ultimately, after several entreaties from the 12 ancestor Wus, Huanglong relented and agreed to serve as the Wu clan shaman. However, there was no formal ceremony, merely a shift in identity. At this moment, the Wu clan had yet to establish itself and had not formed a cohesive sea of fate. Nevertheless, the interconnected fortunes of the 12 ancestor Wus were already comparable to the fragmented fortunes of the Western realms. The assembly took their seats once more. Shaman, what are your thoughts on the future of the Wu clan? Di Jiang inquired. Huanglong pondered before responding. The number of Wu clan members is limited. Thus, development merely requires the enhancement of strength. However, the challenges faced by the Wu clan still rest upon you. My friends. What challenges do we face? Di Jiang inquired. All of you, fellow Daoists, cultivate through the law seeds left by the great Pangyu. It is merely a matter of proceeding step by step. However, what is the limit of this method? If one only attains the level of Hunyuan Golden Immortal, that would be acceptable, but should one reach the Hunyuan Great Luo Golden Immortal, trouble would surely ensue. Why is a lower limit preferable? He questioned. The reason is that each path is unique. When someone ascends to the Hunyuan Great Luo Golden Immortal, it signifies their complete integration with that particular path. As long as the existence of that path persists, a Hunyuan Great Luo Golden Immortal will not vanish. The law seeds you are utilizing should originate from the Chaos Demon God. Upon reaching the Hunyuan Great Luo Golden Immortal, the master of that path will return and directly seize control of the Dao. In severe cases, you may even be directly transformed into the Dao, resulting in complete annihilation, leaving no trace in this world. Huanglong elucidated. This is not mere fantasy, it is recorded in the legacy of the Ancestral Dragon. The Ancestral Dragon has also inherited some of the Chaos Demon God's teachings and possesses knowledge regarding the Hunyuan Great Luo Golden Immortal, he continued. But this is a gift from our Father God, Di Jiang countered, skeptical that their divine progenitor would bestow upon them something fraught with such peril. If one were to plant this seed within oneself, there would indeed be risks. However, if it is merely used as an auxiliary in cultivation, It could be considered a treasured artifact, Huanglong clarified. The Wu practitioners suggest that we have erred in our approach, Di Jiang remarked. That seems to be the case, Huanglong affirmed, but Di Jiang furrowed his brow and asked, if one's limit is merely the Hunyuan Golden Immortal, would there be risks in using it to break through to the Hunyuan Great Luo Golden Immortal? Huanglong replied, there would be none. If the final step is taken by oneself, it ultimately diverges from that path. It would no longer be the same Dao. But how does Di Jiang Daoist intend to ascend to the Hunyuan Great Luo Golden Immortal? The inability to ascend to the Hunyuan Great Luo Golden Immortal stems from an incomplete Dao. Yet upon reaching the Hunyuan Golden Immortal, the foundation is established, making any subsequent modifications challenging, especially considering it is not a Dao one comprehended oneself. Chapter 70. The Future of the Ancestral Wu. Within the Pangu Hall, the 12 Ancestral Wus listened to Huanglong's explanation, their expressions grave. Wu Master, is there any method to eliminate these risks? Di Jiang asked with concern. Although the Ancestral Wus had just attained the level of Great Luo Golden Immortal, other Great Luo Golden Immortals might still have opportunities, but the Ancestral Wus did not. The Ancestral Wus do not cultivate the Heavenly Dao. From the moment they gain sentience, they have been comprehending the Dao within the Law Seeds to grow. The Law Seeds are their sole avenue for understanding the Dao. As the Wu clan lacks a primordial spirit, they cannot perceive the Heavenly Dao and the primordial chaos. All paths exist beneath the Heavenly Dao. The inability to comprehend the Heavenly Dao signifies a severance from the Dao. This is precisely why the Ancestral Wus possess innate great fortune. Had they been other beings, they would have been unable to ascend to the golden immortal level throughout their lives. Huanglong shook his head. There is none. The Ancestral Wus, not cultivating the Heavenly Dao, can only continue to cultivate step by step through the Law Seeds. Upon receiving Huanglong's negative response, the Ancestral Wus appeared despondent. Huanglong added, fellow Daoists need not be overly pessimistic, Dao Master. Is there still hope? Di Jiang asked urgently. Huanglong replied, indeed, to break free from the constraints of the Law Seeds, one must undergo a complete recultivation. Recultivation? Di Jiang exclaimed in shock. His astonishment was understandable. The Ancestral Wus were not like Huanglong, who had only been a Tai Golden Immortal during his recultivation and utilized the transformation Dragon River. However, for the Ancestral Wus, the path to recultivation was far more complex. To recultivate, the Ancestral Wus would need to sever the Law Seeds and then re-understand the Dao independently. This, however, posed a significant challenge. Without a primordial spirit, how could the Ancestral Wus comprehend their own Dao? Recultivation would necessitate the dissolution of all origins and the establishment of a new bodily essence. This raised an array of new questions. Without the support of a Dao, how potent could a new body be? After relinquishing their origins, would the Ancestral Wus still remain as they were? Huanglong informed the 12 Ancestral Wus of these complexities, leaving them with a profound sense of despair. Please, Wu Master, teach me about the Wu clan. Di Jiang implored Huanglong. Please, Wu Master, teach me about the Wu clan. The other 12 Ancestral Wus echoed fervently. Huanglong remained silent for a moment before stating, I have some thoughts. Everyone, do not rush. I will enter seclusion for a time to refine them. Upon hearing that Huanglong had devised a plan, the 12 Ancestral Wus were instantly filled with joy. Wu Master, please. Huanglong then approached the heart of Pangu. Entering a state of comprehension, he began to devise a solution for the Wu clan's predicament. The developmental seeds for the Wu clan should not be at the level of Hunyuan Great Luo Golden Immortal. After all, Pangu would not wish harm upon his own descendants. These seeds should have been left behind by Pangu when he foresaw that the 12 drops of his essence blood would merge with the chaotic chi of the primordial world. The essence blood combined with the chaotic chi prevents the emergence of pure chi, thus hindering the formation of a primordial spirit and the comprehension of the heavenly Dao. However, the 12 law seeds could facilitate the Ancestral Wus ascent to the Hunyuan Golden Immortal. As for the rest of the journey, their descendants would find their own fortunes. Nevertheless, to ascend to the Hunyuan Great Luo Golden Immortal, the Wu clan would inevitably need to undergo re-cultivation in the primordial realm. Altering one's foundation is most suitably achieved through the Dragon Dao. However, the Ancestral Wus were unable to comprehend even the Dragon Dao, necessitating the search for alternative methods. The requirements were clear. They needed a means to recultivate. To comprehend the Dao, to have the opportunity to ascend to the Hunyuan Great Luo Golden Immortal, while ultimately retaining their forms as Ancestral Wus. Huanglong transformed into a dragon form, coiling beneath the heart of Pangu. The rhythmic beating of Pangu's heart accelerated Huanglong's calculations. First, the issue of the Ancestral Wus comprehension of the Dao needed addressing. Comprehension requires an environment conducive to understanding. The chaos is a void. Home only to the 3,000 great paths, the primordial realm is teeming with myriad beings, naturally hosting countless great paths. The Dao can be derived. It fundamentally relies on certain entities or phenomena. Next, conditions must be met. Comprehending the heavenly Dao necessitates a primordial spirit, or, as with the ancestral Wus, a direct facilitation. Huanglong's solution was to create a world belonging to the ancestral Wus. A world they cultivate would grant them the highest authority within, allowing them to comprehend the Dao present therein. Furthermore, this world could continually evolve, enabling the ancestral Wus to harness its growth to enhance their own strength, thus resolving their limitations. The next challenge was the nature of this world. The world created by the ancestral Wus should not solely serve their needs. It must also accommodate the entire Wu clan in the future. Thus, Huanglong planned to utilize chaotic qi and other negative substances to establish this world that Tio put it bluntly. Huanglong envisioned this future realm as a refuse dump of the primordial world. This approach not only promised substantial merit, but also provided an environment suitable for the Wu clan's survival. However, Huanglong did not intend to create this world immediately. Instead, he aimed to develop a prototype. If one is to do something, they should aim for the grandest outcome. The ancestral Wus, currently at the level of Great Luo Golden Immortal, could only establish a limited world. Once they ascended to the Hunyuan Golden Immortal, utilizing the 12 Hunyuan Golden Immortal bodies as the foundational essence of the world they create would approach the vastness of a great thousand world. Yet, that was not all. When the future calamity of the Wu and Yao unfolds, and the malevolent energies flood the primordial realm, if these negative substances could be drawn into this world, the resulting amalgamation of the malevolent energies with the 11 Hunyuan Golden Immortals and the Dao within the 12 Law Seeds could potentially birth a new world akin to the Great Thousand World. However, the most critical matter lay ahead. Though the 12 ancestral Wus did not anchor their paths in the heavenly Dao, the Dao at the level of Great Luo Golden Immortal had already rendered their true spirits immortal. Yet, upon the establishment of their world, the 11 ancestral Wus would perish. To aid their return, it would be essential to locate their true spirits first. In aiding their reincarnation, even if in the future Huda becomes the sovereign of the cycle, little assistance can be rendered. Allowing the ancestral shaman to reincarnate into other races would render the shamanic essence non-existent. Reincarnating into the shaman clan would transform the ancestral shaman into an ordinary member of the shaman clan, devoid of significance. Therefore, the true spirit of the ancestral shaman requires an anchor point to summon it back during its slumber. This is the primary purpose of the Huanglong's retreat. The anchor point for Huanglong is faith. By perpetuating the belief in the ancestral shaman within the shaman clan, a body of faith can be coalesced, awaiting the day when the ancestral shaman shall create a world, allowing it to reside within this embodiment of faith. As for the notion that faith may be toxic, Huanglong has yet to validate this. However, it poses no concern for the ancestral shaman. Firstly, the faith of the shaman clan towards the ancestral shaman is untainted, free from various distracting thoughts. Secondly, the ancestral shaman does not seek to condense the physical form through faith, for such would not constitute the essence of the ancestral shaman. The ancestral shaman merely requires the purest form of faith to manifest something akin to a primordial spirit. This divine thought is not intended for communication with the heavenly path, but rather to safeguard the true spirit. When the ancestral shaman once again gathers a corporeal form, it will emerge from the primordial essence of Pangu, or from the ancestral shaman's essence intertwined with malevolent substances. This divine thought exists to prevent the corruption of the true spirit by negative energies. Time passes gradually, and in the blink of an eye. A millennium has elapsed. Huanglong has meticulously mapped out the general landscape of the future shaman realm. The methodology for utilizing faith has also been deduced. Chapter 71. Entering the Buzhou Mountain, the application of the power of faith extends beyond merely awakening and summoning the ancestral shaman. Other Luo Golden Immortals can also be called back. As long as there exists a body of faith to serve as an anchor point, the true spirit of the Luo Golden Immortal can be summoned back. Thus, this can be utilized not only for the shaman clan, but also for the dragon clan, to recall those dragons who perished during the epoch of the three clans. However, this necessitates that these true spirits have not yet reincarnated and are not bound by external forces. Nevertheless, the potential of the power of faith does not end there. Yet, Huanglong refrains from further extrapolation, for the power of faith is a humanistic force dependent on all living beings, having just awakened from seclusion. The 12 ancestral shamans gathered around. "Shaman, what have you deduced?" Di Jiang inquired. Huanglong nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, I have not failed my mission." The 12 ancestral shamans returned to their positions, listening intently as Huanglong elucidated. "What you mean is, we should focus solely on cultivation, without concern for anything else, correct?" Di Jiang asked. "Precisely." Huanglong responded. "When shall we forge the embryonic form of the world?" Di Jiang queried once more. "This matter requires further preparation." "I must invite someone," Huanglong replied. "It is but an embryonic world, and yet you need someone else. What are you waiting for?" Gong interjected impatiently. "After all, the sooner the world is forged, the more primordial essence can be gathered, thereby increasing future strength. He spares no effort in anything that can enhance power." "Silence. Listen to the shaman," Di Jiang chastised Gong. Huanglong chuckled. "This world is not so simple. It is not solely for your shaman clan's use, but also must bear the negative substances of the Honghuang realm. Once forged, it will become an indispensable part of Honghuang. Therefore, there are specific requirements regarding the world's location, and it is not the case that negative substances will merely flow into the world once it is created. External forces are also necessary. Who does the shaman wish to invite? Can't they come now?" Di Jiang inquired. "The opening of the shaman realm requires the assistance of brothers in Yuanzi." Huanglong replied. "Is that the emperor of the Western Earth Court?" Di Jiang asked. "Indeed, I believe the Earth Emperor should be held by the shaman. Why should the shaman yield it to that fellow Xinyuanzi?" Zhu Rong expressed indignation. "The Western Earth Court is established based on Brother Xinyuanzi's Earth Immortal Dao. Naturally, he must take on the role of Earth Emperor. Furthermore, the opening of the shaman realm necessitates substantial effort from Brother Xinyuanzi, so it would be wise to show him respect," Huanglong advised. Zhu Rong sheepishly fell silent. Given the stakes concerning their clan's future, reckless words could not be uttered. "Very well. Most matters concerning the shaman clan have been resolved. You may begin to coalesce the body of faith. As for the other matters, we shall take one step at a time when the great calamity arises. After all, we are all destined to perish, so there is little to prepare for." With that, Huanglong rose. "I must also explore Buzhou Mountain. Perhaps there lies my fortune, and I shall also seek out a suitable location for the opening of the shaman realm." Having spoken, Huanglong made his way towards the entrance of the Pango Hall. "Shaman, allow my sister to guide you through Buzhou Mountain. She frequently roams within, and is most familiar with it," Di Jiang offered. The sister referred to as Hutu, the 11th and youngest of them, with Xianming being the youngest among the 12 ancestral shamans.